unopened casebook of Sherlock Holmes. 6 extraordinary adventures written by John Taylor, with Simon Callow as Sherlock Holmes and Nicky Hansen as Dr. John Watson. The second adventure, The Horror in Hanging Wood.
I think I've never been launched so unexpectedly into a bleak and baffling mystery as on that bitterly cold February morning when, with the city still in darkness, Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard got Sherlock Holmes and myself out of bed at our Baker Street lodgings and asked us to accompany him on a journey to assist in police business. A 4-wheeled carriage hurried us out of London to the village of Charlton and into nearby Hanging Wood, where the white fires of police lanterns winked at us through the trees. When we stopped, it was beside a frozen ditch where a tarpaulin had been drawn over a man-shaped heap.
This is what you brought us to see?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. This fellow was killed sometime during the night. A robbery, I'm sure. There he is. What do you think, Doctor?
Well, without closer examination, I can only state the obvious. Most ferocious attack. Face battered out of all recognition. Jaw twisted. Left arm broken at the shoulder, almost wrenched off.
If it was robbery, Lestrade, it was a brutal one.
Well, I suppose the chap resisted and the villain got spiteful. Well, there's some nasty characters abroad, which is why I've asked you here. You know the methods of more of London's villains than any of us. Now, I want you to identify the author of this bit of handiwork, or at least provide me with a couple of likely names to add to my list.
Yes, I'm not certain why you think this man was robbed.
Why? He looks robbed. No valuables on him. No wallet, no change, no watch. Only a hole in the waistcoat where it was ripped out. And no ring. Just a red mark where it circled the finger.
I'm sorry, Lestrade. I can only say I know of no thief who would mutilate his victims in such a way.
But violently...
None who would do this.
Then, Mr. Holmes, I thank you for your assistance. I shall have my driver return you to London at once.
Inspector Lestrade.
Oh, excuse me, gentlemen. Yes, what is it, Chaplain?
I thought you ought to know, sir. There's someone else who heard the noises.
Never mind about the noises. Any concrete evidence?
Oh, well, not yet, sir. Not what you'd call clues.
Then I suggest you get out there and look for some.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Constable, what were these noises you referred to? Surely, Lestrade, you'll permit me at least to satisfy my curiosity.
All right, Mr. Holmes. Chaplain, you better tell him.
Right you are, Inspector. Well, sir, about 2 o'clock this morning, someone came to the police station in the village to say they'd heard noises in the wood. Roaring and screaming and the like. We've been having reports like that since about last October. And normally, we don't take much notice. It's usually foxes. But this time they swore they heard human screams as well. And since the locals think something unnatural lives
Thank you, Chaplain. You will understand, gentlemen, why I prefer not to be waylaid by such nonsense.
But if there were noises...
A thief attacks a man. The man shouts for help. The thief sets about the man with a bludgeon. The man pleads and screams and wails. Of course there were noises. Noises in such circumstances are natural.
Yet it is a poor professional thief who wakes up half the neighbourhood.
Am I to take it then, Mr. Holmes, that you go along with the local legend lovers on this one? That it was some unspeakable thing which did for this man? Old Clutie? Horntoes? Jack Blackheart? The Bogle Wump?
Round here, they just call it the horror.
Round here, Chaplain, they are superstitious bumpkins. Now, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, we must proceed with our search of the woods. Now, thank you for coming out so early. My driver over there will take you back to the comfort of your lodgings. If you will excuse us...
Well, having dragged us out here, he suddenly seems in a hurry to be rid of us.
Yes, Lestrade is holding something back, evidently. I think, however, that we'll take a closer look at this body before we go.
Formidable strength. To wrench a man's arm half off. And the blow to his face must have been colossal. What sort of creature would tear human flesh apart like that, as if it were just paper chains?
The work of a thief? I doubt it.
What do you think, Holmes?
I don't know, but at least the unfortunate fellow's hands tell us something.
They do?
You do not see it?
I will...
Well, come. Look at them. Look. Describe what you see.
Well, the skin on the fingertips on the left hand is calloused and hard, and there is a fresh scar at the root of the thumb, a bite mark, perhaps. The right hand has fresh blisters. Interestingly, they seem to be a sort of mirror of the calluses on the left hand, around the pads of the fingers.
Excellent. Go on.
Well, there's some red and black staining on the cuff of the jacket, ink or paint, I should expect, and, well, that's about it.
That's enough.
Enough?
To identify him. We know quite a good deal about him now, that he was a ledger clerk, that he was ambidextrous, and that he was an amateur fiddler who recently resumed playing after a break of some weeks. That gets us off to a good start.
You deduced all that from the fellow's hands?
That was a difficult stall. It's the overcoat that has me baffled. Look, do you see all these crude rips and tears? And there, just here, curiously, a gap where a triangular piece of lining has been carefully snipped away.
It's all quite obscure to me.
We shall place an advertisement today, my friend, in all the London newspapers. I think we have a fair chance of finding the identity of this poor fellow. But first to Baker Street and a decent breakfast, where I will explain everything, and we'll see that I've not been so very clever after all. Yes, I think this will do. See what you think of this. Watson. We do know a ledger clerk who is ambidextrous, that is, can use both hands equally, an amateur fiddle player, and one who has been missing from home since yesterday, or who failed to turn up at his place of work today. Contact Sherlock Holmes at, and the address. What do you think, Doctor?
Well, I hope you mean to tell me now how you arrived at this description merely from an examination of the fellow's hands.
Well, if you wish, though I dare say you will only end up by exclaiming how simple it all is. Let's begin with the easiest part. That hard skin upon the left fingertips. Now look at my own hand. You see? Calluses in exactly the same place. It comes from pressing down the strings. Like me, the murdered man played the violin. Yet there were fresh blisters on the fingers of the other hand. Well, then, he had swapped over and started to play with the other hand. And why? Almost certainly because of the wound on his thumb that left that bite-shaped scar.
Yet that does not prove he was ambidextrous, not if he swapped hands because of an injury.
Ah, but he wrote with his left hand.
How do you know that?
Remember those ink stains on the cup? When a right-handed person writes, his writing trails behind the moving hand. But a left-handed person has to move his arm to follow the writing. If the ink is wet, his cuff may well mop up some of the ink as it follows the furrow of the pen. Now, if he wrote with his left hand, but played the fiddle with his right, he was ambidextrous by definition.
And a ledger clerk.
Red and black ink, Watson. The red and black stains are about the same size, which suggests that he used red and black in roughly equal quantities, as people do when they're compiling budgets and accounts. Black for credit, red for debit.
I never. As you say, simple.
It always is, Watson, once the brain work has been done. Now, let's get this advertisement off to the papers.
The advertisement was an almost immediate and dramatic success. Later that same evening, a messenger delivered to our lodgings a letter which said simply, "Dear Sir, I know your man. Visit this evening if you wish." That the address was in Charlton, close by the scene of the murder, was all the encouragement we needed to take up the invitation at once, and soon a cab was delivering us to a house in Church Lane. So it was that we came to the pleasant home of Mr. Martin Sharpless, where it soon became clear to us all that it had been his lodger, a Joseph Beard, whose battered body had been found that very morning, dead in Hanging Wood.
So, Mr. Holmes, this was his room. Hard to believe he'll never return to it. As you see, it's small, but quite comfortable. You see his likeness there in that photograph on the chest of drawers with, I presume, his mother.
I'm certain that's our man. Now, if I may trouble you with some questions, Mr. Sharpless, when did you last see your lodger?
Yesterday evening. He's employed at the... was employed, I mean, at the Loan and Discount Company. A secretive sort of fellow, hardly ever wanted to talk. Last night he sat in his room, as usual, playing that confounded fiddle. I must admit I was quite relieved just before Christmas when he had the accident that stopped him playing.
Ah, yes, the hand injury. Do you know how he came by it? It looks like a bite mark.
Possibly, though I permit no animals to be kept here. All I know is the bandage prevented his playing that violin for a few blissful weeks.
This is the violin?
Battered old thing, isn't it?
Gloriously out of tune. May we look in the cupboards and drawers?
Yeah, of course.
Are these all his possessions?
I believe so. He didn't seem to have many interests. I believe he did some reading.
Yes. Ah, there's a book here belonging to Agnew's Penny Library. Tooth and Talon. Appears to be entirely about cockfighting. It is possible, though a slow process, to harden the beak with the glycerin solution described at the end of this page. The cock's beak, when hard, can be sharpened to a point using a razor or a sharp trimming knife, making it a formidable weapon against other birds. How disgusting.
Do you know whether Mr. Joseph Beard was given to attending such entertainments, Mr. Sharpless?
Not so far as I know. You're thinking that's how he might have acquired that wound on his hand, which you said, Doctor, resembled a bite.
You have a quick mind, Mr. Sharpless.
Well, I am a keen follower of your methods, Mr. Holmes. In fact, I was wondering whether you think there might be some connection between my lodger's death and that other business in Hanging Wood last year.
Last year?
You did not hear of it? Of course, it never made the papers. It was late October. I was taking an early morning walk through the wood and found a large section roped off. There were policemen, and it looked as if they were clearing up after some rather gruesome crime.
Watson, it is exactly as I suspected. Lestrade has been hiding things from us. Why was he so determined this was a case of robbery? Because it is more convenient to believe in a homicidal thief than in some monster with an appetite for human blood. Yet a monster becomes more and more the likelier possibility.
What sort of monster?
I don't know. I shall not find out as long as Lestrade is holding back. I want you to go and see him, Watson. Afraid of publicity, is he? He would be. Monsters in the wood make the police appear somewhat leaden-footed. Well, then make it clear to him that unless he tells us all he can about this business, he will find himself with more publicity than Mr. Barnum's travelling circus. In the meantime, Mr. Sharpless, your interest in detective work may be useful.
I should feel privileged to help, if I can.
I should like you to use your knowledge of the neighbourhood to find out what you can about any blood sports, dog-fights, cockfights, and the like, which are conducted in the area, and see if anyone involved recognises Joseph Beard from his photograph. Let us know if you have any success. Now, Watson, it is getting late and we must go. You to see Lestrade, and I to my researches. There you are, Watson. You look cold.
I am cold. What is more, I've had a most unpleasant evening.
Lestrade was difficult?
The man's an oaf. Rude, overweening, and stubborn. Besides which, the stove in his office was unlit, and I was not favoured with so much as a cup of tea. You have had a pleasant evening by the fire here, I trust?
Now, Watson, it was necessary for me to read this book on cockfighting, which you found among Beard's possessions. Very grim stuff it is. What pleasure can people get from watching two poor, dumb creatures tearing each other to pieces? But tell me, was Lestrade compliant?
Once I'd threatened him, he grudgingly answered my questions.
Excellent. Here. A glass of this will give a boost to your blood. Now, sit down, my dear fellow, and tell me.
Oh, that is good. Well, you'll find this fascinating, Holmes, I think. There had indeed been another incident like the one on Monday. In late October, a body, torn and battered like Joseph Beard's, was found in Hanging Wood, that of Jasper Adams, a Charlton gamekeeper. I cajoled Lestrade into letting me see those of the dead man's possessions which had been found upon or near his person, and most extraordinary it turned out to be.
Well, go on.
His overcoat. When I looked inside, I found that just as with Beard's coat, a small, neat triangle of cloth had been snipped out of the lining.
Well, anything else?
One small thing. Jasper Adams, like Joseph Beard, was a member of Agnew's Penny Library. Not a great coincidence since they lived in the same neighbourhood, but interesting.
But, my dear friend, you've done very well. Why so despondent?
Because it is all useless. Lestrade has now arrested a man.
What?
One Harry Bannister, a known local criminal. Lestrade told me that we should now drop the business as it is concluded.
On the contrary, he has almost certainly arrested an innocent man. First thing tomorrow, Watson, we shall visit this Penny Library. Drop the business? We'll see about that.
First thing next morning, we made our way back to Charlton Village and to Agnew's Penny Library. The proprietress, Miss Agnew herself, watched from a glass cubicle while her clients browsed the bookshelves in strict silence.
Are you intending to join the library?
Well, I am considering...
Please, lower your voice. People are reading.
Oh, yes, I am considering it, and my colleague, the gentleman looking at the magazines, is interested too.
1 penny per week per book is the rate.
Mm-hmm.
There is, of course, a deposit to pay.
Oh.
Is there anything else you need to know?
Well, I wonder if we might take a look before we make a decision.
Yes, that is in order. But you must leave your top coats here. A strict rule of the establishment. Too many books disappear under top coats.
Oh, yes, of course.
An awesome woman.
Indeed. What have you found?
I thought I'd see if there was anything on animal combat. There are several, in fact. This one, for example, on dog fighting, with pictures.
Holmes, this is quite repugnant. Look, this one has torn the other to shreds.
Appalling savagery.
I suppose it is just sport to some.
Not to the dogs, I'll wager. Miss Agnew, the librarian, is watching us like a hawk. Probably thinks I mean to pocket the book. There, I'll put it back. Let us collect our coats and return to Baker Street.
Have we discovered something then?
Not a great deal, Watson, I think.
We've come all this way for nothing.
Well, the train journey made a change, I suppose, but do not despair, my friend. We will get to the bottom of this thing yet.
Well, frankly, I don't see any sense in it, Holmes. Two men, on different occasions, hideously murdered in hanging wood. They don't know the same people and seem to have nothing in common except that they live in Charlton, belong to the same penny library, and have topcoats with a triangle of cloth missing from the lining.
Yes, but that they were killed with such violence, such fury. That is what Lestrade has failed to see. There is revenge of some sort in this.
But things were stolen. The pocket watch, the ring.
Items which might have helped identify the victims. The fear being that identification of the victims would lead to the killer.
What are you doing, Holmes?
Oh, sorry, forgive me, but I'm just pulling these hairs from your clothing. Very coarse, are they not? I noticed a similar one upon the dress of Miss Agnew at the library.
Then I must have picked them up there.
Watson! Good heavens! I must go out. If I hurry, I may just catch Otto Pfeiffer at the Zoological Institute.
Yes,
I shall be as quick as I can, but expect me late.
But, Holmes, you left your pipe burning.
Dr. Watson.
Mr. Sharpless.
Your housekeeper said I might come up, although it's late, because I think I have some information. Is Mr. Holmes here?
Out, I'm afraid.
Oh.
You may confide in me if you wish. Holmes might be late.
Yes, of course. Doctor, you recall that he asked me to inquire around Charlton about blood sports?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there has been dogfighting in Charlton, but never in the woods, which apparently would draw too much attention. More likely to happen in the cellar of a public house or down at the wharf. At any rate, Joseph Beard, my tenant, did go to such events. In fact, he was bitten on the hand by a dog just before Christmas. That scar, of course. Well, that made me think I should find out more. So I went to Agnew's Penny Library and came upon this. Gainsborough's Guide to Fighting Dogs. It is not very pleasant.
Yeah, I can imagine.
However, it did not help me much as... Oh,
You found something?
Doctor, what time is it?
8:30.
Forgive me, I must return to Charlton immediately.
But what is it?
I cannot say. It is most confusing. I must get home and collect a lantern, and I have to be there by 11, you see. I'm sorry. I'll explain later. I mean, tomorrow.
But, Mr. Sharpless, if you could wait for Holmes... But I couldn't stop him, Holmes.
I see. And you think it was the piece of paper he found in that library book which sent him off on his errand?
I'm certain. As soon as he read what was written upon it, he was burning to go.
First he had to fetch a lantern. Watson, our overcoats.
We're going out?
Very likely, but first I wish to check whether... By the devil. And yours, Watson?
There. A triangle of the lining, cut out. But who would have done it?
Only one person could have done it. Miss Agnew, while we looked at the books in her library.
Do you know why?
I fear so, and if I'm right, we must get to hanging wood as fast as we ever travelled.
Oh.
Hello? Is anyone here? I'm a friend. I have an invitation. Do you hear me? I'm a local man with an invitation. Quite legitimate. Dear God.
Move faster if we had more light.
Shall I open the dark lantern wider?
No. The worst possible thing is that we should ourselves be seen.
It's hopeless, Holmes. He could be anywhere. It's my fault. I ought to have stopped him coming here. It's just that he seemed so... What? Did you hear it? Hear what?
There was something. In that direction, I think. Here, take this, Watson. Careful. It's loaded. Unless things get desperate, I urge you to hold your fire.
But you...
I have one, too.
But whom are we to shoot at?
You will know the target when...
Who's there? Is that somebody? Is that somebody?
heard that, Watson?
Yes, a man's voice. You think it could be Sharpless?
Indeed, it could. Mr. Sharpless? Mr. Sharpless, it's Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Sharpless! Mr. Sharpless! Mr. Sharpless!
Mr. Holmes! For pity's sake! The horror!
Over here! Over here! Fast as you can, Watson! But watch out!
Please! Please! Mr. Holmes, help me!
Oh. Found it.
Watson?
I've smashed the lantern and...
Can you get up?
My shin. Yes, I think so.
Come in. We shall have to find our way without light.
Please! Help me, Holmes! Mr. Holmes, help me! Please! Help me, Holmes! Help me!
There's Sharpless. You see? Just across the clearing.
So dark, but yes, I see him. On his face, under that huge tree stump.
Yes, except that is not a tree stump, my friend.
What? Good heavens! A monster!
A monster indeed. According to Professor Pfeiffer, who examined those hairs for me, a Canadian grizzly bear. 8 feet of it, standing on his back legs.
Say when to shoot.
No, not unless it attacks Sharpless. But I think actually it is waiting for orders.
The animal?
Yes, there is something even more deadly in this forest than it. It's coming this way. Ready with your pistol, my friend?
Arcturus, you've cornered the coward.
How does it feel to be hunted down, Mr. Sharpless?
Is it you? Did you do this?
It's not my revenge, Mr. Sharpless. It's his. He was a victim of human bloodlust, too.
And what about this, Miss Agnew? Is not this bloodlust?
Who's that?
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, yes, Sherlock Holmes. Well, I'd better tell you, Mr. Holmes, he has your scent, too.
I'm sure he does. You gave it to him yourself on those triangles of cloth you snipped from our topcoats in your library today.
That's right, sir. And now he's got your smell. He's very angry with you. I warn you.
And I warn you, Miss Agnew, both I and Dr. Watson are armed.
I doubt it, Mr. Holmes. No, don't shoot the animal. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Indeed, no one can blame a bear for being wild, especially one which has been excited into a frenzy.
One word from me and he will tear apart that man like a stuffed toy.
You are the true savage here, Miss Agnew, not that beast.
And what about the men who set dog against dog? What about those who whipped and branded this creature here? What about the villains who stole my Dodger and watched while another dog ripped his throat out?
I have no more love for such men than you do, but to set a wild beast upon a man is murder. Now, if you wish to save this creature's life, I suggest you shackle it at once. I presume it will do your bidding.
It will. And if I tell it to kill...
Hear me, Miss Agnew. Both Dr. Watson and I are crack shots. And even in the dark, I am confident we would finish it before it did Mr. Sharpless any damage.
Arcturus!
Please, Mr. Holmes, don't provoke it.
Miss Agnew, make your choice. Shackle it, or I shoot.
Curse you, Mr. Holmes. Arcturus! Come to me. Come here.
Good. Now, may I suggest we get this animal back to its cage? And you, Miss Agnew, I fear, to yours.
Thank God you came. It would have torn me limb from limb. Another brandy, Doctor.
Very kind. It's certainly cold out there tonight.
It's a relief to be home, all right. But tell me, Mr. Holmes, how did Miss Agnew go about selecting her victims?
Felicity Agnew's vendetta was against anyone who attended those so-called sporting occasions where animals are set to fight one another. Dog fights, bear baitings, and the like. But such occasions are shrouded in secrecy. So how was she, a respectable woman, to trace such men? Well, she began to assemble in her library a set of books dealing with the very sport she detested. Whenever a reader requested such a book, she would insert into it, as it was issued, an invitation to attend some fictional spectacle of animal combat on that very night.
That piece of paper I found in the book, Dr. Watson, which made me leave so hastily, was an invitation to attend what it called a sensational sporting event in Hanging Wood. I came because I thought, I'm afraid, that I could solve this case on my own and win your respect, Mr. Holmes. Instead, I was nearly done for.
But those triangles of cloth she cut from our coats to arouse the bear to anger at our scent. Surely she didn't cut the coat of every one of her customers.
She had no need to. Only those like us who showed an interest in books in the blood sports section. It was when she saw us pick up that book that she took her scissors to our coat linings. And had we gone on and borrowed the book, we would have found, as Mr. Sharpless did, an invitation between its pages. Even then, of course, we would only have been in danger had we accepted the invitation to hanging wood. It was an ingenious way to pinpoint only those who would actually attend blood sport meetings.
She must have spent many an evening on that windy heath waiting vainly for victims.
Certainly. Hence those local rumors of the growling horror as the bear got restless. The poor creature had been treated cruelly in its early years, as you saw from those scars it bore. Perhaps Miss Agnew had some softness in her to care so much for those beasts.
But to go out like that, looking for people to kill, it's so dreadful.
Indeed, but that a person's only friend in the world should be a dumb animal, that is perhaps a little dreadful, too.
Within a year, Miss Felicity Agnew had kept her appointment with justice, and I believe the bear was trundled off to some zoo to live out its days, leaving Hanging Wood a quieter place. Though, legends being legends, they still talk in Charlton Village of the old horror. Mr. Sharpless, however, who wrote to me a few years after the incident, by then a married man and a father, told me he had come to think of the wood as a most agreeable place, where pigeons cooed and bluebells flowered and children played gaily, fearless of anything more sinister than a grey squirrel or a fat bumblebee.
The Horror in Hanging Wood, you heard Simon Callow as Sherlock Holmes and Nicky Henson as Dr. Watson. Martin Sharpless was played by John Webb, Felicity Agnew by Geraldine Fitzgerald, Inspector Lestrade by Keith Drinkle, and Constable Chaplin by John Fleming. The unopened casebook of Sherlock Holmes is written by John Taylor and directed by Peter Hutchings.
And Sherlock Holmes will be back here on Radio 5 next Sunday morning, but at the slightly earlier time of 9:30.
Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. This rebroadcast is especially for the American Armed Forces and their allies. Now let's join Dr. Campbell as he enters Dr. Watson's study. Here we are once again in Dr. Watson's study.
Come in, Mr. Campbell. Come in. Here, sit down and relax. You look a bit wilted, old fella.
Oh, yes, it's such a beautiful spring evening. I thought I'd walk over. In fact, it's so beautiful I dawdled most of the way, drinking in the warm air and the smell of things growing until suddenly I realized I was blame well going to be late if I didn't hurry. So I ran the last 3 blocks.
Yes, I know how it is. This lovely spring weather is certainly conducive to indolence. My household claim that when I go out to do the spring planting, I spend most of my time leaning on the spade, sniffing and listening to the birds. Not an unpleasant way to pass the time of day, incidentally. Yes, a day like today is almost as relaxing as a Turkish bath. Which reminds me of a curious and gory experience that Holmes and I had in just such an establishment some years ago.
It sounds suspiciously like the gentleman who said bang. Oh, speaking of explosions...
Now, Mr. Campbell, you must never complain about the way that a storyteller begins his yarn. Anything is better than an abrupt beginning. Now, put me all out. Where was I?
In a Turkish bath, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yes, it's Turkish bath. You're not mistaken. Yes, that's it. Well, now, to begin at the beginning, it was in the hectic, hair-raising, and I might even say the glorious days of the great battle of wits between Sherlock Holmes and the notorious Professor Moriarty.
what you might call a real battle of the Titans, eh, Doctor?
Indeed it was, Mr. Campbell. Things had been unusually hectic for Holmes for several months. Moriarty had been particularly active, and Holmes had had many sleepless nights. Finally, things had calmed down a bit, and I tried to persuade him to take a badly needed holiday. The net result being that he finally did agree to have an afternoon off and accompany me to a Turkish bath. As a matter of fact, both Holmes and I had a weakness for the Turkish bath. Over a smoke, in the pleasant latitude of the drawing room, I've often found him less reticent and more human than at any other time.
The heat melted his cast iron reserve, eh, Dr. Watson?
Only slightly, Mr. Campbell, only slightly. Well, as I was saying, on the upper floor of a certain Northumberland Avenue establishment, there is an isolated corner where two couches lie side by side, and it was on these that we were lying. Holmes had just shot his long, sinewy arm out of the towels which enveloped him and was fishing about in the inside pocket of his coat, which hung beside him.
Where did I put it? Where on earth did I put it? Oh, confound the thing. Watson. I forgot to bring my tobacco.
Oh, relax, Holmes. Just relax. Forget about tobacco. Forget Moriarty and relax. That's what we came in here for.
Burble, 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 burble. I am relaxed, my dear fellow. I want to smoke.
What about the burble, burble? Nothing like the peace and seclusion of a Turkish bath.
Mr. Holmes. Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Hello? Gus, the steam room attendant seems to be paging you.
Oh, my goodness. Now what?
Has anyone seen Mr. Sherlock Holmes? See in here, please.
Here I am, Gus. Here I am. What do you want? Come on.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, it's good I find you. There has been an accident, Mr. Holmes. A bad accident. It's Lord Canterbury. He's in his dressing room, covered with blood.
Oh. In that case, I fancy you want Dr. Watson, don't you? Not me.
I'll be with you in a minute, Gus.
Oh, no, not Dr. Watson. It's too late for you. He's dead.
Dead?
Stabbed in 6 places. Come and look at him, Mr. Holmes, please.
Dead? Dear me. All right. I'll come at once.
Good gracious me. What's all the commotion? Why can't we have a little peace and quiet around? What's the meaning of this, Gus? Why are these two persons talking at the top of their voice?
My dear Mr. whoever you are, I was never under the impression that the Olympia Baths were a church. Furthermore, my dear Mr. Never mind the name.
Tunbridge. Frederick Hubert Tunbridge, a Liberal leader in the present Parliament, which everyone knows who keeps abreast of the time.
My dear Mr. Tunbridge, I do not concern myself with trivialities. Furthermore, as I was saying before being so rudely interrupted, you may be interested to know that your hated rival, Lord Canterbury, the Conservative leader with whom you are known to have publicly locked horns on several occasions.
What if I have? What's he done now, the old fool?
If you mean Lord Canterbury, he's done absolutely... Yes, he hasn't done anything, and probably never will again.
What are you blithering about?
Well, it seems that Gus has just discovered your, shall we say, political vis-a-vis dead in his dressing room.
Oh, you mean he's had a heart attack?
No, I don't mean anything of the kind. He's been stabbed. In how many places did you say, Gus?
In 6 places, Mr. Holmes.
But that's impossible. I talked to him not half an hour ago. We had a little conference, Tub Rose, you understand, while he was waiting for Gus to come in and give him his batter. Well, he was quite all right when I left him.
Oh, really? Are you sure?
What do you mean? Of course I'm sure. Canterbury was alive and dressing like a trooper when I left him. I passed Gus in the corridor as I came out of Canterbury's dressing room. He'll tell you the old boy was alive and kicking.
Oh, will he? How about it, Gus?
It is true I hear swearing, but from which dressing room it comes I could not be sure. The walls are so thin, you understand.
Yes, indeed. It's quite true the dressing room walls are thin.
Gus, who is this person, and why is he asking all these stupid questions?
But, Mr. Tunbridge, this gentleman is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the famous detective.
I've never heard of him.
Got even with you there, Holmes.
well, send for Scotland Yard. This is a matter of national importance.
Quite, yes. I think you're quite right. You may as well send for Inspector Lestrade, Gus. Scotland Yard will have to be informed in any case. In the meantime, however, well, I think I'll take a look.
Well, in the meantime, Mr. Whoever you are, I insist that everything be left strictly alone.
Very well, then, Mr. Thingamabob. If you insist, but you'll be losing valuable time.
I most emphatically do insist.
Well, I'm getting out of here.
Me too. I'd like on an appointment.
If you can do without me, I think I'll just...
Oh, just a moment, gentlemen. Just a moment, if you please. I think it's only fair to point out to you all that suspicion is bound to fall on anyone who leaves before the authorities have had a chance to search and question him.
Touch me. Oh. You mean I have to be searched?
We seem to have stirred up quite a hornet's nest, eh, Watson?
Yes, and I brought you in here for a rest.
Well, Lestrade?
Nasty mess, eh, Mr. Holmes? Knife from the back.
Yes, not once, but 6 times. Deep, ferocious thrusts. Quite unnecessarily brutal. And, if I may say so, bloody.
Yeah. Place looks like a charnel house.
Yes, whoever did the deed must have been drenched in blood. Might tell your men to search for blood-stained towels or garments, will you, Lestrade?
Yes. Well, I'll pick up anything that's got blood on it. Never you fear, Mr. Holmes. I've ordered a search of everybody and everything on the premises.
Yes, that's not going to be very popular with Mr. Tunbridge, eh, Holmes?
Oh, I wouldn't care if he was the Archbishop of Canterbury. When Scotland Yard says search everybody, we search everybody. Besides, everybody knows he and the corpse here are bitter enemies. They fought like cat and dog. How long would you say he'd been dead, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, I don't know. About, let me say, an hour and a half. Took nearly 40 minutes to get you here, Lestrade. And Canterbury had been dead, let me see, over half an hour when Gus found him.
Yes, Gus. Did the doorman notice who left the establishment during the half hour before the body was found?
Yes, sir. Only old Mr. Welford. And he's too feeble and nearsighted to do a crime like this.
Was the door to Lord Canterbury's dressing room locked?
No, sir.
Oh? And how does it happen that he lay here for over half an hour before anyone found him?
Particularly as he was down on the books for a massage half an hour before he was found.
Well, you see, I thought he was asleep. Lord Canterbury, sometimes he liked a little nap after he was in the steam room, and he didn't want I should disturb him.
Oh, that's very interesting. Then you did come in this room once before you realized Lord Canterbury was dead?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. But he was lying there so peaceful.
So peaceful, yes. On his back?
Yes, sir, just like we found him. It wasn't until the second time I come in I see he has his eyes open.
And the place is, shall we say, all spattered with blood?
It was so dark. The shades were drawn. It was not easy to see anything if you don't look close.
Even then, some people are unable to observe the most obvious facts.
And what might you mean by that?
Oh, just an observation, Lestrade. Just a gratuitous observation.
Come in. Well, Willis, what's up?
We've searched the place from top to bottom, just like you said, Inspector. And there's no bloodstains nowhere, except on this.
And what's that?
A pocket knife, sir, large size.
Oh.
The handle's been wiped off, but there's still some bloodstains on the blade. We found it in the locker of a bloke named Tunbridge.
Just a minute, Lestrade. Don't go off the deep end. Willis.
Yes, sir?
You say there were no bloodstains anywhere except on this knife.
Not a sign of a bloodstain nowhere.
You searched the dirty linen hampers, the towels and lockers, where the customers had their clothes?
Oh, yes, sir. We searched everything. There's not a sign of blood anywhere but on that there weapon.
Amazing.
That's enough for me. This here is the murder weapon, and it was found in Tunbridge's locker. Bring him in here, Willis, and we'll have him on the carpet.
Yes, sir. Right away.
I knew he was the murderer from the beginning. Who has the motive for killing Canterbury? This chap Tunbridge. Who had the opportunity? This chap Tunbridge. He admits himself he had a talk with the deceased, and they had words. And where is this here bloodstained knife found? Nowhere but in this Mr. Tunbridge's locker.
Stupid place for a murderer to hide the fatal weapon in his own locker. Tunbridge isn't as stupid as that, Lestrade.
No? And why was it there?
Look here, this is an outrage, keeping me here like this. Well, don't you realize I have influence? Well, you might at least let me put on my clothes instead of hauling them about. I'll complain to the authorities. I'll have you dismissed, all of you.
Oh, maybe you will, sir. And then again, maybe you won't. But first of all, you'll answer some questions. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Knife? Yes, of course. It's mine. I've had it all my life. I used to take it fishing when I was a boy.
Oh, indeed. You have to explain its size, then.
Now I use it to open my letters.
Oh, you do? Are you sure that's all you use it for?
Yes, of course.
And why Now these here bloodstains on it.
Bloodstains?
Yeah.
Where?
Here and here and here. No, don't you touch it. We don't want to destroy any possible fingerprints.
But if it's mine, my fingerprints are already on it.
Yes, he's right there, Lestrade.
Furthermore, that stain doesn't look like blood to me. It's not red enough. It looks like rust.
As a matter of fact, if the stain is a nice blood red, it's fairly certain it's not blood. Now, this particular stain,
You
as far as I
leave
see...
this particular stain to Scotland Yard, Mr.
Yes. Don't forget, my dear Lestrade, I invented the first infallible test for blood stains.
That's quite true, Lestrade. You did.
Yes, indeed. My test is infallible. It works on blood that is new or on blood that is old. I discovered the first reagent, which is precipitated by hemoglobin.
I'm sorry, Mr. I'm sorry, but Scotland Yard hasn't any time for lectures. We believe in action. Now, Mr. Tunbridge, it's my duty to take you into custody. And it's also my duty to warn you that anything that you may say may be used in evidence against you.
Anything I say? Do you realize whom you're arresting? I'm a leading figure in British politics.
So was this fellow who lies here stabbed with your knife, which has still got bloodstains on it.
Lestrade, if you'll pardon me for saying so, in this case, it's not the bloodstains that are in evidence, but the bloodstains that are not in evidence, which is the significant factor.
What? Oh, what do you mean by that?
Simply that it would have been rather difficult for Mr. Tunbridge to have committed a murder as gory as this one without having bloodstains on the towel he's wearing or on the clothes which are still in his locker.
What was to prevent him from dropping his towel outside Lord Canterbury's dressing room, going in and knifing him in the back, then sneaking down to the shower rooms, not more than 20 feet down the corridor, and washing away the evidence?
Me going round about it in the nude? Certainly not.
Most certainly not, sir. Remember, my dear Lestrade, as you drag one of Britain's leaders away to jail, that it might have been possible for him to stab his enemy in a fit of temper, but he would never have dreamed of running up and down the corridors in his birthday suit. Oh, let me see. I'm afraid I shall have to look for another explanation of the missing bloodstains.
Holmes, it's very late. Everyone else has left the Turkish bar.
Everyone but the faithful Gus.
Oh, I don't mind. Tonight we have by my house sauerkraut. I don't like sauerkraut. Besides, I've got to stay and lock up.
Then you'll have to wait till we find the bloodstains. Here somewhere. That's why I sent home for my famous benzidine peroxide mixture. Somewhere on the premises there is a towel or linen or something that has bloodstains.
Oh, but we've been through the towels and the linen a dozen times, Holmes. No sign of blood. Furthermore, according to the establishment's checklist, there are no towels or any linen missing. Even Gus, his linen, which he washes himself, is hung here on the line.
You don't wash any linen but your own, do you, Gus?
No, Mr. Holmes. Everything go out to the laundry. I wash my own because I'd like to be fresh and clean. Twice a day I wash, noon and evening.
Yes. The evening's job hasn't been done yet, eh?
No. This one I washed this noon. It's my towel from this morning.
Oh, yes. This morning's towel washed this noon. Yes. What was it? Canterbury was murdered in the middle of the afternoon about 3:30. Now it's now after 7 o'clock. Don't you see, Watson? This towel. Don't you see?
No, Holmes, I don't. I don't see a blasted thing. The towel's as clean as a whistle.
But not dry. If it had been washed at noon, it would be dry now. But it's still damp. Yes, it was washed after Canterbury's death.
Of course. To remove the bloodstains.
Gus? Mr. Holmes. That's why you didn't report the death until half an hour after Canterbury had died.
Oh, no.
You had to have time to remove the bloodstains.
But that's not true. Besides, you can't prove anything. The towel is clean now. There are no marks, no stains.
The very fact that there were no stains on it, Gus, first made me suspect you. Lord Canterbury was found lying on his back. And yet, when you informed us that he had been stabbed, you were quite definite about the number of times that he'd been stabbed. But in the back.
Yes?
Yes. How did you know that, Gus?
Well, I lift him up and I look.
Of course, I see what you're getting at, Holmes. He couldn't have done that. No one could examine the corpse without getting blood all over himself.
And yet when Gus appeared to tell us of Canterbury's death, there wasn't a spot of blood on him. But if I can prove that this towel which you so carefully washed once had bloodstains and that you were very careful to remove those stains...
That you will never prove. I have scrubbed. I have used soap. I have even boiled that towel.
There is not even a suspicion of a bloodstain left. That is where you're wrong, my friend. Watson, run the water into this tub, will you? No matter how thoroughly you try to remove a bloodstain, it will never... Out. Damn it, spots. Yes, we only need enough to moisten the cloth. Now I'll drop a few drops of my famous solution onto the cloth. There we are.
Well, all I can see is a lot of pale blue streaks.
Yes, it's undoubtedly blood.
Blood?
Yes, the curious blue streaks prove infallibly that there was blood on the towel. And now, Gus, are you going to explain why you were so anxious to remove these bloodstains?
No, I did not do it. It was Mr. Tunbridge. He did it. The knife was his knife. There was blood on it. Let me out of here. It's not my fault. I don't want to hurt.
Holmes, he's running away.
Watson, we can't let him escape.
Well, there he goes down the corridor.
He's gone into the steam room.
Don't worry. I'll get him. Phew. The steam's thick in here. I can hardly see my hand before my face.
Must be in here. Look under the benches, Watson. Watson, leave the door open. Let some of this blasted steam out of here, will you?
I didn't shut the door. Holmes, you hear that?
The door. Someone's locked the door.
Hey, somebody, let us out. Let us out, you hear? We're locked in. We've been locked in by mistake.
No, you're wrong. It was no mistake, my friend.
Holmes, Moriarty. He's here in the steam room with us.
Oh, that's just his voice through the ventilator. So you were behind this murder, too, Professor?
Of course. Perhaps you would like to know why I had to kill Lord Canterbury.
Yes, indeed. That would be very interesting.
Good. I found it necessary to start a feud between the two great political parties because they're in danger of forming a coalition to pass certain housing reforms that would have proved very expensive to me. Well, what better way to break up an incipient collaboration than by killing one leader, having the other hanged for his murder?
Very ingenious, Moriarty. A pity you should have chosen such a clumsy tool as Gus.
Clumsy? Perhaps. But he fooled Scotland Yard, Mr. Holt. It was just my ill luck that you should be on the premises when the accident occurred.
Oh, thank you for the compliment.
Not at all. However, it's a mistake which I'm sure Gus will be able to rectify.
Gus? How?
Very simple. I've sent him to put more coals on the fire. Any moment now, there should be more steam. Yes, gentlemen, much more steam. I'm afraid that when you finish with this steam bath, you will never need another. No. You will be boiled alive.
He's right there. There comes the steam pouring out of the opening over our heads. If only we could reach that opening, we could stuff some of these towels into the pipeline and cut off the flow.
Good Lord, Holmes, it's getting very hot in here.
Wait. I have it. One of the long benches. I'll stand on the end. You'll have to balance it while I climb on the top. Talk, Watson. Make a noise. Anything to cover up the movement of the bench.
Very well. Oh, it's getting hot. Moriarty. This has gone far enough. We can't stand much more of this.
Steady, Holmes. Now hand me out the towel, quick.
Moriarty, turn the steam off. You hear, Moriarty? Can't you hear? The heat, it's becoming unbearable.
Yes, more towels, Holmes.
Is it getting hot enough in there, Gentleman Boyle? I'm sure it is. Boiled nice and pink, boiled in steam, live steam. Goodbye, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Now what happened? You can't stand up there all night, Holmes.
Someone has to. Pressure's terrific. Huh? Any luck, it will soon become so great that it may burst the boiler.
That's dangerous. Buildings will be known to collapse because of bursting boilers.
Nevertheless, it's our one chance. Only the confounded boiler bursts before my arm is snapped in two.
But Holmes, your arm isn't as strong as the boiler plate.
Pressure. Pressure, my dear Watson. Measured per square foot of air surface. Quite a bit of service to a boiler. The opening of this pipe is fairly small. All the same, I'm afraid I can't hold out much longer, Watson.
Hold on, Holmes. Hold on. It must burst soon. It must.
The pressure. My hands. My hands. Look out. Look out. Look out.
And you came through the explosion all right, Dr. Watson?
Well, I had a nasty crack where Holmes and the bench fell on me, and Holmes had the wind knocked out of him, but we were in fairly good shape by the time the fire brigade pulled us out from the wreckage.
Moriarty wasn't by any chance trapped or killed or something?
Unfortunately, no. But they found Gus, however, quite dead.
I suppose the exploding boiler did for him.
No, there was a bullet wound in the back of his head. I rather imagine that Moriarty wanted to make sure that he would never appear in court.
Doctor, if I had to go through what you went through in that Turkish bath episode, I think I'd never want to work on another case with Holmes again.
Oh, come now, Mr. Gamble. I certainly did feel like that for a couple of hours. But by the time we got back to Baker Street and sat down to one of Mrs. Hudson's good meals, well, I was ready for anything that Holmes had in mind. You know, there's nothing like a good dinner to make you feel a new man.
You have been listening to An Adventure in Crime with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson.
First slide, please. My friends, the objects of our campaign, the deserving poor. Next, the industrious poor. Next, the poor with the moral resolution and strength of spirit to pull themselves out of the morass. These people, our people, need only the guiding light of knowledge and inspiration to set them on their road. And, my dear friends, to provide that light, that is not merely our Christian duty, it is our privilege.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Matthew Crosby.
The Tragedy of Hamnbury Street by Bert Coules, with Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Andrew Sachs as Dr. John Watson, and featuring Lindsay Duncan as Mrs. Adams and Colette O'Neill as Miss Wallace. The Tragedy of Hamnbury Street.
It was a better day today. No fights, no real drunks, and only a few knife wounds. And Jonathan says that the abandoned baby will live. I held her in my arms. She was so light. Jonathan said we should call her Charlotte, since it was I who found her. But I think we should call her Hope.
Any sign?
Wretched Guddle. What does she think she's playing at?
I should have followed her when she ran out. I was busy.
We're all busy. Jonathan, what on earth did you say to her?
Doctor! Miss Wallace!
Have you found this stupid child?
Dr. Crosby, you'd better come. Dear God.
A stupid little girl. Help me get her down.
How old was your daughter, Mrs. Adams?
16, Doctor.
And you'd no objection to her working at the clinic?
It is our Christian duty to succour the poor and the sick.
But Hamnbury Street, even by Whitechapel standards, that's a rough area.
The place is well supervised. And frankly, I thought she'd get tired of the whole thing inside a week.
And when she didn't?
It would have been merely a matter of time. Charlotte was given to whims.
What did she use?
A scarf, Mr. Holmes. Tied to a hook in the ceiling. They said the room used to be a cold store. For meat.
And this happened on the 10th?
3 days ago. The 10th, yes.
And you've no idea what drove her to such a desperate act?
That's why I've come here.
You understand, of course, that I might not be successful.
Yes, I realise that.
There is also another possibility.
You might discover something about my daughter which I would not wish to hear.
Exactly so.
I don't care. I won't be able to rest until I know the truth.
You're a very brave woman, Mrs. Adams.
No, Doctor, not brave, not one little bit. Mr. Holmes, you should see this. They found this clutched in Charlotte's hand.
Thank you. Does it mean anything to you?
Nothing.
Watson?
Oh, thank you. Forgive me. I didn't know.
I didn't know.
Had you heard of this Crosby clinic?
No, but I imagine it's typical of its type. Full of good intentions, but providing little more than a drop in the ocean.
A drop's better than nothing.
Well, there are those who resent even that much. One establishment of the sort was burned down in 79.
Oh, why, for God's sake?
Well, because its clientele offended the morals of the arsonist. He turned out to be the local vicar.
A young woman volunteer leaves home happy and contented, and a few hours later she takes her own life. What in God's name could have happened? Why didn't we drive right up to the door?
I wanted to observe without being observed. What are your impressions?
Well, it's just a rambling old house.
Well, I think we can go a little further than that. The building used to be a rooming house, but fell into ruin a good few years ago and was boarded up. And it changed hands and money was spent to make it habitable.
It looks as though it could do with some more.
Yes, the Crosby Clinic's evidently seen better days.
I wonder who Crosby is.
Let's find out.
Frederick Crosby, gentlemen. He was born in this house. There were 32 separate families living here then, if you can call it living. You can still find the same thing today, God help us.
Mr. Crosby evidently escaped from his property.
An example to us all, Mr. Holmes. He rose by his own efforts, bought the building and established the clinic. Free medicine, hot food, warm clothing and succour for the soul. That was 20 years ago.
Is he still involved?
He passed away 9 years later. But his work continues. His son, Dr. Jonathan Crosby, is in charge now.
And exactly what is your position?
I look after the day-to-day running of the establishment.
Tell me about Charlotte Adams.
There's very little to tell. She'd been a volunteer here for just over 3 months.
Do you have many helpers that young?
We're grateful for anyone who'll give us that time, Doctor. She had her mother's permission.
Was she a good worker?
I believe so. She spent most of her time assisting Dr. Crosby in the surgery.
I shall need to speak to him.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Why not?
Because he's not here at the moment. Our Dr. Kelly's helping out. He comes in from time to time.
Where is Dr. Crosby?
Occupied with a personal family matter. But I can tell you anything you need to know. Dr. Crosby told me that Charlotte suddenly just ran out of the surgery. Up to that moment he'd noticed nothing out of the ordinary about her.
Do you know what they were doing? What sort of patient they were treating?
I asked him that, of course. He said it was a purely routine case.
Nothing that could have upset or distressed her.
Mr. Holmes, Charlotte Adams was made of sterner stuff than that. We do quite a few amputations here.
Ah. Did Dr. Crosby follow her?
He was too busy. But later we realised that she hadn't been seen for some time.
And you mounted a search?
That sounds a little grand. We looked around for her and found her in there.
Do you have any idea what could have driven her to take her own life?
All I know is this. Whatever it was, it had nothing whatsoever to do with my clinic. I'll be downstairs in my office if you should need me. Gentlemen?
Miss Wallace?
My clinic. Interesting choice of words. Now.
What a dismal little room. Why here?
Well, as the mother said, the hooks in the ceiling. Stay here for a moment, would you?
Yes, of course.
I doubt if there's anything still to read after 2 days, but you never know. Yes. Yes, you can come in now.
Have you found anything?
Well, no, not much. She used this chair. First to secure her scarf, like so. And then to position herself, yes. A moment of stillness. Have you observed how the prospect of imminent death quietens the mind? And then... It's a mistake to believe that the young can't feel the anguish and the darkness of their elders. What terrible burden drove her to such a measure? There's nothing more to be learned here. Well?
I talked to the doctor, Dr. Kelly.
What's he like?
Elderly, a bit shaky. Retired from general practice a few years ago. Doing his best under the circumstances.
What do you mean?
It's not just the building that needs money. They're using patched-up equipment, makeshift supplies, and treatments out of the arm.
What was his opinion of the girl?
Quiet, serious, very pleasant, interested in his work. She told him she wanted to be a doctor.
That sounds like rather more than a whim. Does he have any idea why she did it?
No, he said not.
And you believed him?
Yes, I did. How did you get on with the volunteers?
Everyone told the same story. She was hard-working, dedicated.
If she wanted to become a doctor, she'd have needed to be. So, we know she had a strong desire to help her fellow man.
Well, highly commendable, as long as it's not taken to extremes.
Holmes, 16 years old is an age of extremes. It's an age when you want to change the world.
And when the smallest thing can assume a significance out of all proportion to reality.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what did you learn at the clinic?
Nothing of significance, I'm afraid.
But we haven't yet spoken to everyone.
Mrs. Adams, just how much time did your daughter spend at Hamnbury Street?
She was there almost every day.
And the rest of the time?
She stayed here at home, reading mostly. She loved to read. Anything with print on it.
Did she have many friends?
My daughter was a quiet girl. She wasn't given to socializing.
She wasn't walking out with anybody?
She was too young for such things.
So, apart from yourself and the people at the clinic, Charlotte had very little contact with anybody else. Where is her bedroom? There's nothing here. The room's practically been emptied.
It's a common enough reaction to a bereavement. You either find this or the opposite. Everything left exactly as it was.
Well, a shrine would have been highly informative. This is like a slate that's been wiped clean.
What are you looking for?
A diary. In my admittedly limited experience, most solitary young ladies can be relied upon to unburden themselves in a diary. You find it, and it could crack this case wide open.
Perhaps her mother's already found it.
Yes, then why hasn't she mentioned it to us? This is useless. Nothing behind the furniture, nothing under the rugs, and no hiding places in the walls.
Maybe she simply didn't keep a diary.
Begging your pardon, sirs. But she did.
Ha! And where is it now?
Well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, sir.
Oh, don't worry, Alice. It's all right.
Yes, sir.
No, please, don't be scared.
No, sir. Where's the other gentleman?
He's talking to your mistress. He thought you might be more comfortable with just one of us. Between you and me, it can be a bit frightening sometimes.
Yes, sir.
Alice, it's all right for you to talk to me. Mrs. Adams won't be angry.
I shouldn't have brought you below stairs, sir.
Oh, I like it here. Oh, yeah. Upstairs is too, stuffy, don't you think so?
I've never heard a gentleman say that before.
You should see where I live, Alice. Not stuffy at all.
Miss Charlotte liked it down here.
Yeah. She liked your scullery, did she?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did she come down here to see you?
When the mistress was out, we used to talk down here.
Ah.
She said...
Well, go on, Alice. What did she say?
She said we was friends.
Ah.
I told her no, I wasn't allowed to be her friend. But she just laughed and said that was old-fashioned talk, and one time soon everything would be different. Is that true, sir? It's all right for me to be her friend.
I think it was a very good thing.
Oh, I'm so pleased.
Mrs. Adams, I must ask you about the day your daughter died.
Of course you must. It's good of you to be concerned about my feelings, Mr. Holmes, but I'll not collapse in tears. I may not be myself at present, but I'm made of sterner stuff than that.
Miss Wallace used exactly the same phrase about your daughter.
She did?
When Charlotte left the house, did she appear at all upset or distracted?
I've already told you, no, not at all.
No, she said nothing to you about something that was troubling her?
Nothing.
Now, if there had been something wrong, would she have mentioned it?
Not necessarily.
Not even to you?
Mr. Holmes, it's evident that you're not a family man. However close they might be, 16 years old is not an age at which a young woman confides in her mother.
Alice, tell me this. Do you know what made your friend Charlotte do what she did?
No, sir, I don't. Well, I wish so much that I did. I want to understand it more than anything. And I want to be able to tell Mrs. Adams, too. I hear her crying, you know, when she thinks no one's there. Breaks my heart, sir.
Well, perhaps between the two of us we can help find out.
I'd like that, sir.
Good girl. Did Miss Charlotte ever talk to you about the clinic, about the people there?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, she loved that place, she did. She told me once she found a little baby what nearly died, but they saved it.
Oh,
she was so happy.
Did she ever talk about a gentleman called Crosby, Dr. Jonathan Crosby?
Oh, yes, sir. All the time.
And what did she say?
Well, I think...
Well, go on, Alice. I want to know what you think.
Oh, sir. I think she really liked him.
Did you approve of Charlotte's ambition to become a doctor?
A doctor?
You didn't know?
A doctor? Mr. Holmes, last year it was an artist, and 6 months before that it was a lawyer.
Well, thank you very much, Alice. I'll tell your mistress how helpful you've been.
Sir?
Yes, what is it?
Miss Charlotte did say something. Something I didn't understand.
What was it?
It was just a few days before... Well, you know.
Go on.
We was down here talking. Only she was angry about something.
Do you know what she was angry about?
No, sir. She didn't say, and I didn't like to ask. But she was really angry, I could tell.
And she said something which puzzled you?
Well, she was talking to herself. I don't think she even knew I was here. She said, wait till he gets it. Over and over. Wait till he gets it.
Wait till he gets it.
What on earth can it mean?
I don't know, but we're gathering threads. Sooner or later we'll find the one thing that'll bring them all together.
So, what next?
I've done enough running around for one day. It's time for some dinner and some thought. And tomorrow morning...
Back to Hamnbury Street?
Well, we talk to Dr. Jonathan Crosby. Try ringing again.
Yes. What was it Miss Wallace said?
That he was occupied with a personal family matter.
This could mean almost anything.
Even assuming that it's true.
We think she was lying. Gentlemen?
We wish to speak to Dr. Jonathan Crosby. It's my card.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, but I'm afraid that is not possible.
Well, when will it become possible?
Never, sir. At 10 o'clock yesterday evening, Dr. Crosby took his own life.
Well, what did they say?
Pistol to the temple. He was dead by the time they got him here.
Damn the man. Why couldn't he have waited?
There's something else.
What?
I asked if they knew why he'd done it. The surgeon was surprised.
That you're interested?
That I needed to inquire. Apparently the butler volunteered the information to the ambulance men. Dr. Crosby had been severely depressed following the death of his brother.
Another death, another Crosby. Yes. Did this informative surgeon know when he died, this brother?
Very recently, on the 8th.
2 days before Charlotte Adams. Here it is.
What does it say?
tragic death of prominent city banker Mr. Matthew Gordon Crosby was found dead in his bed at his London home on Tuesday morning, having suffered a massive hemorrhage while he slept. Mr. Crosby will doubtless be remembered by our readers for his tireless efforts to bring education and enlightenment to the less well-favoured portions of the capital's population.
Another philanthropist.
Seems to run in the family.
But how can any of this possibly be connected with Charlotte Adams?
Jonathan Crosby's brother dies. 2 days later, the doctor's back at the clinic.
Work as an antidote to sorrow?
Yeah, rather a rapidly taken antidote, wouldn't you say?
Well, everyone reacts to these things differently.
Well, whatever his motive, he's back in his surgery, and assisting him is Charlotte Adams. 16, idealistic, ambitious.
And very fond of him?
Well, what does that mean? She'd be upset on his behalf.
Assuming she knew about his loss.
That's a good point.
Perhaps it was then that he told her.
And she was so distraught that she ran from the room and killed herself.
I wasn't suggesting that.
Yes, even for a 16-year-old female, that's taking an emotional reaction rather too far. But something happened.
I suppose we should consider the possibility...
Yes?
Well, you have a man in emotional turmoil and a sympathetic and attractive young woman.
He might have turned to her for some consolation.
And she might have misinterpreted his meaning. This is not a pleasant thought, but it is possible.
I refuse to countenance the idea. Jonathan Crosby saw the Adams girl as an intelligent child, no more than that. Besides which, they were treating a patient when she suddenly ran from the room. The whole notion is preposterous.
Did Dr. Crosby strike you as being particularly upset that day?
His only brother had just died, Mr. Holmes.
And yet he was here, as usual.
The work doesn't go away just because we have problems of our own. Gentlemen, I am extremely busy. Is there anything else?
Was Dr. Crosby close to his brother?
Certainly.
Did Matthew Crosby ever come here?
On occasion, I believe.
Because of his own interest in aiding the disadvantaged?
No doubt. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Why didn't you mention Dr. Crosby's suicide?
I wanted to see if she'd mention it first.
Would she know already?
There's been ample time for a message to arrive.
But if she's heard, why didn't she tell us? She couldn't know we've already discovered it for ourselves, and she must realise it might be relevant.
I rather think Miss Wallace has her own ideas about what is and isn't relevant.
What the devil?
Oh, you fool! You'll only make it worse!
Get your hands off of me!
Dr. Kelly! I'm all right. Help him! Do keep away from me!
No, calm down. That's a nasty-looking knife. You must be in agony.
Keep away! I tried to take it out. Our friend here objected.
That's because it's a Romanesque shiv. The blade's been barbed at the tip.
Stay where you are!
Don't be a fool. I can help you.
Holmes, whatever you say.
Now! Keep his arm still.
Let go of me! No!
I'm all right. Somebody give me a scalpel. Right. This is going to hurt a little. And so is this. There. That's got it.
You can stop struggling now. It's over.
You cut me, you bastard.
That's quite enough of that.
I had to clear the flesh away from the blade. It was either that or push the whole knife through to the other side of your arm. Perhaps you'd have preferred that. Oh.
Did he hurt you?
I've had worse. It's a nice atmosphere for a 16-year-old girl. Damn ruffian.
He was a perfectly respectable market porter till he took to drink.
I'm glad you took the time to notice that while he was beating the living daylights out of me.
Now, really, Doctor, don't exaggerate. It was interesting to see inside that surgery.
You saw what I meant about the state of things.
Yes, of course, but that wasn't exactly my principal concern. Everything hinges on what happened in that room.
When Crosby and Charlotte were alone together.
Not alone.
Huh? Oh, no, that's right. They had a patient with them.
If we could find out who it was.
I don't think there's much chance of that. They don't keep any records. The patients are in and out of there like flies. I doubt if any of the volunteers would remember.
It wasn't the volunteers I was thinking of asking. We get our soup now, do we?
That's right, love, over here. You stick with me.
Why didn't you just talk to the patients while we were there? It could have helped.
Well, we've learnt nothing. We were well-dressed, well-fed, and strangers. The enemy...
I suppose you're right.
Oh, that's better.
So, did you learn anything?
I had to work my way through several lunch companions, but eventually I found a regular customer. And as luck would have it, she'd been waiting just outside the surgery when the late Miss Adams rushed past her, looking like she'd seen a ghost, apparently.
Did this woman see what happened?
No, but she was able to tell me who was actually in with them at the time.
You have the name?
I have rather more than that.
All right. 3 cards and no more cards. 2 of them is aces and 1's the lady. You know what you've got to do. Here she is and there she was, and round they go. Put your penny on the lady, I'll give you back 6. Can't say fairer than that now, can I?
No, it never is. A sovereign on this one.
What? Where the hell do you come by that sort of money?
What's that to you? Are we playing or not?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. If you win, you keep the sovereign. If I win...
ain't got no
if
6
I
sobs.
win, you let me buy you a drink, eh? Let's take a look, shall we?
Yeah. Hey!
Well, it must be my lucky day.
Oh, good health to you, whoever the hell you are.
Yeah, good health.
Oh, that's good, that is.
I'm pleased to hear it.
All right. That's enough games. What do you want?
He went to the clinic because his hand had swollen up. He kept dropping his cards, which didn't do his business much good.
And he was there when Charlotte Adams suddenly ran out?
Oh, yes, he remembers it vividly.
Well, what happened?
Crosby was draining the blood from his hand with a couple of leeches and explaining about them to the girl. It's common gossip at the clinic that he was teaching her basic medicine, something else Miss Wallace omitted to mention.
Well, there's no reason why that should have upset her. If she assisted at amputations, a bloodletting's nothing.
The conversation moved on to Crosby's brother.
Ah, well, that sounds rather more interesting.
You're right. She hadn't heard the sad news.
And Crosby told her. Was that what did it?
He told her. She was shaken, yes, but no more than that.
Well, then.
And then she asked what he died of.
Was natural enough. And?
And Jonathan Crosby told her, and it was that one piece of information which sent Charlotte Adams running straight to her death. You don't object to a spot of mild deception?
Not at all. I've been thinking about this anyway. And if it'll help the case...
I think it will. You're a natural confidant, Watson, especially where the fair sex is concerned.
What will you be up to?
A little light reading. Good luck.
There. Dissolve this in water and drink it straight down. It should help.
Oh, thanks, Doc.
Who's next? Mrs. Quilly?
Doctor?
Wheel in the next patient, would you?
Oh, there's no one waiting, Doctor.
Good grief. You mean I get a chance to sit down?
I expect you could do with a nice cup of tea.
Ah, Mrs. Quilly, you're a lifesaver.
There you are, sir.
Excellent.
Just let me know when you're ready for the next volume.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, that's very good. Thank you.
Enjoy it while you can, Doctor. They'll be pouring in again before you know it.
Yes, so Dr. Kelly said.
This is so good of you. The poor man needs a rest, God knows.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Good to be back in harness again. How long have you been a volunteer here, Mrs. Quilly?
Nearly 12 years.
Oh, I imagine you've seen some changes.
I certainly have. I remember when we didn't have to scrimp and save quite so much for one thing.
What happened, do you know?
I don't really understand these things. My husband says it's down to the stock market.
Ah.
Your founder might have been a saint, but he had no idea about making money. That's what my husband says. And I suppose that young Dr. Crosby was the same, God rest his soul. But the old place keeps on going somehow.
Thank heaven for it.
Amen to that. Dr. Watson.
Yes?
Why on earth would Dr. Crosby do such a thing? I simply can't understand it.
I don't know, Mrs. Quilly. Depression can do strange things.
Depression?
I had a brother who died. We weren't really on good terms, but I still felt, well, it must have been terrible for Dr. Crosby.
What do you mean?
But being so close to his brother like that.
Oh, Doctor, I don't know who you've been talking to, but Jonathan Crosby and his brother weren't what you might call close. They hated the sight of each other.
Not only were they daggers drawn, everyone at the clinic knew it. There'd been a stand-up row in full view of volunteers, patients, everyone.
So much for Miss Wallace's firm statement to the contrary.
You said from the first she was lying to us.
What was the row about?
I'm afraid the details are a little hazy, though money seems to have been at the heart of it.
Yes, that makes sense.
But Mrs. Quilly was quite certain of one thing. Jonathan accused his brother of, and I quote exactly, of wanting to bleed this place dry.
Ah, vital link in the chain.
But what does it mean?
Tell me, did Charlotte Adams observe this fight?
Yes. I'm afraid she saw the whole thing.
This case keeps throwing up little snippets of vital information that no one seems to have bothered to tell us.
Such as?
Such as that both Crosby brothers lived in this house, not just Dr. Jonathan.
How did you find that out?
I spent the day in the newspaper library reading up on Matthew Crosby and his charitable pursuits, and then I had a quiet word with a grateful ex-client in Chancery Lane. The late Mr. Crosby's legal activities have been quite the talk of the Inns of Court. Good afternoon, Treves.
Mr. Holmes, Doctor, may I ask why you're here?
Because it's essential that I see inside this house.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, I have no authority to admit you.
I say again, it's essential.
For what reason?
I'm acting on behalf of Mrs. Margaret Adams. Her daughter was a volunteer at the Crosby Clinic.
I believe I've heard Dr. Crosby mention the young lady, sir.
Well, then you'll be sorry to hear that she's dead.
I'm very sorry indeed.
And that both of your late employers might well be implicated. Now, may we come in? Who discovered Matthew Crosby's body?
I did, sir. When I brought his morning tea to his bedroom. In here, gentlemen.
He died in his sleep?
Yes, sir.
What condition was he in when you found him?
He was lying quite normally. I'd have thought he was asleep if it hadn't been for the blood.
What was the source of the bleeding?
His nose and ears, sir.
Cranial hemorrhage.
I believe that's what the doctor said, yes, sir.
I want to see all the posts from the last 7 days.
I think this is everything, Mr. Holmes.
Has anything been thrown out?
No, sir. With the house in such disarray.
It's excellent, excellent. There won't be a letter, a parcel.
What are you looking for?
This. Addressed to Matthew. Yes, unwrapped, but most of the label still attached. No postmark. Treves, do you recall when this arrived?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Holmes.
Yeah, but it was Matthew Crosby who opened it.
No one else would have done so, sir.
No, very good, very good. Wait till he gets it. Watson, take a look. If I'm right, this package contains the clue to 3 deaths.
What on earth is in it?
Well, I have my suspicions. Let's find out if they're correct.
Good Lord.
And so, the case is complete.
Please, take a seat, Mrs. Adams.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, it's good of you to come here. I know it can't have been easy for you.
Mr. Holmes, I hope this isn't going to take long.
Miss Wallace, from the very beginning of this investigation, you have done everything in your power to stand in my way.
How dare you, sir?
And now you will have the courtesy to grant me your time.
Very well. But if you have something to say, sir, then say it.
Thank you. The most important element in this case, and one of the key facts which you have striven to conceal from me, is that until very recently, the whole future of this clinic was in doubt.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Kindly do not insult my intelligence. This is what I'm talking about. The festering infection of the East End slums will never be eradicated while well-intentioned but dangerously misguided do-gooders insist on soothing the ills of drunken sots and filling the stomachs of common whores so they can go back onto the streets and continue to spread their corruption.
What a terrible sentiment.
All the more terrible considering its source.
What do you mean, Doctor?
That was an extract from a speech given by Mr. Matthew Crosby.
Clearly, his charitable instincts had some very well-defined boundaries. He was attacking his own father's work.
Many misguided people have done so, Mr. Holmes.
But no others have taken quite such extreme steps. He was planning to seize control of this clinic, sell the building and reinvest the fund, and then use the proceeds for his own purpose.
A grand educational institute for the population of the district. Except, of course, those the enlightened Mr. Crosby deemed unacceptable. Do you seriously suppose that any of my people would be allowed to put a toe over the threshold?
Yes, you knew all about his scheme. So did Dr. Jonathan Crosby. And so, tragically, did Charlotte Adams.
She heard the brothers arguing. She realized what Matthew Crosby was planning to do, and she decided to show him that it wasn't only his brother who objected to his attitude.
She sent him this. Mrs. Adams, I believe you'll recognize your daughter's hand on what's left of the label.
Yes. Yes, that's her writing. What is in the box?
She wanted to make her point as forcibly as she could.
And she had the materials to hand, amongst the antiquated supplies in the surgery where she worked.
She heard Jonathan accuse Matthew of wanting to bleed this place dry. And so she sent him these. Take a close look, Miss Wallace. And now you, Mrs. Adams.
Oh, dear God. Are they dead?
They are.
But your reaction's understandable. Dead or alive, a box full of leeches isn't a pleasant sight. Unless, of course, you're expecting to see it. Isn't that so, Miss Wallace?
I can't believe it. Charlotte did that.
Your daughter's work here wasn't a whim or a passing fad. She believed in this place with all her heart and soul.
And Matthew Crosby was threatening its very survival. Sending that package was an empty, childish gesture, but it did have the virtue of making her point with admirable directness.
Very well, very well. My daughter made a silly, futile protest. At least she took a stand. I'm proud of her for that. But, Mr. Holmes, what has this to do with her suicide?
Events took a turn which changed everything. Matthew Crosby died. Charlotte learned the news from his brother, and not unnaturally, she was considerably shaken. She asked exactly what had happened.
And was given the devastating news that he'd suffered from haemophilia.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I'm afraid it's all too simple. Your daughter thought she was a murderess.
In her mind, she saw Crosby reach into the box, the leeches fasten onto his skin, the blood-sucking begin.
She'd seen it often enough in the surgery here, and more. She'd seen some patients pass out as the leeches did their work. She pictured Crosby unconscious on the floor as the bloated leeches removed themselves and the bite wounds continued to bleed. Unstoppable and fatal.
There are few adults who could live with that image haunting them. And for all her intelligence and maturity, your daughter was still only a 16-year-old girl.
Forgive me. I didn't know. She didn't know about his haemophilia. She didn't know that her gesture of defiance was deadly to him.
She had dedicated her life to helping other people and healing the sick, and now she was convinced that she'd killed a man. And she couldn't live with that guilt.
And you?
What about me, Mr. Holmes?
You knew this. You knew the whole story. Do you deny it?
I found this in with Charlotte's things. It's a diary. It's all in here.
You've had that the whole time.
And told no one?
What were you thinking? Were you trying to protect me?
No, Mrs. Adams, not you.
I hoped you'd find nothing. The girl's death would be put down to hysteria and the whole thing just blow over.
How could you do it? How?
Why do you need to ask? I did it for the clinic. Your daughter wasn't the only one who loved this place.
Mr. Holmes,
Mrs. Adams.
You said that Charlotte thought she was a murderess.
Yes, I did.
Then she was mistaken.
She was.
You're sure of that? Completely sure?
He died in his sleep. The package had been opened long before.
Charlotte was not in any way responsible for Matthew Crosby's fate.
Thank you, sir. Miss Wallace.
Mrs. Adams?
The diary, if you please. Thank you. I believe it's time I got to know my daughter.
Oh, what a terrible affair. Well, at least the clinic is safe.
Might be rather more than that.
Oh?
A fresh look at those investments could well improve things.
Good. That would be good. You know, I've been thinking about Jonathan Crosby.
Indeed.
I still don't understand why he put a pistol to his head.
Well, I suspect it was guilt.
Because of what he told Charlotte Adams? Oh, surely not. Even if he knew about her sending the leeches.
Miss Wallace confessed to telling him. He knew.
Yes, all right, but to kill himself over an innocent, casual comment?
No, it was rather more than that. If his brother hadn't died, Charlotte Adams would still be alive.
But he couldn't have done anything to prevent Matthew's death.
Well, certainly he could. He could have refrained from killing him.
Jonathan Crosby murdered Matthew?
His father's work was being threatened. His work, too. And a fatal hemorrhage is remarkably easy to induce if you happen to be a doctor.
And he just stood there and watched while his own brother bled to death.
Well, we don't know that he watched.
Well, that's hardly the point. Good Lord. Will you tell the police?
Tell them what?
That Jonathan Crosby was a murderer.
Was he?
Well, you just said so.
Well, Watson, all I did was outline a theory, nothing more.
A theory? There's no proof?
Well, none that I'm aware of. You?
Of course not.
Matthew Crosby died of natural causes, and his brother couldn't live with the loss. Charlotte Adams killed herself over a tragic misunderstanding, and the clinic will continue its work, untainted by scandal. It's a good enough ending, as endings go. Why change it?
I've sent the package. I have no illusions that it will make any difference. But at least I've done something. The clinic must not close. Too many lives depend on it. Too much love and dedication has been poured into it. I suppose it was a silly, nasty thing to do. But sometimes in life one must do terrible things for what one believes in. The clinic has been so good to me. It's wonderful to be part of something so worthwhile and so needed. I found my purpose here. My future. I've never felt so alive.
In The Tragedy of Hamnbury Street, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Medicine and Dr. John Watson by Andrew Sachs. Mrs. Adams was played by Lindsay Duncan, and Miss Wallace by Colette O'Neill. Charlotte Adams was played by Lydia Leonard, Matthew Crosby by John Rowe, Jonathan Crosby by Chris Moran, Treves by Philip Fox, and Mrs. Quilly by Frances Jeter. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Tragedy of Hamnbury Street was written by Bert Coules, from a reference in the short story The Golden Pince-Nez by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The director was Patrick Rayner.
This is a Durkin Hayes audio production.
The Adventure of the Illustrious Client by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle Read by Edward Raleigh. "It can't hurt now," was Mr. Sherlock Holmes's comment when, for the 10th time in as many years, I asked his leave to reveal the following narrative. So it was that at last I obtained permission to put on record what was in some ways the supreme moment of my friend's career. Both Holmes and I had a weakness for the Turkish bath. It was over a smoke in the pleasant lassitude of the drawing-room that I found him less reticent and more human than anywhere else. On the upper floor of the Northumberland Avenue establishment, there's an isolated corner where 2 couches lie side by side, and it was on these that we lay upon September the 3rd, 1902, the day when my narrative begins. I had asked him whether anything was stirring, and for answer he had shot his long, thin, nervous arm out of the sheets which enveloped him, and had drawn an envelope from the inside pocket of the coat which hung beside him. "It may be some fussy, self-important fool. It may be a matter of life or death," said he as he handed me the note. "I know no more than this message tells me." It was from the Carlton Club and dated the evening before. This is what I read. "Sir James Damery presents his compliments to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and will call upon him at 4:30 tomorrow. Sir James begs to say that the matter upon which he desires to consult Mr. Holmes is very delicate and also very important. He trusts, therefore, that Mr. Holmes will make every effort to grant this interview, and that he will confirm it over the telephone to the Carlton Club." "I need not say that I have confirmed it, Watson," said Holmes as I returned the paper. "Do you know anything of this man Damery?" "Only that this name is a household word in society." "Well, I can tell you a little more than that. He has rather a reputation for arranging delicate matters which are to be kept out of the papers. You remember his negotiations with Sir George Lewis over the Hammerford will case. He is a man of the world with a natural turn for diplomacy. I am bound, therefore, to hope that it is not a false scent, and that he has some real need for our assistance." "Our? Well, if you will be so good, Watson." "I shall be honoured." "Then you have the hour, 4:30. Until then we can put the matter out of our heads." I was living in my own rooms in Queen Anne Street at the time, but I was round at Baker Street before the time named. Sharp to the half-hour, Colonel Sir James Damery was announced. It is hardly necessary to describe him, for many will remember that large, bluff, honest personality, that broad, clean-shaven face, and above all that pleasant, mellow voice. Frankness shone from his grey Irish eyes, and good humour played round his mobile, smiling lips. His lucent top hat, his dark frock coat, indeed every detail, from the pearl pin in the black satin cravat to the lavender spats over the varnished shoes, spoke of the meticulous care in dress for which he was famous. The big, masterful aristocrat dominated the little room. "Of course, I was prepared to find Dr. Watson," he remarked with a courteous bow. "His collaboration may be very necessary, for we are dealing on this occasion, Mr. Holmes, with a man to whom violence is familiar, and who will literally stick at nothing. I should say that there is no more dangerous man in Europe." "I've had several opponents to whom that flattering term has been applied," said Holmes with a smile. "Don't you smoke? Then you will excuse me if I light my pipe. If your man is more dangerous than the late Professor Moriarty, or than the living Colonel Sebastian Moran, then he is indeed worth meeting. May I ask his name?" "Have you ever heard of Baron Gruner?" "You mean the Austrian murderer?" Colonel Damery threw up his kid-gloved hands with a laugh. "There's no getting past you, Mr. Holmes. Wonderful! So you have already sized him off as a murderer." "It is my business to follow the details of continental crime. Who could possibly have read what happened at Prague and have any doubts as to the man's guilt? It was a purely technical, legal point, and the suspicious death of a witness that saved him. I am assured that he killed his wife when the so-called accident happened in the Splugen Pass, as if I'd seen him do it. I knew also that he'd come to England, and had a presentiment that sooner or later he would find me some work to do. Well, what has Baron Gruner been up to? I presume it is not this old tragedy which has come up again? No, it is more serious than that. To revenge crime is important, but to prevent it is more so. It is a terrible thing, Mr. Holmes, to see a dreadful event, an atrocious situation preparing itself before your eyes, to clearly understand whither it will lead, and yet to be utterly unable to avert it. Can a human being be placed in a more trying position? Perhaps not. Then you will sympathize with the client in whose interests I am acting. I did not understand that you were merely an intermediary. Who is the principal? Mr. Holmes, I must beg you not to press that question. It is important that I should be able to assure him that his honoured name has been in no way dragged into the matter. His motives are, to the last degree, honourable and chivalrous, but he prefers to remain unknown. I need not say that your fees will be assured and that you will be given a perfectly free hand. Surely the actual name of your client is immaterial? I am sorry, said Holmes. I am accustomed to have mystery at one end of my cases, but to have it at both ends is too confusing. I fear, Sir James, that I must decline to act. Our visitor was greatly disturbed. His large, sensitive face was darkened with emotion and disappointment. You hardly realize the effect of your own action, Mr. Holmes, said he. You place me in a most serious dilemma, for I'm perfectly certain that you would be proud to take over the case if I could give you the facts, and yet a promise forbids me from revealing them all. May I, at least, lay all that I can before you? By all means, so long as it is understood that I commit myself to nothing. That is understood. In the first place, you have no doubt heard of General de Murville. De Murville of Khyber fame? Yes, I have heard of him. He has a daughter, Violet de Murville, young, rich, beautiful, accomplished, a wonder woman in every way. It is this daughter, this lovely, innocent girl, whom we are endeavouring to save from the clutches of a fiend. Baron Gruner has some hold over her, then? The strongest of all holds where a woman is concerned, the hold of love. The fellow is, as you may have heard, extraordinarily handsome, with the most fascinating manner, a gentle voice, and that air of romance and mystery which means so much to a woman. He is said to have the whole sex at his mercy, and to have made ample use of the fact. But how came such a man to meet a lady of the standing of Miss Violet de Murville? It was on a Mediterranean yachting voyage. The company, though select, paid their own passages. No doubt the promoters hardly realized the Baron's true character until it was too late. The villain attached himself to the lady, and with such effect that he has completely and absolutely won her heart. To say that she loves him hardly expresses it. She dotes upon him. She is obsessed by him. Outside of him there is nothing on earth. She will not hear one word against him. Everything has been done to cure her of her madness, but in vain. To sum up, she proposes to marry him next month. As she is of age and has a will of iron, it is hard to know how to prevent her. Does she know about the Austrian episode? The cunning devil has told her every unsavoury public scandal of his past life, but always in such a way as to make himself out to be an innocent martyr. She absolutely accepts his version and will listen to no other. Dear me! But surely you have inadvertently let out the name of your client. It is, no doubt, General de Murville. Our visitor fidgeted in his chair. I could deceive you by saying so, Mr. Holmes, but it would not be true. De Murville is a broken man. The strong soldier has been utterly demoralized by this incident. He has lost the nerve which never failed him on the battlefield, and has become a weak, doddering old man, utterly incapable of contending with a brilliant, forceful rascal like this Austrian. My client, however, is an old friend, one who has known the General intimately for many years and taken a paternal interest in this young girl, since she wore short frocks. He cannot see this tragedy consummated without some attempt to stop it. There is nothing in which Scotland Yard can act. It was his own suggestion that you should be called in, but it was, as I've said, on the express stipulation that he should not be personally involved in the matter. I have no doubt, Mr. Holmes, with your great powers, you could easily trace my client back through me, but I must ask you as a point of honour to refrain from doing so, and not to break in upon his incognito. Holmes gave a whimsical smile. "I think I may safely promise that," said he. "I may add that your problem interests me and that I shall be prepared to look into it. How shall I keep in touch with you?" "The Carlton Club will find me, but in case of emergency there is a private telephone call, XX31. Holmes noted it down and sat, still smiling, with the open memorandum book upon his knee. "The Baron's present address, please?" "Vernon Lodge, near Kingston. It is a large house. He has been fortunate in some rather shady speculations, and is a rich man, which naturally makes him a more dangerous antagonist." "Is he at home at present?" "Yes." "Apart from what you've told me, can you give me any further information about the man?" "He has expensive tastes. He's a horse fancier. For a short time he played polo at Hurlingham, but then this Prague affair got noised about and he had to leave. He collects books and pictures. He is a man with a considerable artistic side to his nature. He is, I believe, a recognized authority upon Chinese pottery, and has written a book upon the subject." "A complex mind," said Holmes. "All great criminals have that. My old friend Charlie Peace was a violin virtuoso. Wainwright was no mean artist. I could quote many more. Well, Sir James, you will inform your client that I'm turning my mind upon Baron Gruner. I can say no more. I have some sources of information of my own, and I dare say we may find some means of opening the matter up." When our visitor had left us, Holmes sat so long in deep thought that it seemed to me that he'd forgotten my presence. At last, however, he came briskly back to earth. "Well, Watson, any views?" he asked. "I should think you'd better see the young lady herself." "My dear Watson, if her poor old broken father cannot move her, how shall I, a stranger, prevail?" "And yet there is something in the suggestion, if all else fails. But I think we must begin from a different angle. I rather fancy that Shinwell Johnson might be a help." I have not had occasion to mention Shinwell Johnson in these memoirs because I have seldom drawn my cases from the latter phases of my friend's career. During the first years of the century he became a valuable assistant. Johnson, I grieve to say, made his name first as a very dangerous villain, and served 2 terms at Parkhurst. Finally, he repented and allied himself to Holmes, acting as his agent in the huge criminal underworld of London, and obtaining information which often proved to be of vital importance. Had Johnson been a narc of the police, he would soon have been exposed. But as he dealt with cases which never came directly into the courts, his activities were never realized by his companions. With the glamour of his 2 convictions upon him, he had the entree of every nightclub, doss-house, and gambling den in the town, and his quick observation and active brain made him an ideal agent for gaining information. It was to him that Sherlock Holmes now proposed to turn. It was not possible for me to follow the immediate steps taken by my friend, for I had some pressing professional business of my own, but I met him by appointment that evening at Simpson's, where, sitting at a small table in the front window and looking down at the rushing stream of life in the Strand, he told me something of what had passed. "Johnson is on the prowl," said he. "He may pick up some garbage in the darker recesses of the underworld, for it is down there, amid the black roots of crime, that we must hunt for this man's secrets. But if the lady will not accept what is already known, why should any fresh discovery of yours turn her from her purpose? Who knows, Watson? Woman's heart and mind are insoluble puzzles to the male. Murder might be condoned or explained, and yet some smaller offence might rankle. Baron Gruner remarked to me—" "He remarked to you?" "Oh, to be sure, I had not told you of my plans. Well, Watson, I love to come to close grips with my man. I like to meet him eye to eye and read for myself the stuff that he is made of. When I'd given Johnson his instructions, I took a cab out to Kingston and found the Baron in a most affable mood." "Did he recognize you?" "There was no difficulty about that, for I simply sent in my card. He is an excellent antagonist, cool as ice, silky-voiced, and soothing as one of your fashionable consultants. and poisonous as a cobra. He has breeding in him, a real aristocrat of crime, with a superficial suggestion of afternoon tea and all the cruelty of the grave behind it. Yes, I'm glad to have had my attention called to Baron Adalbert Gruner. You say he was affable? A purring cat who thinks he sees prospective mice. Some people's affability is more deadly than the violence of coarser souls. His greeting was characteristic. "I rather thought I should see you sooner or later, Mr. Holmes," said he. "You have been engaged, no doubt, by General de Merville to endeavour to stop my marriage with his daughter Violet. That is so, is it not?" I acquiesced. "My dear man," said he, "you will only ruin your own well-deserved reputation. It is not a case in which you can possibly succeed. You will have barren work, to say nothing of incurring some danger. Let me very strongly advise you to draw off at once." "It is curious," I answered, "but that was the very advice which I had intended to give you. I have a respect for your brains, Baron, and the little which I have seen of your personality has not lessened it. Let me put it to you, as man to man. No one wants to rake up your past and make you unduly uncomfortable. It is over, and you are now in smooth waters. But if you persist in this marriage, you will raise up a swarm of powerful enemies who will never leave you alone until they have made England too hot to hold you. Is the game worth it? Surely you would be wiser if you left the lady alone. It would not be pleasant for you if these facts of your past were brought to her notice." The Baron has little waxed tips of hair under his nose, like the short antennae of an insect. These quivered with amusement as he listened, and he finally broke into a gentle chuckle. "Excuse my amusement, Mr. Holmes," said he, "but it is really funny to see you trying to play a hand with no cards in it. I don't think anyone could do it better, but it is rather pathetic all the same. Not a colour card there, Mr. Holmes, nothing but the smallest of the small." "So you think." "So I know. Let me make the thing clear to you, for my own hand is so strong that I can afford to show it. I have been fortunate enough to win the entire affection of this lady. This was given to me in spite of the fact that I told her very clearly of all the unhappy incidents in my past life. I also told her that certain wicked and designing persons, I hope you recognize yourself, would come to her and tell her these things, and I warned her how to treat them. You have heard of post-hypnotic suggestion, Mr. Holmes. Well, you will see how it works, for a man of personality can use hypnotism without any vulgar passes or tomfoolery. So she is ready for you, and I have no doubt would give you an appointment, for she is quite amenable to her father's will, save only in the one little matter." Well, Watson, there seemed to be no more to say, so I took my leave with as much cold dignity as I could summon, but as I had my hand on the door-handle, he stopped me. "By the way, Mr. Holmes," said he, "did you know Lebrun, the French agent?" "Yes," said I. "Do you know what befell him?" "I heard that he was beaten by some Apaches in the Montmartre district and crippled for life." "Quite true, Mr. Holmes. By a curious coincidence, he had been inquiring into my affairs only a week before. Don't do it, Mr. Holmes. It's not a lucky thing to do. Several have found that out. My last word to you is, go your own way and let me go mine. Goodbye." So there you are, Watson. You're up to date now. The fellow seems dangerous. Mighty dangerous. I disregard the blusterer, but this is the sort of man who says rather less than he means. Must you interfere? Does it really matter if he marries the girl? Considering that he undoubtedly murdered his last wife, I should say it mattered very much. Besides, the client. Well, we need not discuss that. When you have finished your coffee, you'd best come home with me, for the blithe Shinwell will be there with his report. We found him, sure enough, a huge, coarse, red-faced, scorbutic man, with a pair of vivid black eyes which were the only external sign of the very cunning mind within. It seems that he had dived down into what was peculiarly his kingdom, and beside him on the settee was a brand which he'd brought up in the shape of a slim, flame-like young woman with a pale, intense face, youthful, and yet so worn with sin and sorrow that one read the terrible years which had left their leprous mark upon her. "This is Miss Kitty Winter," said Chinwell Johnson, waving his fat hand as an introduction. "What she don't know? Well, there, she'll speak for herself. Put my hand right on her, Mr. Holmes, within an hour of your message." "I'm easy to find," said the young woman. "Hell, London, gets me every time. Same address for Porky Shimwell. We're old mates, Porky, you and I. But by cripes, there's another who ought to be down in a lower hell than we, if there was any justice in the world. That's the man you're after, Mr. Holmes." Holmes smiled. "I gather we have your good wishes, Miss Winter." "If I can help to put him where he belongs, I'm yours to the rattle," said our visitor with fierce energy. There was an intensity of hatred in her white, set face and her blazing eyes, such as woman seldom and man never can attain. "You needn't go into my past, Mr. Holmes. That's neither here nor there. But what I am, Adalbert Gruner made me. If I could pull him down—" She clutched frantically with her hands into the air. "Oh, if only I could pull him into the pit where he has pushed so many." "You know how the matter stands?" "Porky Shimwell's been telling me. He's after some other poor fool and wants to marry her this time. You want to stop it. Well, you surely know enough about this devil to prevent any decent girl in her senses wanting to be in the same parish with him." "She is not in her senses. She is madly in love. She has been told all about him. She cares nothing." "Told about the murder?" "Yes." "My lord, she must have a nerve." "She puts them all down as slanders." "Couldn't you lay proofs before her silly eyes?" "Well, can you help us do so?" "Ain't I a proof myself? If I stood before her and told her how you used me—" "Would you do this?" "Would I? Would I not?" "Well, it might be worth trying. But he has told her most of his sins and had pardon from her, and I understand she will not reopen the question." "I'll lay he didn't tell her all," said Miss Winter. "I caught a glimpse of one or two murders besides the one that made such a fuss. He would speak of someone in his velvet way, and then look at me with a steady eye and say, 'He died within a month.' He wasn't hot air either, but I took little notice. You see, I loved him myself at that time. Whatever he did went with me, same as with this poor fool. There was just one thing that shook me. Yes, by cripes, if it had not been for his poisonous lying tongue that explains and soothes, I'd have left him that very night. It's a book he has, a brown leather book with a lock, and his arms in gold on the outside. I think he was a bit drunk that night, or he'd not have shown it to me." "What was it, then?" "I'll tell you, Mr. Holmes, this man collects women and takes a pride in his collection, as some men collect moths or butterflies. He had it all in that book. A snapshot, photographs, names, details, everything about them. It was a beastly book, a book no man, even if he'd come from the gutter, could have put together. But it was Adalbert Gruner's book all the same. Souls I have ruined. He could put that on the outside, if he'd been so minded. However, that's neither here nor there, for the book would not serve you, and if it would, you can't get it." "Where is it?" "How can I tell you where it is now? It's more than a year since I left him. I know where he kept it then. He's a precise, tidy cat of a man in many of his ways. So maybe it's still in the pigeonhole of the old bureau in the inner study. Do you know his house?" "I've been in the study," said Holmes. "Have you, though? You haven't been slow on the job if you only started this morning. Maybe dear Adalbert has met his match this time. The outer study is the one with the Chinese crockery in it. Big glass cupboard between the windows. Then behind his desk is the door that leads to the inner study. A small room where he keeps papers and things.
Is he not afraid of burglars?
Adalbert's no coward. His worst enemy couldn't say that of him. He can look after himself. There's a burglar alarm at night. Besides, what is there for a burglar? Unless they got away with all this fancy crockery.
No good, said Shinwell Johnson with the decided voice of the expert. No fence wants stuff of that sort that you can neither melt nor sell.
Quite so, said Holmes. Well, now, Miss Winter, if you would call here tomorrow evening at 5, I would consider in the meanwhile whether your suggestion of seeing this lady personally may not be arranged. I am exceedingly obliged to you for your cooperation. I need not say that my clients will consider liberally—
None of that, Mr. Holmes,
cried the young woman.
I'm not out for money. Let me see this man in the mud, and I've got all I've worked for. In the mud with my foot on his cursed face. That's my price. I'm with you tomorrow or any other day, so long as you're on his track. Porky here can tell you always where to find me.
I did not see Holmes again until the following evening, when we dined once more at our Strand restaurant. He shrugged his shoulders when I asked him what luck he had had in his interview. Then he told the story, which I would repeat in this way. His hard, dry statement needs some little editing to soften it into the terms of real life.
There was no difficulty at all about the appointment, said Holmes, for the girl glories in showing abject filial obedience in all secondary things, in an attempt to atone for her flagrant breach of it in her engagement. The General phoned that all was ready, and the fiery Miss W. turned up according to schedule, so that at 5:30 a cab deposited us outside 104 Berkeley Square, where the old soldier resides, one of those awful grey London castles which would make a church seem frivolous. A footman showed us into a great yellow-curtained drawing-room, and there was the lady awaiting us, demure, pale, self-contained, as inflexible and remote as a snow image on a mountain. I don't quite know how to make her clear to you, Watson. Perhaps you may meet her before we are through, and you can use your own gift of words. She is beautiful, but with the ethereal other-world beauty of some fanatic whose thoughts are set on high. I have seen such faces in the pictures of the old masters of the Middle Ages. How a beast-man could have laid his vile paws upon such a being of the beyond, I cannot imagine. You may have noticed how extremes call to each other, the spiritual to the animal, the caveman to the angel. You never saw a worse case than this. She knew what we'd come for, of course. That villain had lost no time in poisoning her mind against us. Miss Winter's advent rather amazed her, I think, but she waved us into our respective chairs, like a reverend abbess receiving two rather leprous mendicants. If your head is inclined to swell, my dear Watson, take a course of Miss Violet de Merville. Well, sir, said she, in a voice like the wind from an iceberg, your name is familiar to me. You have called, as I understand, to malign my fiancé, Baron Gruner. It is only by my father's request that I see you at all, and I warn you in advance that anything you can say could not possibly have the slightest effect upon my mind. End of side 1.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to tell you the easiest way I know to get the reputation of being the perfect host. Next time friends come over for dinner, before you sit down to the table, serve glasses of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. I say Petri Sherry because Petri Sherry is extraordinary sherry. You can tell by looking at it. Hold it to the light. Notice how clear it is. Notice its beautiful, deep amber color. And you can tell Petri sherry is unusual from just a whiff of its fragrance. And, of course, in the last analysis, you can tell just how fine a wine Petri sherry is by tasting it. That's the best test of all. And that's where you'll get the most pleasant surprise, because Petri sherry really tastes wonderful. A flavor right from the heart of the grape. So serve Petri sherry to your family and your friends, and serve it proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's not keep him waiting.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. You'll forgive me if I don't get up, won't you, my boy?
Of course, Doctor. What's the matter, a touch of rheumatism?
No, I've played 18 holes of golf today.
I hope that when I'm your age, Doctor, I can be half as sprightly.
Oh, it's very nice of you, but if you don't mind, we won't discuss the question of my age. So draw up your chair, make yourself comfortable. I'll get on with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure.
Well, from the hint you gave us last week, it sounded like quite a spooky story.
It was, Mr. Bartell. It certainly was. Towards the end of November in the year 1895, a dense yellow fog had settled down over London. For 4 or 5 days, it was impossible from our rooms in Baker Street to see the outline of the houses opposite.
A real London pea-souper, huh, Doctor?
Yes, my boy, and it became most depressing. The first day, Holmes had spent in cross-indexing his huge book of criminal references. The second and third had been patiently occupied with a subject which he had recently made his hobby, the music of the Middle Ages. But when on the fourth day, on pushing back our chairs after breakfast, we saw the greasy, heavy brown swirl still drifting past us and condensing in oily drops upon the window panes, Sherlock Holmes' impatient and active nature could endure this drab existence no longer. He paced restlessly about our sitting room, chafing against the inaction. After several minutes of these perambulations, he turned to me and spoke.
Anything of interest in the paper, Watson?
There's news of a revolution, a possible war, and of an impending change in the government. Nothing to interest you, though. No crimes of any importance.
The London criminal is certainly a dull and unenterprising fellow these days. Look out of the window, Watson. See how the figures loom up, are dimly seen and then blend once more into the foggy depths. What a day for a thief or a murderer. He could roam London as the tiger does the jungle, unseen until he pounces, and then evident only to his victim.
That's a cheerful thought, I must say. Hello. I wonder who that is.
Probably a visitor for Mrs. Hudson, or perhaps the local plumber has finally condescended to pay some attention to the faulty gas jet in our hallway.
I don't think you're right on either count. I can hear Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs.
Come in. Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson, what is it?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but there's a gentleman to see you. Says it's most important, and he asked me to give you this card.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Mortimer Harley, eh? Show him up, please, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good.
Mortimer Harley, and who's he?
I've not had the pleasure of meeting him personally, but I'm quite familiar with his scientific reputation.
Scientific? Then what does he specialize?
Oh, I suppose one might refer to him as one of the greatest authorities on all matters connected with the occult.
You mean the fellow dabbles in supernatural stuff and all that sort of thing?
I mean, my dear Watson, that Mortimer Harley is an extremely intelligent man with a thoroughly comprehensive and scholarly knowledge of his field and an intense belief in the existence of the supernatural force. Now, here he is to speak for himself. Oh, come in, Harley. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, sir. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Harley?
How do you do, Doctor?
Won't you sit down, sir?
Thank you. Well, you fellas are probably wondering who I am and what's brought me here.
Well, we're not wondering who you are, Mr. Harley. My friend Holmes was just telling me of your scientific eminence.
I'm flattered that you know of me, Holmes. Just the same, you're wondering why I'm here.
Naturally, sir.
Well, since you know I'm a student of the occult, I'll get right down to my problem. Mr. Holmes, have you ever heard of the Headless Monk of Trevennis Chapel?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Harley. An apparition to be counted among our more intangible national treasures, I should say.
I'm sorry to appear stupid, but I have never heard of the Headless Monk of whatever it is, Chapel.
Well, then, let me tell you about it, Doctor.
Yes, I wish you would.
Trevennis Manor in Cornwall was once an abbey. It was expropriated during the reign of Henry VIII, and several of the monks were killed in some of the minor difficulties attendant on such an act. But one of the murdered monks, a certain Brother Hugh, the chapel organist, was persistent. He still haunts the chapel today. He still plays the organ, and since he was beheaded, he always appears headless.
Charming little legend, Mr. Harley, but you don't expect us to believe it's anything but a legend, surely.
Ah, skeptic, eh? How about you, Mr. Holmes?
I'm extremely curious to know why you come to see me, Mr. Harley.
I'll tell you why. I have a rare opportunity to investigate the phenomena. You see, the son of an old friend of mine, a young fellow by the name of Leonard Miles, is secretary to the owner of Trevennis Manor. He asked me to stay there, and I find the invitation irresistible, particularly since the phenomena have curiously increased of late, Mr. Holmes, almost as though some more mortal agency were motivating them.
Oh. Now I see why you've come to me, Mr. Harley.
I knew you would, Holmes. You see, I'm like my good friend and fellow investigator, Carnacki. I believe in being prepared to meet phenomena on either the natural or the supernatural plane. If the phenomena are real, then they fall legitimately in my field.
Whereas if, as I'm sure you suspect, they are being contrived by human forces, then you think that's more in my department, eh, Harley?
Exactly.
Well, what do you say, Holmes? A little trip to Cornwall would be a nice few days. We'd probably escape the fog down there.
Ah, the place is with the weather, Watson.
What?
I'm much more concerned with the fog that surrounds the appearances of the Headless Monk of Trevennis Chapel. And Mr. Harley, I accept your invitation with pleasure. There's still time to catch the Cornish Express. We can be at Trevennis Manor before the moon is up.
Hello? Who's this funny-looking fellow coming down the steps towards us?
If I didn't hear the sound of his footsteps, I'd believe it was a psychic manifestation. He certainly looks as if he came from beyond the grave.
Who be ye, gentlemen, and where be ye going?
Well, supposing you tell us who you are first, my good man.
Who be I? I be David Pendragon, sir. That's who I be. Stable hand here at the manor. And I ask you gentlemen again where you be going.
We're staying at the manor, and we're just going to take a look at the chapel.
Oh, don't he do that, sir. People that go in there don't often come out the way they go in, sir. Don't he do it, gentlemen?
What are you talking about, my good fellow?
I be talking about the ghoulies and the ghosties and the organ music that comes out of the nowheres.
You've heard it?
Of course I heard it, sir. Just like I seen the poor monk walking around without his head on.
Take us into the chapel, will you? And show us where you saw the figure.
Aye, that I will not, sir. Not for all the gold in Port Call will I go back and chance seeing the poor lost soul wandering about without his head on. You gentlemen know what's good for ye. You'll not go in there either. Mark my words. Don't he go in that chapel.
Extraordinary chap. Seems really frightened of the place.
Yes, but it's more than blind superstition that accounts for his reluctance. Let's go in, shall we?
Well, I suppose it's all right.
Great Scott! Listen to that. The organ. The ghost's playing it.
We're extremely fortunate. A psychic manifestation as soon as we enter. Remarkable.
Psychic manifestation. Rubbish. Look who's sitting at the keyboard. It's Holmes. Holmes? What's the matter, Watson? What's the matter? You frightened us to death, didn't he, Harley?
Well, speaking for myself, Doctor, it disappointed me. I thought it was a genuine phenomenon.
What do you think you're doing, Holmes? I thought you were still behind us.
I'm sorry if I frightened you, Watson. I was curious about this organ. I slipped in by the side door ahead of you and tested the instrument. It's in astonishingly good condition for a disused chapel, don't you think, Harley?
Yes, I do, Holmes.
One might reasonably presume that someone tends it with great care. In fact, I would go further and say...
What are you doing in here?
We are guests at the manor house, and we decided to pay a visit to the chapel before we paid our respects to our host.
Oh, my father is your host. I'm Dorothy Brownlee.
How do you do, Dorothy? My name is Holmes, and these gentlemen are Dr. Watson and Mr. Harley.
How do you do, Dr. Watson? Mr. Harley. I heard the organ music, and I was terribly frightened. You've heard of the legend, I suppose.
You mean about the headless monk and the ghostly organ and music, Miss Brownlee?
Yes, Doctor. And it's more than a legend, I assure you. That's why I rushed over here as soon as I heard it. It must have frightened all the servants within hearing distance. Why were you playing the organ?
I was curious to see whether it was in good repair.
Obviously it is, Mr. Holmes. Well, my father and his secretary, Mr. Miles, are expecting you, I know. Let's walk over to the house, shall we? I'm sure you've seen enough of the chapel for tonight. Father, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? How do you do? This is my secretary, Leonard Miles. How do you do, Mr. Miles?
Mr. Brownlee. Dr. Watson. I'm afraid Mr. Brownlee is rather angry with me. I hadn't told him that you were an expert on psychic phenomena, Mr. Harley.
I fail to see why the knowledge of that fact should make you angry, Mr. Brownlee.
I don't want you ferreting about into this so-called ghost business. There's been enough trouble in the neighborhood already. It's almost impossible to keep servants, and these Cornish people are incredibly superstitious.
You haven't seen the ghost yourself, Mr. Brownlee?
Oh, of course not. There isn't any ghost, I tell you.
You heard the mysterious organ playing?
No, I haven't. And I don't want to talk about it anymore. Yes, what is it?
David Pendragon's at the door. He's very anxious to see you, sir.
Pendragon? Oh, very well. Tell him to come in.
Yes.
David? What does he want, I wonder?
Pendragon, that's the fellow we met outside the chapel, isn't it?
Yes. Quite a colourful character.
Oh, he's a superstitious old fool, if you ask me. But he is a good groom. Yes, Pendragon, what is it?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there be trouble at the chapel again tonight. I says to myself, David, 'tis your duty to go to the master, I says.
Never mind. What's the trouble?
As the moon was hanging low tonight, sir, I hears the organ a-playing.
But that was Mr. Holmes, my good man.
Aye, that's what he thinks, maybe. But what I says to myself is, what made him play the organ? And then this very night, I saw the Headless monk. With my own eyes, I saw that poor soul with his head off, wandering in the moonlight. I saw that, sir, with my own eyes, I did.
Oh, get out of here, you blithering old fool. And I'm warning you. If I hear any more nonsense about this ghost, you'll lose your job, you understand? Now, come along, be off with you.
Aye, sir, begging your pardon, sir.
Come on, I'll give you chaps a drink.
Mr. Brownlee seems absolutely rabid on the subject of the ghost, eh?
Yes. Suspiciously so. What about he's trying to hide?
Whatever it is, I don't think he'll be successful. In your profession, Holmes, you know that murder will out. It's true in my profession also. Try to suppress them as you may, gentlemen. Ghosts will out.
Well, Holmes, this place may be haunted, but I swear that I never spent a better night anywhere.
Good morning, Mr. Harley.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
I'm glad to see I'm not the only late riser.
Oh, were you up late too, sir?
Yes, I was, Doctor. I decided to ignore the veiled threats of Mr. Brownlee, and so I did a little investigating in the chapel. Do you mind passing the teapot?
And what were the results of your investigations, Mr. Harley?
Well, there was no psychic manifestation, you understand, but I'm sure of one thing. That chapel is evil. Evil to the hearts of its stones. And I'll swear that evil does not stem from the hapless monk who was murdered there.
You confirm certain suspicions aroused by my own investigations last night. There is evil here, Mr. Harley, and I think I know its nature. Unless I mistake every sign and reaction, someone has been initiating the local peasantry into the evils of the Black Mass.
Black Mass? Good Lord, what a shocking thought.
My own sensations last night confirm your theory, Holmes. There is a coven here, I swear it, hiding its own obscene practices under cover of the haunting.
Well, that sounds quite feasible. After all, the people are so superstitious that they'd keep as far away as possible from the chapel when they heard the organ playing.
This problem falls into both our fields, Harley. The practice of black magic is a criminal offense.
Perhaps it's just as well the old laws against witchcraft are still in force.
I imagine, Mr. Harley, that you have your own methods of combating such forces as we're up against.
Oh, yes, Holmes, though mine are not connected with the legal aspect of the case.
May I ask what you plan to do, sir?
Well, I have several rather elaborate preparations to make, Doctor. It'll take me most of the day, I'm afraid. However, I shall explain them to you all after dinner tonight.
It's very pleasant to sit here after a good dinner with a superb brandy at one's elbow. And listen to the piano being so charmingly played.
You're very kind.
Want to play something more, Miss Brownlee?
I'd love to.
Are you enjoying your stay down here,
Oh,
Mr.
very
Holmes?
much, thank you. Both Mr. Harley and I have found the local folklore extremely interesting.
I say, you fellows haven't been investigating the haunted chapel business again, have you?
Now, look here. If you have, I shall be very angry. It's abusing my hospitality. I told you distinctly I didn't want any more talk of ghosts.
We are not talking of ghosts, my dear Mr. Brownlee. I have something even more important that I must fight now. It's possibly a little hard to imagine me as a crusader. Me, the stooped little man, beside the four of you, as toweringly tall a quartet of men as I have ever faced. And yet, I am your St. George.
What on earth are you talking about, sir?
I'll tell you in secrecy. This mustn't reach the ears of the peasantry. I refer to myself as St. George because I go to wipe out an evil that lives in your midst. A living, modern dragon.
Please, Mr. Harley. That sounds dreadfully frightening.
And to rid you all of this fiend, I must cleanse the chapel, purify it, exorcise it, remove its residue of psychic evil. That, gentlemen, is my mission tonight.
Dorothy!
She's fainted.
Get some smelling salts, quickly.
I'm afraid you were a little too graphic, Mr. Harley.
I'm sorry if I frightened the young lady, but I'm sure that after tonight she will have no further grounds for fear in Trevennis Manor.
Holmes.
Yes, old chap?
Did you hear anything?
Nothing but the owls and the clock striking midnight.
I'm getting off the jumper. What do you suppose Harley's up to?
I can imagine his procedure. Midnight, the crucial hour, I suppose, in his endeavors. I wish him luck. My own plans are not nearly as clear, unfortunately. I sense a guiding force here, but I lack the clues.
There is something, Holmes. Listen.
Great heavens! It's the organ in the chapel.
And Harley's in there alone.
Not alone. Listen to the organ. Appealing forth its madness. Come on, Watson. Something has gone horribly wrong.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. You know, a moment ago I told you how much I thought you'd like Petri California Sherry, but I didn't tell you that Petri Sherry is the all-round, all-American wine. You can not only serve Petri Sherry before dinner, it's good after dinner, too. And, of course, later in the evening when you're listening to the radio with some friends, a glass of Petri Sherry is just the thing. And say, Petri makes two kinds of sherry, the regular and Petri Pale Dry. To make sure you get the one that you like best, do what I do. Don't buy one, buy two. But remember, always buy Petri. Dr. Watson, that was a heck of a place to break off your story.
Then let us continue it as speedily as possible, my boy. As soon as we heard that devilish organ music, Holmes and I rushed out of the house and raced in the moonlight down the path leading to the ruined chapel. By the time we reached the entrance, the organ music had ceased, and the tall, gangling figure of David Pendragon was standing in our path.
You gentlemen be wanting at this time of night.
What are you doing here?
I be here because the gentleman gave me 5 shillings to stand outside here and see that no one disturbed him. That's why I be here. And nobody did come or go. He still be there, he be.
But when you heard that organ music, why the devil didn't you go in?
Organ music? I heard no organ music,
come on,
sir.
Watson.
Great heavens. Look at him.
We're too late. Poor devil. A knife through his heart.
It's obvious who did it. That fellow Pendragon. I'll go and grab him before he gets away.
Watson, he's not our man. This murder was planned with devilish cunning.
The curious thing, there's no sign of a struggle at all. Looks he just stood here and allowed himself to be stabbed.
Are these chalk marks with which the body is surrounded? It is known as a pentagram, I believe. He thought it would protect him completely from the supernatural forces.
Poor chap. For once his researches went too far.
Yes, because they touched not on the supernatural, but upon natural evil. And remember, Watson, that only 3 people besides ourselves and David Pendragon knew of this vigil.
Yes, Brownlee, his daughter, and young Miles, the secretary.
Exactly. Go back to the house, will you? And bring them here. Perhaps we can lay a ghost by trapping a murderer.
That's all I know, Mr. Holmes.
Well, you've not established much so far, Holmes. The three of them all swear they were asleep and that they didn't hear the organ.
Yes, then you can't prove otherwise,
I think I
Holmes.
can prove that one of you was not only awake, but also murdered Mortimer Harley.
But why should any of us want the poor man dead,
In
Mr.
your
Holmes?
case, young lady, I confess that I find it hard to conceive a motive.
Implying that Mr. Brownlee and I might have one?
Well, Mr. Miles, you must admit that you're responsible for Mr. Harley coming here.
And you, Mr. Brownlee, must admit that you did everything in your power to prevent the dead man from carrying out his investigations. Why? What were you trying to hide?
Nothing. It's just that I wanted to sell the manor house. All this talk about ghosts was giving the place a bad name. And if it had gone on, I'd never have disposed of the property.
Well, speculation can get us nowhere. Let's get down to facts. Is there any other entrance to this chapel besides the two doors?
None.
Oh, there was an old smuggler's cave which came out near the organ lot, but Father had it bricked up some years ago.
I had to. The tourists kept crawling in.
Go and examine it, will you, Watson, old chap?
All right, you are, Holmes.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Holmes, it seems obvious who did this murder.
You told us David Pendragon admitted that no one went in or out as he stood guard. He must have done it himself. Oh, the man's half-witted.
And superstitious. He might have killed Mr. Harley because he was attempting to interfere with the ghost.
And then played the organ to celebrate the occasion? I think you overestimate David Pendragon's capabilities, Miss Brownlee. Mr. Miles.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Pendragon is waiting outside. Would you be kind enough to ask him to come here for a moment, please?
Certainly.
What did you find out, Watson?
Well, it's easy to see where it was bricked up, but it's a solid wall now. No one could get in that way.
But if no one came in or out, who else could have killed Harley except Pendragon?
The ghost, or rather the person disguised as a ghost. The dead man expected a psychic manifestation. When he saw the supposed ghost coming towards him, he offered no resistance. He believed that the magical pentagram would protect him. Ah, there you are, David.
Aye, here I be, sir. But I don't know nothing more than what I told thee.
No, don't be frightened, Pendragon. All we want is the truth.
That's what I told thee, sir.
And tell us a little more, will you? When you said no one had entered the chapel tonight, you meant that no mortal man had entered, didn't you?
That I did, sir. But how could I say I'd seen the ghost when Mr. Brownlee here had told me I'd lose my job if I spoke of the ghost again?
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. So you did see the ghost?
That I did, sir. The poor soul walking through the moonlight with no head on his body.
You saw it quite clearly?
Just as clearly as I sees you now, sir.
How tall was he?
He was... Would you mind standing against the wall, sir?
Yes, of course.
He was as tall as... Well, his shoulders come to just where your shoulders come now, sir.
A tall man, then. So we narrow it down to either you, Mr. Brownlee, or you, Mr. Miles.
This is utterly ridiculous.
Of course it is.
On the contrary, gentlemen, the case is solved.
Which one of them was it, Holmes?
Neither. Remember that the ghost is headless. That means that the impostor must have built up fake shoulders covering the head. On either of these men, it would have brought their shoulders to the level of my head.
Great Scott, it was...
Bravo, Mr. Holmes. I didn't think you'd catch me.
Dorothy! No, I don't believe
Miss
it.
Brownlee, I must warn you that...
Keep back. Don't any of you come near me. As you see, I have a revolver.
Dorothy, for heaven's sake!
Don't speak to me of heaven. You thought I was a sweet little girl, didn't you, Father? You didn't know your dear, demure daughter could murder a man, did you?
Why did you kill Mortimer Harley?
Because he was a meddler. For months I've been practicing black magic here. For months I've been building up the legend of the Headless monk and the organ music. It made me so wonderfully alone, so gloriously free to practice the rites. And then he came here. I let him live that first night because I thought he was a fool. But on the second, when he said he was going to exorcise this chap, to purify it, as he said, he signed his death warrant. If you could have seen his face, if you could only have seen his stupid, toddled face, as I plunged the knife into him.
Dorothy!
He bled so beautifully.
Holmes, she's mad as a hatter. What are we going to do?
Brownlee, give me that revolver.
And let you take me to prison or an asylum? No, you'll never catch me.
She's backing up the stairs leading to the organ loft.
Dorothy, come back!
Don't try and follow me.
Look out! The railing's behind you.
And turn my head. Oh, no, Mr. Holmes,
Dorothy! My poor little girl.
Mr. Brownlee, the powers of evil are frightening. Your daughter had killed one man and might have killed more. She was insane. Hopelessly insane.
Well, Doctor, that was quite an exciting story. You know, I wish I could play the organ and write music for it. There's nothing like music to really express a thought.
Yes, I can just imagine the kind of music that you'd write. Probably catchy little ditties such as, "The Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you drink, remember Petri wine."
Oh, no, Doctor. Is that the way I affect you? Although on the level, you could probably write beautiful music to describe the way the grapes look on the vine in the sunlight. But what music could tell you about the Petri family? How long they've been making fine wine? You know, the Petri family has been making wine for generations, handing on down from father to son, the knowledge necessary to transform luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into delicious, fragrant wine. And when you see that name Petri on a bottle of wine, remember, you're not looking at a mere trademark. That name Petri is the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle meets their unusually high standards. Petri wine is always good wine. It's got to be, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now let me think. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a story that started quietly enough as Holmes and I sat at a London dinner party, and yet, before the evening was over, we found ourselves involved in one of the most shocking scandals that ever rocked London society.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Devil's Foot. Music is by Dean Fosler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the...
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. The makers of bromoquinine cold tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. Watch out for colds, ladies and gentlemen. They're very prevalent now, and a little cold may be the start of a serious illness. And now, as we make our way through the night to Dr. Watson's hospitable door, we notice a feeling of spring in the air. The buds are swollen on the trees, still black and dripping from the rain. There's the smell of warm, damp earth.
Delicious. Eh, Mr. Manning?
Well, hello, Dr. Watson. I didn't see you in the doctor.
Yes, I've been out checking up to see if my magnolias survived the winter.
Any casualties?
No, they all seem to be fairly bursting with buds. There's nothing as delicious as that first faint whiff of spring. Or as treacherous. Come along to the house before we both catch our death of cold.
After you, sir.
Not at all, my boy. None of that age before beauty nonsense. I'm not as decrepit as all that.
Oh, what's this? The front hall littered with trunks and suitcases?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid my annual wanderlust has broken out rather early this spring. I'm off on a little jaunt first thing tomorrow morning, but come along into the study.
Well, does that mean that this is the last of our storytelling evening?
For this winter, yes, I'm afraid it does. Well, I trust I'm not too forward if I hope to be invited back again in the fall.
Oh, of course not. You know we'll be waiting for your return.
Oh, thanks very much. It's very, very decent of you. To put up with the meanderings of an old fellow like myself, huh? I appreciate it, you know. But sit down, Mr. Manning. Sit down there, over there, in the usual chair. Let's get on with our story before I get all blithery and sentimental.
You're going to tell us about Professor Moriarty tonight, aren't you?
Well, I had intended to, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to tell you the adventure of the retired Colourman instead.
Retired Colourman? Isn't that a military term?
No, it isn't. Mr. Josiah P. Amberley has been the junior member of Brickfall and Amberley, manufacturers of artistic paint boxes. He made quite a tidy little fortune. Retired from business at the age of 61, bought a house at Lewisham and then settled down. The very next year, 1897, I think it was, the old fool married.
Married?
Yes, married. And the woman 30 years his junior.
Yes, that's always a bit risky.
Risky? Risky. Within 2 years, he was as miserable a creature as crawls beneath the sun. Oh, dear me, I'm jumping ahead in the story again. As I was saying, it was the 23rd of April, 1899, and a rainy and disagreeable April it had been. Holmes was in a melancholy and philosophic mood that morning as he stood by the window, watching the raindrops chasing one another down the pane. Rain had always depressed him when he was not working on a case. When he was working on a case, I don't believe he realized that there was such a thing as weather.
Look at that beastly rain. Hasn't stopped for 3 days. Might as well be another flood. Well, heaven only knows what transgressions could have brought it on. That's been a really first-class crime for months.
Well, cheer up, Holmes, cheer up. It's probably good for the crops or something.
The shortage in crime?
No. The rain, of course. Probably makes the little buds sprout and the little shoots shoot.
Oh, don't be so blasted optimistic. More likely rotting all the seeds that's already been planted. Rain, where the deuce does it all come from? This confounded English climate? Why any man with half a brain stays on this rain-soaked, mist-bound island is beyond me.
Oh, I doubt if the men have anything to do with it. It's the ladies, God bless them. This climate gives them perfect complexions, and with so many lovely creatures about, what Englishman would think of quitting the country? So much beauty, such exquisite...
Oh, rubbish, Watson, rubbish. The spring has given you a temporary softening of the brain. I regret to say it seems to have that effect on most impressionable males.
Impressionable nonsense. When a woman's concerned in one of your cases, you never even notice whether she's 16 or 60, and then you don't care whether she's got a well-turned ankle or whether she's flat-footed.
Oh, why should I?
Holmes, there are times when I think you're a cold-blooded fish.
Possibly, Watson, possibly. Why do you suppose the fool doesn't show up?
What fool?
Josiah P. Amberley.
Oh, is he one of your clients?
Oh, I suppose I may call him so. He's been sent to me by Scotland Yard.
Oh, by Scotland Yard?
Quite. By Lestrade, to be exact. You must consider the case fairly hopeless if Lestrade hands the matter over to me of his own accord.
Look, Holmes, there's a cab drawing up in front of our front door. He must be your client, Mr. Amberley.
Yeah. Strange-looking individual, eh, Watson?
He's quite an old fellow. Looks literally bowed down with care.
Ah, but no weakling. Look at those shoulders and that chest. The framework of a giant. He's arguing with the cab driver about the fare. Huh. Watches the pennies, eh?
I must say I don't like his face. So fierce and eager, and the way those snaky locks of grizzled hair stick out from under his hat.
Wonder what he's worrying. What's worrying Mr. Amberley? Willing to bet it has something to do with money. I imagine nothing else could upset him to any great extent.
Nonsense, Holmes. You always look on the base side of human nature.
Here he is now. Come in, come in.
Which of you is Sherlock Holmes?
I am. This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how are you?
I'm a broken man. He's robbed me, the swine. Taken everything I had in the world. I thought he was my friend, and he took everything. Right from under my nose. In my own house. Robbed me, he did.
Yes, I thought sure it was a question of money.
Money? Who said money? He stole my wife. The light of my life. The apple of my eye. It's true she was very expensive. But after all, she was my wife, and he stole her.
Now, Mr. Amberley...
My beautiful blonde wife. Hair like gold. And my securities. The money I saved up for years of hard work. Gone. All gone.
Yes, thank you. First, tell us about your wife. Now, how long have you been married?
2 years. 2 years, and she's tired of me already. 2 little years.
Easy, my good man, easy. More facts and fewer recriminations if we're to get to the bottom of this case.
Well, 3 years ago I retired. Bought a house. Big house at Lewisham. Cost me plenty of money, that house did. Well, sir, I'd never lived alone in a big house before, and I got sort of lonely. House began to need looking after, so I thought I'd start looking around for a wife. Nice, healthy, young wife to look after me. Then I met Ella. Handsome girl she was, too. A good cook. Hair like gold. Could bake a beef and kidney pie that would melt in your mouth. So I thought I might as well get married.
Yeah, very practical, I'm sure.
Yes, that's what I figured at that time. But, Lord, Mr. Holmes, the money a woman runs into. They made my heart bleed the way the money went.
I should have thought you'd have been glad when the other fellow took it off your hands. But who was this...
This wolf in sheep's clothing?
Yes.
His name was Dr. Ray Ernest, a young fellow.
Used to come over nights and play chess with me.
Ah, I see. You stole your wife?
Yes, and my securities.
Yes, but surely the securities are registered. You can hardly hope to convert them.
Maybe not, but I must have them back. And you've got to find those securities for me, Mr. Holmes. You've got to find them.
And your wife, of course?
Well, of course. Wherever she is, they are.
Ah, quite. On the other hand, Mr. Amberley, I confess I don't see that I can be of much service. It's a routine matter, and I'm sure that Scotland Yard would be only too glad...
They haven't found a thing, not a single security.
Oh, very well. And we'll do our best. Dr. Watson will take a run down to your house at Lewisham to look over the grounds.
Oh, really? Yes. I hardly expected you'd come yourself. After my heavy financial loss, nobody cares if an old man's heart is broken.
Oh, stop that blubbering. I'm not coming myself because I'm preoccupied with the case of the 2 Coptic patriarchs. This particular case doesn't seem to be very complicated. I'm sure, Mr. Amberley, that Dr. Watson can handle it as well as I could myself.
Well, if that's the best that you can offer, I suppose I must be satisfied. Pampered, that's what she was. And that young man, that dirty pickpocket, I treated him like my own son. He had the run of the house. And now look how they treated me. Me, who never harmed a soul.
Quite. And now, good day, Mr. Amberley.
Yes. Well, good day, Mr. Holmes. And I shall expect Dr. Watson this afternoon. You have my address, I believe. Oh, the ingratitude, the rank ingratitude of it all.
I must say, Holmes, I like the way you've shoved all this off onto my shoulders. Coptic patriarchs, indeed. You just don't want to go.
Right, Watson, right, the very first time. You've been begging for a case all to yourself for months. Well, here it is.
Yes, and a nice case you've given me, I must say. That old skinflint.
Oh, my daughter, oh, my ducats, eh? With the emphasis on the ducats, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, confound that passage.
There. Ah, that's better. That's dash good. Hello. Someone steps on the stairs. Watson, if I'm not mistaken, and in a triumphant mood.
Hello, Holmes. Well, I'm back.
Hail the conquering hero. A successful afternoon, I take it, with the light of victory in your eye.
Well, I did manage to dig up a clue or so.
Good. Now about Mr. Amberley's place of residence. What's it like?
Well, he calls it the Haven.
Oh, charming.
Yes, isn't it? I think the place would interest you, Holmes. You know that particular quarter, the monotonous brick streets, the weary suburban highways. Well, right in the middle of them lies this beautiful old home, surrounded by a high sun-baked wall, mottled with lichens and topped with moss, the sort of wall...
You may omit the perjury, Watson. I note that it was a high brick wall.
All right. I should have guessed it was the Haven even if I hadn't asked a lounger who was smoking outside in the street.
A lounger?
Yes, a tall, dark, heavily moustached man with a curious look in his eye.
With great tinted glasses and a Masonic type-in?
Good heavens. How'd you know?
Oh, the fool. A child of 10 could have seen through that.
I must say, Holmes, I don't see.
Never mind. Continue with your story, Watson.
Well, I'd hardly entered the gateway before I saw Mr. Amberley coming down the drive to meet me. He began at once, pouring out his grievances. We walked back to the house together.
And,
Well, once inside the wall, I must say, I've never seen a place worse kept. Garden running to weeds and in a dreadful neglect. The house, too, was slatternly to the last degree. It just goes to show what happens to a place when there's no womanly hand about to keep it in order.
Yes, but Mrs. Amberley's only been missing a few days. Hardly time for so much disintegration to take place. Must have set in before she left.
Oh, possibly. At any rate, Mr. Amberley seemed to be ashamed of it. He was doing his best to remedy it, though I must admit that his efforts looked a trifle ineffectual.
What's to become of me? What's to become of me? My wife gone, most of my fortune stolen. Oh, come in, Dr. Watson, come in. Here you see what remains of what used to be called my home. An Englishman's home is his castle, so they say. But home is where the heart is. And my heart... Look out, Dr. Watson, look out. That woodwork's just been...
Oh, look at that. My best pair of trousers.
Too bad. Careful. You almost stepped into that pot of paint.
Oh, dash it all, Amber. This is absolute limit.
Sorry, I shouldn't have left that pot of paint in the middle of the passage, I suppose. When one's alone in the house, one forgets.
Well, alone? So you've been doing this painting yourself?
It must strike you a strange occupation under the circumstances. One must do something to ease an aching heart. And step in here, Dr. Watson. This is my study, my sanctum sanctorum.
Oh, so sanctum sanctorum, is it? I see you've just finished painting woodwork in this room, too. What a smell of paint.
Yes, it's not dry yet. That's why I have a fire in here.
Now, let me see. Where did you keep your securities?
In the safe in that wall. This room is really a strong room, like a bank, with an iron shutter on the window and an iron door, burglar-proof. Ah, that's the irony of it. No thief from without could have taken my money, but my wife, my own wife. There's a picture, Dr. Watson, on the mantel, taken in a wedding dress.
Nice-looking girl, Emily. It doesn't look the sort that
the viper, the ingrate.
Oh, really?
Why, that very night, I bought 2 upper circle seats at the Haymarket Theatre. Wanted to give her a treat, I did.
Oh, didn't she go?
No. Last moment she said she felt sick. Said she had a headache, she did. I believed her and went alone. When I came back, she was gone. The safe was ransacked.
Just a minute. What night was that, Mr. Emily?
Last Thursday.
Oh, Thursday, was it?
Here's an unused ticket. Money wasted. She was always wasting money.
May I have that ticket, Mr. Emily? Hold on. You will throw it in the fire. Oh, why?
I wanted to get rid of it. I want to get rid of everything that reminds me of her. Here, give me that picture.
Well, I say...
Right into the fire she goes, curse. May her soul burn in torment as that picture's burning now.
Unpleasant fellow, eh, Watson? This case begins to look more somber than I suspected. If you could only have brought me that ticket, Watson.
Oh, I did my best, Holmes. I may not have the ticket itself, but I did notice the number of the seat.
Oh, bravo, Watson. How did you happen to remember it?
Well, as a matter of fact, it was my place in form at school, 31, 3 from the bottom. And so it stuck in my head.
Splendid, old fellow. Then Amberley's seat must have been 30 or 32. Dear me now, who can that be?
Well, whoever it is, he's dashed impatient.
Oh, yes. Here he comes up the stairs, fairly running. Come in. Well, bless my soul if it isn't our old friend, our good friend, Mr. Amberley. What's up?
A telegram, Mr. Holmes. I can't make anything of it. Here, see for yourself.
Uh-huh. Come at once without fail.
Yes.
Can give you information as to your recent loss signed Elman,
Yes,
the
Elman.
vicarage. Dispatched at 2:10 from Little Purlington. Little Purlington in Essex, I believe, not far from Frinton. You will start at once, of course. Watson, look up the train.
It's probably a hoax. What could anyone in Little Purlington
But it's
know
from
about
a very responsible person. Where's my Crockford? Yes, here it is. We'll look up this minister of the gospel. E. Elman. Here it is. Yeah, J.C. Elman, M.A., living of Moss Morecambe, Little Purlington.
Yes, but I still don't think...
Surely, Mr. Amberley, you want to find your wife and your lost security,
Of course, but think of the waste of time and money.
Here we are. Here's a train from Liverpool Street at 5:20.
Yes, you just have time. Mr. Amberley, you go downstairs and hail a cab. I'll help Dr. Watson throw a few things in the bag.
You think I need Dr. Watson? Perhaps I'd better go alone.
Oh, no. It may be a trap for all we know.
I don't think I shall go.
Mr. Amberley, it would make the worst possible impression on both the police and on myself if you refused to follow up so obvious a clue. We should feel that you were not in earnest about this investigation.
Very well, I'll go.
Perhaps you'd better go with him, Holmes.
What? Take your case, Watson. After the brilliant ways in which you've handled it? No. Go along, Mr. Amberley, or you'll miss your train.
Very well, but the expenses or something...
Here you are, Watson. Here's your bag.
It's packed.
Yes, you never know when you may be called off on a case like this. I packed it for you.
Holmes, I do think that...
Quite. Now, whatever you do, see that he really does go to Little Purlington.
Yes, I don't think that he's
Again, quite. Should he break away and try to return, get to the nearest telegraph station and send me the single word bolted. I will arrange to have it reach me wherever I am.
What? You have something to look into at this end, then?
I have, Watson. This case is beginning to take on a rather curious and sinister aspect. Above all, old man, take good care of yourself. And Mr. Amberley. Confound this rain. Everything's as dark as a black hole of Calcutta. Here, the haven. Shitty little haven this is. I can find a window unlatched. Not much chance on the first floor. The old boy's 2 quarters. Ooh. Second-story window, perhaps. Now, if I can manage to scale this porch pillar. This confounded rain. Just slippery as a greased pole. Come on. Hey, there we are. Yeah. There's the window that's unlatched. Easy. And now, 1 foot over the sill. Now
up with your hands. Up with them, I tell you. Thought I wouldn't see you prowling around down below, eh? Well, I've caught you red-handed.
Nice wild goose chase that turned out to be. That friend of yours, Sherlock Holmes, is a fool.
I'm sure, Mr. Hamley, if you'll call and see him, he can explain.
Explain nothing. That vicar had never seen that telegram before. The way he treated us. You might have thought we were suspicious characters. Then missing the last train and having to sit up all night in the confounded station with the rain dripping through the roof.
Well, we could have gone to an hotel.
Gone to an hotel? That costs money. Gone to an hotel, indeed.
Here's your house, Mr. Hamley. I think I'll go along home now and get some breakfast.
You will not. I'm going to come into the house and see if everything's all... I look up there. The window over the porch. It's open.
Perhaps you left it like that yourself?
Rubbish. I tell you, I don't like the looks of this. Where's my key? Here it is. We'll soon find out.
I say, it's gloomy, isn't it?
Look. Someone's been here right enough. Footprints on the fresh paint. I'll find them if I have to tear the place apart.
No need for that, Mr. Hamley. We're here waiting for you in the study.
Holmes! Good heavens, what a start you get.
How did you get in here?
Dived in through an upstairs window.
That's burglary, young man.
Yes. Burglary has always been an alternate profession, and I cared to adopt it. I'll admit I was glad I hadn't when I walked into Inspector Lestrade's gun last night. He thought I was a burglar, too. But come, we're keeping him waiting. He's in the library. Here they are, Lestrade. I told you we could expect them back before 10.
No, but look here, that's not Lestrade. That's the man I saw loitering in front of the gate yesterday afternoon. The fellow with the black moustache and the glasses.
That's right, Dr. Watson. Yes. Lestrade fondly imagines that's the disguise.
Oh, now look here, no.
It's as obvious to anyone who takes the trouble.
Look here, I've had enough of this. I won't have two busybodies prowling around my house in the middle of the night. And what's more, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I suspect you sent that telegram yourself.
Very clever of you, Mr. Amberley, very clever. You looked a trifle pale. I thought a night in the country might do you good.
Enough of that. What kind of a fool do you take me for? I have you put behind the bars, all of you.
Oh, surely not Inspector Lestrade. Why, he's from Scotland Yard.
I don't care if it's in the House of Lords.
Yeah, none of that.
You're all disgraced, publicly disgraced. Breaking into my house in the middle of the night. Oh, I'll get you for that. What were you doing in here last night? Answer me that.
Looking for the bodies.
What? Good heavens.
Looking for the bodies of your wife and Dr. Ernest. What have you done with them?
How dare you?
You murdered them in this room. We have ample proof.
Why, you...
Stop him, Watson. Stop him. He's got a capsule in his hand. It's poison. He's going to swallow it.
No.
Come on, get that out.
Spit it out, or I'll tell you.
No shortcut, Mr. Amberley, if you please. Everything decently and in its proper place. Take him away, Lestrade.
Right, come along now. No more monkey business. I won't put up with that. All right. Phew. What a scene. So that old brute Amble is a murderer, eh? How did you find it out?
Well, the first clue was the theatre ticket, which he didn't use. We found that out.
That destroyed his alibi.
Yes, the theatre people assured us that there had been 2 empty seats, not just one. The second clue was the smell of fresh paint. What was he trying to hide by that?
What?
Gas. He asphyxiated his wife and Dr. Ernst in this room.
Good heavens.
His strong room, which was as near airtight as anything could humanly possibly be.
But how?
Well, that's what I wanted to find out. That's what I was looking for when I broke into the house last night.
And what did you find?
Look here. Notice the gas pipe along the skirting here? It rises in the wall, in the angle there, and ends in that plaster rose in the center of the ceiling where it's concealed by that ornamentation. The end's wide open.
How horrible.
Yes, and look here. Look, near the floor. What do you make out?
2 words written on the wall. Then a scroll. We were. What does that mean?
The poor devil was trying to write, "We were murdered." I can see the whole ghastly scene. It was last Thursday night. Amberley had lured his wife and Dr. Ernest into this room.
Oh, listen to that wind. I wish it would stop.
It's not so bad in this room. Let's have a little game in here, eh, Dr. Ernest? Just you sit here, there. Entertain the doctor while I go and look for the chessmen. Excuse me for a minute, Dr. Ernest.
Certainly.
And if you don't mind, I'll close the door. There's such a draught. It'll be much cozier in here with the door closed. Much cozier.
If that wind only wouldn't howl. I feel so depressed. Is there something terrible we're going to happen?
Oh, nonsense, my dear Mrs. Amberley. This house is getting on your nerves. Is it any wonder?
He gets worse and worse. Oh, Dr. Ernest, I'm so frightened.
You must go away.
What?
Now, don't be alarmed, Mrs. Amberley. I've had your husband under observation for some time. I'm afraid he isn't quite normal. It isn't safe for you to stay here any longer.
But, Dr. Ernest, don't you understand? I can't leave my husband. Heaven knows what would happen if I left him alone.
We could get a nurse to take care of him. You can't stay here with him. What was that?
Josiah, he heard us. He was outside the door listening. Oh, Dr. Ernest, this is terrible. What can we do?
Listen. You hear that?
It's the gas. Someone's turned on the gas. I can smell it.
Hurry. We've got to get out of here.
What? Oh, the door's locked. He's locked the door. Amberley! I say, Amberley, open the door!
Quick, the window. No, that's locked, too. The iron shutters.
Emily! Emily, let us out!
You realize what this means? He's going to kill us. He must have gone mad, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's what I was afraid of. He's a maniac. A homicidal maniac. Oh, this is horrible. We're trapped. What a fool I was.
What can we do? I feel so faint. I can hardly breathe.
Here. Lie down on the floor. The air's better down here.
It's no use. I can't stay awake. I don't mind anymore. I'm quite all right. Really.
Mrs. Hamnbury. Don't give up. I feel faint, too. I must warn people. It's dangerous. I can't think. Oh, God, I can't breathe. I can't think.
What a tragic story, Dr. Watson. And was Mr. Amberley insane?
They decided he was. He ended his days in an asylum.
Did they ever find the bodies?
Yes, at the bottom of an old well, the opening of which had been cleverly concealed by a dog catcher.
I see.
And now I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye.
Well, not goodbye, Dr. Watson. Au revoir.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Manning. Anyway, in conclusion, I want to thank you and our radio audiences who so patiently listened to the reminiscences of a sentimental old fellow. And I want to wish you all, old and young, an extremely happy summer.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, Basil Rathbone would like to say a few words to you. But first, may I give you a word of advice? Remember the danger of the so-called common cold. Remember the sickness it can cause and the bills it can cost. Act promptly, decisively, at the first sign of a cold. Take famous bromoquinine tablets. And now, here's Basil Rathbone.
Ladies and gentlemen, to me, Sherlock Holmes has always been one of the greatest characters ever created. Tonight, as our present series ends, I'd like to thank our sponsor, the makers of bromoquinine, for giving me the opportunity of playing Holmes on the air, especially with such an inspired Dr. Watson as Mr. Nigel Bruce.
Oh, Basil, that's very...
Please.
Oh, sorry, what?
Speaking for myself and Mr. Bruce, may I express our gratitude to our radio audience for the many letters of interest and encouragement that we received. And finally, a word of appreciation to all the performers and others concerned with this program who have helped so immeasurably in making the Baker Street days live again. And now, until fall, it's time for me, too, to say au revoir and good luck.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted by Edith Miser from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Retired Colourman, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The Sherlock Holmes series was produced by Tom McKnight. This program was presented from Hollywood by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets, quick relief for colds. This is Knox Manning speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Where is it? Where is it? I'm losing my patience with you, lady! Ow! You whoring!
That's enough! This isn't going to work. Let her go.
Let me cut her up a bit.
No. You heard the orders. Besides, look at that face. You wouldn't want to ruin its market value. Superb. Let her go.
A Scandal in Bohemia by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Bert Coules. With Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Sarah Bedell as Irene Adler and Andrew Sachs as the King. A Scandal in Bohemia.
To Sherlock Holmes, she is always the woman.
I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt anything akin to love for her. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his precise, analytical mind.
Love. Love is an emotional thing, and whatever is emotional is opposed to true, cold reason.
Which you place above everything else.
Of course, I should never marry myself.
I'd like to see the woman who'd take you on.
Lest I bias my judgment.
I trust that my judgment may survive the ordeal.
And yet to him, there was one woman. And that woman was the beautiful Irene Adler, of dubious and questionable memory. I had seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other. My own complete happiness and the Holmes-centered interests which rise up around the man who first finds himself master of his own establishment were sufficient to absorb all my attention. While Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his whole Bohemian soul, remained alone in our old lodgings, buried among his books and his chemicals, and alternating, so I presumed, between cocaine and ambition, the drowsiness of the drug and the fierce energy of his own nature. Beyond the occasional vague accounts of his activities, which I shared with all the readers of the daily press, I knew nothing of my former friend. Then, one night when my journey home from a patient led me through Baker Street, and I passed the well-remembered door, I was seized with a keen desire to see him again.
Good evening, Mrs. Hudson. Oh, I do beg your pardon.
Good evening, sir. My name is Turner. May I help you?
Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes in?
He is, sir. Do you have an appointment?
An appointment? No, I don't.
I'll ask if Mr. Holmes will see you. What name shall I say?
Dr. Watson.
Mrs. Hudson, it's good to see you again.
Master, you shouldn't be on your feet.
Nonsense, Alice. Come in, Doctor, come in.
Thank you very much.
Now, Martha, you go and rest.
Oh, stop fussing round me, Alice. I'm perfectly all right.
Just as you like. I'll be in the kitchen if I'm wanted.
Mrs. Hudson, who on earth was that?
Oh, you mustn't mind her, Doctor. She's my cousin, Alice Turner. She's been giving me a hand.
Have you been ill?
Oh, I'm fine now. She'll be off home in a day or two, and neither she nor Mr. Holmes will be shedding a tear about it if I'm any judge. Now, let me look at you. Doctor, you're a real sight for sore eyes. And how's Mrs. Watson?
She's very well, thank you. Mrs. Hudson, you shouldn't let him wear you into the ground. Why didn't you send for me?
Now, sir, you have your own life to lead, and a good woman to be thinking of. I'll announce you...
No. You stay down here and get some rest. Do you think he'd be pleased to see me?
Of course he will. Up you go now.
Yes, what is it? Come in, Mrs. Turner.
Good evening, Holmes.
Watson.
I was passing the door.
Pray, come in.
Thank you. Oh, it's a cold night.
Wedlock suits you. You've put on 7.5 pounds since I saw you last.
7.
Just a trifle more, I fancy.
Perhaps.
You are back in practice, but your list is not yet a wrong one. Tonight you called on a patient in a prosperous household to which you travel by 4-wheeler. You got yourself very wet lately, and you are the most clumsy and careless servant girl. Would you care for a whiskey?
Oh, my dear fellow, how are you?
Oh, I've been kept busy.
I'm delighted to hear it.
Take off your coat, Watson. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, you'll join me in a drink.
Oh, that would be very welcome.
How is Mrs. Watson?
Oh, she's in excellent spirits.
Oh, splendid, splendid. Here we are.
Thank you. Your very good health.
And yours.
Mary's just about to give notice to our servant girl, though how you could tell she was so bad is beyond me. You know, if you'd have lived a few centuries ago, you would certainly have been burned.
That would have been a tragedy. The world would have been denied your colourful exercises in romantic fiction.
Oh, you mean those reprehensible little efforts that have made your name and brought you so much work?
Mm-hmm.
No. Don't waste your time thinking up another sarcastic answer. Just tell me how you knew about Mary Jane.
By the inner side of your left shoe.
Go on.
The leather is scored by 6 parallel cuts where someone has very carelessly scraped mud from the edge of the sole. Mud so long neglected it's completely crusted. Hence my double deduction that you've been out in vile weather and that you had a particularly malignant boot-slitting specimen of the London slavey.
Ridiculously simple.
Well, then I won't insult your intelligence by explaining the rest. Have a look at this. Came by the last post.
Pink paper. No address, no date, no signature. There will call upon you tonight at 7:45 a gentleman... Holmes, that's in about 5 minutes.
Read on.
A gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe,
Holland,
have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. Oh, Holmes.
Now, this account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber at that hour.
What do you imagine it means?
Now, Watson, how many times? It's a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. But we have the note itself. What do you deduce from it?
It's a man's writing, and he's well-to-do. Paper like this couldn't be bought under half a crown a packet. It's peculiarly strong and stiff.
Peculiar is the very word. It's not an English paper. Hold it up to the light.
Yes, there's a watermark. E.G. P.G.T. Paper company's monogram. German.
Very good. Agria Papier Gesellschaft.
Agria?
In Bohemia. And the writer of the note is a German speaker.
This account of you we have from all quarters received.
Only a German is so uncourteous to his verbs. Aha.
What is it?
Teutonic punctuality. I believe I heard... Yes, a nice little broom and a pair of beauties, 150 guineas apiece, easily. Ooh, there's money in this case, and there's nothing else. And there is our man.
What's he like?
6'6", built like Hercules, appallingly overdressed and exhibiting an intense desire for anonymity.
Anonymity?
He's wearing a mask.
A mask, for goodness sake? I'd better go.
Not a bit, Doctor. Stay where you are.
Yeah, but your client...
Never mind him. You'll find a notebook and a pencil on my desk, if you've no objection.
My dear fellow.
I am lost without my Boswell.
Thank you, Holmes.
Well, whoever he is, he survived Mrs. Turner. Come in.
You had my note? I told you that I would call.
You did. Pray, take a seat.
Who is this person?
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Whom have I the honor to address?
You may address me as the Count von Kram, a Bohemian nobleman. I should much prefer to communicate with you alone.
I shall leave.
No, Doctor. It is both or none, Count. You may say before this gentleman anything which you may say to me.
Very well. You will excuse this mask. The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you, and I may confess that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own.
I was aware of it.
The circumstances are of great delicacy and could grow into an immense scandal. It is not too much to say that the whole course of European history could be affected. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the great house of Ormstein, kings of Bohemia.
I was also aware of that.
Sir, you were represented to me as the most energetic agent and most incisive reasoner in Europe.
Your informant was not in error.
This is intolerable.
If you would condescend to state your case, I should be better able to advise your Majesty.
Your Majesty?
You are right. I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?
Why, indeed. Your Majesty had not spoken before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Castle Felstein and hereditary King of Bohemia. Do please sit down. Thank you. Doctor, if you please.
Certainly.
What are you doing?
I'm taking notes. Confidential notes.
Very well. The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, when I was still only Crown Prince, I made the acquaintance of the well-known, adventurous Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you.
Irene Adler. Look her up in my index, Doctor.
Yes. Adler. Adler. Irene. She's a singer, born in New Jersey in 58. Here.
Contralto. La Scala. Imperial Opera of Warsaw, yes. Retired from the operatic stage 2 years ago at the age of only 28. Now lives in London, once celebrated throughout Europe as an adventuress. Grazie. Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this person.
Entangled? Yes. Yes, that is exactly the word.
That's 3 races in a row, Willie. What's the matter with you?
The next time I buy you a horse, I'll do the choosing. The slowest one I can find.
You just don't like being outridden by a woman.
Or perhaps I'll give you something less exhausting.
A yacht. I've always wanted a yacht.
What would you do with a yacht?
Billy, there are things you can do on a yacht that you can't do on a horse. Come on!
She was beautiful, elegant, and clever. She was the most refreshing, the most natural woman I'd ever encountered. And the most audacious.
Ready, Billy? Here I come.
Irene.
Don't you like the suit? It's one of my favorites.
Is this some kind of a joke? What have you done to yourself?
I thought we'd go for a stroll. These are my walking clothes.
You expect me to appear in public with you looking like that? Well, for God's sake, woman, what will people say?
Is that all you ever think about? Listen, my love, once I fix my hair, I can fool anyone.
You're not serious.
I'm perfectly serious. Now shut up and kiss me. Well, what are you waiting for?
I want to remember this moment. I never kissed a man before.
And Your Majesty wrote this singular young lady some compromising letters and is now desirous of getting those letters back.
But how could you possibly know that? I'm not exaggerating when I say that if certain individuals suspected that I even so much as spoke to that woman, the effects would be calamitous.
Was there a secret marriage?
No, none.
No legal papers or certificates?
None.
Then I fail to follow, Your Majesty. If she should produce her letters, how is she to prove their authenticity?
There's the writing.
Oh, but forgery.
My private notepaper.
Stolen.
My own seal.
Imitated.
She has my photograph.
Bought.
We were both in the photograph.
Oh, dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion.
I was mad, insane. The photograph is particularly compromising. This is a highly serious matter.
Most certainly. You have placed yourself in a very difficult position.
That photograph must be recovered. I have tried and failed. Burglars in my employ have ransacked her house. Huh? Her luggage has been diverted when she traveled. Twice she has been waylaid. There's been no result.
You must pay. It must be bought.
She will not sell.
Indeed. Then if blackmail is not the lady's aim...
She proposes to ruin me.
How?
I am about to be married.
So I have heard.
To Clotilde Lotman von Saxe-Meiningen, second daughter of the King of Scandinavia.
A family of strict principles.
Strictest. The princess herself is the very soul of delicacy. A shadow of doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an end. That must not be allowed to happen.
And Irene Adler
threatens to send them the photograph. And she will do it. I know that she will do it. She has a soul of steel. She has the face of the most beautiful of women and the mind of the most resolute of men.
You're sure that she hasn't sent it already?
Yes, I'm sure. She has said that she would send it on the day that the betrothal is publicly announced. That will be next Monday.
Oh, then we have 3 days. That is very fortunate. I do have 1 or 2 matters of importance to look into just at the present. Your Majesty has not told us everything.
What do you mean?
Why will she do this thing? Why does she wish to see you ruined?
But you ask the obvious. She fell hopelessly in love with me. Rather than see me marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go.
Rather than see you marry another woman?
Somehow she gained the impression that...
You proposed marriage to her?
It was a joke, a fantasy. How could she not see that?
Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present.
Yes, you will find me at the Langham Hotel as the Count von Kram.
Of course. As to money...
I would give one of the provinces of my kingdom to regain that photograph.
Good Lord.
And for present expenses...
This bag contains £300 in gold and 700 in notes. I do not require a receipt.
And Mademoiselle's address?
St. John's Wood. Here are the details. Do not fail me.
Holmes?
A charming gentleman. I'm not sure that I do not approve of the lady's intentions.
You're defending her, a woman of that sort?
Watson, I'm interested in her motives, not her morals.
Well, then, you willingly see her create an international scandal?
It's possible that she has no intention of doing anything of the sort. She's certainly intelligent enough to know that the threat of exposure can be infinitely worse than the actuality.
How can you possibly know that?
To live a successful life outside the conventional boundaries of society requires intelligence as well as bravery.
Well, if you feel that way, why did you accept the case?
Because a man who's already tried burglary, theft, and violence is only a small step from something more drastic.
You can't mean that. A reigning monarch.
Powerful interests are at work here, Watson. I believe I can resolve the situation with a minimum of fuss.
Assuming you manage to recover the photograph.
Oh, really, Doctor? And now, good night to you.
Oh. Good night.
Would you care to call tomorrow afternoon at 3?
With pleasure. Thank you.
Excellent. I should value a chat with you then.
Till tomorrow, then. Holmes, it was good to see you again. Good night.
Good night.
Easy, boy. Hold him, would you, mate? Yeah. Easy there. That's better. Good boy. Yeah. You got away right enough. Why'd you lose your last place? A drink, was it? Yeah, I thought so. Just have to look at you. Bloody fool you are. It's not worth it. I know. Oh, I do. I've been off it 2 years now. See where I am. Good post, is it? Good mistress. Never had better. Treats me like I'm somebody. Know what I mean? I'd chuck over the blanket. Here, thanks. No chance of something here, I suppose. You know, a bit of casual. Yeah, you can give me a hand for a bit. I'll see you all right. Hang on. What? Listen. That's her. Nice, eh? Yeah. Nice.
I had to look 3 times before I was sure it was you. One of your best.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I'm afraid your opinion isn't shared by the fearsome Mrs. Turner.
She saw you done up like that?
In the hall when I came in. It took me 5 minutes to convince her that I wasn't a burglar, and as soon as I'd succeeded, she announced her intention of leaving this madhouse never to return.
Holmes, you're outrageous.
Thank you.
I take it you've been out to Irene Adler's house.
Exactly. It's a bijou villa, 2 stories, with stables at the side and a secluded avenue. Chubb locks on the door and window fasteners that a child could open.
Did you find out anything else?
Oh, yes. There's a wonderful Freemasonry among horsey men. Be one of them, and soon you'll know all there is to know. Oh, in return for 2 hours of fetching and carrying, I received 2pence, 2 fills of shag tobacco, and as much information as I could desire.
And?
She's turned all the men's heads down in that part, and she's spoken of with considerable respect. She lives quietly, drives out at 5 each day, and returns at 7 sharp. And she has only 1 male visitor, but a good deal of him.
Just a moment. Right. Go on.
Mr. Godfrey Norton, dark, handsome, and dashing. Never calls less than once a day, and often twice. He's a lawyer.
A lawyer? Is she his client? And if she is, what are they planning?
Exactly. Or is she his mistress? That was the next question to be answered.
Was? You've answered it then? I take it that's a yes.
After I'd exhausted my friend and the muse, I went round to the front of the house and lounged. Halfway through my first pipeful, things began to happen.
Wait there, cabby, sir.
It was Norton himself, exactly as he'd been described to me. He pushed past the maid with the air of a man who is thoroughly at home.
That's your mistress's carriage. Hurry, girl.
The maid rushed round the corner to the mews, and I could see Norton through the windows of the sitting room, pacing up and down and waving his arms. I was concerned about being so obvious an observer, but he ran straight past me when he emerged, and I doubt even registered my presence.
The Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes. Right you are, sir. Up there!
Before Norton's cab had turned the corner, up drove my friend the coachman on a neat little landau, and before I could even think about concealing myself, Irene Adler had swept past me and climbed in.
You saw her? What's she like?
The Church of St. Monica, John. We must reach there before 12.
Ma'am, up there!
Holmes, what is she like?
She is a lovely woman, Watson. With a face a man might die for.
A face a man might die for? What did you do?
I was just balancing whether I should run for it or whether I should perch on the back of her landau when a cab came through the street. The driver looked twice at such a shabby fare, but I jumped in before he could object. We drove like the devil, but the others were there before us.
Forgive me, sir, but you must allow me to know my business. I tell you that it would not be valid.
But it's well before 12. What's your objection?
That is not the only requirement the law demands. I'm sorry, but we simply cannot proceed.
Oh.
I lounged up the side aisle, keeping in the shadows. I would have sworn that they had no idea I was there, but she spun around and looked straight at me.
Godfrey, over there.
What? Oh, yes. You!
Me, Governor?
Yes, you. Come here.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Oh, come on, move, man.
It's come now. Mrs.
Just stand there quietly, please. Well, man?
Splendid. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in the sight of God.
Before I knew where I was holding a ring and generally assisting in the secure tying up of Irene Adler, spinster, to Godfrey Norton, bachelor. It was the most preposterous position I've ever found myself in. I was standing as close to her as I am to you. Closer.
Did she suspect you?
I do not believe so. After the ceremony, we exchanged a few words.
What?
Oh, there was no avoiding it.
Congratulations to you both.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Come along then, Mrs. Norton.
Oh, just one moment, Godfrey. Sir, please.
Me, Mrs.
Please, come here.
Ma'am.
I want to thank you for being there when we needed you.
It's my pleasure, ma'am.
I think you were a lucky omen for our future. It was fate that brought you into the church.
I don't believe in fate, Mrs.
Oh, my friend, don't you have any romance in you at all?
I'll best be off, ma'am.
Wait. Here.
No, Mrs. I'm not a beggar.
To please me.
I'm obliged then, ma'am. Good luck to you.
And to you, my friend.
What did she give you?
A sovereign. Here. I mean to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion.
Ah. It's a very unexpected turn of affairs.
Well, there was still one more surprise to come. After being in such a palpable rush to get married, bride and groom proceeded to go their separate ways. He back to the inner temple and she to her home. She even plans to take her usual evening drive. I heard her say so. It's as if they wanted to keep the whole thing secret.
If you were right about the king's intentions and they've somehow got wind of them, it could be that she feels safer as Norton's wife than as his mistress. Or was it no more than a sudden whim? Did she strike you as a creature of impulse? Holmes?
We must act quickly. I need your cooperation this evening.
I shall be delighted.
You will require stealth, nerve, and accuracy.
Accuracy?
Yeah. Oh, one more thing. I trust you've no objection to breaking the law.
It's good of you to accompany me, young man. It's rare nowadays to encounter such courtesy. I fear you may find my conversation a little limited.
Please, Holmes, leave it until we're there.
Having second thoughts, Watson?
I suppose you do know that impersonating a minister of the church is a criminal offence.
Yes, well, so is throwing a smoke rocket through somebody's front window. But you've already agreed to that.
Look, are you really sure that the photograph is somewhere in the house?
I don't believe she'd entrust it to somebody else.
But the king had the house burgled.
Chow, they didn't know how to look.
How will you look?
I will not look.
Well, then?
I'll get her to show me.
This is my place. Go on, get out of
Holmes, this is not what I would call a quiet avenue.
Look, spare a coin, sir. Spare a coin for an old soldier.
Oh, you poor soul. Give him something, Doctor.
Here you are, my man.
Oh, God bless you, sir. And you too, Bob.
Here comes the landau. Good luck, Watson.
And you.
Here she comes. Let me open the door for you, Get lady. out of it. I was there first. I tell you were.
What's going on?
You looked at me. Don't make me laugh.
Get away from my carriage.
Who you calling a liar? Take your fist to yourself.
John!
Get off out of it. You heard the lady. Get off. Ow.
John!
Stop it! Stop it at once! This is common brawling. Madam, I shall escort you to the door. Pray, take my arm.
Get lost, you old fool. Ow. Oh, my God. You slinking idiot. Stand back there. Give him some air.
John, is the gentleman all right?
He's still breathing. Come on, get out of it. Clear off.
Well, we can't leave him lying here. Help bring him into the house.
Sir,
Sir, can you hear me? Let me look at those cuts. Turn your head this way.
No. Madam, I beg you. It's nothing.
But you're bleeding.
A scratch, but madam, you... were you injured?
Quite unscathed, I assure you.
Oh, thank the Lord. They were roughs, madam. They meant to have your purse.
Well, they did not succeed, thanks to you, my friend.
We live in evil times. I do not understand it, this mad desire to do harm to others. It will destroy our civilization.
Not while there is goodness and love in the world, and brave gentlemen who think of others before themselves.
And gracious ladies. Amen to that, madam. Amen to that.
Oh, no, my dear sir. Here. Come, lift your head. Let me help you. Take a sip of this. Slowly now.
Oh, I cannot breathe.
I'll give you some air. Oh, do not try to stand. What on earth?
Fire, madam. They're burning the house. Save yourselves.
But this is ridiculous.
Save yourself, madam.
Don't alarm yourself, my friend. This is just some sort of a stupid prank. I'll ring for someone.
Oh, madam, I implore you. Your life is in peril.
You're right. We must get out. Wait, I'll help you. Just one moment.
It's a false alarm.
What? What did you say?
You were quite right. Look, madam, in the corner. There's some sort of smoke device, nothing more. You must tell them they will summon the engine.
Will they indeed?
There is no fire! It was a false alarm!
Congratulations, Watson. A first-rate job. Doctor?
Holmes, I don't think I've ever felt more heartily ashamed of myself.
My dear fellow.
When I saw that beautiful creature and the way she treated you.
I thought you objected to her morals, Watson.
Damn it, Holmes. She's a kind and graceful woman. And we were conspiring against her.
Yes. Lay aside your scruples, Doctor. A job is a job, and it worked perfectly.
You have the photograph?
I know where it is. Hidden behind a sliding panel, just above the right bell pull.
And how did you find out?
She showed me, as I told you she would. When a woman thinks that her house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing which she values most. It's an overpowering impulse, and I've taken advantage of it several times. A married woman grabs at her baby, an unmarried one reaches for her jewel box.
And you reasoned that she had nothing in the house more precious to her than that photograph?
Exactly. And I was correct.
Well, why didn't you secure it then and there?
Well, it was too risky. If we're over hasty, it may well ruin everything. Now, let's see if we can't find a cab. I believe we've earned our dinner. You realized, of course, that everyone in the street was an accomplice.
Only after you'd given me the shock of my life, I really did think you'd been killed.
Oh, Watson.
I mean, what I've said to the king. There you are, driver.
Thank you, sir. Walk on. Our quest is practically finished. I shall call back there tomorrow with the king.
With the king?
Yes, and with you, if you'd care to come.
Thank you.
It's a well-run household. We shall be shown into the sitting room to await the lady, but I think it probable that when she comes, she may find neither us nor the photograph.
Holmes, are you aware that we are being observed?
Observed?
The young man in the ulster, a few doors down.
Oh, yes. He's coming this way. Are you sure that Mrs. Watson isn't expecting you back tonight?
Quite sure. She knows you too well.
Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Holmes? Someone you know?
You are sure that we can get the photograph?
I have hopes.
Hopes? In your wire you said it was certain.
Irene Adler is married.
Married?
Yesterday, to an English lawyer named Norton.
She cannot love him.
Why ever not?
Because she's still hopelessly infatuated with me. Why else does she pursue me so?
Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe.
I am Mr. Holmes.
Indeed. My mistress told me you were likely to call. She left this morning with her husband for the continent.
She has left England.
All is lost.
We shall see.
Sir, really?
Now.
Give me the photograph.
Here.
This is not the one.
What?
Holmes, this is a photograph of the lady by herself.
So I observe, but this may explain matters.
Yes, if you please.
It is addressed to me.
To you?
Yes, to me. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. You took me in completely. Until after the alarm of fire, I had not a suspicion. But then, when I found how I'd betrayed myself, I began to think. Yet even after I became suspicious, I found it hard to think evil of such a dear, kind old gentleman as that clergyman. But you know I...
Oh, what is this nonsense? What of the photograph?
Watson.
But you know, I have been trained as an actress myself. Male costume is nothing new to me, and I often take advantage of the freedom which it gives. Last night I followed my mysterious visitor to his door, and so discovered just who it was who had taken such an interest in me.
Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
As to the photograph...
at last. What does she say?
As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace.
Oh, thank God.
The king may do what he will without hindrance from one whom he has cruelly wronged. I love and am loved by a better man than he. I leave a rather different photograph, which he may care to possess.
What a woman. What a woman.
Yes, indeed. Holmes?
Thank you.
Mr. Holmes, I know that you will understand that I keep the photograph only to safeguard myself against any steps which the king might take in the future. You will find the nest empty when you call, as I am sure you shall tomorrow morning. You, sir, are a formidable antagonist. I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours, Irene Norton, née Adler.
I am sorry that I have not been able to bring your Majesty's business to a more successful conclusion.
On the contrary, my dear sir, nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is now as safe as if it were on the fire.
I'm glad to hear your Majesty say so.
Pray, tell me how I can reward you. This ring...
Your Majesty has something which I should value even more highly.
You have but to name it.
This photograph.
Irene's photograph? Well, certainly, if you wish it.
I thank your Majesty. Then there is no more to be done in the matter.
Ah, but what a woman. Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was? Would she not have made an admirable queen, eh? Is it not a pity she was not on my level?
From what I have seen of the lady, she seems, indeed, to be on a very different level to your Majesty. I have the honor to wish you a very good morning.
A remarkable individual. I would have permitted him to shake my hand.
Good day, your Majesty. And that was how a great scandal threatened the kingdom of Bohemia, and how the best plans of Mr. Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to make merry if ever I mentioned the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irene Adler, or when he refers to her photograph, it is always under the honourable title of The Woman.
In A Scandal in Bohemia, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams. Irene Adler was played by Sarah Bedell and the King of Bohemia by Andrew Sachs, with Mary Allen as Mrs. Hudson, Jenny Howe as Mrs. Turner, Brian Miller as Norton, Danny Schiller as the priest, and Ian Lindsay as John. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. A Scandal in Bohemia was dramatized for radio by Bert Coules and directed by Patrick Rayner.
Sherlock Holmes to unravel another baffling mystery.
Easy, Artemis. Easy now, girl. You don't want to set the others off, do you? Of course you don't. Look, something from Yarkum. Good, an OT. Sure, I'll open it. Easy now. Just to show what a kind and loving fellow I am, and how lucky you are to have me for... Dear God, what... Oh! Oh! Help! 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 Somebody help!
The unopened casebook of Sherlock Holmes, 6 Extraordinary Adventures, written by John Taylor, with Simon Callow as Sherlock Holmes and Nicky Hansen as Dr. John Watson. The 4th adventure, The Phantom Organ.
Windwhistle in Devon was a village I knew fairly well. Before my first wife, Mary, died, we sometimes visited her cousin Cordelia in the rectory there, Cordelia being married to the local vicar, the Reverend James Partridge. But I've not heard from them for years. One evening, at our Baker Street lodgings, Holmes and I received a telegraph message pleading with us to come to Windwhistle as quickly as we could. The message, however, was not from Cordelia Partridge, but from Lord Alistair Hamnbury, High Court Judge and Master of Windwhistle Hall, and it was this curiosity that whetted Holmes's appetite. We were on the first train to Exeter next morning, and before dark we were at the hall itself and being ushered by Lord Alistair into the family vault.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, my brother, what's left of him.
Good Lord.
Yes, bit of a mess. Found in the stables. Horses seem to have stampeded while he was feeding them biscuits.
Did the local doctor give a cause of death, Lord Alistair?
Ah, Beeston, yes. Reckons a snapped rib pierced his heart. But if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't have sent for you.
Oh?
Mr. Holmes, there's been a smouldering resentment against our family in this village for decades. We run things tightly here.
You run the village?
It doesn't always make us popular. My brother was quite certainly murdered in an act of naked revenge. Here's your evidence. Some villain nailed it to the church notice board 3 days ago.
Now is the hunter hunted. H.H. shall be first.
But the night my brother died, something even more astonishing happened at Windwhistle. The church was quite empty, yet local folks swear they distinctly heard the organ being played. Some popular song. Now is the hunter hunted. That means us, you see, the Hamburys. Hunters for generations. Then, H.H. shall be first. That was you. Anyway, I expect you'd like a closer look at the body. You'll find me in the upstairs parlour when you've finished. Then you can give me your conclusions.
Conclusions? A little early for those, I think. One thing is clear, Watson. The Hamburys are a dying breed. Now that this one is gone, Lord Alistair and his venerable mother are the last 2 left. Now, this body here. Is there anything that your medical knowledge would tell you to be out of the ordinary?
Frankly, Holmes, no. The fellow has a ghastly stare in his eyes, but the horror of being trapped in a stable full of rampaging horses would account for that. Notwithstanding Lord Alistair's suspicions, I'd hazard this to be a genuine accident.
Oh, well, perhaps it is. But when you've finished your examination, we'd better investigate this business of the phantom organ. And who better to talk to about it than your cousin-in-law and her husband, the vicar? Perhaps they'd welcome a visit. Well, it is most kind of you to put us up, Mrs. Partridge.
Not at all. I'm only sorry it is such a small cottage.
I hope it won't be too irksome for you and John sharing that tiny room, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, Watson and I are used to one another's ways, Mr. Partridge. I'm up all night smoking, and in direct retaliation, he snores titanically.
Really, Holmes.
Seriously, Mrs. Partridge, we shall be very comfortable.
Frankly, we should be glad of your company. I suppose you know about the strange business of the organ.
Indeed, Lord Alistair mentioned it.
It disturbed us both terribly.
But James is being kind. It was I who was disturbed. Terrified might be a more accurate word.
From our window here, as you see, the church door is in full view. It's the only way in, and I'm quite certain the building was empty. But a light shone in that tower as bright as the new moon, and we heard the organ playing for a good half-minute, some profane, infernal tune.
Most intriguing.
But it's not just the organ. There was that awful warning nailed to our notice board, and Hugh Hambury's subsequent death in the stables. The Hambury family has trodden upon people for too long. Now the evil they have done is coming back to them.
You make it sound as if you believe some supernatural power is at work, Mrs. Partridge.
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. But there is little love in this village for the Hamburys. They have their way in all things. During the last 2 years, it has become intolerable. Even a vicar's wife is not exempt. Each evening, I am summoned to Windwhistle Hall to listen to Lady Hambury's complaints and criticisms and to attend her every whim.
You are compelled to do this?
But if I do not, I cannot be sure that some poor soul will not be evicted from a cottage or some struggling farmer deprived of his living. The death of Hugh Hambury will not be widely mourned. It may even bring some relief. Ah, that will be old Jennifer. Excuse me, gentlemen. Jennifer, good evening. You've guessed, Mrs. Partridge. Come on in and meet them. Oh, well, Mr. Holmes. Sir. John, this is Jennifer Farway, an old friend.
Mrs. Farway.
She has had the misfortune to lose both her husband and her son in the last few years, and now makes a living baking these rather delicious sweetmeats. Good evening, gentlemen. Reverend Partridge.
Jennifer's husband, Joshua, was a fine craftsman. Built our organ here.
Hey, pity he were never paid for it. Oh, but I doubt you gentlemen have time to waste listening to an old woman's moans and groans.
On the contrary, Mrs. Farway, I should very, very much like to hear your story.
Would you, sir?
I would, really.
Sit down, Jennifer. Oh, right. Tell Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson all about it.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Partridge. Well, it were her up at the house, Lady Hambury, who asked Joshua to build that organ. Her gift to Windwhistle Parish, she said. As you may imagine, gentlemen, we were never wealthy, yet not a halfpenny did she put up in advance. Joshua and I borrowed and scrimped and starved ourselves to pay for the materials to build that organ. And when it was finished and everyone had praised it for a fine piece of work, she laid down just half what money she promised us. It nearly did for us, I can tell you. But what are poor folk to do against the likes of them? Still, if it was only the money, I could let it go. It's the rest I cannot forget. Now, have you a few pots for me today, my dear?
Oh, yes. We keep bees now, John.
Ah.
In fact, our Windwhistle honey is praised far and wide. Jennifer here makes her cakes with it.
Thank you, my dear. And now I'll be on my way. A pleasure to meet you, gentlemen.
Oh, good night. Hi, Jennifer.
Good night. Good night, Jennifer.
She's a sad character, our Jennifer Farway.
I wonder what she meant when she said, if it were only the money, I could let it go.
Well, you ought to know it all, Mr. Holmes, I suppose. After the business with the payment for the organ, her husband Joshua began to slander the Hamburys in public. And they got so angry they made sure no one would give him work as a carpenter. And the long and the short of it is, Joshua took to drinking, and one night he was found in a ditch, dead from exposure. That is what the Hamburys owe Jennifer Farway, the life of her husband.
Poor soul.
Yes, poor Jennifer. And now, you must forgive me if I leave you. My evening appointment with the irascible Lady Hambury will not wait. I shall see you later, gentlemen.
Indeed.
Truth is, we're all slaves to Lady Hambury's whims.
No one did explain what happened to Mrs. Farway's son, except to say that he died.
Yes, there was something. You know by now that the Hamburys are great ones for hunting. Well, Jordan, the Farway's boy, rode once or twice with a hunt.
A carpenter's son.
It was a privilege the Hamburys liked to extend to certain of us commoners from time to time. Unfortunately, Jordan Farway fell from his horse at Itley Brook and was killed.
It's understandable that Jennifer blamed the Hamburys, but I'm sure in this case it was nothing other than an accident.
Mr. Partridge, did you hear that?
Yes. That is it, Mr. Holmes. The same music. And look, a light in the organ loft.
But we've been sitting at this window all evening. No one could possibly have entered the church.
No, they could not. Indeed, no. Mr. Partridge, be so good as to give us the keys to the church. And wait here, if you will, while Watson and I investigate. Nothing. The organ loft is empty and no light.
And the organ locked, even the dust undisturbed.
You got the key to the organ on that bunch?
I don't know. It's, perhaps this one. No. Wait. Yes, here.
Good. At the risk of further distressing the Reverend Partridge, I wish to try a note or two. Pray work the bellows for me.
Very well.
What do you think? Does it sound the same as before?
I think not. Less haunting, perhaps.
Yes. Supernatural fingers clearly play a different kind of music.
And it is odd that there's not so much as the smell of a snuffed candle. No smoke, nothing.
It's extraordinary business, all right. And so far, I confess, it has me quite baffled.
Watson, Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
Mr. Partridge?
Come down at once. I found another message on the church notice board. A.H. shall be next, it says. That means Lord Alistair.
After that, the Reverend Partridge went directly to Hamnbury Hall, partly to warn Lord Alistair about the message, and partly to collect Cordelia, for he feared lest an attempt on his lordship's life might also endanger his own wife. When Partridge and Cordelia returned from the hall, however, they were much excited.
There is pandemonium at the hall, Watson. They are in terror of their lives. Lord Alistair is talking about going away entirely.
And Lady Hamnbury is begging and pleading with him and saying no true son could desert her under such dreadful circumstances. They're pacing this way and that like beasts in a cage.
An epidemic of fear has descended on that house, gentlemen. In the end, it was decided that Lord Alistair will depart for his rooms at Bristol Assize Court first thing tomorrow and remain there until at least the end of the month. Forgive us if we do not seem to be mourning his departure much.
Well, it's too dark for any more investigations, but it's never too late for thinking. Would you forgive Watson and myself if we retired?
Of course. And tomorrow, you must see our garden.
Garden?
It is over there, attached to the churchyard. I think you'll like it.
Until tomorrow, then. Good night.
Good night.
It's all very elusive, Watson. Not least the business of Hugh Hambury's death. You're quite certain he died from crushing?
As sure as I ever have been about any post-mortem diagnosis, my dear fellow.
Yet how could a murderer plan a death by stampede? Too much is left to chance. A horse may or may not stampede even when provoked, or it might go the wrong way and do no damage. As for the business of the phantom organ, it has got me quite beaten. No more than 5 seconds elapsed between the moment that music ceased and the moment we entered the church. Yet I'm certain no one had been there for some time.
We have 2 mysteries, then. The mystery of how Hugh Hamnbury was disposed of and the mystery of the phantom organ.
Well, yes, if Hugh Hamnbury was murdered. And if his death was an accident, we have the mystery of how the phantom organist could have predicted it, unless he is a phantom. Of course, in which case perhaps anything is possible.
You don't believe that to be the case, of course.
It would be a rare phantom that composed for the church notice board in yellow pencil, but I must confess, Watson, that at the moment I do not have a better theory.
Well, Watson, Mr. Holmes, a fine morning. Did you have a good walk?
Excellent, thank you. So, Mrs. Partridge, this is your garden.
As far as the hedge. Beyond that is the churchyard. We grow as much as we can. And then, of course, there are the bees. You are at the wellspring of wind whistle honey.
A privilege indeed. And under the yew. What is that against the church wall?
Ah, that, an old Romany caravan. It's been there for years. I believe my predecessor once took in some travelling people who subsequently abandoned their life on the road for good. I can tell you there have been times when I've dreamed of painting it up and disappearing from wind whistle forever. Perhaps all the way back to South America.
Mr. and Mrs. Partridge were missionaries there once.
Ah.
However, since at present Cordelia is using the caravan as a bee house to cultivate a rather delicate specimen, it is unsuitable for habitation.
Come, James, we must leave them to explore the garden. And then we shall all have some lunch.
Till later, then.
Yes, we're fine. Holmes, a thought occurs to me.
Watson?
Do you think it possible that someone might be using that caravan and somehow sneaking into the church to play the organ?
And even if it were so, it would not help us with the problem. I've examined the church thoroughly, and there's no way in except through the door that faces the vicarage cottage. How then does our phantom get into the church and out of it again and leave no trace of his having been there at all? No, but this is interesting. I found it here by the foot of the tower.
A piece of paper?
Not paper, Watson. Feel it. It's very, very fine fabric.
But burnt, charred along the edge here. Might have lain hereabouts for years.
I think not. No signs of weathering.
You have a theory, then?
Nothing quite so concrete as a theory, Doctor, but I am forming one by degrees.
What's that? Somebody in a hurry?
Gentlemen, do you see the carriage? That's Giles Derriman driving the master of the village off to Exeter. Lord Alistair Hamnbury is running in fear, his tail between his legs.
A warm day to have the blinds down.
Hiding his shame, John, and rightly so. Well, we shall be without him for a month at least. Let us celebrate the occasion with some luncheon.
Ah. Glass of cider, Mr. Holmes, while Cordelia serves up the meal.
Right, thank you. Your hospitality, Mr. and Mrs. Partridge, has been generous in the extreme. But as I was saying to Watson last night, the time has come, I think, for us to... Reverend! Reverend!
Lord, who's that? A moment! Excuse me, gentlemen. Giles.
Reverend, for mercy's sake, something terrible's come about. It will nothing to do with me, I swear.
Well, where, Giles?
Just half a mile along the lane. It's his lordship, Reverend. I think he's dead.
Giles Derriman led Mr. Partridge, Holmes, and myself along the lane to where the landau had come to a halt. The door was open, and slumped in the gap between the facing seats was Lord Alistair Hamnbury, certainly dead, his features fixed in a ghastly expression.
He just suddenly shouted, like in pain. I stopped and ran round, and when I opened the door, he was like this.
He just lit a cigar. Pity he did not have the chance to enjoy it. See, here it is. There's a scorch where it fell against his coat, and here's the cigar box upside down on the floor. Have a look, Doctor. See if you can ascertain the cause of this gentleman's seemingly very sudden demise.
A heart attack or a stroke would seem most likely. Perhaps brought on by fear of that threat last night.
Yet how...
Yes, Mr. Partridge?
Well, I was merely wondering, Mr. Holmes, how the so-called phantom could have known Lord Alistair was about to die of a heart attack, even assuming he was frightened.
That is indeed the problem.
Just a minute.
Watson?
Upon his ankle, do you see? This small swelling, slightly cratered in the middle. There's a puncture mark in the center of it.
A needle, perhaps?
Possibly. Do you think he might have injected himself with some lethal chemical?
I doubt it. And if he had, he would have had to dispose of the syringe, yet there was nothing of the sort on the roadway as we approached. No, that is not it.
I'd better go and tell Lady Hamnbury, Mr. Holmes, and my wife, and send for the police. Will you wait here?
Indeed we will, Mr. Partridge. It will give us a chance to consider the matter in more detail.
Hope you come up with an answer, sir. Or I dare say Lady Hamnbury will blame me for not looking after him well enough.
There was nothing you could have done, Mr. Derriman. Whether he died by natural or supernatural causes, it was out of your hands.
Mr. Derriman, I dare say you know this area well.
Ought to, sir. Lived there all my life.
That stream that runs down into the woods ahead, what is it?
They call it James Water now, but the ancient name is Italy Brook.
Italy? Isn't that where Jennifer Farway's son Jordan was killed in the hunting accident?
Well, that's what we're supposed to say.
What do you mean, Mr. Derriman? Supposed to say?
Sir, I'm sick of all the lies that we must tell in this village to protect ourselves from the Empress. Jordan Farway never died in no fall. He were hunted down and killed. After old Joshua Farway was found dead of drink in that ditch, his boy Jordan vowed he'd get back every last penny Lady Hamnbury owed for that organ. One night he went down to the hall to take it, and that's when it happened. The Empress caught him, got together a hunting party, set him loose in out for wood and ran him to ground with Hound and horse. And then they done it.
What?
An arrow, sir. Full in the heart. Oh, the Empress liked their ancient weapons. Word is, it was Lady Hamnbury herself led that pack. But nobody who rode out that day will admit to anything. To a fear they be blamed, too.
Excuse me, Mr. Derriman. Holmes, could I have a word with you?
Yes.
I had a sudden thought, Holmes, when he was talking about arrows. You remember our adventure of the Sign of Four?
How could I forget it?
Poisoned darts. Perhaps it was a poisoned dart from a blowpipe that killed Lord Hamnbury in his carriage.
It would have been an appropriate vengeance, indeed. A dart in exchange for an arrow, but we found no dart in the carriage. And besides, fired from outside, with blinds drawn, how could it have found its target? Especially since the wound is in Lord Hamnbury's ankle.
You're right, of course. A ridiculous idea.
No, it's not ridiculous, merely incomplete. But whoever is behind these killings appears to be having a good deal of wicked fun. Each time a threat, a haunting, and a death in quick succession. Clues should be dropping into our laps like plums in autumn, and yet... Oh, well. Let us rest our legs on the bank while we wait for the police.
It was a long afternoon. When the police finally arrived, there was much speculation and questioning, and by the time Holmes and I strolled back along the lane towards the vicarage, it was dark. We were tired and hungry, and the day's investigations seemed to have yielded no solutions whatsoever. Then, as we came round a bend in the road, Holmes stopped suddenly. What is it, dear fellow?
Listen.
The organ.
And look, that light's in the tower again. Come along.
Holmes, the light. It appears to be floating out of the tower, floating to the ground.
Yes, doesn't it? How utterly stupid of me not to realize before. It was never in the tower, Watson. Look at the shape of it. Do you not see what it is?
I'm afraid
It's a balloon. A balloon. A toy hot air balloon. Did you never make them as a boy? A sheet of light fabric stretched over a framework of sticks. Set a candle on the crosspiece and light it, and the hot air takes it up and up and up, bright as a little moon. No, there never was a light in the church tower on those nights of the so-called phantom. From the cottage, we looked right through the tower windows to the balloon on the other side, and assumed the lights to be inside the tower.
So, to stop it floating away...
Tied to the ground with a string. Easy, then, to pull down, dismantle, extinguish while the tower was being searched.
So that burnt piece of fabric that you found...
Perennial problem with candle-driven balloons, a tendency to catch fire.
It stopped. As if it's seen us coming.
The organist? I think not. His tune always ends in the same place. Would you like to meet him? He's right there, in the old Romany caravan. But go easy. Remember, it's a bee house.
There. Good heavens. An organ. A mechanical organ. How obvious.
Obvious now that we see it. On the nights of the hauntings, our phantom had much to do. First to attach the doom threat to the notice board of the church, then to scuttle behind the church here, light the balloon, and float it up to the window, then to set in motion the music. As soon as the organ was started, he would have pulled down the balloon and been on his way.
Having first stopped the organ.
No need for that. Watch. I'll just crank back the play wheel. You see? It's contrived to stop itself.
Then that is the haunting explained. But why should anyone go to the bother of creating such an illusion?
That is indeed the remaining question. But listen, somebody's out there. Is that you, Mr. Partridge?
Mr. Holmes, Watson, you heard the organ. What are you
I
doing?
shall explain later. What is it?
There is another note. You'd better look at it.
M.H. shall be lost.
That is Lady Maud Hamnbury herself. My wife has just returned from the hall. Lady Hamnbury sent her away as soon as they heard that music. She's very afraid for her life.
Understandably. We shall go to the hall at once, Watson.
Do you think the killer is at the hall now?
That is a question which requires a measured answer. I'm almost sure the killer is there, but I think the murderer is probably not.
What?
Come along, Watson.
Yes, sir.
Fenton, it's Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. You remember we came here at the request of Lord Alistair?
Oh, yes, sir, but Lord Alistair...
is dead. So will her ladyship be if you do not let us in at once.
But she has shut herself away in the armory, sir. The door is locked. She instructed me not to disturb her under any circumstances, on pain of dismissal. She has even taken food supplies in with her, sir.
What food supplies?
Well, some fruit, a box of sweetmeats, some tea.
Show me that armory, Fenton.
Oh, sir,
or there will
please.
be no Lady Hamnbury to pay your wages.
Sir!
Lady Hamnbury, Sherlock Holmes, let me in.
Fenton, what is this?
The gentleman says you are in danger, your ladyship.
I am quite safe here. Evict him at once.
Let me in, madam, or I shall have to force the door.
Away with you, man. You are disturbing my supper.
Right, Watson.
Sir, no need for that. Here's the key.
Thank you.
Keep away from me.
Madam, close that sweet box.
Oh!
Curse it, Watson, the thing is out.
Oh, Lord, what is it?
A bee of sorts.
The size of it.
Take great care, Watson. If it stings, it will kill.
Getting away! Getting away!
It's attacking her ladyship.
Some sort of weapon on the wall.
Miss!
Stop it!
It won't leave her alone! She's fainted, Holmes.
Are you all right, Watson?
So far.
Capital, but I need something fatter than this pike, the shield. Try and provoke it towards me, Watson.
Good.
No, careful, it's close to your head.
There!
Now then.
Holmes, well done. Fine shot. It's dead.
Indeed it is. Could you bear to put it in that sweet box for me, Watson? It may be needed as evidence.
John! Mr. Holmes? Are you all right?
Yes. But it was a close thing, Cordelia. There was a giant bee, and had it not been for...
Mrs. Partridge knows all about the bee, Watson. It was she who put it in the sweet box earlier today.
Why, Mr. Holmes?
It's all right, James. Mr. Holmes is right.
But he's saying that...
My dear, I know precisely what he is saying, that it was I who killed the Hamnburys. And so I did. But I should like to know how he guessed.
Well, it was Watson's talk about poisoned darts that set me thinking. What sort of dart could have found its target in that moving carriage? Only one with intelligence, and what is a bee, seen from a certain perspective, but an intelligent dart.
Such a deadly one.
You were a little careless, I think, Mrs. Partridge, in leaving one of your bee books in our room at the cottage, especially one describing Vespa venatica, the hunting wasp, a deadly hybrid with a venom almost instantaneously fatal to human beings. Of course, even a large insect is compact enough to be delivered in a box of sweets. Or, in Lord Alister's instance, a box of cigars.
But what of Hugh Hembury? We found no sting on him.
No, the wasp that was sent to kill him did not do its job. No guarantee that it would. But fortunately for Mrs. Partridge's plan, it did drive the horses wild, and they killed Hugh Hembury for her. And this one, well, I wonder if it would have finished off Lady Hembury. I'm inclined to think it might. It seemed most determined.
Why, Cordelia? You've killed 2 people and would have killed a third.
Oh, John, if you knew all the evil this woman and her family have worked in the village. If you knew...
About Jordan Farway being hunted to death?
And the blackmail that followed it. I was in that hunting party and other decent men of the community. We were utterly in their grip. My wife, I think, did this for me and others like me.
It was certainly ingenious, setting up the air balloon and the music on your way to the meetings with Lady Hembury.
What was the point of all that?
I wanted them to suffer what Jordan Farway suffered when he heard that hunting horn. The fear of death coming and no way to prevent it. And I am satisfied that they did. Now, you had better arrest me.
You might have escaped tonight, Mrs. Partridge. Instead, you came here to the hall because you feared that Watson and I might be in danger. I suggest, Mr. Partridge, that you and your wife go directly to the house and prepare yourself for a journey. For a long journey. Somewhere far away.
Mr. Holmes, are you suggesting...
Watson and I must find an inn for the night. And if by, let us say, noon tomorrow you have not left your cottage for some remote destination, well, we shall assume you would prefer to accompany us back to London.
But, Mr. Holmes, I mean, there's the question
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. And thank you, John. Come along, James.
Her ladyship awakes.
What's happening here? Where are they going?
A long way off, where the evil in this village cannot touch them.
Oh, she'd better be here tomorrow as usual, or there'll be hell to pay. I am the lady of the manor. I am a Hamnbury. Do you hear me, sir?
Good night, Lady Hamnbury.
I am the Hamnbury. I am Lady Felicity Maud Hamnbury. Do you hear me, the lady?
The next morning, the vicarage was empty, and we never saw either of the Partridges again, nor ever heard a word of their whereabouts. Yet, along, I think, with all the villagers of Windwhistle, when I reflect that Hambury Hall, since her ladyship's recent death, is now empty of tyrants, I offer up a quiet prayer of mercy for Cordelia Partridge, wherever she might be.
In The Phantom Organ, you heard Simon Callow as Sherlock Holmes and Nicky Henson as Dr. Watson. With John Bull as Hugh Hembury, Joe Manning-Wilson as Lady Maud, John Church as Lord Alister Hembury, Jonathan Adams as the Reverend Partridge, and Kate Binchy as Cordelia Partridge. Other parts are played by members of the cast. The unopened casebook of Sherlock Holmes is written by John Taylor and directed by Peter Hutchins.
My dear Watson, I write these few lines through the courtesy of Professor Moriarty, who awaits my convenience for the final discussion of those questions which lie between us. I am pleased to think that I shall be able to free society from any further effects of his presence, though I fear that it's at a cost which will give pain to my friends, and especially, my dear Watson, to you. Pray, give my greetings to Mrs. Watson, and believe me to be, my dear fellow, very sincerely yours, Sherlock Holmes. Holmes.
Watson!
Holmes?
Dr. Watson!
What?
Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, are you awake?
Nurse. Oh, my God. How could I have fallen asleep?
It's perfectly understandable. You're exhausted.
Has there been any change?
Dr. Pendle thinks you should go in.
Very well. Thank you, nurse.
Doctor, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The Empty House by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Bert Coules. With Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Frederick Treves as Colonel Moran, Donald G. as Inspector Lestrade, and Michael Pennington as Professor James Moriarty. The Empty House.
Mary, can you hear me?
Dr. Pendle?
No, my love, it's me. It's John.
John?
Yes, Mary. I'm here.
Oh, John. Are you all right?
I'm fine. And soon you will be, too.
I don't think so.
Oh. My dear.
That's what you said to me then.
When?
In Mr. Sholto's garden. I was frightened. You took my hand. John.
I'm here.
My hand was warmer then, wasn't it?
It's all right, my love. Everything's all right.
Oh, my poor John. First Mr. Holmes, and now me.
Mary.
Everyone you love. It hardly seems fair. I'm so sorry.
To be taken so young. There's no justice in the world, Doctor.
No, Mrs. Hudson. No justice. It was good of you to come.
A sad reason for us to meet again, though.
Indeed. I should have called to see you. How have you been?
Well, I can't pretend the time hasn't hung heavy. They say the years pass faster as you get older, but these last 3 have seemed more like 30.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Look at me, keeping you from talking to everyone else who came. Off you go now.
Very well. Thank you again.
Doctor. And please remember you're always welcome at Baker Street.
You're very kind, Mrs. Hudson, but... Well...
Too many memories.
I'm afraid so. Too many memories.
I hear the wedding's off. That right, Adele?
That's right.
She walked out on him. Sensible filly.
She did nothing of the sort, as you very well know.
Oh, so you walked out on her, did you, lad? Sensible chap.
It was a mutual decision.
A ridiculous idea in the first place. Damn fool notion. Stick to your own kind, young Adair.
I take it your father's delighted.
Well, yes.
But what did her father think? Goodbye to the Maynooth fortune.
He wasn't very pleased.
Oh,
No.
well, that's putting it mildly from what I heard. Is it true he came at you with a 12-bore, Ronald?
Can we please get on with the game?
Of course, Sir John. I think we're down, Moran.
Damn right you are.
And about time. You two were coming close to having us on the streets.
Deal the damn cards.
Thank you.
Sir, good health to you.
You are, Stanford?
Thanks, old man. Cheers. So, how are you?
Oh, I've been better.
Yes, of all the damn things to happen.
What's the point of it all, Stanford?
Watson...
I mean, look at us. Doctors, for God's sake. Well, what good do we actually do? What difference can we make?
We can make a difference. You have to hold on to that. Sometimes we really can.
Not where it matters. You know what someone said to me at a funeral? There's no justice in the world. Well, I'll drink to that. Barman?
Good Lord, man, I swear you keep 'em up your sleeve.
Ha-ha! Discovered!
Damn it, Adair, you've the luck of the devil.
Luck, Sir John. It was skill, pure skill.
Not to mention the brilliance of his partner, eh, Ronald?
Not to mention the brilliance of my partner.
Come on, John, let's take 'em on again. Yes, what do you say, Johnny? Another hand?
No, Moran, that's my lot for tonight.
But it's early still.
What's the matter with you, Adair, you deaf? Now, what's the damage?
Well, let's see.
Here, I've been keeping a note. There you are, Sir John.
Good God.
You know, what you should be doing is thinking about the future.
The future? Stanford, just at the moment, I can't see any future.
You need something to occupy yourself. Why don't you get back to the old writing? Give us some more of those stories of yours.
Ah, romantic rubbish.
What?
That's what Holmes always called them. Like putting an elopement into the third proposition of Euclid.
Damn good thing, too. Have you ever read Euclid? That's more like it. Go on, why don't you?
No, I don't think so.
Pity. The old Strand's not been the same since you packed it in.
Thank you, Stanford. I appreciate that.
Oh, I mean it. The way you wrote about those criminals really made it live.
Well, I had some marvellous material to work with. Holmes would only ever take a case if it was out of the ordinary. There's not been too much of that sort lately.
Ah, so you do still follow these things?
Not really, no, not anymore. It's hard to shake off something like that.
Well, there you are. Take it up again. Solve a few crimes.
Stanford.
No, I mean it. What's that line? You know my methods.
Employ them. I wouldn't have the arrogance.
Come on. You need an aim in life.
Doctor's orders?
Yes, actually. Doctor's orders. Now all you need is the right case.
Ronald! Ronald, are you in there?
He hasn't come out all evening, my lady.
Ronald, why are you being so rude? Unlock this door at once. Ronald? Melville.
My lady. My God.
What's wrong?
No, my lady, stay there.
Stand aside, man. Melville.
My lady.
I don't want any unseemly gossip in the lane. Please ensure that you send someone discreet for the police.
The Honourable Ronald Adair, second son of the Earl of Maynooth, Governor of Queensland. Fashionable Park Lane address, known in the best society, member of all the right clubs.
And missing most of his head.
Thank you, Constable, I do have eyes.
Is the doctor here yet?
No, Inspector.
Well, why the devil not?
I don't know, sir. Shall I try to find out?
What a good idea. Why don't you?
I tell you, he did himself in. Stands to reason.
Oh, yes. Then where's the gun?
They're in the room, of course. They just haven't found it yet. They will. You wait. We'll hang about for a couple of months.
Very amusing. Now move along. There's nothing to see here. Unless any of you lot have clapped eyes on a police surgeon.
Can't even find their own people.
Come on, you heard me. Nothing to see. Move along. You too, if you please, sir. Unless you've business in the building.
Oh, well, no, Constable, not as such.
Then I'm sorry, but I must ask you to clear the area. You understand, sir?
Yes, of course.
Dr. Watson.
Ah, Lestrade, good morning.
It's all right, Sacker. This gentleman's a friend of mine. Good morning to you, Doctor. How are you?
I'm in reasonable health, thank you, Lestrade.
Good. What brings you here?
I'm afraid it's the same thing that brought those others. Sheer curiosity.
You saw it in the papers, I suppose.
Oh, yes.
I thought it would get out. The loyalty of servants, eh? How much have they got?
Enough to be intriguing. Locked room, no weapon, no motive. Can you Tell me any more.
Well, actually, Doctor, look, I wonder if you'd mind doing me a favour.
Good God.
Quiet.
Has he been moved at all?
Not an inch.
The entrance wound is just above the right eye. The exit... Have you found the bullet?
Here.
Yes, I thought so. Soft-nosed revolver bullet. Filthy things. They mushroom out when they hit. Where was it?
In the wooden panelling. Just there.
So, he was sitting at his desk.
Or standing by it.
Yeah. He'd been working on these papers, presumably. May I?
Be my guest.
Thank you. Hardy, Murray, Jenkinson, St. Simon, and a list of figures. Any idea what it's all about?
Not yet. Can you tell when he died?
Not accurately. 9 or 10 hours ago, possibly.
He got in from his club just before 10 and came straight up here. His mother had the door broken in at 11:30. I was hoping you could pin down the time of death a bit more precisely.
I'm afraid not. Had there been any callers? Did he see anyone?
No to both questions. According to the butler, he locked this door behind him and never came out.
There's talk of suicide.
Then where's the weapon? Not a chance. I do hate a messy murder, especially when it's impossible. The door to the room was locked on the inside, and although the window was open a fraction, there were no signs that anyone had entered or left by that way. It's at least 20 feet above the road, and there's a flower bed directly below. It wasn't disturbed at all.
Could the shot have been fired from outside the house, perhaps from the park opposite?
No, sir. A revolver's not accurate enough over that sort of distance. And in any case, my men found several people who were in or near the area at the time in question. None of them heard a shot.
I've known him for years. He's a conventional enough young chap. Quiet, unemotional. Fond of cards, of course, but there's nothing wrong with that. He played a hell of a game, too. I shall miss him.
Yes, he was a good friend. We were card partners, had been for some time. Ronald was a first-rate sort, as honest as the day's long. Not an enemy in the world.
Yes, I played against young Adair often enough.
With what results, Sir John?
The cards usually fell fairly equally, I'd say.
I have here a statement given to the police by another member of the Bagatelle Club. He asserts that on the day of Adair's death, there was an altercation between yourself and the deceased.
Certainly not.
On the subject of his frequent substantial wins against you and your partner.
Nonsense. The man's mistaken or lying.
That's right, sir. He was engaged to my Edith for nigh on 6 months.
And when the wedding was called off, were you disappointed?
Sir?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Woodley, you just lost one of the wealthiest young bachelors in the country as a son-in-law. Were you angry?
I don't know who's been talking to you, sir, but there's not a word of truth in it.
Oh, not a word of truth in what, exactly?
Nothing, sir. Nothing.
In the absence of any further evidence, this court records a verdict of willful murder by person or persons unknown.
Inspector! Any comment on the coroner?
Are you any closer to catching the murderer?
An official statement will be issued in
Have
due
you
course.
found the murder
Have you found the
Is
motive?
it true that Inspector Gregson's been called in to assist you?
Gentlemen, please, let us pass.
Have you any theories, Dr. Watson?
I'm sorry, I can't make any comment.
How do you think Mr. Holmes would have investigated this case, sir?
Please, let me
Stand aside
Just
there.
one for the standard, gentlemen.
Please, get out of the way. I'm sorry.
Damn you, sir.
Let me help.
Leave them.
Well, they're not damaged, are they?
These books are valuable.
Yeah, well, I do apologize.
Charming.
Do you know, I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh, yes?
Now, where on earth? I've got it. He was in Park Lane the other morning, when I went back for another look at the house.
When exactly?
The second day after the murder. Your constable moved him on.
Probably just another gawper. Do you think it's significant?
No, I don't suppose so. So, what's your next step, Inspector?
Oh, back to the routine. Question everyone again, that sort of thing. Not to mention trying to work out how the devil it was done.
Yes.
He would have loved this one, eh?
Yes, indeed.
Well, thank you again for all your help, Doctor.
Oh, don't mention it. Quite like old times again.
Yes. I must be off. Good day to you. Perhaps we'll see each other again soon.
Yes, perhaps we will. Goodbye, Lestrade. Who the devil are you? What do you want?
Look at me.
I've got better things to look at.
Look at me.
Oh my God. Yes, Jenny.
Beg pardon, sir, but there's someone wants to see you.
A patient?
I asked him, Doctor, but he wouldn't say.
Wouldn't say? Well, did he give you his card?
No, sir, but he said you knew him.
Show him into the consulting room, Jenny. I'll be there in a minute.
Yes, sir. Oh. Sir, I'm sorry.
It's all right, Jenny. You can go.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now, sir, why have you come here?
To apologise.
For what, pray?
I was gruff.
You're making too much of a trifle, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me.
My books mean a lot to me.
So I realise.
You should fill that gap in the bookcase. It's untidy.
What gap?
There.
Ah, I can see what you mean, but I hardly think it's... How do you do, Watson? I trust I find you well.
My dear Watson, I owe you 1,000 apologies. I had no idea that you'd be so affected.
Holmes, is it really you? You're alive. How's it possible?
Wait. Are you sure you're fit to discuss things? I've given you a serious shock.
I'm all right.
Yes, perhaps it was an unnecessarily dramatic appearance.
I can hardly believe my eyes. To think that you of all men, should be standing in my study. Well, you're not a spirit anyhow.
No.
Well, oh, my dear chap, I'm overjoyed to see you. Sit down.
No, thank you, Doctor. No, I prefer to stand. Yes, it's no joke when a tall man has to take a foot of his height for hours on end.
But why? Why the disguise? No, first, for the love of heaven, tell me how you came alive out of that dreadful chasm.
Do you mind if I smoke a cigarette?
Holmes!
Well, perhaps it would be better if explanations waited until later.
Holmes, I want to know now.
Very well. Well, about that chasm. I had no serious difficulty getting out of it, for the very simple reason that I was never in it.
Never in it?
No, Watson. I never was in it. My note to you was absolutely genuine. I had no doubt that I'd come to the end of my career.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Moriarty.
You were, of course, expecting me.
Of course. I congratulate you on your escape.
Thank you. And I congratulate you on the operation. A piece of meticulous planning worthy almost of myself.
I'm flattered. You know, of course, that your organization is finished.
I anticipated as much.
And your infamous career along with it.
By no means. At the very least, I still have one crowning achievement to attain.
I believe I recently said something very similar.
I'm not in the least surprised. You will wish, no doubt, to pen some touching epistle to your companion, the worthy doctor. Pray do so.
You're most kind.
I wrote the note, which you later found.
And which I still have.
And then we walked along the pathway together. Myself and Moriarty.
I suppose it would be futile to try to persuade you to join me.
You suppose correctly.
A pity. Together, what triumphs we might have achieved. And I do so deplore the waste. So illogical. Goodbye, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Baritsu, the Japanese system of wrestling. It's been useful to me more than once.
Good God. Holmes, the tracks. I saw them with my own eyes. 2 sets of footprints went down the path. None came back.
Yes. The instant the professor disappeared, it struck me what an extraordinarily lucky chance fate had placed in my way.
Lucky?
Now, Moriarty wasn't the only man who'd sworn my death. There were at least 3 others, all of them dangerous. It occurred to me that if the world was convinced that I was dead, they would take liberties, these men. Lay themselves open. So, I decided to die.
Good heavens.
Once I destroyed them, then I could announce that I was actually still in the land of the living.
And now you've done so. But no, that doesn't make sense. Why the disguise? Why the secrecy?
2 of the 3 men have been dealt with, and now the 3rd, the deadliest of all. He's within my grasp at last.
Look, we're getting ahead of ourselves. If you didn't come back along that path, then how did you get away?
I read your picturesque account of the matter with great interest. You said that the cliff above the falls was sheer, but that wasn't literally true. There were a few small handholds. It wasn't a pleasant business, Watson. I'm not a fanciful person, but I give you my word that I seem to hear Moriarty's voice screaming up at me. I couldn't have made it to the very top, but some way up, there was a ledge. I was able to wait there and rest.
For how long? You don't mean to say you were there above me when I came back?
Yes, I was. I watched you and your followers investigating my death in the most sympathetic and inefficient manner.
I didn't find the circumstances exactly conducive to efficiency.
No, perhaps not. Anyway, at last, when you'd all formed your inevitable and totally erroneous conclusions and departed for the hotel, I was left alone.
And you climbed down the cliff?
Exactly.
And went where?
To Florence, initially.
Florence?
With the certainty that no one in the world knew what had become of me.
No, indeed.
Save one.
What do you mean?
I did have one confidant. My brother Mycroft. I needed money. I needed information.
And you couldn't trust me?
My dear Watson, I owe you many apologies. Several times in the last 3 years I've taken up my pen to write to you.
Then what in the world stopped you?
Your regard for me.
I don't understand.
I was afraid it would lead you to betray my secret. Your account of my unhappy end was a vital factor in the whole plan. Would it have been as convincing if you'd known the truth?
What about after it was published?
Still too great a risk. For you as well as me. I can only ask your forgiveness.
You have it, of course.
Thank you, my friend. And now, I have a piece of work for both of us tonight. Hard and dangerous work. And if we bring it to a successful conclusion, it will justify a man's life on this planet. Will you come with me?
When you like, and where you like.
Tibet? Yes, for 2 years in all.
Did you manage to get into Lhasa?
Yes, I did. Spent some time at the Head Lama. Fascinating doctrine, Buddhism. Remarkable. An eternal quest for perfection. Life after life. Yes, death after death.
And when you left Tibet?
Oh, I passed through Persia, looked in at Mecca, visited Khartoum.
Oh, this is incredible.
You may have read about the explorations of a Norwegian named Sigerson.
Oh, yes, I believe I did. You knew him? You're not saying Sigerson was you.
Until he obligingly disappeared without trace, leaving me free to spend some time doing chemical research in the south of France.
What finally made you come back to London?
2 things. Firstly, the knowledge that someone's trying to set himself up in the late Professor Moriarty's shoes.
What, do you mean rebuild his organisation?
Yes.
This is the man you mentioned?
It is.
What was the second reason?
The fact that after months of caution, this man has finally made a slip, and now I have him. Come, Doctor.
Holmes, where are we?
Well, don't you know?
You seem to have led me through every mews and stable yard in London.
I see 3 years hasn't improved your tendency to exaggeration.
Or yours to sarcasm.
Touche. In here.
How long's this place been empty?
What's important is that it's empty now.
We should have brought a lantern.
No lights. Your eyes will adjust themselves in a moment.
Why are we here?
All in good time, Doctor. Can you see yet?
Yes, well enough.
Excellent. Follow me. Now look down there. Now do you know where we are?
Well, surely that's Baker Street.
Yes. We're in Camden House, directly opposite our old quarters.
But why are we here?
Well, because it commands so excellent a view of that picturesque pile. Now, let's see if 3 years of absence have entirely taken away my power to surprise you. Look over at our old rooms.
But the blinds will be drawn. Good heavens.
I trust that age doth not wither nor custom stale my infinite variety.
It's marvellous. Yeah. What is it, some sort of cut-out
No,
shape?
no. It's a bust in wax. Throws a more realistic shadow. It's by Monsieur Oscar Meunier of Grenoble. It really is rather like me. What do you think?
I'd be prepared to swear that it was you. But what does it mean? Surely it's as good as telling this man that you're still alive.
Ah, but he already knows. I sent him a message through one of his agents, Parker by name, a garrotter by trade. Remarkable performer on the Jew's harp.
Holmes, you're making this up.
Never, I swear it. Anyway, I've not been out of sight of one of his men ever since.
Which presumably was what you wanted.
Exactly. My next call was on the admirable Mrs. Hudson.
With no warning? You just walked up and rang the doorbell?
Yes, I'm afraid I did. And in answer to your next question, violent hysterics.
She didn't faint then?
She does have remarkable self-control for a woman.
Well, I hope you apologise to her.
Yeah, there were more important things to say. I made sure that my shadower was within earshot and negotiated an immediate lease on my old rooms.
You were lucky to find them unoccupied.
Yeah.
And so this man, this new Moriarty, knows exactly where to find you.
Or thinks he does.
And you're expecting him to make some sort of attack on you tonight?
He's a man of action. He won't delay. Before the night's out, I shall have been efficiently assassinated by a single shot from the street. I'm rather looking forward to it. We'll have a perfect view from here.
Suppose he gets away before we reach him.
No, he won't. He won't. Oh, Watson. He's the most cunning and dangerous criminal in London, and he's after me tonight. And we are after him.
I never thought I'd see a night like this again. Holmes, it's wonderful.
Yes. Yes, it is, isn't it?
The shadow's moved. Huh?
Yes, of course it's moved. Am I such a farcical bungler that I should erect an obvious dummy and expect one of the sharpest men in Europe to be deceived by it?
You surely haven't got Mrs. Hudson.
One change every 10 minutes. She crawls in below window level.
That's outrageous.
No, she enjoys that sort of thing.
Holmes.
Wait.
What? The street's empty.
Yes. He's coming in here. Bad surprises are not all one-sided. Your pistol. Ready. Excellent. Now into the shadows and not a sound.
I'm afraid your jubilation's a little premature.
You?
Thank you, Watson. My pleasure. But who is it? I can't see a damn thing.
Let's summon some illumination.
Are you all right?
Yes, perfectly. Direct your attention to our friend there, will you?
Now listen to me. I have a revolver trained on your head. Make no sudden moves, do you understand?
The lantern bearers.
Mr. Holmes!
Good evening, Lestrade.
I could hardly believe it when I got your message. It's good to see you back in London, sir.
Well, you needed a little unofficial help. 3 undetected murders in 1 year won't do, Lestrade. But you handled the Molesey case with less than your usual. That's just to say, you handled it fairly well.
Holmes, if you don't mind.
My dear fellow, a little light here, if you please. Constable. Thank you. Yes. Journeys end in lovers' meetings, as the old play says. Gentlemen, let me introduce you to Colonel Sebastian Moran.
Good God above.
Once of Her Majesty's Indian Army and the best heady game shot that our Eastern Empire has ever produced.
You fiend! You cunning fiend!
I'm surprised that my simple trick could deceive so experienced a hunter. How many times have you tied a young goat under a tree and waited above it with your rifle for the bait to bring up your tiger? Well, this empty house is my tree, and you are my tiger. The parallel is exact.
You, sir, Inspector, or whatever you are, you may or may not have cause for arresting me, but there's no reason why I should submit to the jibes of this parson. If I'm in the hands of the law, let things be done in a legal way.
Well, that's reasonable enough. Anything more to say, Mr. Holmes, before we go?
This is a fascinating weapon.
I knew von Herder, the blind German mechanic who made it to the order of the late Professor Moriarty. I've no doubt it was always intended for the Professor's trusted chief of staff. Isn't that so, Colonel?
You devil!
That's quite enough of that. You're not in India now. Constable, take him downstairs.
Inspector? One moment. Holmes?
Moran?
You seem to know a good deal about me. Remember that in some parts of the world, too much knowledge is believed to be a dangerous thing.
Come on, you. And in others, the pursuit of truth is worshipped as man's holiest endeavour. Uniquely powerful and accurate, but almost completely silent. Like all air guns.
Air guns? You said you were afraid of air guns. Seems like a lifetime ago.
If that's all, gentlemen.
One final thing. What charge do you intend to prefer?
What charge? Why, the attempted murder of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
No, Lestrade. I didn't want to appear in the matter at all. To you, and only you, goes the credit for this remarkable arrest.
Holmes?
Yes, Watson. Yes, with his usual happy mixture of cunning and audacity. Lestrade has got him.
Got him? Got who?
The man the whole force has been seeking in vain. The murderer of the Honourable Ronald Adair.
Colonel Sebastian Moran. It's hard to believe.
Son of a cabinet minister, Eton, Oxford, impeccable military career.
Impeccable? It's outstanding, more like. Jawaki, Afghanistan, Churasiab. When I was a boy, he was one of my heroes.
Well, what the devil went wrong with the man?
There are trees which grow to a certain height and then suddenly develop some unsightly eccentricity. You often see exactly the same thing in humans.
I'd hardly call turning to murder an unsightly eccentricity.
Ah, yes, the murder. Don't forget these, Lestrade.
Revolver bullets from a silent rifle. No wonder we were thrown completely off the scent.
Yes, there's genius in it.
Are you sure he was able to shoot young Adair from right across Park Lane? That window wasn't lifted more than a crack.
Ah, that was all he needed. And his own mastery gave him away. At last, he'd been panicked into a crime that I could trace straight to him and no one else. Only he had the ability, the means, and the motive.
Of what motive? I can't see any reason for him to do it.
Ah, but I have one vital piece of information that you lack.
Go on.
The Colonel has one particular skill which you won't find mentioned in his memoirs. He's an expert card sharp. Lived off that for years. And I believe that young Adair caught him out and threatened to expose him. Well, that would have meant public ruin and the end of all his grand plans.
So Adair had to die.
Which he did, in the very act of absolving himself from his partner's crimes.
The list of names and figures. Adair was calculating how much he'd won illegally.
Planning to return it all. He really was as honest as the day's long, just as Moran described him.
Well, I've met some cool ones in my time, but... Gentlemen, I must be getting back to the yard. It's been a pleasure to work with you again, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade. Somewhat to my surprise, I have to say that the pleasure's been mutual. Good night.
Good night, Inspector.
Gentlemen.
Holmes? I'm just recalling the first time we stood here together.
Yes. The well-remembered door.
The scandal in Bohemia.
I thought you didn't bother with worthless rubbish.
That's quite right, quite right. Would you care to step in for a minute?
I'd be delighted.
I went to it on my knees, sir, as you told me.
I hope you were careful, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, yes, Doctor. Believe me.
Excellent. You carried the thing out very well.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Watson, Mrs. Hudson and I have one final surprise for you.
Holmes, after everything else that's happened today, General Gordon himself could be waiting behind that door to present me with a Victoria Cross, and I don't believe I'd bat an eyelid.
Oh? So you'll be equally phlegmatic about this, then, will you?
What the... I don't believe it. Holmes, this is incredible.
Brother Mycroft's work.
And mine. Though if I'm being truthful, I thought it was more than a touch morbid.
Everything is exactly the same.
Not exactly the same.
Well, no, it's a good deal tidier than it used to be.
That won't last.
Oh, I'm sure it won't. This is amazing.
Well, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I have a good many things to see to.
Of course.
Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. It's a pleasure to be back.
Gentlemen.
Look here. Now, this should convince Lestrade that the old hunter's eyes are as keen as ever, you see? Smack through the brain.
Oh, Holmes, please. It could easily have been you.
But it wasn't. Not this time. But when do you sit down, my dear fellow?
Of course. Thank you.
Excellent. The picture is complete. Yes, and if Mrs. Hudson's her usual efficient self... yes, neatly within arm's reach. Here. For you. And for you. Your very good health.
And yours.
I heard of your recent bereavement. My condolences.
Thank you.
You know work is the best antidote to sorrow.
Yes, I'm sure that's true.
Your practice. Absorbing, is it?
Hardly.
No. Done any writing lately?
No, not a word. No, inspiration.
You know your old room on the next floor? It's still vacant. Wasn't?
I was just thinking. In the old days...
the old days.
You would have sat there and said nothing. Even if it had taken me all night to come out with it and ask you.
Yes, I believe you're right.
You've changed, you know.
Dying will do that to a man. For the better?
Oof. Goodness only knows. I suppose I'll have to come back just to find out.
It really has been a most extraordinary day. Welcome back, Holmes.
Welcome back, Watson. To
the future.
The future.
In The Empty House, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Frederick Treves as Colonel Moran, Donald G. as Inspector Lestrade, and Michael Pennington as Professor Moriarty. Mrs. Hudson was played by Joan Matheson, Sir John by Peter Penry Jones, the nurse by Kate Binchy, Mary Watson by Gilly Mears, Watson's maid by Cyril Jenkins, Murray by Steve Hudson, Adair by John Webb, Stamford by Keith Drinkle, the coroner by John Church, and Woodley by John Fleming. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Empty House was dramatized for radio by Bert Coules and directed by Patrick Rayner.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now, once again, it's time to renew our weekly visits with that genial host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. And here he is, waiting for us in his comfortable and familiar study. Hello, Dr. Watson. It's mighty good to see you again.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Good gracious me, it's a long time since you last dropped in to see me.
Too long entirely, but I'm certainly glad to be back.
I'm glad to have you back, my boy. This seems like old times.
Thank you, sir. By the way, I heard you had quite a trip this summer. Went back to England, didn't you?
Yes, Mr. Bell. I must say I had a very delightful time renewing old friendships. Incidentally, I think you'll be particularly interested in one visit that I made. It was to the vaults of Cox's Bank in Charing Cross.
Cox's Bank? Oh, that was the home of your old black tin dispatch box, wasn't it? The one that contained all the notes on your adventures with the great Sherlock Holmes?
It was, my boy. You have a very good memory.
And by any chance, is that the box standing there on your table now?
It certainly is. I brought it back with me. You see, I found it contained a veritable treasure trove of material. Notes on adventures that I'd forgotten, and in some cases, stories that Sherlock Holmes insisted must not be published during the lifetime of certain famous people involved.
Phew, that certainly is a treasure trove. Do you mind if I take a peek in the sacred box, Dr. Watson?
Not at all, Mr. Bell, not at all.
Must be papers, all tied up in tape. An old signet ring.
Oh, that's just a token of the Duke of Bedford's esteem. Never did fit.
Hey, what's this, Dr. Watson? A small dog collar.
Yes, my boy, a small dog collar. And it brings to mind one of the most exciting and bizarre adventures that Sherlock Holmes and I ever encountered. I always referred to it as the adventure of the Stuttering Ghost.
Stuttering Ghost? That sounds provocative, Dr. Watson.
I hope you'll find it so, Mr. Bell.
In just a moment, Dr. Watson will tell us the story of the Stuttering Ghost. But first, I'd like to ask a question. Men, wouldn't you like to feel that your hair always looks its best? That it always appears neat and attractive? Then let me suggest Kreml Hair Tonic. This famous modern hairdressing has been especially developed to keep wild, unruly hair handsomely groomed all day, not a lock out of place. And Kreml gives the hair such a nice, rich luster, too. Yet it never leaves the hair feeling or looking greasy or sticky. Why not buy a bottle and prove to yourself that Kreml is tops for better groomed hair? Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, the floor is yours.
Well, Mr. Bell, the story began on a certain September afternoon in, more years ago than I like to admit. Holmes and I were seated in our Baker Street lodgings, having returned a few hours previously from a much-needed holiday in Devonshire. Though our trip had proved far from restful as far as I was concerned, I could see that the change had worked wonders for my old friend. There was a distinct touch of colour in his usually pale face, and I knew by the sparkle in his eye that he was happy to be back in harness, as he sat there skimming through the letters that had accumulated during his absence.
Watson, has it ever occurred to you that the entire course of history might have been changed, probably for the better, if paper and ink had never been invented?
Oh, rubbish. It's good to be back in Baker Street again, eh, Holmes?
Yes. Back to the routine of stupid letters from stupid people after 2 peaceful weeks at the seaside.
Peaceful? And you spent most of your time solving the problem of the lifeguard, the calabash, and the dying nursemaid.
Merely a routine matter, Watson, though it did have its points of interest.
Anything startling in this morning's post?
The usual trivialities. The Duke of Greenock suspects the Duchess of planning to elope with the underfootman.
Oh, knowing the Duke, I can't say that I blame her.
Quite. Doesn't anyone use imagination in committing crimes anymore? Aha. This looks more promising.
Huh? What is it, Holmes?
I shall present my problem to you at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It's almost 3 now, and the letter's dated yesterday.
Doesn't sound particularly promising to me. Who's it from?
It's simply signed Ferdinand.
It's very odd. Holmes, it might be royalty. Only reigning monarchs sign themselves to strangers simply by their first names.
If you're referring to Ferdinand of Spain, he's dead, you know.
Oh, no, you're pulling my leg. Still, I can't recall a Ferdinand on any current European throne.
Nor can I. And yet there is a certain tone of royal peremptoriness in the phrasing.
Where's the front doorbell? It's exactly 3 o'clock. That could be him now.
Yes. While Mrs. Hudson answers the door, suppose we have another look at this note. Expensive paper. Written with a quill pen. And the presumably august scribe was unfortunate enough to get a smear of ink on the outer side of her right little finger.
Why do you say her right little finger?
It's a woman's writing.
Oh, who's writing?
Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
You have a visitor, Mr. Holmes, and she's got a wee dog with her. She said you might be expecting her.
Very well, Mrs. Hudson. Show her up, please.
Yes, sir.
A woman and a wee dog. And here we are waiting for royalty.
Watson, I've sometimes observed a distinctly snobbish strain in you. Most regrettable in these democratic days.
Democratic? I voted Conservative all my life, and I always will vote Conservative.
Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you dear, dear man. Oh, I've heard so much about you. Oh, I suppose you're wondering who I am.
Naturally, madam. Sit down, won't you? May I introduce my friend, Dr. Watson?
How do you do, madam?
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Frampton. Mrs. James Frampton. That's the Buckinghamshire Framptons, you know. And I've travelled all the way up here with darling little Fuzzley. And he does hate trains, don't you, sweetheart?
By the way, Mrs. Frampton, would you mind telling me why you signed your note, Ferdinand?
Why, Mr. Holmes, whatever makes you think I wrote you a note?
Among other things, the slight trace of an ink stain on your right little finger.
Oh, dear. It's so simple when you explain it, isn't it?
Quite.
Well, since you're so clever, I did write that note, but only because Ferdinand here asked me to.
What?
Yes, the darling dictated it all by himself. He said, and I wrote it all down for him.
What a ball is that? Dog writing notes.
Don't you think, Mrs. Frampton, that if your dog has any problems, a veterinary surgeon would be the logical person to consult?
Oh, dear, now you've upset him. He's so terribly sensitive. Dr. Watson, I wonder if you'd mind taking him out for a little walk.
Who, me?
Yes. I'd much rather he was out of the way when I tell Mr. Holmes about him. He's so human, you know. I'm quite sure he understands every word I say.
Well, I do.
Oh, please, Dr. Watson.
Oh, really, madam, I don't
Come,
think
Watson. Can't you see the little fellow's dying for some air? I think a little walk would do you both good.
It's all very well. Very well. Come along, you little little fellow. Come on.
And now, Mrs. Frampton, may I ask what has brought you to see me?
Well, Mr. Holmes, 2 weeks ago, one of Ferdy's gold collars was stolen. And a week after that, he was sent back to me with a very strange note.
You have the note with you?
Yes, it's here in my purse. Put your hands up, Mr. Holmes.
Well.
That's right.
Do you mind pointing that revolver another way, Mrs. Frampton?
I have no intention of pointing it another way. Furthermore, you'd be astonished at my skill in using it.
Not at all.
Oh?
When a woman has the audacity to call on me with the outline of a revolver plainly visible through the side of her purse, I naturally assume she is able to use it.
You knew I was armed, and yet you
I
didn't...
regret to say that sometimes my curiosity overcomes my caution, and I was very curious as to the purpose of the ridiculous ruse of the letter-writing dog. I still am.
You'll very soon see. Go and sit in that upright chair by the desk there. Mr. Holmes, I assure you I won't hesitate to use this revolver. Go over to that chair.
Very well.
Sit down in it, with your back to me. That's it. I was admiring these handcuffs on your mantelpiece. They'll do very well to fasten you to the chair. Put your hands behind you. Thank you.
What's the game, Mrs. Frampton? Daylight robbery?
Yes. Or murder, if you don't help me.
You realize that my friend is liable to come back at any moment?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. That beastly dog was a deliberate device to separate you and your friend. A colleague of mine will see that Dr. Watson is taken care of as soon as he gets outside. And now, Mr. Holmes, I do hope you're not going to be too difficult.
Come along, you stupid creature. You don't have to sniff every... Come on. Playing nursemaid to a Pekingese. Hope I don't run into anyone I know. Come on, you little brute. Come on.
Excuse me, Governor.
Yes.
You got a match?
A match? Yes, I think I have.
Cool, you know, a nice little dog, Governor. What's his name?
His name?
Never mind. You come here now.
Why, you scoundrel, put down that piece of lead pipe.
Get out from under my feet, you nasty dog, you.
You would you?
Oh, you good blimey, Governor, you nearly broke my arm.
Madam, if you'll just tell me what you're looking for, I'll be delighted to tell you where to find it. There's no sense in messing all my files up.
I want your records of the Rothier case.
In the third drawer of this cabinet.
Oh. Well, here we are. N-O-P-Q... Randall. Rothier. Well, thank you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, there's the rescue party.
But it can't be Dr. Watson. Alfie was to take care of him.
Dr. Watson has resources that might surprise you. Sometimes they surprise even me.
Well, I've got what I came for.
Holmes, I had the most amazing experience.
Yes, you were set upon by a ruffian in the street.
Fellow asked for a match and then... How did you know?
Elementary, my dear Watson. Huh? Now, please get the key off the mantelpiece and unlock these handcuffs.
Good heavens. Who trussed you up like that?
Mrs. Frampton, at revolver point.
You see? If you hadn't made me go out with that silly little dog,
She would never have revealed her purpose in coming here. Watson, the whole thing was a plot to gain access to my files on the Rothier case.
I say, the Rothier case? Why, that
Hurry up with that key, will you, old chap?
Yes, of course. There you are. I say, how did that woman get out?
Obviously down the back stairs, as you didn't pass her on the front. I assume her accomplice got away, too?
Yes, he wouldn't have if I hadn't tripped up over the dog leash. I left the silly little beast downstairs with Mrs. Hudson.
Suppose we see if our caller took anything of any consequence.
But, Holmes, why should anyone go to such fantastic lengths to steal the file on a criminal case that happened years ago?
That's what we have to find out. You recall the Rothier affair, Watson?
Yes, I could do something to do with a jewel robbery, wasn't it?
Yes. Rothier and his English accomplice, a gentleman known as Stuttering Steve Hacker, stole the famous Shrewsbury emerald.
Yes, of course.
The jewels were never recovered, but I was instrumental in bringing the men to justice.
I remember it now. Rothier was killed resisting arrest, wasn't he?
Yes, and Stuttering Steve Hacker was sentenced to 7 years in Dartmoor. By George, Watson, I recall reading a small item in yesterday's paper that told of Hacker's death in prison. That's the answer.
You mean that on his deathbed, Hacker might have told someone the secret of where the jewelry is hidden?
Precisely. And the key to that secret must lie in these files. Let me see. Yes, I recall the case vividly now. There was a small piece of paper found on Rothier's body. An apparently meaningless series of numbers and figures. It was here in the file. Now, she's got away with it, Watson. I deserve to be kicked from here tonight.
Holmes. Now, listen to me. I was going through the file a few weeks ago, making some notes for my stories, and I remember coming across that slip of paper. I copied the figures down in my notebook.
Bravo, Watson. I don't know what I'd ever do without you.
Thanks, sir. Just a minute. Here they are. Here we are. Here are the figures. T2N302S50. What the deuce does it mean, Holmes?
I don't know, but I think I may have a glimmering. Get your coat and hat, old chap. The game's afoot.
Where are we going?
To Scotland Yard. And then I hope we'll be on the track of the Shrewsbury emeralds.
I say, Holmes, if you don't want to talk, you might at least tell me why we're driving about in this dreary part of London. I don't care for it at all, especially at dusk.
Sorry, Watson. I was thinking. Inspector Lestrade has just informed me that he's unearthed a new clue in the case.
Oh?
It seems that when Rothay was hiding from the police, he worked for a time in this neighborhood.
Oh, where?
At a place known as Gaunt's Castle. It's somewhere here off the Mile End Road. Apparently it's a sort of museum run by a certain eccentric man named Jezra Gaunt. Its main claim to distinction is that it contains a catacomb. Or, to be precise, several catacombs.
Extraordinary thing.
An ideal place to hide stolen jewels, I'd say.
Catacombs? Here in London? Impossible.
Not at all, Watson.
But I thought they were vast underground tombs only found in Italy.
Now, these are reputed to be reproductions of the early catacombs of Rome.
Good gracious me.
Apparently, Mr. Gaunt found these deep underground caverns some years ago. And their natural contours made it possible for him to convert them into a modern counterpart of the Italian ones. All right, cabby. This is the place.
Righto, Governor.
There you are. Keep the change.
Thank you, Governor. Come on, get up.
So this is Gaunt's Castle. It's a frightening-looking place. Like a prison. It's getting dark. Why can't we come back in the morning, Holmes?
I think there's somebody watching us through the peephole in the door.
Yes, there would be.
Uh-huh. He's opening it.
Good evening, gentlemen. You're late. I was just locking my museum up for the night.
You're Mr. Jezra Gaunt?
Yes, sir, at your service.
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Gaunt?
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson? Well, this is a great honor. Please step inside, gentlemen. I'll turn the gas up. There. I hope you'll find the castle, as I call it, interesting.
Mr. Gaunt, time is vitally important. Some 3 years ago, you had a man working for you as a laborer. His name was Rothier.
I can't recall any man of that name, Mr. Holmes.
He was a Frenchman, Mr. Gaunt. Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, I'm sorry, but in this part of London there are many foreigners, and many of them have worked for me. But,
This man Rothier was a jewel thief. He is known to have hidden some very valuable emeralds, and it seems quite possible he may have hidden them here.
Dear me. Stolen jewels in my catacombs, Mr. Holmes? Oh, no,
I want you to give us your permission to deduct a detailed examination of your caves and to take some measurements.
Yes, of course. What an extraordinary coincidence.
Coincidence?
Yes. A man and a woman were here a little while ago. I didn't pay much attention to them as they entered, but I happened to observe them later in the catacombs. They were taking measurements.
By Jove, Holmes.
Go on, Mr. Gaunt.
When they saw I was watching them, they were very evasive and left after a few moments. Until you mentioned taking measurements, the whole incident seemed unimportant.
It was far from unimportant, Mr. Gaunt. They're desperate. We must work fast. May we start our search at once?
Well, of course, of course. I'll go and light the gas. Extraordinary business.
Holmes, Mrs. Frampton, that accomplice who attacked me, must have come here straight from Baker Street.
Yes, and they'll be back. Probably tonight. It's a race against time.
Well, so far they apparently haven't succeeded in deciphering the code.
And neither have we. Watson, it's a battle of wits.
Oh, really?
They won the first round. Let's hope we can win the second.
Dr. Watson will continue his story in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to say, and just see if you don't agree with me, any man who wants that modern, prosperous appearance should certainly use a hairdressing. And men, I'm right here to tell you I wouldn't use anything else but Kreml hair tonic. Do you know why? Because Kreml is one hair tonic I've been able to find that really keeps my hair well groomed. Every hair neatly in place. Yet it never has that greasy, plastered down look. Kreml always feels and smells so clean on your hair. In addition, Kreml does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome. It relieves itching of dry scalp. It removes dandruff flakes. Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it leaves it feeling so much softer, easier to manage. Why not ask for an application of Kreml at your barber shop? Buy a bottle at any drug counter. Just see how attractive looking it keeps your hair. That's right. It's spelled Kreml. Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, how did you and the great Sherlock Holmes make out when you explored the underground caves?
For that first hour, we searched that strange place exhaustively without finding a clue. Then I remember we descended into one of the deepest and darkest caves. Must have been a weird picture as we stood there, our voices echoing hollowly. A vast black chasm yawning in front of us, and a feeble flicker of gaslight throwing a pool of light on the piece of paper which Holmes held in his hand.
Watson, I'm certain the figures on this paper are the clue to the missing emeralds. But why can't I get the code? T2N3O2S50.
They might be pacing directions.
Obviously, but beginning where?
I don't know, but 2N could be 2 places north. Still, how about T and O?
The T being the first letter is presumably the starting point. But what does it stand for? But, of course, here's the answer. Look here on the wall.
You mean that colored tablet?
Yes. It's a common early Christian symbol known as St. Anthony's cross, and it's also the Greek letter T. This is our starting point. T is the first letter in this code.
And then comes 2N.
Let's try it. 2 paces north. So.
Then comes the letter O. It could mean 0.
Yes, it could, old chap, or it might be... No, I have it. Remember that Routhier was a Frenchman.
What's that got to do with it?
The French word for west is ouest, spelled O-U-E-S-T. French compasses have an O where ours have the W. 2 paces north, 3-O, 3 paces west. See if Gaunt will lend us a spade, Watson, dear chap, will you? We're getting warm. We're getting decidedly warm.
Holmes, I think we've drawn a blank.
So do I. Yet the code is a logical one. 2 paces north, 3 west, 2 south, 5 wait. Wait a minute. Paces are inaccurate, Watson. They vary. A man would surely leave his records in carefully measured feet.
Here's a tape measure. Why don't you try measuring it out in feet?
Thanks. Now, 2 feet north, 3 west, 2 south, and 5 west. Would be here. Give me the spade, Watson. I'll do the digging this time.
Oh, thanks very much. Holmes, if you dig any deeper, you'll come out in Australia.
And yet I know we're basically on the right track. What an unmitigated idiot I am. Watson, look on the other side of this tape measure.
What's on it?
It's marked in meters. Routhier was French. Now we have the answer, Watson. 2 meters north, 3 west, 2 south, and 5 west. Give me the spade again.
Here.
If I'm wrong this time, I'll retire from my profession.
What's that?
It's a metal box. Watson, unless I'm very much mistaken, we've found the Shrewsbury emerald.
Great Scott!
Box is a little tarnished, a little rusty, but its contents are undamaged. Look at these emeralds, Watson. Aren't they exquisite?
In this gaslight, they look just like liquid jade.
Quite a poet, aren't you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gaunt. You quite startled me. We've found the treasure.
I'm so glad, gentlemen. You've done the hard work for us.
Look out, Watson, it's a trap.
Come back here, Holmes.
Drop that revolver, Gaunt.
I missed your friend, Dr. Watson, but I won't miss you. Stand where you are. In any case, Mr. Holmes can't get away. Fortunately for us, he's run into a cave from which there is no exit. Gertrude, Alfie.
Here we are.
Did you find it, Joseph?
Yes, my dear. Clever of them, wasn't it? I doubt whether we could have solved the code without their help.
Scoundrels, I wish I'd get my hands on you.
Dr. Watson, surely you're in no position to threaten. The 3 of us are armed, and your friend can't help you. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, come out of that cave with your hands up. We've won the final round.
Not while I have the emeralds, you haven't.
All round him out of there, blast him.
It seems to me, Dr. Watson, that Mr. Holmes is being unusually stupid today.
Be careful, Holmes.
What? Got me.
Holmes! Holmes!
Dear me, I'm afraid your friend's been injured, Doctor.
For heaven's sake, let me go to him. I'm a doctor.
I'm afraid I can't trust you. However, I'll tell Alfie to drag his body out here. Alfie!
Never mind about Alfie. I just conked him one before I shot Mr. Holmes.
That voice. It's Stuttering Steve Hacker.
But it can't be. Steve Hacker's dead.
That's what you think. But he ain't dead. I bribed the prison doctor in his kite. Remember, I'm in the dark. You can't see me, but I can see you. You're standing in the light. So you better do like I say. Dr. Watson?
Yes, Hacker? What is it?
I remember you. You ain't a bad sort of a Text assistant. I trust you more than these rats. If you don't want me to shoot, you'd better drop your revolvers at Dr. Watson's feet. I'll trust him. Go on, drop them.
You better do as he says. I think he means business.
All right, Hacker. Here.
Now yours, Gertrude.
There.
Pick him up, Dr. Watson.
I've got him.
Splendid, Holmes. Then hand me one.
But Holmes, where's Steve Hacker?
Aside from the fact that he's dead, I've no idea, old chap. I took the liberty of impersonating him, or rather his ghost, temporarily.
You shot Alfie?
Certainly. He was about to shoot me. But he is not quite dead, unfortunately. And now, Watson, old chap, I think it's about time we turned this unsavory little gathering over to the police. Watson, it's rather pleasant to be back in Baker Street. It's been a tiring day.
You know, Holmes, the way you imitated Stuttering Steve Hacker was amazing.
Well, thanks awfully, old chap.
Oh, not at all. You had them completely fooled. Of course, I saw the whole thing immediately.
Oh, of course.
You're very clever, though. You shot Alfie and then faked your own wounded groans.
Yes.
Whatever.
It was remarkably effective. And Alfie's subsequent confession confirmed my suspicions. Hacker, ill and afraid of dying, talked with Alfie during his recent stay in Dartmoor and told him to find the booty and share it with Hacker's wife. But Alfie, as soon as he was released from prison and thinking Hacker dead, decided to get it all for himself and his accomplices. As pretty a tangle of criminality as I ever ran into.
Perhaps your return to practice won't be as dull as you think.
Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but about the dog.
Dog? What dog?
The nice wee fella the lady brought this afternoon. He's still downstairs. I gave him a bath and a nice big beef bone. Now, what do you want me to do with him?
An intriguing problem. Let me see now. He's been cooped up a long time.
Oh, here it comes.
I think it'd be an excellent idea if Dr. Watson took him for a nice walk.
Nice walk, but Holmes, I'm very tired. I don't want to
come,
take a
Watson.
walk.
Remember, he's quite a remarkable animal. He wrote a letter.
Take him for a walk.
He convinced you that he was royalty and then undoubtedly saved your life. I think you owe him a little consideration, don't you?
Well, of course, if you put it that way, I suppose we've got to...
And that's how you acquired this little dog collar, eh, Dr.
That's right, Mr. Bell. I had that wretched little animal on my hands till it died of old age. I got quite fond of it, as a matter of fact.
I see. And what story are you going to tell us next week, Dr. Watson?
Well, now, next week, I think I'll tell you a story I call The Adventure of Black Angus. I always think it was one of the most gruesome and macabre experiences that Sherlock Holmes and I ever encountered.
Well, look who's here, if it isn't Janie. Do you look gorgeous tonight? And your hair, it's lovely.
It should be, Joe, because I always wash it with Kreml shampoo. I learned that beauty trick long ago from those Stunning Powers models.
Yes, Kreml shampoo is famous. It leaves hair sparkling for days with natural glossy highlights. What's more, Kreml shampoo is a hard water shampoo. It whips up just gobs of lather in every type of water. Its fine, rich foam penetrates right to the scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt. Why, it even has a beneficial oil base, which helps keep hair from becoming dry. We're all using Kreml shampoo at our house. I'd suggest you take a tip from my wife and buy the large family size. Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Noble Bachelor. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, and Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us the adventure of Black Angus. This is ABC, the American Broadcast.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to spend the next half hour listening to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, the world-famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. And now for our weekly visit with a good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Tonight we find him on the stage at the Paramount Theater in Hollywood. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. If you've brought a victory bond, you're welcome.
I have, Doctor. Now, what's the recipe for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Let me see. Take equal parts of beautiful English countryside and black villainy. Mix them, add a dash of romance, a sprinkling of danger, season well with the usual theatrical condiments, and you have the case of the accidental murderess.
Sounds like a tasty dish. How did the story begin, Doctor?
On a beautiful summer day in 1895, Holmes had just concluded his famous investigation of the sudden death of Cardinal Toga, an inquiry which was carried out at the express desire of His Holiness the Pope. And, in consequence, the great man felt that a couple of weeks' rest in the heart of Warwickshire would be a pleasant change after our rather strenuous adventures in Italy. And so, Mr. Bartell, we went to Stratford-on-Avon.
Oh, the home of Shakespeare, huh?
Quite right, my boy. As a matter of fact, that was the reason that decided us to go there. Holmes was a great lover of the drama, you know. And at the time my story begins, the Shakespearean festival was in full swing. For the first week, our life was calm and peaceful. During the daytime, we visited the local places of interest, such as Anne Hathaway's cottage and Shakespeare's birthplace. And the evenings found us at the theater. It was on a Tuesday, I remember, during our second week's stay that the trouble began. Holmes and I had gone for a walk through the nearby forest of Avon. He was in unusually good spirits that morning, and there was this distinct twinkle in his eye, as he said.
For once I begin to wish that I were a man of wealth.
What makes you say that, Holmes?
The beauty of this place. I'm perfectly certain that I could be happy in retirement here. Rather depressing to think that in a week or two the sordid necessity of making money will demand my return to Baker Street and the world of criminals.
I must say, in an environment like this, it is a little hard to think of crime. How does the old saying go? Where every prospect pleases and only man is vile.
Yeah, Shakespeare puts it even better, old chap.
Oh, really? What's he say?
Oh, surely you remember that speech from As You Like It? We saw the production 2 nights ago.
Oh, I don't remember the speech. How did it go?
In this setting, it's very remarkably apposite. Are not these woods more free from peril than the envious court? Here feel we but the penalty of Adam, the season's difference. Don't you remember? Sweet are the uses of adversity. It's like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this our life, exempt from public haunts, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. I would not change it.
On my soul, you read that much better than the fellow on the stage the other night.
Don't tell me that I adopted the wrong profession, old fellow. Dear me, path seems to end here. Nothing but dense trees ahead of us.
There's another path over there. I think it leads down to the river.
Well, let's follow it. The Avon is all...
Great Scott, that was a... Holmes, are you hurt?
Yes, I think I am. Bullet hit my shoulder, but I think it's only grazed it.
Well, get your coat off quickly and let's have a look at it.
It's only a scratch. First, let's find out where it was fired from. I heard the thud of a bullet in the tree behind me. Yes. Here we are. Give me a penknife, Watson, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks, old fellow.
Do you suppose that shot was deliberate?
Well, I can hardly imagine someone mistaking me for a rabbit, old fellow. By the way, the curious echo to that shot. I don't know whether you noticed it. Aha, here's the bullet. Now, let's see. I was standing there.
A line from this bullet hole in the tree through the spot where I was standing would indicate that the shot was fired from that cluster of trees over there. Come on, Watson. Let's see what a search discloses.
I wish you'd let me look at that shoulder before you start galloping all over the countryside, Holmes. You're bleeding quite profusely.
Plenty of time to look at that one. Hello. Look over there.
A man and woman running towards us across the clearing.
Yes, and carrying guns.
Looks as if it was an accident after all.
Was anyone hurt?
Yes, sir. My friend was hit in the shoulder.
Oh, how dreadful. It's not a bad wound, is it?
Oh, it's only a scratch, madam, I hope.
But the blood on your coat.
Just how did this accident happen, sir?
Well, we were out rabbit shooting. I was teaching my wife to use a rifle.
Well, I saw a rabbit scurry across the clearing. I raised the rifle and fired. But it seemed to me, Geoffrey, that as I did so, you jolted my arm.
Yes, I'm afraid I did, Alice. I was going to fire too, but as I raised my rifle, I jolted your elbow and sent your shot wild. I can't tell you how sorry I am, sir. Here's my card. Of course, we'll take care of any expenses that may be entailed.
Well, the first thing is to find out just how much damage has been done. You'd better take that coat off, old fellow.
I don't think I can.
Oh, he's hurt badly.
No, it's just...
Oh, the man's fainting.
Oh, this is dreadful. I have a horse and trap down the road.
Excellent. Give me a hand with him. I must get him to a hospital as fast as possible. Holmes, are you feeling any better?
The nurse gone.
Yes, she's bringing the house surgeon.
And the man, his wife.
We're down in the hospital waiting room. I found out that their name is Markham.
And we're alone.
Yes, sir.
In that case, I can stop behaving as if I'm at death's door.
Holmes, you mean you shammed that collapse just now?
Yes, I did, Watson, but spare me a little pity, will you, old fellow? My shoulder's confoundedly painful, I assure you.
I'm sure it is. But what made you pretend to faint?
I recognized this Mrs. Markham, and I think she recognized me. It's important she assume I'm out of action for a while.
Oh? Why?
Mrs. Markham is in reality the notorious Mrs. Dangerfield. You remember the Dangerfield case?
Dangerfield? Great Scott, yes. She was tried for the murder of her husband by poisoning, wasn't she?
Yes, Watson, she was. She was acquitted when the jury decided he was an habitual arsenic addict who happened to take an accidental overdose.
Didn't you have some connection with the case?
It was I who tracked down the sale of arsenic she claimed to have bought for cosmetic purposes.
If you ask me, that shot at you was no accident.
Oh, of course it wasn't. I'm certain that I was recognized in case her record is a bad one. Prior to her husband's death, there was an episode in which her uncle was killed in a shooting accident on a grouse moor in Scotland. An uncle who left her a large fortune on his death.
And I suppose Mrs. Dangerfield was a member of the shooting party when the accident happened.
Of course she was. She's something of a femme fatale, Watson. To plan my actions very cautiously. I'm up against a dangerous opponent.
Well, you'll have to stay in the hospital until your wound's being examined and dressed.
That's true, old fellow. And while the local staff are taking care of that, I want you to shadow the Markham.
Of course I will, Holmes.
Stick close to them, old fellow. Make them believe that I'm going to be kept here for some days. Find out as much as you can, and then report to me.
Right. I'll do my best. It's awfully kind of you, Mrs. Markham, to insist on having me back to your house for lunch.
My dear Dr. Watson, after injuring the famous Mr. Holmes, it's the least I could do.
Of course it is.
Geoffrey, dear, will you bring us some sherry? It's Eddie's day off, you know.
Very well, Alice. Is anyone else coming to lunch?
Only Dennis Romney.
Well, that fellow seems to live here. I'll go and get the sherry.
Sit down, won't you, Dr. Watson?
Thank you, madam, thank you.
You say that you think Mr. Holmes will be in the hospital for some days.
I'm afraid so. The wound wasn't serious. He lost quite a bit of blood.
Oh, I feel perfectly dreadful about it.
You mustn't blame yourself too much, madam. It was an accident.
Yes, but I might so easily have killed him.
Well, you haven't, and that's all that matters. Did you say that Dennis Romney was coming to lunch? Is that the actor fellow from the Memorial Fair?
Yes. Have you seen him on the stage?
Indeed, I have several times. Holmes and I have been going to the festival regularly since we came here.
A fine actor, isn't he? A shame they give him such poor parts. Imagine them letting that frightful Basil Grant play Hamlet last night, while Dennis only played Laertes. Dennis is 3 times a better actor.
Yes, I suppose he is.
He's coaching me in acting.
Oh, you? Really?
Yes. He thinks that I may be able to get small parts here next season. I've always had a great urge to go on the stage, but no one's ever encouraged me before. Ah, here's Jeffrey.
This sherry is rather special, Doctor. Jerez de la Frontera. Only a few bottles left.
Oh, that's very nice of you, sir.
Oh, that must be Dennis. I'll go and let him in.
We may as well have a drink. You'll find it'll help making this actor fellow more tolerable.
I take it, Mr. Markham, that you're not an admirer of Mr. Dennis Romney.
Don't fail him. He's always quoting Shakespeare and behaving generally as if he were another Irving. He's got Alice completely fooled. Here's a glass, Doctor.
Thank you.
Dennis, I want to introduce you to Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Romney?
How do you do, sir? Hello, Jeffrey.
Hello. A glass of sherry?
Oh, thanks. I think that'd be very nice. Are you a disciple of the theater, Dr. Watson?
Well, hardly a disciple, sir, but I have been attending the festival during the last week. I enjoyed your performances immensely, if I may say so.
Oh, you may say so, Doctor. Here's your sherry, Dennis.
Oh, don't be crossety, Jeffrey. Please remember that Dennis is our guest.
Oh, it's all right, Alice. I know that Jeffrey's bark is a good deal worse than his bite.
What play are you appearing in tonight, Mr. Romney?
King Lear. I shall once again portray the thankless role of the King of France, while that incredibly bad actor, Basil Grant, tears a multitude of passions to tatters in his rendition of Lear. Oh, horrible, horrible, most horrible.
I thought his Hamlet was atrocious last night, Dennis.
Wasn't it? When he came to his final line, the rest is silence. It was as much as I could do to prevent cheering.
I felt rather the same way when you were killed in the duel, Dennis.
Jeffrey, you're being intolerably rude. Why don't you take Dr. Watson upstairs and show him your butterfly collection? Then at least you'll know what you're talking about.
Are you interested in butterflies, Doctor? I have quite a rare collection.
Oh, really? I'd like to see them very much.
Come on, then. I think we just have time before lunch.
Try and bring yourself down with a few better manners, Jeffrey, dear.
I'm really quite an easygoing man, Doctor. But the arrogance of that fellow Romney infuriates me.
Yeah, I must say, he does seem to have rather a good opinion of himself.
Don't put too much weight on that balcony rail. It's absolutely full of wormholes. Part of the attraction of an old house, my wife tells me, but I regard it as confoundedly dangerous. Here, this is my little museum. In these cases, I think you'll find some of the finest specimens of Lepidoptera you've ever seen. It's my hobby, and I may say that, with the exception of the Natural History Museum, I doubt if you'll find a finer collection.
It must have taken you many years to collect them.
It has, many years and many disappointments, and a great deal of patience. Look at this fella. He's my prize specimen, North American monarch.
North American monarch? Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Isn't he? And this is an admiral. They're fairly rare. And this is a perfect beehawk mark.
I remember
and here's an emperor. Ever see more exquisite marking?
Never. Tell me, Mr. Markham, when you captured a butterfly, why do you kill it without marking it in any way?
With poison.
Oh? What poison?
Cyanide.
Not arsenic?
You heard me say cyanide, Doctor.
Well, the only reason I mentioned it is that a friend of mine collected butterflies once, and I'm certain that he always used arsenic to kill them.
Why do you keep talking of arsenic? Are you trying to hint at something?
No, my dear fellow. I was just curious, that's all.
Yes. A trifle too curious, perhaps. There's the luncheon gong now. Let's go downstairs again, shall we?
I say, old man, I didn't mean to offend you.
Oh, of course you didn't. My nerves are a little on edge today. Must be that accident to your friend that's upset me. I really must get that balcony rail mended.
Oh, what is it, sir?
It's my wife and young Romney. They're going into lunch. Listen.
Darling, why won't he understand?
Well, Doctor, they say that listeners never hear good of themselves. You know, sometimes I wonder if my wife wouldn't like me out of the way. Let's go down to lunch, shall we?
And so, Holmes, that's the story up to now.
Interesting one, too, Watson. So you think that Mrs. Markham is planning to kill her husband, eh?
Oh, it's obvious. She's in love with the actor fellow, Dennis Romney. Her husband's in the way. And if she doesn't want to use poison this time, there's a perfect setting for murder in that crumbling balustrade on the landing. One push, when he wasn't looking, and it'd be the end of him. And no one could prove that she did it.
Charming household. And Mr. Markham became very evasive, you say, when you mentioned arsenic?
Yes. I said it deliberately to see how he'd react. If you ask me, he knows that his wife has arsenic in the house and was trying to protect her.
You've exerted your charm sufficiently to arrange to see them again, I trust.
Yes, I have. They're taking a picnic tea and going boating on the Avon this afternoon. You asked me to join them. Of course, I agreed. I just brushed back here to the hospital to report to you first.
You've done splendidly, Watson, old fellow, splendidly.
Oh, thanks, old man, thanks. But I've been so busy telling you what I've found out that I haven't asked about you. How are you feeling?
Oh, fine, thank you, fine.
What did the house surgeon discover?
A very interesting fact. Look in the drawer beside my bed, will you?
Great Scott, it's a bullet.
A bullet that the house surgeon removed from my shoulder.
But we found a bullet in the tree also.
Precisely, old fellow. Therefore, 2 bullets were fired.
But good Lord, that means...
It means, old chap, that we have a dangerous task ahead of us. Not to solve a murder, but to prevent one.
Now, Dr. Watson, what happened next? We left you at Sherlock Holmes' bedside in the hospital. Did the picnic with Mr. and Mrs. Markham prove an exciting one?
No, it was rather unpleasant, as a matter of fact. The 3 of them kept squabbling all the time, and just as we were coming home, something unforeseen occurred. Mr. Markham fell into the river.
Pardon the old question, Doctor, but did he fall or was he pushed?
Well, it was hard for me to say. I had my back to him when he fell. Of course, we fished him out and rattled him back home in the trap as fast as we could. He changed his clothes at once, and as we sat round the fire a little later, I could see that he'd caught a chill. In fact, I recommended that he go to bed and stay there. Mrs. Markham agreed.
I do wish you'd follow Dr. Watson's advice and go to bed.
For the 5th time, Alice, I will not go to bed. I'm perfectly all right. It's no thanks to you and Dennis.
What do you mean by that remark, Geoffrey?
You know perfectly well what I mean. It wasn't an accident that I fell in the river just now. One of you two pushed me while I was struggling with the punt pole in the long reeds.
Geoffrey, you're talking rubbish.
Am I? You were in the boat, Dr. Watson. Didn't you see what happened?
No, I didn't, sir. My back was turned to you when you fell in.
Oh, well, then we'll call it an accident. An accident that happened by a curious coincidence, just where the river is deepest and the reeds are thickest.
Geoffrey, I don't like your tone. You can accuse me of anything you like, but when you start suggesting that
If
Alice...
you don't like the way I talk to my wife, I suggest that you don't come to my house. I'm going to get a scarf. I'm chilly.
Dr. Watson, I must apologize for my husband's behavior. I don't know what's come over him.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mrs. Markham. I quite understand.
Well, I wish I did. I don't mind him yelling at me, but he's been so abominably rude to you, Alice. In the last couple of weeks, it's been getting worse than ever.
I know. Ever since we had that argument about the insurance policy, he's been unbearable.
Insurance?
Yes, Doctor. We took out quite large policies on each other's lives recently.
You didn't tell me that, Alice.
Well, it was his idea. And yet, when the insurance man came here, you would have thought I was forcing him into taking out the policy.
Insurance? Great Scott,
You what, Doctor?
Nothing, Mrs. Markham. Nothing.
Sounds as if you don't approve of insurance, sir.
Well, it's not that, Romney. It's just that...
Now, who can that be? I wasn't expecting anyone. Oh, answer the door, Dennis, will you?
Yes, sounds as if Geoffrey's already done so.
We have a visitor, Alice.
Holmes, you shouldn't be up.
Good evening, Mrs. Markham. Hello, Watson.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Mr. Holmes. So I understood from your friend that you'd be in the hospital for several days.
Constitution of an ox and the obstinacy of a mule, 2 characteristics of mine, combined in making possible an early departure from the hospital. How do you do, Mr. Romney? I think I've seen you at the theater. My name is Sherlock Holmes. How do you do, sir?
You'll stay to supper, I hope.
If it's not inconvenient, Mrs. Markham.
Of course it isn't. I'll go and arrange for it.
Upon my soul, Holmes, I'm glad to see you.
And are you, old fellow? Let's take a stroll on the terrace, shall we? It's rather warm inside this evening.
You can go out through the French window.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Markham.
Holmes, are you quite sure that you're well enough to be walking about?
Of course I am. You must tell me, Watson, what the latest developments are. In the meantime, I myself have not been idle. Yes, Watson, I think our stage is set, and I have a feeling that I may contribute to a rather dramatic last act curtain.
Oh, that's delightful.
A delightful meal, Mrs. Markham.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Mr. Holmes, you're not eating very much.
I'm fancying that we've indulged in during the meal has been somewhat disturbing.
I don't understand you.
Oh, come now, madam. I know that you were once Mrs. Dangerfield, and you know that I know it. Why keep up the pretense any longer?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But we didn't converse in lowered voices. I'm sure that you told Dr. Watson whatever there is to know, perhaps more.
I admire your courage, madam.
Geoffrey, Dennis, I want you to listen to this. Mr. Sherlock Holmes knows that I was once Mrs. Dangerfield. He's apparently under the impression that this is a dark secret of mine. Mr. Holmes, Geoffrey knew and loved me before I ever married Mr. Dangerfield.
Oh, of course I did.
He stood by me during the horrible trial after my first husband's death. And I told Dennis about the whole miserable business months ago. So I really don't see that you've uncovered any great secret.
Not yet, Mrs. Markham, but I have a feeling that it's only a matter of moments.
So you haven't got any secrets from Dennis either, eh?
Oh, there's no need to shout, Geoffrey.
Well, there's no need for Dennis to be in my house. Get out, Romney, and stay out. This business between you and Alice has gone far enough.
I'll go when Alice tells me to.
Well, if you won't go, then I'm not going to sit here. I'm going upstairs.
You're shaking like a leaf, sir. You've got a fever. Don't you think you'd better go to bed?
Mind your own business and leave me alone.
Mrs. Markham, I really think you should persuade your husband to go upstairs and lie down.
Don't worry, Mr. Holmes.
We should follow them, Holmes. They have to pass that crumbling banister on the landing. With him in that state, she might try to...
Oh, what are you suggesting, Doctor? Come and watch, both of you.
We can observe them both from the foot of the stairs here. They're on the landing. She's on the outside. Look. Markham's stumbled against her. He's pushed her against the railing. Look out! Alice! Come on, up the stairs. Alice, are you all right?
Yes. Geoffrey tried to push me through the railing.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't, sir. The three of us were watching you from below.
The railing held her. I don't understand.
I can explain that. This afternoon, while you were all at your picnic, I came here with a local carpenter. You had informed me, Watson, that it was the maid's day off, and I took the liberty of reinforcing that decaying woodwork.
What the blazes do you think you've been up to, Holmes?
Preventing a murder, sir, and I'm finding the true solution to the Dangerfield case.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes? The true solution?
Surely it's obvious to you, Mrs. Markham. You have told us that your present husband loved you before you married Mr. Dangerfield. It was he who accidentally killed your uncle so that you might inherit a fortune. It was he who accidentally gave your first husband an overdose of arsenic. Arsenic that he had obtained for the purpose of destroying butterflies.
Yes, and it was he who tried to send you to your death by pushing you through those railings. And all the time, Mrs. Markham, I thought that you were the potential murderer.
Well, you fellows have got hold of the wrong end of the stick. All I've been trying to do is to conceal the fact that my wife was a murderess.
Yes. How can you say that?
Markham, if you were a younger man...
Just a moment, Mr. Romney. I'm not through with him yet.
This talk is all very dramatic, Mr. Holmes, but I wonder how you're going to be able to prove anything.
Dr. Watson, Mr. Romney and I will testify the attempt that you've just made on Mrs. Markham's life.
Yes, and what about the attempt on your life, Holmes? Obviously, it was Markham who fired at you in the woods.
But my wife has already admitted firing the shot.
True, sir, but 2 shots were fired. The one that your wife fired we found in the tree. The one that you fired was extracted from my shoulder in the hospital.
Yes, and the 2 shots were fired simultaneously.
You remember, Watson, that I commented at the time on the curious echo. Mrs. Markham told us that her arm was jolted as she pulled the trigger. That was when the other rifle was fired. Mr. Markham didn't want me on the scene when he staged his latest accident, and so he tried to kill me.
What kind of a devil have I been living with all these years?
I think I'm going to kill you, Markham.
Don't come near me. Keep him away from me.
Leave him to the courts, Mr. Romney. British justice may be slow, as indeed it was in the Dangerfield case, but in the long run it is sure. You'll find that out, Mr. Markham, on the gallows.
Well, Doctor, tell me, did Mr. Markham finally end on the gallows?
Yes, he did, and it might interest you to know that Mrs. Markham and Dennis Romney were married. A nice chap and a fine actor, that boy.
Maybe that's what I should have been, an actor. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer. Well, what's the matter, Doctor? Don't you like it?
Well, the words are beautiful, but your delivery of them...
Not good, huh?
Not good, Mr. Bartell.
Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you going to tell us next week?
Well, now, let me see. Now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I got to tell you an exciting adventure Holmes and I had in North Africa. It begins at the headquarters of the Foreign Legion and ends with a strange death in the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs. I call the story Murder in the Casbah.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Black Peter. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri family. This program originated in the Paramount Theater in Hollywood for an audience of Victory Bond buyers. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Tonight, the stars are frosty bright. No wind, no clouds, just clean, clear cold. Feels good to be sitting in front of your cozy fire, Dr. Watson, with our feet stretched on the fender.
No, don't get too comfortable, Mr. Harris, because tonight I'm going to tell you about one of Sherlock Holmes' most important cases. The case of the stolen naval treaty.
A naval treaty, Doctor?
A highly explosive document.
Explosive?
Yes, it threatened to blow the peace of Europe into bits.
And did it?
Now, really, Mr. Harris, you mustn't get ahead of the story. And let's not forget your part in the program.
Right, Dr. Watson. And my part in the program is really a very simple one. My job is to tell our listeners the great big idea behind Clippercraft Clothes. It's just this: to bring you the finest values in clothes in America at the friendly local store you can trust. Now, naturally, this is not easy. It takes real planning. It's the remarkable Clippercraft plan that makes it all possible, concentrating the buying power of 924 leading stores across America, making tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. You've a treat in store for you if you've never seen Clippercraft clothes. Beautiful Clippercraft suits that look like twice as much money and wear like it, too, are only $40 and $43.75. Top coats and overcoats are only $40, and sport jackets only $25. They're so amazingly fine that we urge you to compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, how about that stolen naval treaty?
Yes, let's see. One July morning, it was the July which immediately succeeded my marriage, I received a communication from an old school friend, Percy Phelps. Percy's mother's brother was Lord Holhurst, the great conservative politician. This rather gaudy relationship was of little value to him when we were at school, I can assure you. However, the letter seemed to be fairly urgent, so I hurried around to Baker Street. I found Holmes in his dressing gown, plunged in the middle of a chemical investigation. A large curved retort was boiling furiously in the bluish flame of a Bunsen burner. Seeing the look of concentration on Holmes' face, I seated myself in my old armchair and waited, hardly daring to breathe.
Most enlightening. Most enlightening. Yes, you come at a crisis, Watson. If this slip of paper remains blue when it touches the solution, all will be well. If it turns red, it means a man's life.
I say...
Shh, don't interrupt, Watson. This is the crucial moment. Now watch carefully. There.
But I say, it has burned red, a nasty blood red.
Blood red is quite correct, Watson. A very commonplace murder. Well, that's the end of that little experiment. Hi-ho, fill up your pipe. Then hand me the Persian slipper.
All right. There you are.
So you've come on business, Watson.
Yes, but how did you know?
The letter clutched so tightly in your right hand, not to mention the look of excitement and anxiety on your face. You are the stormy petrel of crime, eh, Watson? What is it?
This letter, it came in the morning mail.
Read it to me, that's a good chap.
It's from an old schoolfellow of mine. I haven't seen him for years.
Yes, but what does he say?
The letter is headed Briar-Bray, Woking. My dear Watson, I trust you still remember Tadpole Phelps, who was in the 4th form when you were in the 3rd. You may even have heard that through my uncle's influence I obtained a good appointment at the Foreign Office where I was in a situation of trust until a horrible misfortune suddenly blasted my career. Do you think you could persuade your friend Sherlock Holmes to come down here to help solve this terrible mess? Assure him that the only reason I have not asked his advice sooner was because I have been completely off my head for 9 weeks. I am still so weak that I have to write by dictating, as you see. Your old schoolfellow, Percy Phelps.
Let me see that letter. Doesn't tell us very much, does it?
Oh, hardly anything.
Yet the writing is of interest.
But it's not his own.
Precisely. It's a woman's.
But it looks like a man's.
No, it's a woman's, and a woman of unusually strong character. It's always interesting to know that your client is in close contact with someone who, for good or evil, has an exceptional nature. Yes, my interest is already awakened in the matter.
Then you will take the case?
The next train for Woking leaves in exactly 43 minutes. Hurry, Watson, or we shall miss it.
Step in here, gentlemen. I'll find out if Mr. Phelps can see you.
Dear, dear. The old place hasn't changed since the days when I used to visit here on my vacations. Makes me feel quite young again.
Ah, Sherlock Holmes, I perceive. And Dr. Watson, too, I presume. So glad you... Percy's been inquiring for you all morning. Poor chap. He clings to any straw.
My dear man, I may look as thin as a straw, but I promise you I have more weight, mentally. I perceive you yourself are not a member of the family.
Oh, dear me. How did you know?
The monogram on the pocket of your blazer, J.H.
Oh, of course, of course. For a moment I thought you had done something clever. My name is Harrison, Joseph Harrison. Percy is engaged to marry my Sir Annie. So I shall soon be a relation, by marriage at any rate. My sister is with him now. She's nursed him hand and foot during these trying 2 months.
Soothing his fevered brow, eh, lucky fellow?
Yes. You will find them in his room. My room, rather. At least it used to be my room, until he came home after the catastrophe and collapsed. They couldn't carry him upstairs. He was in such a state, so they took him into my room. We'd better go in at once. I know how impatient he is to see you.
Yes, this conversation is delightful, but after all, we did come to see Mr. Phelps.
Oh, yes, yes. Quite so. Come this way. It's in this wing, next to the dining room, you see. This is the door. I'll leave you here.
You can come in if you like.
Oh, no, thank you, no. Invalids are always depressing, and with this misfortune hanging over his head... Oh, poor fellow.
Very well.
Come in. Oh, you've come at last. At least, I presume this is Sherlock Holmes.
Quite. And how is your patient?
Oh, he's much better, thank you.
Watson, my dear fellow.
Well, Terry Badger, I'm glad to see you.
I hardly knew you under that moustache. Delighted to see you both. Oh, this is my fiancée, Miss Harrison. Please, sit down.
Shall I leave, Percy?
Oh, no, don't go, Annie. If you don't mind, Mr. Holmes.
Not at all.
I feel much steadier when she's here.
Quite. And now, Miss Phelps.
Well, you see, Mr. Holmes, it's like this. I was a happy and successful man, on the eve of being married, and then this dreadful misfortune wrecked my life. I'm a broken man, my honor gone, I'm ruined, I tell you.
Percy, please, you'll make yourself ill again.
I'm sorry, Annie.
Perhaps you'd better just tell us the facts as quietly as you can.
Yes, of course, Mr. Holmes. I was, as Watson may have told you, in the Foreign Office, in a responsible position. My uncle, Lord Holdhurst, is the Foreign Minister, you know. Well, nearly 8 years ago, weeks rather, the 23rd of May to be exact, he called me into his private room and informed me that he had a commission of trust for me to execute.
Come in. Come in. Oh, it's you, Percy. Anyone out there in the hall?
No, sir.
Good. Come in and lock the door. Now, come over here. I want to make sure we can't be overheard. That's it.
What's up, Uncle Bert? You look tremendously solemn.
It's a solemn matter, Percy. You see this piece of paper? It's a secret treaty covering our naval situation in the Mediterranean. Harmless enough in itself, but a bombshell if it should fall into the hands of, well, a certain government.
You mean?
The very walls may have ears, Percy. Let us merely say the country of X. You understand?
I understand.
I want you to make a copy of it. I must have a complete copy by tomorrow morning. You may have to work on it the better part of the night.
Oh, that's all right, sir. Joseph and his brother, you know, is going to stop by for me. We're going to take the 9 o'clock train together. He can tell the family I've been kept in town on business.
Very well. But leave the message with the commissioner downstairs. I don't want anyone in your room when you're copying that document.
Very good, sir.
When you've finished, you can put the document and the copy in my safe. You know the combination, I believe?
Certainly.
That's all, Percy. But don't forget, you hold the piece of in your hands.
I won't forget. Good night, Uncle Bert.
Good night.
Well, looks as though I'll have to make a night of it. What? Hello, Goro. You still here?
Yes, sir. I had some details to clear up, so I thought you'd want me to stay.
Oh, that's all right, Goro. You can finish tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Are you sure you won't need me?
No, thanks. Doesn't look as though I have a chance to go out for dinner. Well, at least I can ring for coffee. Oh, confound it, that bell pull is twisted again. There we are. The rain's coming down harder than ever. Nice, jolly little evening this is.
You're sure there's nothing I can do, Mr. Phelps?
Good Lord, no, Goro. Run along.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Goro. Hello. Who in thunder are you?
I'm the Commissioner's wife, sir. What's more, I'm the char lady around here.
The char lady? Oh, I see. I don't believe I've ever had the pleasure of making your acquaintance before.
No, sir, that you haven't. If you mean what I think you do.
Oh, would you inquire if your esteemed spouse would spare me a cup of the excellent coffee he keeps hot for any pay slaves of the Empire who are obliged to work at night?
You mean Herbie should bring you up a cup of coffee?
Yes, please.
I'll see what I can do about it.
Yes, use your influence. Well, now, let's have a look at that tea. Great Britain, a triple alliance. Yes. French fleet, complete ascendancy. It's no use. I'm too drowsy. think I better have a cup of coffee.
Herbert! I say, Herbert, coffee!
Oh, confound the fellow, do I have to go all the way downstairs?
Herbert!
Mm-hmm. Fast asleep. Hey, Herbert, wake up.
Hello. Oh, it's you, Mr. Phelps.
Yes, I came down to see if my coffee was ready. But I think the front doorbell just rang.
Bell? Yes, sir. But if you was here, who rang that bell?
What bell? I told you it was the...
It's the bell of the room you was working in, sir.
Great thunder, my bell? But there's no one up there. The treaty. Oh, good heavens, I left it on the table. Quick, Herbert, we've got to get up there. Something terrible is happening.
What? Oh, no, don't run so fast, sir.
Pray God, it's not too late. Oh, wait, I'll open the door. Stand back, Herbert. They may be armed.
I've got my army revolver.
What? There's no one here. What? Look, the treaty! The treaty's gone. Oh, who could have taken it?
No one's been in the front way tonight. And there was no one in the rooms but yourself. My wife said so.
Then he must have come up the stairs from the side door and slipped out that way, too. Get after him, Herbert, quickly. It may not be too late. Hurry, man, hurry.
Don't you go out, sir. You'll be soaked to the skin.
There's a policeman on the corner. Maybe he's seen something. I say, Bobby.
Yes, sir?
There's no robbery in the Foreign Office. Has anyone passed this way?
You're standing here a quarter of an hour, sir, and only one living soul's passed in that time.
Who was it?
A tall old lady in a paisley shawl. She seemed in a hurry.
Well, that was my wife.
Which way did she go?
You're just wasting your time, sir, and every minute is of importance.
Yes, all right. We'll go back and phone Scotland Yard. Oh, this is terrible, Herbert, terrible. We're ruined.
Never you mind, sir. You'll lose your post, perhaps, but they can't do nothing so dreadful to you.
It's not myself I'm thinking of. It's England. Well, officers from Scotland Yard were waiting for the charwoman when she got home.
And what did they find?
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
And Gotto, did they trace him?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, but again nothing was found. Oh, I was frantic, out of my mind. They had to get a doctor to take me home. I was delirious for 7 weeks.
And these two people, Gotto and the charwoman, they've been under observation ever since, I suppose?
Yes, with no results.
You say it had been raining all evening?
Yes.
But you found no traces of any kind in the room. Footprints, I mean?
Absolutely none.
Not even those of the charwoman's muddy boots? How do you explain that?
Well, the charwomen are in the habit of taking off their boots and wearing just carpet slippers.
No footprints, eh? That's enlightening. Must have come in a cab and got away that way, too.
That explains the policeman's not seeing him.
Now then, Mr. Phelps, could anyone have been concealed in the room or in the corridor?
Impossible. There was no cover of any kind.
Windows?
30 feet above the ground and locked on the inside.
Then it must have been the side door. Who knew you were to have the treaty in your possession?
No one. I'd stake my oath on that.
In your opinion, what would happen if those papers were to fall into the hands of a rival government?
War. Almost instantaneously.
But it's 8 weeks and we're not at war. Therefore, it's not unfair to suppose the treaty hasn't reached them.
I don't imagine the thief took the treaty in order to frame it.
Quite, and he's undoubtedly waiting for a better price. There's only one clue that puzzles me.
What is that?
Bell. Did someone ring it to prevent the crime, or was it an accident? If we only knew why the bell was rung, we should have the solution of this case. It's even possible that he didn't... Of course. What a fool I was not to think of that before.
You think you can help me?
Possibly.
God bless you for that, Mr. Holmes. If we can keep our courage and our patience, the truth must come out. But Percy has one more adventure to tell you about. You're sure you're strong enough, darling?
Oh, I feel better than I have for days. Hope is a splendid tonic, Annie.
And what was this other incident, Mr. Phelps?
Well, you see, Mr. Holmes, last night was the very first night that I've slept without a nurse in my rooms. I was rather wakeful. I had a nightmare or two. And suddenly, I heard a slight noise.
What kind of noise?
Like a mouse gnawing a plank. It grew louder. And all at once, there was a sharp metallic snick.
Someone forcing the window.
Yes, I realized that, too. I jumped out of bed and flung open the shutters. A man was crouching in the window. He was gone like a flash.
What did he look like?
I don't really know. He was wrapped in some sort of cloak which came across the lower part of his face. Oh, one thing I am sure of. He had a long weapon in his hand. It looked like a knife. I saw the gleam of it as he turned to run. I shouted after him.
And then?
Then I must have collapsed from the effort.
The next thing I knew, I was surrounded by the entire household. Oh, Joseph and the groom found marks in the flower bed outside this window. You can see them from where you sit.
Dear me, yes, I'm afraid Joseph and the groom have been a bit too energetic for me to learn anything from the traces. The flower bed looks as if it had been trampled on by an army.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why should a burglar, if it was a burglar, choose to enter this room? The dining room windows are much larger and more accessible.
I can't imagine unless it's a plot against Percy.
Oh, that sounds a bit melodramatic, Annie.
Not at all. There's something in what Miss Harrison says. So much that Dr. Watson and I are going to take you up to London with us.
Yes, but he's not very strong, you know.
The trip to London will not be nearly so dangerous to your fiancé, Miss Harrison, as another night in this room.
Good heavens.
And another thing, Miss Harrison. You can be very helpful to us and to Mr. Phelps if you'll do one thing for me. It may take courage, but I think I can promise that you'll be in no great personal danger.
What is it you want me to do?
Stay in this room until you go to bed tonight. Don't leave it for an instant. Mr. Phelps' reputation and my whole future may depend on it. I'm not going to ask you to sleep here, but when you leave for the night, I want you to lock the bedroom door on the outside.
Yes, but look here. Something might happen.
Shh. Not a word to anyone. It's for his sake, remember.
Come in.
Lunch, everybody. Something especially nice for you, Percy. Come along, Annie.
Oh, Joseph, if you'll excuse me, I have a slight headache. I think I'll eat in here by myself. There's a breeze. I want to be alone.
I can't say I enjoy country walks in the middle of the night, Watson.
I thought we were going back to London. That's what you told everybody. We get on the train with Percy and the nurse, and then we get off at the next station and leave Percy and the nurse to go up to London alone. It doesn't make sense.
Stop fussing. He'll be all right. I sent him on to Baker Street. With any luck, we should be there ourselves in time to have breakfast with him.
Yes, but why sneak back to Briarbrae like this?
Not so loud. There's the house now. You can see its gables in the moonlight. Follow me here, through the hedge.
Yes, but why the hedge when the gate's open?
Not so loud. We've got to get as near to the house as possible without being seen.
I say there's quite a mist rising. Ghostly-looking wisps of it over there in the meadow. I say, look. The lamp is still lit in in Joseph's room. Miss Harrison must have kept her promise.
Shh. Yes. There she is, reading a book. Now she's put it down. She's picking up the lamp.
I say, Holmes, she must be getting ready to go to bed.
Quite possibly, Watson. I only hope she doesn't forget to lock the door on the outside.
There she goes, to the dining room. Now the light's gone. I say, the mists are creeping up from the meadow, aren't they?
If only the thief doesn't wait until they blanket the house.
Look. The service door is opening.
Excellent. I didn't think he'd wait very long. Here he comes out into the moonlight.
He's wearing a long black cape. You can't see his face.
He's forcing the window.
He's got it open. He's climbing over the sill.
We must get her so we can see.
I see he's lighting the candles on the mantel. Look, he's pulling back the rug.
In the floor, I thought so.
He's lifting up a board.
Now then, Mr. Joseph Harrison, be good enough to hand over the papers you've just removed from that hiding place.
Look out, Holmes, he's got a knife.
Have to see Clippercraft clothes to know their excellence. And it's easy enough to see them right at your own local independent store. You have to see them because such superlatively fine quality, sold at such low prices, amazes even the experts. Suits are only $40 and $43.75. Top coats and overcoats are only $40, and sport jackets only $25. The fit is beautiful, the woolens are long-wearing, the tailoring is really superb. The famous Clippercraft plan makes this sheer magic possible, concentrating the buying power of 924 leading stores across the nation, giving you the savings from this group buying at the store you trust. Selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
The leading stores in the metropolitan area that bring you Clippercraft clothes are Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th Street, Manhattan, Abraham and Strauss, Brooklyn, the Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark, New Jersey, and the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue, Jamaica. These great, courteous, and friendly stores are proud to add their names to that of Clippercraft in the label of your suit, top coat, sports jacket, and overcoat.
Now let's return to 221B Baker Street, where Percy Phelps is anxiously awaiting the arrival of Sherlock Holmes.
But it's almost 9 now, Mrs. Hudson, and Holmes said they'd have for breakfast at 9.
Now, don't you worry, Mr. Phelps. If he says he'll be here for breakfast, he'll be here. It's when he don't say, that's when you don't know whether it'll be breakfast or supper he'll be wanting next. What did I tell you? Here they are now, driving up in a hansom cab. There's the front door, and it's 9 to the second.
Good morning, Mrs. Hudson.
Good morning, sir. Breakfast is on the table, piping hot.
But I say, Holmes, you've been wounded. Your hand's all tied up.
Just a scratch. Breakfast. 3 covered dishes. Splendid. And plenty of steaming coffee. Excellent.
Did you... I mean...
Come. Business can wait until after breakfast. You look as if you needed a bit of nourishment, Mr. Phelps.
Well, I'm really not very hungry.
Well, we are, aren't we, Watson?
I'm ravenous.
Aha! What's this? Curried chicken. And, this? Ham and eggs. Better and better. Which will you take, Mr. Phelps?
Thank you. I couldn't touch a thing.
Oh, come, try the dish before you.
I'd rather not, really.
Well, then, I suppose you have no objection to helping me. Let's see what that dish contains.
Certainly. What? It's papers. It's the naval treaty. The naval... Oh, God bless you, Mr. Holmes. God bless you. You saved me and you've saved England.
Don't mention it, my dear chap. Don't mention it. But when did Holmes first begin to suspect this Harrison fellow, Dr. Watson?
When he heard that Percy was expecting him to stop by for him, Mr. Harris, I'm afraid Joseph's character was blacker than one would judge from his appearance. We learned later that he had lost heavily in dabbling in stocks.
And he thought he could turn the treaty into money.
Yes. Besides, no one but Joseph could be so anxious to get into that bedroom because no one but Joseph could have concealed anything there. Also, the attempt was made the first night the nurse was out of the way. Therefore, the intruder was well acquainted with the house.
But the bell, Dr. Watson, why was that so significant?
Well, Mr. Harris, it showed that the thief had not come there to Percy's office to steal the papers. He came for another reason, by appointment, as we know. He rang the bell and then happened to see the papers.
Dr. Watson, was he convicted?
No, the case was never brought to court. It would have been too ticklish a position for the Foreign Office. He was advised, however, to get out of the country and stay out.
And did Percy marry the sister doctor?
He did. And to this day, I don't believe she knows why her brother never returns to England.
My, that was an exciting case, Dr. Watson. And now, what story are we to have next week?
Well, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell about the Cornish horror, or the cradle that rocked itself.
The cradle that rocked itself?
Yes, Mr. Harris, the rocking cradle was supposed to indicate that someone in the Trevining household was about to die. As a matter of fact, there were 2 deaths, and another that Holmes... Well, suppose I leave that till next week, eh?
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the case of the cradle that rocked itself. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. Speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that brilliant detective, Sherlock Holmes. And say, while you lend an ear to the good doctor, you'll get a lot of pleasure out of a glass of rich, ruby-red Petrie California port. Just sit back and sip that Petrie port leisurely. There's a wine that's just perfect after dinner. A wine that really goes with storytelling and conversation. Petrie port is as rich in flavor as it is in color. And what a flavor. Full, hearty, and delicious. Well, I can't think of a better way to express your hospitality than to offer your friends a glass of good Petrie port. Serve that Petrie port alone, or serve it with fruit or nuts, or with cake or sandwiches. No matter how you serve it, you can serve that Petrie port proudly. Because the name Petrie is the proudest name in the history of American wine. Well, here we are once again, keeping our weekly date with Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Come in and join me. As you see, the puppies have been keeping your chair warm for you. Here, shove them off.
No, Doctor, I don't want to disturb them. They look much too comfortable. I'll sit over here, thanks.
There's tobacco in the jar beside you, cigarettes in the box, and some excellent port on the sideboard, so make yourself at home.
Thanks, Doctor. Are you all ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, Mr. Bartell, though I'm afraid after all these years it's going to be a little hard for me to recapture for you the spirit of the story.
Last week you told us that a band of gypsies played a prominent part in the adventure.
Yes, they did indeed. And it was amid that colorful atmosphere that my story begins. It was in the autumn of 1890. My old friend Sherlock Holmes had persuaded me to leave the comforts of my domestic fireside for a few days and to accompany him to the tiny village of Bragston-on-the-Marsh, in the heart of the Norfolk Fen district.
What took Sherlock Holmes up there, Doctor?
I'm afraid that at the time we left London, Mr. Bartell, he concealed his true purpose from me, saying only that he wanted friendly companionship and a strong right arm. Not until later did I learn that he was then on the track of one of the last clues that led to the confining of the Moriarty gang. But to get on with my story. We arrived at Bragston-on-the-Marsh and settled ourselves in the village inn. And after an early dinner, we strolled across the fields to the gypsy fair that was encamped nearby. It was a colourful sight, Mr. Bartell. Naphtha flares lighted a group of tents and caravans dotted round the edge of the marsh. And as gold-earring gypsy girls told fortunes and danced, swarthy gypsy men played on their violins the haunting melodies of their ancestors. We watched the sideshows for a few moments and then strolled towards the centre of the gypsy encampment. It seems only like yesterday, Mr. Bartell, as Holmes turned to me and said...
Far cry from Baker Street, isn't it, Watson?
Yes, indeed. Just the same, Holmes, I'm convinced that you're not here purely for a holiday. You're on the trail of some criminal.
No, chap, I'm on the trail of a clue. A clue, if I find it, may lead to the confounding of the Moriarty gang.
Holmes, can't you be a little more explicit? After all, I left my wife and my practice without asking any questions. Surely now we're up here, you can let me know what's afoot.
Very well, old fellow. I'm searching for a young gypsy by the name of Pyramus Hearn. He disappeared recently from London, and it's vital that I find him. I know that he can give me some essential information on our old enemy, Professor Moriarty.
And you're expecting to find the gypsy here?
I hope to get news of him, at least. His father, Jasper Hearn, is head of this particular encampment.
Well, why don't you ask if you can see him?
Just what I'm about to do, my dear fellow.
Well, here comes it just now. I'll ask him.
All right. Oh, excuse me.
You speak to me, Gorgio?
Can you tell me where I might find Mr. Jasper Hearn?
What you want with Jasper Hearn?
I have a message for his son, Pyramus.
That is different. Jasper Hearn stands in the booth yonder. He is the Timbalangro.
Timbalangro?
He's the gentleman engaged in an interesting exhibition of skill involving 3 thimbles and a pea. What our American cousins refer to, I understand, as the old show dame. Let's stroll over there, shall we, old fellow?
If you would wish to talk to Jasper, it would be better to wait until he is finished. A Timbalangro needs all his wits about him.
By Joe, look at that stunning girl in the tent over there. Who's she?
Her that is penning the rice Stuttering. That is Lydia Pentalangro. Excuse me, I shall tell Jasper to expect you later.
I can't understand a word they say, Holmes. Penning the what?
At last, my dear fellow, you can appreciate how I have felt at times. But at least their words are clear, even if the sense is not, to someone who is unfamiliar with the Romany language.
I don't know why you keep hinting that I'm hard to understand. No one else ever complains of it. In any case, what does penning the thingamabob mean?
Well, if I remember rightly, penning duckerin is telling fortunes. And from the sound of things, Lydia Pentalangro is not greatly pleased with the duckerin she pens.
No more. Lydia can tell no more fortune.
Come on, Watson. Let's see what the trouble is.
What do you mean? You must finish it.
But, Olive, my dear, if the young lady doesn't want to tell my fortune...
Rubbish. You crossed her palm with silver. She's taking money under false pretenses.
Here, I give you your silver back. Lydia has never taken money under false pretenses, nor has she told the future when she does not wish to. Goodbye to you.
The insolence of these gypsies is intolerable. If I had my way, they'd be run out of the county.
Now, my dear, don't get so excited. The poor girl's probably...
Good evening. Major Treadgold, isn't it?
Huh? I don't think I have the pleasure of your... Oh, dear me. It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, sir.
Well, bless my soul. Haven't seen you since that last meeting of the Geographical Society. Oh, I'd like you to meet my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Treadgold?
How do you do?
This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? And what brings you up to this part of England, Holmes? Are you hot on the trail of some desperate criminal?
Dear me, no. Dr. Watson and I are taking a little holiday, and you and your wife?
We live here in the manor house.
Well, you're very lucky. It's a beautiful part of the country, Mrs. Treadgold.
I hate it. I was born and brought up in London. I'm never really happy outside the city.
Yes, Oliver's not one for the peace of the countryside, I'm afraid. Well, perhaps we'll get back there. It's a little difficult these days, you know. We've got the boy to consider.
Boy? Your son, sir?
My dead brother's son, Doctor.
We have no children.
My little nephew's only 4 years old, you see, and I'm his guardian as well as being executor of his estates up here. So you can understand it will be difficult for us to get back to London.
It's only difficult because you put the child's happiness before mine, Arthur.
Oh, now, Olive, you know I have to watch his interest up here. After all, when he comes of age, he'll be one of the richest young men in Norfolk.
Yes, and with money that should have come to us. In any case, Arthur, if we do have to live up here, I'd find it more tolerable if you'd keep this gypsy scum off the estates.
You seem to have taken a violent dislike to the gypsies, Mrs. Treadgold. May I ask why?
Oh, they persecute us. They steal our sheep, they break our windows, and just the other day they wantonly led our prize pig into the Bragstone quagmire and let the beast perish.
Why should they single you out for persecution like this, do you suppose?
Oh, I can't imagine. I've always tried to be nice to them.
Too nice, Arthur. That's your trouble.
Well, I have a very good reason for humoring them, my dear. You see, Holmes, I've always been afraid they may carry this feud so far that they'll even hurt the baby. Olive, my dear, I wonder if you'd go ahead and wait for me in the carriage. It's getting rather chilly. I'll join you in a moment.
Very well, Arthur, but don't keep me waiting long. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good night, Mr. Toga.
Let's stroll away from the camp, shall we? I've got something very important to tell you. Something I didn't like to say in front of Olive. The gypsies have threatened to kidnap our boy.
Great Scott, how shocking.
What form did their threat take, sir?
This letter. I found it pinned on the frame of my dressing room mirror when I went up after dinner tonight.
Let me see it, will you, please?
Well, what does it say, Holmes?
A Romany Rye... A Romany Rye won't take your insults forever, Major and Mrs. High and Mighty. Watch out for the Treadgold heir. The Bragstone quagmire would make a nice finishing school for him.
Romany Rye? What's that mean?
Well, it's their own term, meaning gypsy. Mr. Holmes, what shall I do?
Major Treadgold, I...
Great heavens! That shot just missed me.
Where the blazes come from? I can't see a soul.
They have come from behind any one of those caravans ahead of us.
If you wanted direct evidence, gentlemen, this is it. That is the first open attempt on my life. Holmes, what extraordinary luck for me that you're in the neighborhood. I'll pay you any fee you name to handle this business.
It seems to me that this is a job for the police.
I don't want to go to them.
Oh, why not, sir?
Well, I'm afraid that these attacks may stem from some injustice to the gypsies committed by my late brother. If that were so, I wouldn't wish to expose the fact. I want this kept private. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
Very well, sir. I'll accept the case. It shall be kept private, and I promise to do everything in my power to protect the safety of the Treadgold heir. We are staying at the Rose and Crown in the village. Please get in touch with me if there should be any further developments.
The affair seems to be closed down for the night now, Holmes. They're turning out the naphtha flares.
Yes, let's stroll over to Jasper Hearn's caravan, shall we? He should be free now.
Well, if he's head of this tribe, he ought to be able to tell you something about this Treadgold business.
Yes. Though I shall first ask him about his son, Pyramus, the man I'm looking for. I think the fact that I know his son will inspire confidence. Here we are. This is the caravan.
That girl, Lydia Petrolenga, sitting outside, the one that was telling fortune.
Yes. Good evening.
Who are you? And what do you want?
I wish to speak to Jasper Hearn.
He is not here. He's gone to the marshal.
When will he be back?
I do not know. You bring trouble to Jasper?
No, my dear. This is a personal visit.
We're not after him for being a thimble engro. Or for penning duckerin.
Oh, for a Gorgio, you speak a Romany well, brother. Oh, you are a true Lavengro, master of words. Where did you learn it?
From Jasper's son, Pyramus.
Ah, you know Pyramus then.
A fine boy.
Oh, sit down on the grass, my friend. You may wait here for Jasper. He will be back soon.
Thank you.
Is that your violin lying on the steps, young lady?
No, that is Jasper's bosham.
Jasper's bosham? Well, no, sir.
That is the Romany word for violin. You play, sir?
No, but my friend does.
So? Oh, then take it, brother. The stars are bright. The night is warm. Music will be sweet.
To a Romany chai, I'm afraid my violin playing will sound rather poor stuff.
Play on, brother. Stop, brother. You play well, but Sarasate Zigeunerweisen is not the true gypsy music. I've heard it in London and in Budapest. They call it gypsy. But what can a Gorgio know of the true heart of Romany? Wait here. I will get my own violin.
Charming girl, charming. But why do you keep on talking about Gorgios? Is that more of their confounded gibberish?
Gorgio, old chap, is the term they use for anyone who is not a true gypsy.
Now I will play for you the real gypsy airs.
Thank you. I should appreciate it very much. But before you begin, I wonder if I might ask you a question.
A friend of Pyramus may ask me any question. What is it?
I observed you telling fortunes earlier on tonight. You refused to tell a certain gentleman's hand and gave the money back. Did you know who the gentleman was?
No, brother. Nor the noisy woman with him. I refused to pen the duckerin because I saw blood and violent death in his hand. Violent death it is soon to come.
Violent death? Good Lord.
Watson, old fellow, I want you to do me a favor.
Yes, of course I will. What is it?
I must remain here until Jasper Hearn comes back. I should like you to return to the inn. It's more than possible that we may have news from our client before the night is out. I'll be back later.
Oh, well, it's nice of you to give me the best job. Good night, Miss Petrolina.
Good night.
And now, please play for me a true Romany air.
Very well, my friend. Listen. Now you must play, brother. I shall make a true Bohemia of you. Come, see if you can follow me.
Lydia, you have taught him well. You have made a true Busherman grow.
He is an apt pupil, Jasper.
Well, with such a teacher, it's hard to be otherwise, Mr. Hearn. That is, if one has a spark of music in one's soul.
Call me Jasper, brother. You have spoken well, my son. You have talked wisely to me of things that I have not understood. Come, we shall drink wine together underneath the stars. I shall get glasses and a flagon.
Jasper has taken a great fancy to you, brother.
And I to him. He's a fine man.
Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, Lydia?
May I read your hand, brother?
Oh, yes, of course.
A strange hand, and a beautiful one. A long lifeline, and yet I see sudden death and violence surrounding you. Now, at this moment. And in the future, I see a journey for you, across the seas, within a year. Beware of water that runs in the mountains. Near death will befall you there. More travels, more dangers. Oh, you must be careful, brother. Oh.
What is it?
Our paths are destined to cross but once. We shall not meet after this night. That makes me sad.
Oh, but we shall meet again. I shall be here for some days yet.
No, it says in your hand that we shall not meet again. And a hand cannot lie. Who is this that comes toward us through the moonlight?
It's my friend, Dr. Watson, I think. Yes. Hello, Watson. What's wrong?
Wrong. Everything's wrong. Mrs. Treadgold's waiting in the carriage. She wants you to come at once.
Indeed? Why?
The child has been kidnapped. Major Treadgold has gone for the police, and Mrs. Treadgold is threatening to rouse the local inhabitants and come out here and burn this camp to the ground if you don't find the
You
child.
tell Mrs. Treadgold to return home. She can do no good here.
But Holmes...
Tell her, old chap, that I have the case well in hand.
But how can you have? You've been out here all the time, playing your violin.
Have faith in me, please, old fellow, will you? And deliver the message. Then come back here and join me, and I'll explain everything to you.
Very well. I suppose you know what you're up to.
Violence and trouble, brother. It is all there in your hand.
Well, what must be shall be, and I wouldn't have it otherwise. But for the moment, the sky is starlit, the air is still, and the melody you played haunts me. Let's play it together again, shall we?
I should like that. I should like that very much.
Dr. Watson will continue his story in just a few seconds, during which time I'd like to talk specifically to the ladies, if I may, and tell you about Petri California Muscatel. Just as Petri California Port has long been known as the wine of gentlemen, Petri Muscatel has been known as the favorite of the ladies. That's because Petri Muscatel is a golden-colored wine that looks like captured sunshine and tastes as... Well, did you ever taste big, plump muscat grapes picked when they're still misty and dew-covered? If you have, you know what to expect when you taste Petri Muscatel. The flavor of Petri Muscatel comes right from the very heart of luscious, hand-picked muscat grapes. You couldn't ask for a more delicious wine than Muscatel. Petri Muscatel. Well, Dr. Watson, I must say this is a strange story you're telling us. You mean to say that the heir to the Treadgold estates had been kidnapped, and yet Sherlock Holmes paid no attention?
Yes, that's what it seemed like, Mr. Bartell. I couldn't understand him. I'd never known him to be so indifferent to a case. There he sat until the early hours of the morning as he and that girl scraped away at their violins and never said a word about the kidnapped baby. Finally, as we walked home across the field a few hours before dawn, his mind seemed to return to the matter at hand. He spoke quietly, and yet there was a note of suppressed excitement in his voice.
Watson, my dear fellow, you're angry with me, aren't you?
No, Holmes, I must say, but I'm confused. That girl seems to have bewitched you. Have you forgotten that you accepted the job of guarding the Treadgold heir, and that the child was kidnapped tonight?
No, I'm fully aware of the fact.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, stop being so infernally matter-of-fact. What's come over with you?
Oh, possibly it's the mood of this mild autumn night. It is indeed a St. Martin's summer. So much so that I've left my coat and deerstalker cap behind me at the encampment. Let's go back, shall we? And incidentally, when we get there, I can set your mind at rest by showing you the kidnapped child.
You mean you know where it is?
Certainly. It's, in the camp.
Then the gypsies did steal it.
No, my dear fellow. I did.
What? This is one of those occasions when you absolutely infuriate me, Holmes. If you must keep me up half the night while you have a fitting conflict with a gypsy girl, at least of all you can do is tell me what's going on. You say you stole the child yourself. In heaven's name, why?
Because the threatening note to Major Treadgold was so obviously a fraud.
Oh, why do you say that?
You will remember that the letter began, "A Romany Rye will not take your insults forever." Now, a Romany Rye, despite what Major Treadgold said, does not mean a gypsy, but a man who knows about gypsy law. It is a term no true gypsy would apply to himself. He would use the expression Romany child. So it was obvious from the beginning that no gypsy threatened the child. Now, who else had a motive for harming it?
Well, Major Treadgold, because he stood to inherit the estate.
Yes, or his wife. It's quite obvious she has no liking for our present life, and the child is an obstacle to a new one. With the child kidnapped and later made away with, obviously they both stood to gain a great many of the things they wanted.
Yes, Joe, you're right. And whoever the culprit is took the precaution of pinning the blame in advance on the unfortunate gypsies by writing the false kidnapping note. Wait a minute, but how about the shot that was fired at us tonight as we walked with Major Treadgold?
Probably fired by an accomplice to the plot, in order to give authenticity to the supposed danger.
And the child is now in the gypsy encampment.
Yes, I promised that I would protect the Treadgold heir, and so I arranged with Jasper Hearn to have the boy kidnapped for his own safety.
But if anyone should find the child, they'll say the gypsies deliberately stole him.
Oh, I'm quite certain that before that occasion arises, old chap, the criminal will have shown his or her hand. Come on, old fellow. Put your best foot forward. It's a long way back to the camp yet, and it's nearly dawn.
You have come back, Butter. You wish to spend the remainder of the night in the encampment?
No, thank you, Jasper. I just came back to my cap and coat. It was so warm tonight that I forgot about them, and I started to walk home without them.
I will find them for you. Oh, we found this message for you soon after you had left. It was pinned to the door of the caravan. I do not know how it got there. I will search for your coat and cap.
Another message? What does it say, Holmes?
Never trust a Romany Rye. Uh-huh. The same mistake again, Watson. Your plans have been betrayed. For proof, meet me at the Bragstone quagmire at dawn.
It's a trap, Holmes.
Obviously. We must spring it with caution.
I cannot find your coat or your cap, Rutter. It has vanished.
Vanished? May I speak to Lydia?
That is a strange thing, too. Lydia has gone also.
She's gone. Tell me, Jasper, did she read this note?
Yes, she did. She could not help reading it.
Then she, too, realized it was a trap. She went out in my coat and deerstalking hat to keep the appointment for me.
Holmes, we must go after her.
Jasper, call out the Romany Childs. There's a devil waiting to be caught in the Bragstone quagmire.
How much further to the quagmire, Jasper?
200 yards. No more.
There's Lydia. There she is. And she's dressed in my deerstalking hat and coat, walking into the trap that was set for me. Lydia! Lydia!
They got her. Look. She stumbled. She's fallen.
I'll go to her, Watson. Jasper, get that devil who staged this fiendish plot. I've a score to settle with him. Do not worry, brother. The score will be settled. Follow me, Doctor.
Right, Joe. I'm right behind you.
Lydia.
Sherlock Holmes, I was wrong. We do meet again. Your hand lied to me.
Oh, Lydia. You're wounded. What can I do for you?
There is nothing you can do, brother. No one can help me now. There is little pain. There is little time. Please, hold my hand.
There. Tell me, Lydia, did you see who fired the shot?
Yes. It was the man whose fortune I told today. The man with the noisy wife.
Major Treadgold.
Jasper and the men will take care of him. There is one thing I wish to tell you, brother.
Yes?
Our short meeting has brought me happiness. I should like to think I can leave you something so that you will not forget me.
I shall always remember you, Lydia. Always. You gave your life for mine.
There is one thing of mine that I wish you to have. It will remind you of me.
What is it?
My violin. It brought us together. I should like you to have it, brother.
Lydia.
My life for yours. You will give help to many people. It is in your hand. Goodbye. Oshamangro.
dreadful. Dreadful. The gypsies surrounded Major Treadgold. They forced him back into the Braxton quagmire. I tried to pull him out, but I couldn't do it single-handed.
I'm not sorry, Watson. Jasper, you know that Lydia is dead? Yes, I know it. The gypsies knew it, too. That is why you were single-handed, Doctor, in your attempts to save the murderer. No Romany child would raise a finger to help him.
Yes, I can understand that, but great Scott, man, if you'd seen his face as the quaking mud sucked him under.
Lydia's death was less dramatic, but equally moving, I assure you. Sherlock Holmes, I met you less than 5 hours ago. You have saved my tribe from a devilish plot that would have blackened their names. A plot that would have driven them from the countryside. What can I do in return? 2 things. First, tell me where I may reach your son, Pyramus. His address is in this sealed envelope, Brother. Thank you. What else may I do for you? As Lydia died, she willed me one gift for remembrance. And what was that gift, Brother? A violin. Of course. Here. Here it is. Huh. She told me I might become a true Bohemia. Let's see if I can recapture the melody once more.
That was a very strange story. A very fascinating one. But tell me, do you really believe that gypsies can tell your fortune by reading the palm of your hand?
Oh, frankly, I don't know, Mr. Bartell. Perhaps they can. Perhaps it's coincidence. And then again, maybe some gypsy women have a heightened sense of intuition. You know, a woman's intuition can be an extraordinary thing.
Yeah, so my wife keeps telling me. Of course, I have a kind of intuition myself.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Every time I see a bottle of wine with the name Petri on the label, my intuition tells me I'm going to like it. And I always do, too.
Mr. Bartell, if ever I saw a man with a one-track mind, you're that man.
Thank you, Doctor. As long as my one track is Petri, I can't miss. Because nobody can miss with Petri wine. What other wine has such tradition, such a story behind it? Petri wine is made by a family, the Petri family. They've owned and operated their own business ever since its inception, back in the 1800s. The Petri family has been making good wine for generations, and they've been handing on down in the family, from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And that sure adds up to a lot of experience. You can just bet your last dollar that no matter what kind of wine you want, when you ask for a Petri wine, you're asking for good wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what story are you planning to tell us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you of a strange adventure that Sherlock Holmes and I had in the East End of London. It concerns 5 nephews, an eccentric will, and a dead man's watch that gave us the clue to murder.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Red Circle. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures. They are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invite you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's Monday night and time for our weekly visit with that excellent host and dean of storytellers, Dr. Watson. I'm sure he's waiting for us in his study, so let's join him, shall we? Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
I see you have the old black tin dispatch box out again, Dr. Watson. You've been refreshing your memory on tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, boy, and while I was going over my notes on the case, I came across this. It played a prominent part in the story that I'm going to tell you.
It's a platinum cross. Is that some kind of medal, Dr. Watson?
It is, Mr. Bell, it is. It's the cross of St. Hilarious, one of the highest decorations of the small European kingdom of Grosnia.
Presented to Sherlock Holmes, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Bell, though before he was awarded it, the two of us went through one of the strangest and in some ways the most embarrassing experiences of our entire career. I call the story The Adventure of the Innocent Murderess.
Sounds exciting. We'll be ready for it in just a moment, Dr. Watson. Men, in summer when you go without your hat, does your hair get dry, wild, and unruly looking? After a swim, does it feel sticky and stringy? Then remember, Kreml Hair Tonic keeps dry, wild, sun-baked hair looking perfectly groomed throughout the hottest, stickiest day, as if your barber had just combed it. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing has just enough light oils to keep hair neatly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. It never leaves any unpleasant odor. Kreml always looks and feels clean on both hair and scalp. It leaves the scalp feeling so cool, refreshed, and alive. A recent survey showed Kreml Hair Tonic was preferred among America's most prosperous and successful men, among top-flight executives who know the importance of handsomely groomed hair. Be sure to try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the new Sherlock Holmes story that you call The Adventure of the Innocent Murderess?
Well, Mr. Bell, that strange affair began on a spring afternoon at the turn of the century. It was a beautiful day, and for some hours, Holmes and I had rambled about in the park, in silence for the most part, as befits two men who know each other intimately. It was shortly after 5 when we returned to Baker Street, and I remember that as we opened the front door, Mrs. Hudson spoke to us.
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mrs. Hudson, what is it?
There's been a gentleman here asking for you, sir.
So much for our afternoon walks, Watson.
Was he gone, Mrs. Hudson?
Aye, sir.
Didn't you ask him in?
I did that, sir. He waited half an hour. A very restless kind of man he was, walking and stamping all the time he was here. And finally, he ups and out. And all I could say wouldn't hold him back, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, you did your best, Mrs. Hudson.
But did he leave his name?
Oh, no, Doctor. But he was a foreigner. I swear I've never seen him here before. He'll be back, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Aye, sir.
Were you expecting a clown, Holmes?
Had I done so, chap, I would not have spent the past few hours wandering about with you in Regent's Park.
Oh, I wonder who he is.
He left us one clue to his identity.
I don't see any clue.
This pipe on the table is not one of yours. A nice old briar with a good long stem.
Well, can you deduce anything from that?
Very little, except for the obvious fact that its owner is left-handed, is a muscular man with an excellent set of teeth, careless in his habits, and with no need to practice economy.
Oh, come, Holmes. That's a little far-fetched.
On the contrary. But I think that's our client now. Meet him on the stairs, will you, Watson?
Yes, indeed.
Now we'll have something more interesting than his pipe to study.
This way, sir. So I thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
That's all right, sir.
You are Sherlock Holmes.
No, my name is Watson, Dr. Watson.
Oh, then you must be Mr. Holmes.
Since there are only 3 of us in the room, that would seem an eminently logical conclusion.
Please, do not make fun of me. I am bewildered foreigner in your country.
Oh, my friend was only joking, sir. Do sit down, won't you, Mr...
My name is Priskop. Igor Priskop. And I do not wish to sit down. It pleases me to walk as I talk. It soothes me. And I am in great need of soothment.
Mr. Priskop, I shall be delighted to give you any assistance I can. I'm only sorry that I was out when you called earlier.
I myself was desolated. But I will waste no further time in desolation. Mr. Holmes, You have in the past performed great service to my country.
And what is your country, sir, may I ask?
The kingdom of Grozny, my friend. Small in area, but great in tradition. Mr. Holmes, as Igor Priskop says, you have helped us in the past.
In a modest way, Mr. Prescott. Though your government was generous enough to award me the Medal of St. Stephen.
First class, a high honor. You were also presented with the Medal of St. Arcadu, second class, as well as that of St. Michael and the 7 subsidiary angels.
Oh, yes, I got one of those.
That one I regret to say is of slight importance.
Oh,
But now, Mr. Holmes, I come to you as an emissary of Grozny and ask you for your greatest service.
As I recall, Mr. Prescott, my greatest services to Grozny were under the regime of the People's Party.
The party to which I belong.
And if our newspapers are accurate, that is the party which is now out of favor.
I do seem to remember reading something about that in the Times the other day.
I am happy to see that you are both so well informed. Let me now explain this situation to you further, my friends. There is now an international committee of powers meeting at The Hague. They are trying to decide if the royalists rightfully control Grozny or
if your party does.
That is right, Mr. Holmes. In the meanwhile, the Groznian embassy here in London is dominated by the royalists.
Unfortunate for you, I'm sure, but what do you expect my friend to do? He's hardly a politician, you know.
I have come to London to make contact with our exiles here. The embassy must not know. No one must know that Igor Priskop is in London. Mr. Holmes, my very life is in danger. For the sake of my beloved Grozny, I want you to let me stay here in Baker Street, in secret.
That is an unusual request, Mr. Prescott.
A completely impractical one, sir. There's very little room here. Very room.
I must insist. You, Mr. Holmes, hold the Order of St. Stephen first class. You're a friend of my people. Now, you must help me. You must.
Good Lord, he's fainted. Very emotional, these foreigners.
No, Watson, no. Look at that stain on his shirt. He's been wounded. Obviously, at least one of his enemies knows that he's in London. That's why he came to us.
Oh, it's only a fresh wound in the shoulder. I'll bandage it up. I have some smelling salts here. That'll bring him round. There we are. Hand me that glass, will you, Holmes?
He's coming to of his own accord. Here you are, Mr. Prescott. Drink this.
Oh, no. No medicine. I do not believe in them.
Never mind about that. You try this.
Thanks, no. Forgive my display of weakness.
Why didn't you tell me that you'd already been attacked, Mr. Prescott?
Oh, it is but a scratch. A clumsy attempt from the darkness as I returned here. I did not wish to alarm you over nothing.
Nothing? Somebody attempts to murder you, you call it nothing.
I repeat my request, Mr. Holmes. Will you let me stay here a while?
Very well, Mr. Prescott. Since your life is in obvious danger, you may stay here in Baker Street.
Da propaspo, Mr. Holmes. I thank you. And let the Chinaku Orchestra play for the embassy ball in Belgrave Square. Here in Baker Street is the true embassy of Grozny.
Gracious me.
There are 2 nice brown eggs facing you, Watson. Why glower at them? Why not get on with your breakfast?
Oh, I've got no appetite, Holmes. The whole routine of my life has been turned topsy-turvy since you let that fellow Priskop stay here.
It's a pity that this modest flutter of excitement should upset your lives to such an extent. However, it may interest you to know that my brother Mycroft regards our action in sheltering Priskop as a very important one for England.
Oh, has Mycroft been here this morning?
Yes, before you were up. As you know, Mycroft is the unofficial oracle of our Foreign Office. He feels that the Groznian royalists are so closely allied to the court of Prussia as to constitute a menace to our country.
Good gracious me.
However, he also feels that the Committee of Powers at The Hague will rule in favor of the People's Party. If that does happen, the fact that we have helped Priskop will place the Foreign Office in a very favorable position with the new government.
I see. Well, that makes it rather different. I think I will tackle those eggs after all. Where is Mr. Priskop now?
In the next room, conferring with a political friend of his by the name of Karlu Tarfush.
Well, I must say they do have extraordinary names. Karlu Tarfush. Sounds like a double-barreled sneeze.
Ah, Mr. Tarfush. Allow me to introduce my friend, Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson, how do you do?
And how did you find your compatriot?
Oh, in splendid spirits. And in splendid hands, Mr. Holmes.
On behalf of Grozny, I thank you both for giving him sanctuary.
Nothing at all, sir. Nothing at all. Very happy to have been of any assistance.
Right. Come in.
I must be leaving, gentlemen. Good day to you. And again, my most sincere thanks.
Oh, pardon.
Got a parcel, gents. It's for a Mr. Prispop or something like that.
Oh, here you are, young fellow, my lad. I'll take it.
No, I want to give it to Mr. Holmes. Lummy. Just wait until I tell me old mum I've talked to the great Sherlock Holmes. She won't half be proud. Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
And here's a shilling for your trouble, my boy.
Cool, Bob. Thank you, Governor.
Better be careful, Holmes. That package is addressed to Priskop. It might be a time bomb, you know.
It's sent from the Weintraub Importing Company. We'll see if Mr. Priskop ordered any delivery from there. Ah, there you are, Mr. Priskop. This package just came for you. Were you expecting it?
Oh, yes. Apropos, Mr. Holmes. It is from the Weintraub Company. It must be my Vinku.
Your what?
Vinku. Vinku, the wine of my country. Where would Grozny be without Vinku? The distilled essence and life of whortleberries. No English drink can compare with it. Perhaps you will join me in glass?
I think not, thank you. It's a little early in the day.
Well, I quite agree with you, Holmes.
Then I shall retire to my room alone and sample this Groznian nectar. I shall see you later, gentlemen.
How can he keep a clear head if he starts drinking at this time of the day?
I doubt if the essence of whortleberries is too potent. At least to a Groznian.
Great Scott, there's someone else at the door. We have all the privacy of Paddington Station.
Come in.
Ah, so.
Good morning, young lady. What can
Where is he? Tell me where he is.
First, tell me who you are, please.
Hamnbury. Lavi McKelso. Where is Priskop? Lead me to him.
Mr. Priskop is under my protection. Before you see him, I insist on knowing your business, madam.
You are hiding him. But I will find him if I have to search every closet in his house. This door leads to another room. Perhaps he's in there.
Come back. Grab her, Watson.
Mistress.
Priskop! You traitor! You were betrayed.
She's insane. She's insane.
There. Justice is done. Do with me what you will.
Quick, Watson. How's Priskop?
He's dead, Holmes. Shot through the chest, another through the arm. The third shot broke the bottle of wine.
Justice has been done.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Tarbush?
You must save Lavry. She's my fiancée. She had good reason to think Priskop a traitor.
But she shot him down in cold blood, sir.
She did it for Grozny.
She committed murder, practically under our very eyes. She must pay for it. And Dr. Watson and I will have the greatest pleasure in testifying against her. Until her trial takes place, I have nothing further to say.
You seem particularly engrossed at the Times this morning, Holmes.
I'm reading the report of the trial of Lavry McKelso.
Well, I can't see why it's dragging on for so long. We gave our evidence 2 days ago. The case is perfectly clear. She shot Igoro Priskov or whatever his name was before our eyes. She's a murderess. They should hang her.
Sir Francis Jackson, her counsel for the defense, apparently does not share your opinion. He's an extremely clever man. After cross-examining the police surgeon yesterday, he asked for an adjournment until noon today.
On what grounds?
He wishes a fresh post-mortem made. The police surgeon had not examined the contents of the stomach of the dead man.
Why, no should he, Holmes? Priskov was shot to death. We saw it happen. What's Sir Francis up to?
I think I'm beginning to suspect, Watson. And I pray for the sake of my own reputation that I'm wrong. However, it's no use sitting here in Baker Street surmising. Let's go over to the Old Bailey and hear what the post-mortem report discloses.
Gentlemen of the jury, I will read to you the final paragraph of the Home Analyst's report. Sufficient cyanide was found in the stomach of the deceased to have killed 3 men. As you know, cyanide is an almost instantaneous poison. Between this report and the medical evidence you have already heard,
There can be no doubt that the deceased, Igor Priskov, was already dead when the defendant fired the bullet into his body. I therefore instruct you to acquit the defendant.
Good heavens, Holmes. You realize this whole case made us look ridiculous?
I'm well aware of the fact. It's a stigma on our professional reputations. And a stigma that must be removed.
Look out here. Here comes Carlo Tarfush, fiancé of the girl who's just been acquitted.
Well, Mr. Tarfush, I imagine you're very happy.
Oh, of course I am, Mr. Holmes. And I'm marrying Lavery today, as soon as the police release her.
Indeed?
Yes. And in the meanwhile, I have a commission for you. Find the real murderer of Igor Priskov. Find him, Mr. Holmes, or you will become the laughingstock of all Europe.
In just a moment, we'll find out if Sherlock Holmes does find the real murderer of Igor Priskov. Men, on hot, sticky summer days, your hair needs extra special care. And when you buy a hair tonic, why not buy one that does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome? Why not get your money's worth and buy Kreml hair tonic? No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. Kreml gives hair such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. It keeps the hair perfectly groomed throughout the hottest, most humid summer day. It never looks or feels greasy or sticky. In addition, Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so clean, cool, alive, and tingling. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks off and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it leaves it feeling so much softer and more pliable. So buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use this highly specialized hair tonic daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic, a nationwide favorite among America's most successful men. Well, Dr. Watson, it seems to me that you and the great Sherlock Holmes are in a bad spot. A man poisoned and then shot under your very eyes.
Yes, Mr. Bell, but I can assure you that Holmes, as soon as he returned to Baker Street from the trial, plunged into a fine frenzy of activity. He was examining the top of the table under his microscope for traces of poison where the bottle of wine had been shattered. You've been hunched over that microscope for hours, Holmes. No results yet?
Not as yet.
Well, I was just reading the Evening Gazette. There's an interesting article on the Grosnian situation.
Oh, what does it say?
The committee in The Hague has ruled for the People's Party. And our friend Carlo Tarfush, the one who married the girl Lavery, is to be the new ambassador here in London.
Indeed, how very interesting.
It goes on to say here that they've established that the dead man, Igor Priskov, never was a traitor. The poor girl was deceived by false evidence. The villain who deceived her has fled to Germany.
I was right. This stain, beyond question, is that of wine mixed with cyanide. Now to track the history of that bottle. We know that nobody tampered with it after it went from the messenger boy's hands to Priskov's. Therefore...
But how are we going to find that boy again?
This is a job for my band of street urchins, the Baker Street Irregulars. Round them up, Watson. Tell them I'll give a golden sovereign to the boy that brings him to me first.
Of course I remember delivering that parcel to you, Mr. Holmes.
Did anyone accost you on your way over here to deliver it, Charlie?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, they did.
Oh, a young lady, was it?
Yes, it was. How did you know, sir?
Describe what happened, Charlie.
Well, Mr. Holmes, she spoke to me on the street. Nice and friendly she was. And then she took me in a tea shop and gave me a raspberry tart and a nice big cup of tea.
Where did you put the parcel?
On the chair beside me.
Oh, it's easy to see what happened, Holmes. She switched the parcels.
Quite. Charlie, was the young lady a foreigner?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She didn't half talk funny like.
Look at this photograph. Was that the young lady who you're talking about?
That's her, all right, Mr. Holmes. Blimey, you know everything, don't you, sir?
Not quite, Charlie. Here's 5 shillings for your trouble. And I'll be off with you.
Cool, 5 bob. Thank you, Governor.
So the girl was guilty all the time. But I don't see a motive.
I do. And we're going at once to the Grosnian Embassy. Remember, She's now the ambassador's lady. I intend to let her know that I do understand.
Mr. Holmes, your conversation is very interesting. But surely I do not have to point to an intelligent man like yourself that I've been tried and acquitted of murder. Under your delightful Anglo-Saxon law, double jeopardy, I cannot possibly be tried again.
Oh, just the same, you're a murderess.
Am I?
You were no passionate patriot. You never believed in that forged evidence. You simply killed Igor Priskop because, with him out of the way, you knew that your future husband would become the ambassador.
In my country, we have a proverb. Inshko navili greshko lumatin.
What on earth does that mean?
Ammunition is more persuasive than strategy. Mr. Holmes, you have no ammunition. There is nothing you can do to me. And so, I wish you both good night.
There must be some way of catching her, Watson. There must.
Well, you've been outwitted before, Holmes. People forget it. They don't like to remember your triumphs.
To blazes with the people. I must account for this to myself. Hand me that evening paper, will you, Watson?
There you are.
Where was that article on Grosvenor that you read to me earlier?
Second page, I think.
Here it is. But I have ammunition, Watson. The lady was wrong.
What on earth are you burbling about, Holmes?
We must draft a telegram to Mr. Tarpush, the new Grosnian ambassador. We'll ask him to hold a party of all the most important Grosnian attaches. There, my dear Watson, amid the bright lights and gay music, I shall have the utmost pleasure in proving to the ambassador's wife that she's far from invulnerable.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Ambassador?
The attaches are waiting in the library. You said that you would expose poor Priskop's murderer. Now, why should we wait any longer?
I shall be most happy to explain it now. Come on, Watson.
Right you are, Holmes.
Your wife is in the library, too, Mr. Tarpush?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, and she is as curious as I am. Now, here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, at my request, Mr. Sherlock Holmes has been trying to find the murderer of poor Igor Priskop. He tells me that he is now ready to make his report.
Mr. Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, I realize that my revelation will be something of a shock to you all. I have proof beyond doubt that the person who murdered Igor Priskop by poison is the same person who fired those shots into his already dead body. Your own wife, Mr. Ambassador.
That is ridiculous, Holmes. We know that she misguidedly shot at Priskop after he was dead. But she did not poison him.
I can prove that she did. I have the boy outside, Mrs. Tarpush, that you took into the tea shop when you changed the bottles of wine. I have the evidence of the stains on the table that show traces of the poisoned wine. Do you wish me to prove my case?
Lavry? Why do you not answer him?
I do not wish to, Carlo. I do not have to. Under English law, I cannot be tried again.
But, Lavry, you stand accused before your fellow countrymen.
Perhaps I can clear up a slight misapprehension. It is true, is it not, Mr. Tarpush, that Grosnian law does not recognize the doctrine of double jeopardy, and therefore a Grosnian could be tried twice for the same crime?
Of course.
It is also true, isn't it, that the Committee of Powers in The Hague has recognized that the People's Party has been all along the true government of Grosnia?
That also is true, Mr. Holmes.
And an embassy is extraterritorial. Acts committed there are punished by the laws of the nation whose embassy it is.
You are correct, Mr. Holmes.
This embassy here is Grosnian ground. So was 221B Baker Street when Mr. Priskop was murdered. Therefore, your wife committed her crime in Grosnia. She may still be arrested, tried, convicted, and executed by Grosnian law. Mr. Ambassador, I demand that your embassy guards arrest this murderess.
Anything interesting in this morning's post, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. And when you come to write your story of the Grosnian murderers, these 3 missives will provide colorful footnotes.
Oh, what are they?
The first is a note from Kalu Tapush. He is resigning the embassy and entering a monastery. He says, I served his country but destroyed his life.
Well, I'm afraid he loved that dreadful woman. What else did you get?
The second is a package from the Grosnian government.
Good Lord,
Look.
What is it? Oh, good Lord, it's the Platinum Cross.
The Order of St. Hilarious.
What's the funny-looking thing hanging from it? Looks like some strange animal. Half horse and half something else.
That, my dear chap, is known as a hippogriff. A fabled beast with the head and claws of a griffin and the hoofs and tail of a horse. The Order of St. Hilarious is a high order, but St. Hilarious with hippogriff is higher still. I'm very flattered.
What was your third communication?
A letter from my brother Mycroft. He says, thanks to your work, Grosnia has signed a British oil concession. The Empire is grateful.
That's very nice, Holmes.
Yes, Watson, yes, very nice. But just grateful? I mean to say not even grateful with hippogriff?
Girls, those famous $1 Million Powers models you see on magazine covers always have to keep their hair shining bright with gleaming highlights. Now, here's how they do it.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And I want to state right here and now that no other shampoo leaves the hair more sparkling clean. Really, girls, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo reveals all your hair's natural gleaming luster. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a cream shampoo, not a soapless shampoo, not a harsh soap, not a drying detergent. It's entirely different. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights. And Kreml shampoo is one shampoo you can buy which never dries or breaks the hair. In fact, it even has a built-in oil base, which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
How right you are, Mr. Bell. Kreml shampoo leaves the hair so much softer, silkier, with a lovely satin smoothness. The hair holds a wave better, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of shining beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now let me think. Next week for our final broadcast of the season, I think I'll tell you about one of the most gruesome adventures that we ever encountered. It took place in the famous torture chamber, now a museum, in the castle of Nuremberg in Germany. I call it The Adventure of the Iron Maiden.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, A Scandal in Bohemia. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal International Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steiner. This is Joseph Bell, speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Iron Maiden. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. tonight's story, The Adventure of Lady Waverley's Imitation Pearls. Well, here we are again in Dr. Watson's cheerful study. The lamps have been lit, and from outside comes the steady drip of a soft spring rain mixed with fog.
Yes, Mr. Harris, this sort of weather always reminds me of Baker Street. I think I can do no better than tell you of an adventure that had its inception on just such a day. It had to do with the great lady's pearls, which were not altogether genuine. And it ended in the chambers of a certain well-born, but shall we say, careless bachelor in Albany.
Well, that's the first time I knew you and Sherlock Holmes ever visited the Hudson Valley, Doctor.
We didn't, Mr. Harris, unfortunately. No, Albany in this story refers to an imposing building which was originally the residence of the Duke of York in Albany. It was later divided into chambers for famous and fashionable bachelors. Oh, speaking of gentlemen of fashion, Mr. Harris, isn't that your department?
It certainly is, Dr. Watson, and in the spring, it's natural for a man to think of new clothes. And this spring, you have every right to the most your money can buy, which means you need pay no more than Clippercraft's modest prices. For Clippercraft clothes, the result of the famous Clippercraft plan, are one of America's finest values. The Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, making possible steady, year-round operation, resulting in tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs, and putting those savings, even in the face of today's high prices, in your pocket. And your Clippercraft dealer is a friendly, local, independent store where you get real personal attention. New spring Clippercraft suits, beautifully tailored, are only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardines are only $40 and $45, and sport jackets, but $26.50. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more.
In short, no matter what the occasion, Easter parades or a visit to your best girl, we hope you'll continue to set sail in a Clippercraft.
Very neatly put, Dr. Watson. And now to return to the gentleman who lives in the Albany.
Oh, no, not the Albany, Mr. Harris, just Albany. Oh. He lived in Albany. That's how we express it, you know. Well, it all began placidly enough. It was late one dreary April afternoon. Since morning, a dun-colored veil had hung over the housetops, looking like a reflection of the mud-colored streets beneath. Neither Holmes nor I had stirred abroad the entire day. I sat in my armchair, silent and morose. The dampness had brought the usual twinges to my old bullet wound. Holmes, who was always a contrary individual, bounced about like an animated cricket. Oh, Holmes, if you'd light somewhere for just a few minutes.
Bullet acting up a bit, eh, Watson?
Oh, no more than usual in this weather, confound it.
Yes, I thought I recognized the vice-like set of the jaw. Of course, I'm not a medical man, but I think I could suggest a remedy.
Certainly not.
Aha! Did you hear that?
Hear what? The house is as still as a morgue.
A carriage just came to rest at our curb. A rather elegant four-wheeler. A mettlesome horse. The man on the box has jumped down. Now he's dashing up our front steps. You hear that, Watson? Sounds as if our visitor's errand might be urgent.
Oh, how can you tell all that? You haven't even looked out of the window.
My ears, Watson, are nearly as acute as my eyes. Yes, he is rather unrestrained, wouldn't you say? Now, it's just possible
for pity's sake, stop deducing and go to the window and see what's up.
Very well, if you insist. Yes, the four-wheeler turns out to be an elegant equipage with the name Blevin and Fossiter embossed in discreet gold lettering on the door.
Oh, you mean it's a delivery van?
Dear me, no. Blevin and Fossiter do not deliver. They escort whatever valuables come within their purview to their destinations in what is practically a private carriage. You wouldn't expect to see Lady Blenkinsop's emeralds or the Countess of Whistleworth's rubies drive up in a lorry.
The Blevins and Fossiters are jewelers.
You go to the head of the class, Watson. I wonder what's wrong at Blevins and Fossiters and why the man on the box has left his conveyance unattended to pay us a visit. Ah, here he is now. Come in, come in.
Holmes, for once you were wrong. He's not a coachman. He's a young gentleman in an elegant ulster and a billycock hat.
I didn't say he was a coachman. I said he was the man on the box. Why are you driving your own carriage, young man? What's happened to your usual coachman?
Well, that's what I came to see you about, Mr. Holmes. You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I take it?
Quite.
Burbage, he's our driver, has been bludgeoned, and the contents of Lady Waverley's box is stolen. Burbage was inside the carriage, slumped on the floor. His forehead was still bleeding. However, he was coming to when we found him.
Was he badly hurt?
I don't think so. There's no evidence of a skull fracture, just a lump over the left eyebrow. I drove him home, of course, and his wife put him to bed with a poultice.
Was he able to describe what had happened to him?
Oh, yes, he was quite rational.
Then why didn't you bring him along with you?
Oh, I couldn't, don't you know. He was in his underwear.
Oh, rubbish.
Well, I'm doing my best, Mr. Holmes. I'm at my wit's end. Of course, when my uncle hears of this, I shall probably be sacked. I never wanted the job of playing nursemaid to all those confounded jewels. Oh, I'll admit, I should never have taken that nap.
Easy there, young man. No good becoming incoherent. If you want us to help you out, you'll have to pull yourself together. Oh, by the way, I'm Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes' colleague and biographer.
Which is nothing to brag about, Watson.
Oh, I say, I am sorry. I don't know what's happened to my manners. I haven't even presented my card. Allow me.
Read it, Watson.
Archibald Trotwold Possitor. And down in the corner it says representing Blevin and Possitor.
That's my uncle. I mean the Possitor, the one who owns most of the firm.
I see. How long have you been in his employ?
Well, just a little over 2 months. Oh, I did so want to make good on Jenny's account, you know. She's my wife. And a darling. We've been married 5 weeks last Tuesday.
Oh, that's charming.
Watson, don't interrupt. In what capacity does your uncle employ you, Mr. Foster?
Well, it's not a very impressive position, I'm afraid. I sit in the carriage and make sure everything's safely delivered to the proper address.
When a firm deals in the commodities your uncle sells, young man, I should say that's a position of considerable responsibility.
Oh, yes. I've had jewels amounting to $250,000 in my possession many times. And I assure you, if there had been anything like that in the carriage today, I shouldn't have dreamed of going home for lunch and taking a bit of a nap.
So, you went home and had a nap?
Yes, sir. You see, I had a touch of a toothache. Besides, I missed seeing Jenny at breakfast. I do hope you understand, sir.
Quite. And where did you leave the carriage with the undelivered packages?
Oh, just out in front, Mr. Holmes. It shouldn't have been too much of a risk. Burbage has been with the firm over 30 years. He's thoroughly reliable. Besides, I'd already delivered the really valuable articles, Mrs. Huddlestone's emerald earrings and the Duchess of Heppelworth's diamond stomacher. There was only Lady Waverley's box left, Mr. Holmes. And it certainly never occurred to me anyone would want to lift that.
What was in Lady Waverley's jewel box?
Oh, just her pearls and a tea service.
Oh, that's a bit thick, eh, Holmes? Just some pearls and a silver tea service. I take it the service was silver, Mr. Possitor.
Only superficially. She had sent it to be replated, you see. And the pearls were imitations, too. Fairly good ones, I'll admit. She'd had them restrung. She keeps the real ones in the vault.
Cagey old girl, eh, Holmes?
Fortunately for her.
Well, that's my point exactly, Mr. Holmes. It'll ruin our reputation to know there's been a theft of any kind. People will be decidedly skittish about having us repair their jewels if they hear of it. I don't know what my uncle will say.
When did you first discover something was wrong?
Well, when Jenny woke me from my nap. I hadn't meant to take more than 40 winks, but it was nearly 2 o'clock when she started to shake me.
Archie! Archie, darling!
Hmm?
Archie, wake up.
Oh, it's too early to get up.
Archibald, you are up. At least you ought to be. It's the middle of the afternoon. And Cook says the carriage has disappeared.
What carriage?
Blevins and Positors, of course. Cook says she thinks something's happened to Burbage. She took a look out the window while she was washing the dishes. She says she saw Burbage talking to a tall gentleman in a top hat. Next thing she noticed, Burbage seemed to be taken ill or something, because the gentleman was helping him into the cab. Cook says she was just fixing a cup of hot tea to take out to him when she looked up again and saw the carriage disappearing down the street with Burbage on the driver's box. So he must have recovered, I guess.
Oh, but that's impossible. I mean that he'd drive off like that.
Maybe he wasn't feeling very fit and decided he'd go home, too.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Burbage wouldn't do that, not without letting me know.
Well, he has. So there. And I'm not ridiculous.
Oh, there, darling. I didn't mean it.
You did so. You just don't love me anymore.
Oh, I do. I love you madly. I haven't time to discuss it now. Where's my hat? I've got to go out and find that confounded carriage.
Locating a missing carriage somewhere in London. How did you ever expect to do that, Mr. Possitor?
That detail is unimportant, Watson. It's obvious Mr. Possitor was successful, inasmuch as the carriage is now standing at our curb.
By Jove, I'd forgotten that.
Well, as a matter of fact, it wasn't too difficult to locate the carriage. I hadn't gone more than a square or so when I ran into our local policeman, who was on his way to see me. Jenny and I live in South Kensington. Well, the bobby reported that Blevins and Possitor's carriage was standing in front of the Victoria and Albert Museum without a driver. And would I be so good as to remove it, as it was impeding traffic?
But you say you found Burbage inside the carriage. Why hadn't the policeman noticed it?
Well, he was on the floor, covered by the horse blanket, Mr. Holmes.
Well, it's fortunate the Metropolitan Police has us to assist them, eh, Holmes? Or someone might take off with the Bank of England.
Don't be fatuous, Watson. Go on, Mr. Possitor. You found the coachman under a horse blanket, but stripped to his underwear and with a gash on his forehead. Where exactly on his forehead?
Well, over his left eyebrow, just under the hairline. There was a lump as big as an egg, too, and his hands were tied behind him with a large handkerchief.
His own?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. It was made of the finest cambric. As a matter of fact, I brought it along with me. Here it is.
Oh, good boy. Interesting. Most interesting.
Well, there's nothing distinctive about that handkerchief, Holmes. Not even a monogram.
On the contrary, my dear Watson, this handkerchief is most helpful. It tells us that the criminal, for it's undoubtedly his handkerchief, is addicted to the use of scent. Bergamot, to be exact. He's also a pipe smoker who carries a not too well closed tobacco pouch. Notice these shreds of tobacco which still cling to the fabric. Rather rare tobacco, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we shall have to investigate it further. My high-powered microscope, Watson.
Oh, very well, but what you expect to deduce from a shred of tobacco...
Neglect no source of information, Watson, no matter how infinitesimal. Yes, from a drop of water, the true man of science can deduce Niagara Falls, as I've said before.
Oh, fiddle-faddle.
In spite of Watson's derogatory remarks, Mr. Possiter, I am probably the greatest living authority on tobacco, both in the unsmoked stage and later when it's become ashes. But while my colleague is setting up the microscope, suppose you tell us exactly what the coachman, Burbage, had to say for himself.
Well, yes, sir. Well, I found the carriage in front of the museum right enough, and when I opened the door to look inside, I heard a moaning and groaning.
Help! Oh, help!
Hello, what's up?
Help! Get this blanket off of me.
Burbage, whatever are you doing there and in that condition?
No, close the door, Mr. Possitor, sir. I wouldn't want to draw a crowd. Not in my underwear.
Now then, what's happened?
I've been conked, sir.
What?
Stood behind me, he did, when I wasn't looking. Then he stripped me of my driver's uniform, got up in the box in it, and drove us away. I've always said you could trust a man that was fond of horses, but not anymore, I won't.
Oh?
That's how we got to talking, sir. I was giving Bessie her midday oats, when down the street he comes, twirling a silver-headed cane, just as nonchalant as you please.
Fine animal.
That she is, sir.
I like horses. You mind if I give her a lump of sugar?
If she'll take it, sir. Bessie don't make up to everybody.
Oh, I think she'll accept homage from me, Bessie. That's a good girl.
Well, now, will you look at that? The J.
She seems to be favoring this hind foot.
Oh, really? I hadn't noticed.
Maybe she's got a pebble in her shoe. Do you want me to investigate?
Oh, no, sir. That's a familiarity she won't stand for. I'll do it. Here, Bessie. Nice girl. Give me the hoof. Easy now. Easy. That's right. Oh!
Sorry, old chap. Had to be done. Just a love tap.
Into the carriage you go.
I want that uniform.
Oh.
Still conscious, eh? Have to work fast. Yes. Off with the coat. Aha. There we are. Just what I was looking for. How convenient. The box with the Waverley crest right here on the front seat.
And so he stripped poor old Burbage, Mr. Holmes, and tied his hands with that handkerchief. After which, he drove the carriage away in Burbage's uniform.
But only as far as the Victoria and Albert Museum.
At which time he removed the Waverley box and disappeared at his leisure, still wearing Burbage's clothes.
No one would think of questioning a man carrying a large, important box if he were wearing Blevins and Possiter's uniform.
What size is Burbage, Mr. Possiter?
Oh, about my height, 5'11", I should say, but a bit heavier built. I don't suppose you have any idea who the thief could be, Mr. Holmes?
No, his description doesn't tally with any of our better jewelry robbers.
What description? Not a word's been said as to what the man's like, aside from the fact that the cook says he wore a top hat.
On the contrary, Watson, he's about 5'11", or he wouldn't have disappeared wearing Burbage's uniform. He's left-handed. The position of the wound on Burbage's brow gives us that interesting fact. His linen is of fine quality, witness the handkerchief. He uses bergamot, and he buys the most expensive brand of Latakia tobacco, a variety carried by only 2 tobacconists in all of London. And last but not least, when it comes to robbery, he's an amateur.
But how can you know that?
No professional jewel thief would run away with false pearls and silver plate.
That could have been an accident.
Not at all, Watson. According to Burbage's account, he recognized the box belonging to Lady Waverley. In fact, he probably expected to find it there.
You mean the thief must be someone connected with our establishment who knew the box was in the carriage?
Not necessarily. It could just possibly be an intimate of Lady Waverley who knew she was expecting delivery.
But why bother with imitation pearls and plated silver?
That, my dear Watson, is what makes this case worth investigating.
But where are we to begin?
With a visit to my friend Philip Ashton, who runs a small but select tobacco shop
in the Burlington Arcade.
Naturally, there's a reason for Clippercraft's sensational values. It's applying the world's most modern production methods to the fine old craft of clothes making. That's how we bring you truly fine suits for only $40 and $45. Suits that look really expensive. And top coats, fine coverts and worsted gabardines for only $40 and $45. And sport jackets for only $26.50. Smart new spring fabrics, including long-wearing worsteds, are ready for you right now. You'll be delighted, too, with their smart styling and the designing skill that assures your comfort. It's all the result of the unique Clippercraft plan, which concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. We find them standing in front of a counter, sniffing the contents of several elegant glass jars filled with tobacco.
Yes, this, unless I'm very much mistaken, is the mixture the gentleman uses. Mr. Ashton, are there many gentlemen who buy this variety of tobacco?
Why, no, Mr. Holmes. It's rather special. And besides being expensive, I sell it to only 4 gentlemen in all.
Tell me, among those 4, is there an individual who's about Watson's height, well-dressed, he carries a silver-headed cane, is left-handed, and has a weakness for bergamot scent?
Why, no, Mr. Holmes, I'm afraid there's not one of the 4 fits that description.
No.
Mr. Hopworth has a silver-headed stick, but he's taller than you are. Mr. Eubanks is very short and can't abide scent. The Honourable Clarence Beswick is right-handed, a crack tennis player, you know. Colonel Jameson never appears out of uniform.
That tears it, Holmes. Maybe your confounded deductions aren't so infallible after all.
No, hold on, though. There was a young gentleman came in yesterday answering that description.
He purchased some of this tobacco?
No, the young lady bought it for him. She buys it for all her admirers. He seemed rather shy about accepting a present from a lady, but she laughed and said she expected a present from him in return. Said he had never given her a proper present like some of her admirers.
Can you remember the gentleman's name?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Holmes. She didn't mention it. Just called him Freddie. But I do know the lady's name, sir.
Fine lot of good that'll do, eh, Holmes? One blind alley after another.
Stop burbling, Watson. What is the lady's name, Ashton?
Violet DeVille, the new prima donna at the Gaiety. The one there's been all that talk about.
Of course, Holmes. That's the girl the King of Portugal was supposed to have been so crazy about. Showered her with jewels. She's supposed to be one of the reasons he lost his throne.
So is every publicity-hungry actress in Europe. You mustn't believe everything you read in the papers, Watson.
Oh, balderdash. Well, what do we do now?
Now, let me see. It's just half an hour till curtain time. Dear little Violet should be putting on her makeup. I think if we drop around to the Gaiety, we might persuade the lady to show us the latest addition to her jewel collection.
There's 2 gentlemen to see you, Mr. Bill.
I can't see anyone now, Peter. Take the flowers or whatever they've brought. Tell them to come back after the show.
They haven't brought anything, Mr. Bill. Just themselves. It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective?
In person.
Oh, just a moment till I throw on my opening costume. I've always been dying to meet you.
She got one weakness, sir. She do love celebrities.
Show the gentleman in, Peter.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and friend.
My usual billing.
Well, this is a pleasure. Do sit down, Mr. Holmes. You too, Mr.
Dr. Watson.
Oh, yes, of course. How stupid of me. I've read all your darling stories. So exciting. I do love to be thrilled. You do it so beautifully, you know.
Why, Miss DeVille, that is, well, I'm quite overwhelmed. I mean that a young lady of your obvious discernment...
But, of course, I suppose no one could help making the exploits of the great Mr. Sherlock Holmes exciting.
Yes, of course. Back among the also-rans.
And now, Mr. Holmes, I'm just bursting with curiosity. What brings you here? I've always understood you were practically a woman-hater.
Not hater, my dear Miss Violet. I'm just, shall we say, on to their little tricks.
Oh, dear. And I was so hoping to try mine out on you. I've some very effective ones, you know.
Save them for some more susceptible victim.
Oh, dear, I've always had a weakness for rude, self-sufficient men.
Got you that time, Holmes.
Don't interrupt, Watson. My dear Miss Violet, if I may call you that.
I'd love it, unless you'd rather call me Vi.
Miss Violet will do. I've come to warn you not to accept a present of jewelry from a certain fashionable young man.
Gracious, I wonder which one you can mean. A girl in my position gets so many presents, you know.
Suppose I specifically warn you against accepting pearls from a gentleman whose name is, shall we say, Freddie.
Oh, this is fascinating. Why shouldn't I accept them, Mr. Holmes?
Because he acquired them in a rather unorthodox fashion.
I do believe you're trying to tell me Freddie stole them. Oh, but that's delicious. If you only knew how deliciously ridiculous. Freddie just couldn't possibly have stolen those particular pearls.
Then you have already accepted them.
What makes you jump to that interesting conclusion, Mr. Holmes?
My dear Miss Violet, you will never make a great dramatic actress until you learn to control your reactions. When I first mentioned the pearls, your eyes darted quickly to your makeup box to see if they were in sight. Then when I intimated they might have been stolen, you couldn't resist closing the lid.
This is ridiculous, Mr. Holmes. Freddie wouldn't steal anyone's pearls. Oh, I'll admit he's hot-headed and impulsive, but he wouldn't steal.
Are you sure? How well do you know Freddie,
Better than you do, at any rate, Mr. Holmes. I may not be a great dramatic actress, but I do recognize the gift when I see it. You didn't come here to warn me not to accept any pearls. You came here to find out who gave them to me. You don't even know Freddie's last name. Sorry, but you won't get it from me.
Don't you think you're getting a bit rash, my dear Miss Violet? I mean, why risk getting on the wrong side of the law for a string of imitation pearls?
Imitation?
Yes.
Don't be silly, Mr. Holmes. Freddie's pearls are real, right enough. They've been in the family for years.
What makes you think he's given you the real ones, Miss Violet? Surely you must know Freddie has other, interests.
If you mean that bandy-legged little soubrette at the Savoy, I know all about that. It was all over months ago.
Then why did he give her the real pearls just half an hour ago?
Mr. Holmes, you're a brilliant detective. But you should not underrate the feminine intelligence. It was a beautiful trap, Mr. Holmes, but just a bit too obvious. Now, if you'll excuse me, I hear the overture. My public is waiting. Do come again, Mr. Holmes, when you've thought up some more tricks. Now, if you don't mind leaving.
Not at all. Thank you. We've quite finished.
Yeah, interesting female, eh, Holmes? I don't know when I've more thoroughly enjoyed an interview.
Ah, an excellent dinner, if I do say so myself, Watson. Pheasant was almost perfect.
Undoubtedly, and it will put a jolly little crimp in our budget. Late dinner at Prince's Restaurant, champagne and caviar. I don't know what's got into you, Holmes.
Oh, calm yourself, Watson. It all goes on the bill. I shall send Blevins and Possitor in the morning.
Holmes, you're really outrageous. You've made a hash of the case, you've found out absolutely nothing, and yet you have the effrontery to talk of sending a bill in the morning. Well, you should be ashamed of yourself.
On the contrary, Watson, I think I've done rather well.
Well? That DeVille woman made an absolute ass of you.
You mean that's the impression I permitted her to gather? She thinks she didn't give me the pearl thief's name. Actually, she spelled it out in block letters when she admitted they'd been in Freddie's family for generations. Whose pearls were they, Watson?
Lady Waverley's, of course.
Then putting two and two together, the thief must be a Waverley as well. Sir Freddie Waverley is a well-known young man about town with a weakness for ladies of the theatre. It's as simple as that.
You mean he's stolen his own mother's pearls?
His stepmother's, Watson. Freddie's always resented her. If his father hadn't married for a second time shortly before his death, Freddie would have inherited the pearls years ago.
But why all this pother about imitation pearls?
Freddie doesn't know they're imitations. It's never occurred to him that his stepmother keeps the real ones in the vault.
Yes, well, if you're so sure of yourself, why not go to him and demand he return the silly things?
If we were that gauche, Watson, the lady would probably refuse to give them up. No, you may count on it. Miss Violet will return them to him of her own accord as soon as the performance is over.
And how do you reach that interesting conclusion?
Freddie may not suspect that they are imitations. But dear little Violet is not so naive. Once you were out of the way, you can count on it, she rushed back and bit into the necklace. Yes, I don't imagine she took her discovery very placidly. They must have had an interesting performance tonight at the Gaiety.
Yes, but Holmes, that performance was over nearly 20 minutes ago. We'd better get ourselves along to Sir Freddie's flat, wherever that is, or Miss Violet will get there ahead of us. Chances are she won't wait to remove her makeup.
My dear Watson, why do you think I ordered a table in the window? Sir Freddie Waverley resides just opposite there in the impressive architectural monstrosity known as Albany, in flat 2A to be exact.
I say, Holmes, there comes a carriage tearing down the street. It stopped across the way. Yes, by Jove, that's Violet getting out.
Quick, Watson. We'd better rescue the Honourable Freddie before she tears his hair out by the roots. Down this corridor, Watson. Yes, there's Miss Violet. Just going to 2A now.
Violet, darling. But how jolly to see you here. I mean, I hadn't hoped so soon, that is. You would have received the pearls this afternoon.
Ah, those pearls. How dared you give me those pearls? I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Oh, come off it, Vi. You've accepted jewelry from gentlemen before this.
Yes, jewelry, not paste.
Violet, what are you raving about?
What sort of a fool do you take me for? Do you think I don't know the real ones went to that little scarecrow at the Savoy? Well, give her these. She can put them on her poodle.
If you don't mind, Miss Violet, I'll relieve you of those pearls. And we may as well collect the tea service while we're at it, Watson. I see the boxes standing just inside the door.
What is this, a burglary?
You should recognize the symptoms, Sir Freddie.
If you think I've got to stand here and let two...
Oh, don't be a bigger idiot than you can help, Freddie. This isn't a thief. Sherlock Holmes.
And don't be alarmed, Sir Freddie. These are not the Waverley pearls. Those are quite safe in Lady Waverley's bank vault.
You mean that little floozy hasn't got them?
Do dear me, no. That was just a trick on Holmes' part.
Why, you unspeakable...
Yes, Miss Violet. You should never underrate the masculine intelligence, you know.
Particularly when it belongs to Sherlock Holmes.
Well, I must say that was a neat bit of work on Holmes' part, Dr. Watson. And now, how about a hint about next week's story?
All right. Well, next week I'll tell you how Holmes made a startling and dramatic appearance after several years' absence, and how we stalked a tiger who carried one of the most ingenious and deadly weapons Holmes was ever threatened with.
The makers of Clippercraft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Empty House. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Melvin Elliott with the news will follow station identification.
Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone as Michael Bruce. The makers of bromoquinine cold tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Bruce as Dr. Watson. Friends, when you're the victim of a cold, remember this. Bromoquinine cold tablets are made exclusively to help relieve the usual distress of cold. They're not a cure-all. They're made for one purpose, and one purpose only, to help relieve the common miseries of a cold. The ache, the pain, the fever, and nasal stuffing. That's why they do such an effective job. Give yourself the advantages of specialized medication. When a cold attacks, take bromoquinine cold tablets as directed, and only as directed. Now, here we are again in our habitual armchair in front of Dr. Watson's fireplace, waiting for the good doctor to put down the evening paper.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Manning. I didn't see you come in.
I was reading about your latest American gang shooting. Yes, crime seems to be riding high, wide, and handsome in most of our big cities, I'm afraid. What a pity we haven't got Mr. Sherlock Holmes on the job. That's just what I was thinking. But on the other hand, these gangs of racketeers sprung up to see a guy track, he wouldn't know how to handle it. Rubbish. I remember just one case we handled back in '94. It was concerned with Georgiano, the worst gang leader New York ever had. We didn't call it racketeering in those days, but it amounted to the same thing. Kidnapping, blackmailing, bombing, terrorizing innocent people. By during the course of that particular case, Georgiano and one man taken for a ride, if you would call it. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Why don't you tell us about it? Well, that's the story. In November in the year 1894, Holmes and I were sitting in our rooms in Baker Street. Well, I thought you said this story was about the head of a New York gang. Yes, so I did, Mr. Manning, so I did, just to interrupt. Even famous gangsters have been known to travel about from time to time. Well, as I was saying, Holmes and I were sitting in our rooms in Baker Street, and our housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson, ushered in a friend of hers, a landlady who kept lodgings in Great Orme Street. Holmes invited her to sit down. The poor woman was obviously harassed and kept sucking away at the fringe of her cape. Mrs. Hudson told me that you've been having some difficulty with the lodger, Mrs.
Warren, that's the name, sir. No, Mr. Holmes, you shouldn't call it difficulty I'm having. And there was a lot that was easier to do for. It's just that I don't see him from one weekend to the other.
Oh, come now. That's nothing to be uneasy about. I bet you, Mrs. Warren, if I were your lodger, there would be many occasions when you wouldn't see me for weeks at a time. I work a good deal at night, you know, until my sleeping by day.
No doubt, Mr. Holmes. But this is different. He never goes out, not even at night. I've waited up to find out. I never see his face, not even when he pays his bill. Not a sign of him ever seen for the last 3 weeks.
And how do you know he's still there?
But we're trying to get away from something. Oh, it frightens me, Mr. Holmes. I can't sleep from fright.
When did this lodger first come to you?
3 weeks back it was. He asked me to turn to my 50 shillings a week. You see, there's a fine sitting room and bedroom all complete like at the top of the house.
Yes, indeed. Go on.
Well, Mr. Holmes, he said to me, I pay £5 a week. I can have it on my own terms. He took a £10 note out of his pocket then and then and did it for me 2 weeks in advance. Then he said he's to be left entirely to himself and never for any excuse are we to disturb him.
So he took the rooms and hasn't been out since?
Oh, yes, sir. What?
But I thought you said that he...
Just what it was, sir, that first night. He went out and returned very late. He was all in bed, but I heard him walking up the stairs. And his door shut and latched. Oh, it was 6 o'clock. And I ain't seen him since.
But his meals? How did he get his meals?
Well, when he rings, I take a tray up and leave it on a chair outside his door. Then when he rings again, up I goes and puts the tray away empty. If he wasn't anything else, he writes it on a slip of paper and keeps it on the tray.
I see. Have you brought any of those bits of paper with you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. In 3.
Good.
Here they are.
Uh-huh. When today? Most interesting. Written with a broad, pointed bar of pencil and printed. What do they say? The messages are quite laconic, my dear Watson. Soap, David Gazette, and match. They open up a very pleasing field of intelligent speculation. Suggestive, Watson, very suggestive. The gentleman is very unusual about those papers. No. That's printed. The gentleman doesn't wish Mrs. Warren to obtain a sample of his handwriting. And here, look. On this lip, after the soap, a corner has been torn away. Evidently some mark, perhaps a thumbprint. It might give a clue to the man's identity. Furthermore, the person is undoubtedly a foreigner. Oh, how do you deduce that? Well, he writes match, not matches. You must look the word up in the dictionary. This label is the singular, of course. Now, Mrs. Warren, what's your lodger look like when he came to take the room?
Youngish he was, Mr. Holmes, not over 30. Middle-sized, dark, and he had a beard.
Spoke English?
Yes, sir, he spoke English well enough, but with an accent. He was a foreigner.
What I tell you, Watson, what I tell you. Did you give his name?
No, sir.
You had any letters or callers?
No, sir.
Where did he retire when you or the girl go in to do his in the morning?
We don't go in, sir. Just for himself.
Oh, I see, yes, interesting. And you say nothing has come out of that room? Absolutely nothing?
Just 2 burnt matches and a cigarette end. They was on the tray this morning.
You brought them with you?
Oh, that I did, sir. Mrs. Hudson told me about you said nothing was too small to take notice of.
Mrs. Hudson was right.
Sir, here you be.
These matches were used to light cigarettes. How can you tell what the matches were used for? Quite obvious, my dear. Wasn't quite obvious. The softness of the burnt end. At least half a match is consumed in lighting a pipe or a cigar. Hello. Well. This cigarette is certainly remarkable. Yes, Mrs. Warren. The gentleman who is now living in your rooms is not the gentleman who engaged them. No, Holmes, you can't tell us that. You can reduce that to the cigarette itself. Elementary, my dear, Watson, elementary. Notice the size of the thing. I believe you said the first gentleman had a beard, Mrs. Warren.
Yes, sir, a black beard it was, and a flowing moustache.
Yes. Now, take the cigarette. Only a clean-shaven man could have smoked down this far. Why, Watson, even that person you call a moustache would have been sent. Perhaps he used a holder. Impossible, my dear fellow. Notice the way that it matted at the end. No, it's a different person, Charlie. How did he have got in? Well, he went out the first night, Mrs. Warren tells me. But did the same man return? I think not. I think it was the second chap who came back. The one for whom the first man took the room. Perhaps they both returned. Possibly there are two men in those rooms. Excellent, my dear Watson, excellent. You're coming along. Now, tell me, Mrs. Warren, how much does the fellow... Would it be enough for two?
Oh, no, sir. He's so little I often wonder if people like in one.
Well, that settles that. Oh? Now, Mrs. Warren, there seems to be nothing more to be done for the moment. I hardly think the situation is dangerous, at least not for the present. But keep us informed of any further developments.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I believe you in my mind already. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Not at all.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, everyone. Look here, Holmes. You're not going to go bucking about in this affair. The man is probably just a harmless eccentric of some sort. You never know, Watson. You never know. Whoever he is, he's living in terror. Huh? Terror of what, I wonder? Oh, rubbish. Besides, who's going to foot the bill? What do you expect to get out of a case like this? Education? Look, the pursuit of knowledge, Watson, is my great hobby. Pursuit of knowledge of foot. Curiosity, that's what it is. Plain, unadulterated curiosity. Oh, possibly, Watson, possibly. Education, pursuit of knowledge, curiosity. That they all amount to the same thing. It's a very good look for your education in this case, if I may ask. In the Daily Gazette, my dear fellow, in the Daily Gazette. A newspaper is often a very storehouse of knowledge. Every time I look at you, you have your nose buried in a copy of the Daily Gazette. Why the fondness for that yellow rag? Yeah. The Daily Gazette is the paper Mrs. Warren's mysterious lodger asked for, remember? Well, what of it? What can you discover from a common newspaper? The answer is nothing. Nothing at all. Here it is 4 days since we heard of that mysterious gentleman, Mrs. Warren. What have you unearthed? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You're wrong as usual, my dear Watson. I don't know.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin from the NBC newsroom in New York. President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress at noon tomorrow. We return you now to the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
To the hiding place of the mysterious lodger. How would you go about keeping in touch with him? Just now. Through the papers, my dear fellow, through the agony columns. And since Mrs. Warren's lodger received only one paper, the notices must appear in that. Okay. See now, but how can you tell which notice is the one we're after? By elimination, Watson. By elimination. Take this paper, for instance. The edition which appeared 2 days after the lodger took up his residence with Mrs. Warren. The agony column, huh? Let's have a look. Dear me. What a collection of groans, cries, and utter nonsense. Oh, perhaps, my dear Watson, perhaps. But nevertheless, an invaluable hunting ground for the searchers after education. Well, go on. First one reads, surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart. Listen to this. It's the lady who fainted in the Brixton Park. Disregard that. The lady doesn't interest me. Here's another. Every day, my heart long. Oh, bleach, Watson. Unmitigated bleach. Go on, please. Well. Be patient. We'll find some means of communication. Meanwhile, what's this column? It's signed G. Sounds more plausible, eh? Are there any others? Yes. 3 days later, we picked up the trail again. Here it is. Now, that one. And making successful arrangements, patience and prudence. The trials will pass. G again. Yes, nothing to 2 weeks after that. Then comes something more definite. Here. Oh, what's for, Chief? That's yours. Things are warming up.
Oh, see who that is, will you, Watson?
Oh, sure.
Well. What is it?
The copy of the Gazette. It's just arrived. This is how they can hold it up.
Good. See if there's anything in it.
That's a Parliament session. Actress has pearls still.
Oh, come on, give me that paper.
Look. Don't do test. That's the paper out of a fellow's hands like that. Nice manners, huh?
Here we are, Watson. Here we are. I read house with white stone facing, third floor, second window left after dusk. Gee. Ha. That's definite enough, Watson. That's definite enough. Hello, what's that? Look out of the window, will you, Watson?
Your friend, Mrs. Warren. I said it. She must be excited. Her hat from the side of her head, and she's puffing like a steam engine. There's Mrs. Hudson just let her in.
Yeah, something's happened. We weren't there. Confound it, Watson. I hope not. Come in. Mrs. Warren, what's up?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, sir, I kind of tested that too.
Well, here, take a chair and get your breath.
Oh.
No, wait a minute. Sit down.
Oh.
That's better. Now then, what's happened?
It's a police matter, that's what it is. I'll have no more of it, and I won't. I'll pass him out baggage. I'm at the end of my patience, I am. When it comes to knocking my old man about...
Oh, Mr. Watson,
well, it cut him rough anyway.
Who did that?
Well, that's what we want to know. It was around 11 this morning. There was a fog, you remember? Well, I think Mr. Warren wanted to get me some money in for the school to have for lunch. Well, he says he got no more than 10 paces down the road when two men come up behind him, threw a coat over his head, and bundled him into a cab that was standing behind the curb. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and he don't come back. And there am I in me stew left waiting for the onions. Well, at 2 o'clock, he come up a stew anyhow. And you know what a stew is like without onions.
Yes, it's like tea without...
Yes, that's like mine.
Tea without toast is about that. That's one of the most...
Go on, Mrs. Warren. Go on, never mind.
Yes, well, it's 3 o'clock. My old man comes home, all black and blue, and his coat torn. At first, I think he's been in some pub. He's got a weakness for a drop now and then.
Yes. Go
And
on,
pretty soon, I see he's knocked drunk just days, and he tells me he's been driving around for 2 hours with a couple of men threatening him. And finally, they opened the door and shoved him out. And when he comes to, we found he was on Hampstead Heath, so we took him back home, and there he lies now on the sofa, moaning and groaning.
Most interesting. Did you notice the appearance of the man? Did you hear them talk?
No, Mr. Holmes. Between days, he just knows he was lifted up as if by magic and then dropped again. Mr. Yes, sir, that's right.
And you connect this attack with your lodger?
Well, sir, we've been living there 15 years now, and no such happenings ever came before. I've had enough of it. Money's not everything. I'll have him out of the house before the day is
Now,
done.
wait a minute, Mrs. Warren. Wait a minute. Don't do anything rash. Matters becoming more and more interesting. It's clear that these men have took your husband to your lodger, and the heavy fog this morning, and when they discovered their mistake, they released him.
They threw him out again, don't he,
Yes, well, wait a minute. The important thing is that your lodger's enemies have found him. They're on his track. They'll be back. I suggest you return to your home at once before anything serious has a chance to happen.
Just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the mystery of Mrs. Warren's lodger. Ladies and gentlemen, in every American city, town, or village, you'll find a group of people who are worthy of the highest praise. The American druggists, men and women who are always on the job to serve our needs day and night. This evening we have a very welcome guest, a druggist from the city of the famous Mardi Gras, colorful New Orleans, Mr. Wally Schweikart of the Schaefer and Schweikart Pharmacy at Carrollton and Connecticut. Now, here's what happened the other day when a friend of mine visited the Schaefer and Schweikart Pharmacy. Mr. Schweikart, you certainly have a fine modern drugstore. How long have you been serving this neighborhood? About 25 years. Oh, sir, it's a long time. Say, what were those big buildings I just passed on the way out?
Why, the famous Tulane and Loyola University. And we're proud to have some of the students among our best customers.
And I suppose you have an occasional professor stopping in, too, huh?
Yes, we do. College students and professors buy medicines just like anyone else.
And that brings up a question I'd like to ask. What do most of your customers buy when they want to relieve the usual symptoms of colds?
Bromoquinine cold tablets by a big margin. We recommend them, and both Mr. Schaefer and I have used them to help relieve the common miseries of our own colds.
That's just the way it happened, isn't it, Mr. Schweikart?
Yes, that's right.
It's been a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Schweikart, and your statement bears out the results of a coast-to-coast survey conducted by one of America's leading research organizations and taken among over 2,000 American druggists just like yourself. It was found that more than 87%, that's about 9 out of every 10 druggists, recommend bromoquinine cold tablets as an effective aid in the relief of the usual cold symptoms. And in addition, the majority of these druggists said the bromoquinine cold tablets were their largest selling tablets made exclusively for the common distress of cold. Friends, when you have the usual symptoms of a cold, get the preparation your druggist probably recommends. Time-proven bromoquinine cold tablets can take only as directed. Bromo, B-R-O-M-O. Quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets.
This is my house, sir.
Very tidy indeed. Dark curtains, polished doorknobs.
I do my best, Mr. Holmes. Now, where did I put my keys?
There's windows on the top floor where the lamp is lit. Those are the lodger's rooms, I take it?
Yes, sir. Oh, here's the key. Just inside the man in the bag. Will you come in, gentlemen?
Holmes? Oh, the door's open. Come on in. I say, why are you staring at that house across the street? You see it, Watson? You see it? Of course I see it. I'm not blind. High red house with white stone facing. Of course. The message. Yes. Watson, at undoubtedly the signal station. Notice the select sign in the window? An ideal spot, my dear fellow. An ideal spot. Yes, I suppose we got inside. We're keeping Mrs. Warren waiting. Right, Watson. Practical as usual. No, Mrs. Warren, not now.
I don't rightly know, sir.
I'd like to look at this mysterious logic of yours.
How are you going to manage that if he keeps the door locked?
We will take his next play up to you, Mrs. Warren.
Usually I do see around 4:30.
Already, eh? It's almost that now. Is there any chance, another room with a door opening onto this corridor?
No, sir, that is. Oh, wait a minute, sir. There's a cupboard. A big cupboard almost opposite this door. Yes?
Excellent. What you and I will squeeze ourselves in that cupboard was it was fixing the gentleman's secret.
Everything, sir. I'll have to be all right. It's the top floor, sir. Oh, you can't miss it. The cupboard door is the first one to the right, at the head of the stairs.
Good, thank you. Come on, Watson.
Do you think it's nice trying like this?
What? You've too many scruples to be the first class detective. Oh, come up the stairs. They creep like a rusty thing.
Now what are you doing?
Moving my shoes. You should follow my example. That way you'll have much better chance of being undetected.
Yeah, well, but I feel like a criminal myself. Oh, not that. I'll get my shoelace undone.
Don't forget this big break if you can't get it all out.
All right.
Oh. Yeah. Come on now. Quiet. Sounds like the charge of the light brigade.
I'm not making any more noise than you are.
At the door. Yes, go.
Huh? Well, she said it was the last.
I will take these to you. Close the door. Only look at that. It's not too soon.
I can't have that thing put together like this.
Well, not so. I'll do this little band, but it's myself. Here comes Mrs. Warren now. Stop that noise. Here, hold it back and grab them. Oh, there she is. Sit down, chair. Going away. At the door now. Slowly. And a big bite thunder. Well, I dare. What's that? Something I did not foresee. Follow me downstairs quickly, Watson. My only friend. Who opened the door? And that I did the substitution of lodgers, Watson, yes? What I did not foresee was that we should find a woman, and no ordinary woman, Watson. No, of course not. Dark, young, handsome, with a face etched with terror. Terror? Do you think she saw us? I think she suspected our presence. Well, what do we do now? We'll put on our shoes. We're going to spend the next few minutes on the front doorstep. Why? You remember the message said that G would communicate with the lady at dusk today? Please keep an eye on the window opposite. Yes, that's true. Almost dark now. Come along.
Holmes, we've been here for half an hour. Our fingers are pressed enough. That's your friend has seen us and been scared off.
Well, this doorway's too dark. more likely that something has happened to prevent his coming. Hold on. There's a light over there now.
Yes, I can see a shadow. Look, there he is. Pale face. That's against the wall.
He's got a candle. Peering across. Once they're sure she's there. Have you seen his flash? A single flash? Stay. Take the message with you, Watson, so we can check up on each other.
Oh, wait a minute. Gee.
Wait a minute. Let's go. Another key.
Give me the word.
Out in. And come to the end. Long one this time.
Another key.
N.A. It's not. Well, surely that's not all.
At 10 at 10 tonight. That's my record. I have it. Here, the initial.
Let's go again.
Why do you got to race like that? I can't keep up with it.
The same message over again. Curious, Watson. Absenta.
That's the cipher.
Not a very obscure cipher, Watson. It's Italian. Absenta means beware. It must be open.
Very good.
Still the same message. Absenta. Hello. You broke them off. The light's gone out. Someone's broken a window. What's that? Quick, Watson. We must get in there. Something violent is happening.
Brother, he meets this social. Look at this. The monster. There is no judge in the world who would punish my husband because he killed him.
Yes, I understand he had rather an unsavory character.
He was a king. He makes the young Italian men join in his society. And our brother was one of his men. He cannot put us away. He must do the most terrible thing. And then one night he said no. He was shot in the back and the back and the back.
quite a sportsman, huh? Quite, what?
After that, this young gentleman said my husband must join his gang. He began to make love to me. He was terrible. I'm so afraid.
So you ran away?
Yes. One night we go on a boat for England. But we know no Johnny will follow us. When we find out, my general has hardly where I will be safe. He knows your Johnny will come. And he waits for me outside. Tonight he arrives at last. But my general is ready. He is prepared to kill him. Oh, he is a hero, my general.
I don't know what the British point of view will be, but I imagine that in New York, this lady's husband will receive a pretty general vote of thanks. Oh, I think we can arrange the British point of view, Watson. Scotland Yard has been on the lookout for this Georgiano since they heard he had landed. Mr. Luca has just taken a little bit of work, that's all. And now, Mrs. Luca, if you'll come with me, I believe we can arrange matters satisfactorily.
I'm so happy.
Well, it's been an interesting case, Holmes, but I still can't for the life of me see what you expect to get out of it. Education, Watson, a little more education. Always seeking knowledge at the old university. Just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Ladies and gentlemen, when colds are prevalent, act wisely. Don't neglect the cold. Rest and avoid exposure. Remember, if neglected, even a so-called light cold may lead to more serious illness. But if a cold attacks with its headache, pain, nasal distress, and fever, take bromoquinine cold tablets. They go right to work to help relieve the usual miseries of a cold. They're specialized medication and they work internally. They bring prompt relief, grateful relief, and they are time-proven. They're known and sold everywhere to help relieve the common discomforts of cold. Yes, you can take them with confidence. So when you have the usual symptoms of a cold, get busy and take bromoquinine cold tablets. Use only as directed, and be sure to get the real thing. Look for the letters LBQ on the tablet, and always ask for them by name. Bromo, B-R-O-M-O. Quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week? Well, next week I think I'll tell you an adventure that took me on a wild goose chase halfway across the continent of Europe. A chase which Holmes solved by opening a cupboard. You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Red Circle, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The dramatization was by Edith Meiser, musical interludes composed and conducted by Lou Crosslock. This program is presented from Hollywood each week at this time by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets, prompt relief for cold distress. This is not managed speaking. Christmas seals are the stamps that help fight tuberculosis. Your contribution to the health and strength of our nation. Buy your Christmas seals today. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the maids saw the cabin door open, but they were all so afraid of him, they didn't venture near till midday.
What did they find?
Saw it for myself a few hours later, and I can tell you it gave even me a shake. The walls of that hut were like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. And there, up against one wall, was Black Peter himself, pinned upright by a harpoon, right through his chest, like a beetle on a card.
Calm accounts of horror were something I became used to in the company of Sherlock Holmes. Watson's my name, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I'll tell you what happened in the case of Black Peter, which began with Holmes behaving in a way most unlike him. He was never an early riser, but as ever, he had his reasons, as you'll soon see.
Oh, Watson, a very good day to you, my dear fellow.
Well, morning, Holmes.
There can be no question of the value of exercise before breakfast.
Exercise, Holmes? You.
And I'll return with an excellent appetite. But I'm prepared to bet that you won't guess what form my exercise has taken.
I won't attempt it. Great heavens, what on earth's that you've got? It looks like some sort of spear thing.
More coffee, Watson?
No.
No? Actually, it's a whaler's harpoon.
And if you'd looked into the back of Allardyce the butcher's a few minutes ago, you'd have seen a gentleman in his shirt sleeves stabbing furiously with this very weapon at a dead pig.
Oh, really, Holmes? No need to ask if that gentleman was you, I suppose.
I was that energetic person. And I satisfied myself that by no exertion of my strength can I transfix a pig with a single blow of a harpoon. Come in. Ah, Hopkins, come and take some breakfast with us.
No, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'll take a cup of coffee, if you please. Morning, Dr. Watson.
Morning to you, Inspector.
I spent the night in town. I came up yesterday to report back at the yard.
And what had you to report, Hopkins?
Failure, Mr. Holmes. Absolute failure.
Dear me. I must look at the matter.
Holmes, may I ask...
Wish to heavens you would, Mr. Holmes. My first big chance, and I'm at my wit's end.
Well, as it happens, I've read all the available evidence, including the report of the inquest, of course. By the way, what do you make of the tobacco pouch?
Holmes?
The pouch, sir? Well, his own. Had his initials on it.
Yeah, but he had no pipe.
Well, that's true. He didn't smoke. But he might have kept some tobacco for his friends.
Holmes, if you don't...
Dear me, Hopkins, I was forgetting that my friend Dr. Watson knows nothing of this matter.
Nothing, Holmes.
And I myself should be none the worse for hearing the sequence of events once more. So just give us some short sketch of the essentials, will you?
Very well, sir.
Thank you.
You see, Doctor, we've this dead man, Captain Peter Carey, 50 years of age, sealer and whaler. Commanded the sealer Sea Unicorn. Did very well. Retired 11 years ago.
What? Well, he can't have been 40 then.
39. Travelled about for a few years, then bought a place near Forest Row in Sussex 6 years ago. Lived there with his wife and daughter, aged about 20. 2 female servants, always changing, and you can't blame them.
How so?
Habitual drunkard. Perfect fiend when he had the fit on him. Been known to drive his wife and daughter out of doors in the middle of the night and flog them through the park.
Great heavens.
It appears, Watson, that he was known as Black Peter in his seafaring days.
Suitable.
A graphic description, it seems.
Yeah, that's right, Doctor. Huge fellow with a great black beard. Anyway, he built himself a little wooden hut near his house, called it his cabin, all done up with maps and charts, picture of the Sea Unicorn, line of logbooks on the shelf, and so on. He slept there every night. Well, last Tuesday he seems to have been in one of his most dangerous moods. Roamed all over the house, drunk and savage, and the women folk kept right out of his way. Then he went off to his cabin for the night. About 2 a.m, his daughter was wakened by a terrible yell, but he used to bawl and shout half the night when he was in drink, so she did nothing about it. Next morning, one of the maids saw the cabin door open, but they were all so afraid of him, they didn't venture near till midday.
What did they find?
Saw it for myself a few hours later, and I can tell you it gave even me a shake. The walls of that hut were like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. And there, up against one wall, was Black Peter himself, pinned upright by a harpoon, right through his chest, like a beetle on a card.
Now, tell my friend what you did next, Hopkins.
Examined the floor and the ground outside. There were no footmarks.
Meaning that you saw none. However, I understand from the inquest that there were some objects which you did not manage to overlook.
Yes. The harpoon had been snatched down from a rack on the wall. 2 others remained there, with Sea Unicorn engraved on them. Carey was fully dressed, and there were 2 empty glasses and a bottle of rum on the table. So I deduced that the crime was done in a moment of fury by some drinking partner who grabbed the first weapon that came to hand.
Sounds plausible enough to me, Inspector.
Yes, I think both inferences are permissible. Tell me, Hopkins, was there any other spirit but rum in the room?
A tantalus full of brandy and whiskey on the sea chest, but I don't
Then
see...
let us hear some more about the things you believe do bear on the case.
The tobacco pouch. Oh, here, Dr. Watson, if you'd care to see it.
Oh, thank you. Some straight-haired skin, sealskin, I suppose. Leather thong to fasten it, initials PC on the flap, and about half an ounce of very strong tobacco in it. Ship's plug, I should say.
Excellent, Watson. What more, Hopkins?
This notebook. I found it on the hut floor. Owner's initials JHN and the date 1883 inside the front cover. Several pages of numbers, mention of Argentine, Costa Rica, and San Paulo, and some other fellow's initials, CPR.
And what you make of those?
Oh, Stock Exchange Securities. JHN, the initials of a broker. CPR, those of his client.
By name, Canadian Pacific Railway, no doubt. Eh?
CPR. Well, that makes a nug of me, all right. Yes. Well, then, JHN are the only initials we have to worry about. I've been through the old stock exchange lists. There was no one with those initials in the house or among the outside brokers in 1883.
Well, surely the securities can be traced by their numbers.
That's true, Doctor. Only they're South American concerns, and the registers are held over there. Well, I started inquiries, but it'll take weeks.
Hopkins?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, what have you found?
This coloration on the cover of this notebook. Surely...
Blood, sir. I told you I picked it up off the floor, and there was blood all over the place.
Was this blood stain inside the one uppermost or next to the boards?
Next to the boards.
Which proves, of course, that the book was dropped after the crime was committed.
Exactly, Mr. Holmes. Near the door. Reckon the murderer dropped it as he ran.
And I believe there was also a knife found.
Also on the floor, still in its sheath. Mrs. Carey identified it as the captain's.
Inspector, I don't quite see the mystery in all this. I mean, couldn't it be a simple case of intended robbery in which the thief was surprised by Captain Carey?
It could, sir. Even so, it still leaves us with a murderer to track down.
Which is why you come to me, I suppose.
Oh, I'd be more than obliged for your opinion, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, well, I suppose I shall have to come out and have a look.
It'll be a real weight off my mind, sir. This is Mrs. and Miss Carey, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Carey? Allow me to express our sympathy.
Oh, thank you, sir.
There's no need for it. It's good riddance to the blackest scoundrel that ever lived, that's all.
I see. Then, Miss Carey, do you suppose that anyone in particular might have determined to kill him?
Anyone you like to choose. Me included.
Oh, for shame, girl.
Come now, Miss Carey. I appreciate your feelings, but I wish you to be as specific as possible.
What? To help you lay hands on the one who's put my ma and me out of a life of misery?
Mrs. Carey?
No. I don't know. I don't know anything.
Oh, come on, Ma. There's no more to fret about. Is that all, then?
For the moment. Thank you.
Come back to the house, love. We'll make some tea, and you shall rest a bit.
And now, Hopkins, if we may look inside this hut.
Right, sir. Here's the key. Hello.
What is it, Inspector?
Someone's been at this lock since I was here last. Those marks were never there before.
Whoever it was must have been a very poor burglar. He can't have got it open.
Or some curious villager, perhaps. What do you think, Holmes?
I think that fortune is very kind to us. Someone came here expecting to find the door open. He tried to get in with the blade of a very small penknife. He couldn't manage it. Now, what would he do?
Oh, come again next night with a more useful tool.
So I should say. And it'll be our fault if we're not here to receive him. Meanwhile, let me see the inside of the cabin.
There you are, sir. Mind, I don't think there'll be anything else for you to find. I've been over this place with a microscope almost.
Ah. Have you removed anything from this shelf in the course of your search?
Nothing, sir.
Something's been taken.
Eh?
There's less dust in this corner of the shelf than elsewhere. It may have been a book lying on its side. It may have been a box. So let us see what else your microscope has failed to reveal, Hopkins. And then, Watson, we'll enjoy a walk in these beautiful woods and all meet at 11 o'clock to hide in those fine bushes outside and see if we can come to closer quarters with the gentleman who wished to visit this place last night.
Curiosity monger. He won't come again.
Just the same, we must wait and see.
We've not waited in vain. I can just see him by the hut.
Working on the lock. Let's hope he's more successful tonight. He is.
Let's pay him a visit. No, wait. See if he'll oblige us with some illumination first. You see? His little candle.
then. Stay still there, or it'll be the worse for you.
Who are you?
I'm the priest. That's who I am.
You think I'm connected with the death of Captain Peter Carey, I suppose, don't you?
We'll see about that. Let's have your name first, young fellow.
It's Nelligan. John Hopley Nelligan. But I swear I'd nothing to do with the murder.
John Hopley Nelligan. What are you doing here, then?
I only want to prevent an old scandal gaining a new lease of life. Did you ever hear of Dawson and Nelligan?
The West Country bankers?
That's right.
They failed for $500,000, Hopkins, ruined half the county families of Cornwall, and Nelligan disappeared.
Well, then?
It has always been said that my father stole all the securities and fled. It isn't true. He believed that if he were given time to realize them, every creditor would be paid in full. He started in his little yacht for Norway, leaving my mother a list of the securities he'd taken, and swearing he'd come back with his honor cleared.
And did he?
No.
Huh.
Both the yacht and he vanished utterly. We believed, my mother and I, that he and it and the securities he'd taken were at the bottom of the sea. Yet, some time ago, a faithful friend who's a businessman discovered that some of the securities had reappeared on the London market. I spent months trying to trace them, and at last I found that the original seller had been Captain Peter Carey.
You say this is the truth?
It is, all of it. I made inquiries about Carey and found he'd been in command of a whaler which was due to return from Arctic waters, just at the time my father was crossing to Norway. There were many storms that autumn, and my father's yacht may well have been blown to the north and met by Carey's ship. I read of Carey's death. The report stated that the contents of this cabin included the old logbooks of his ship, and I hurried here at once, hoping to get my hands on them and find entries for August 1883, the month in which my father met his fate.
And this book you were looking in when we found you, is it the one?
It should have been.
Should have?
I barely got it open before you came in, but it only took a glance to see that all the pages for August 1883 are missing, ripped out. See for yourself.
So, is that all?
Yes.
And you swear you've never been inside this hut before now?
That's the truth.
Then how do you account for this notebook, bearing your initials, J.H.N., found lying in the dead man's blood when his body was discovered?
Oh, it can't have been. I thought I'd lost it at my hotel.
Well, here it is. And there's the bloodstain to prove where it was found. So I reckon you better save the rest of your talking for the courtroom and just take a little walk with me down to the police station. I'll stand for no trouble on the way.
You shan't have any, I promise.
And where does it lead us now, Holmes?
To 221B Baker Street, where I fancy we shall find certain letters awaiting. You see? And this is the very one. Excellent, Watson. The alternative develops. Just get a couple of telegraph forms, will you?
Yes.
Over there.
Very well.
That's the idea. Thank you. Now then, here's the first one. Sumner, shipping agent, Ratcliffe Highway. Send 3 men on to arrive 10 tomorrow morning. Basil.
Basil?
Oh, did I never tell you? Captain Basil is my name in those parts. Now, the next one goes to Inspector Stanley Hopkins, 46 Lord Street, Brixton. Come breakfast tomorrow at 9:30. Important. Were, if unable to come, Sherlock Holmes. There, Watson. This infernal case has haunted my mind since long before Hopkins first came to consult me about it.
I thought as much. But, Holmes, about that pig sticking...
No, Watson. I hereby banish the whole matter completely from my presence. Tomorrow morning, I trust we shall hear the last of it forever.
splendid breakfast, Doctor.
Mrs. Hudson's kidneys are always delicious.
My word, my appetite was up this morning.
Sharpened by success, no doubt.
You may be right, No, I can't imagine a more complete case, eh, Mr. Holmes?
Your explanation covers every point, then?
Undoubtedly. I find that young Nelligan arrived at a hotel in Forest Row on the very day of the crime. Well, he went down to Carey's place that night, met the captain at the hut, quarrelled with him, killed him with a harpoon. Then, horrified by what he'd done, fled out of the hut, dropping the notebook, which he'd brought with him in order to question Carey about those different securities. After his flight, he didn't dare go near the hut again for some time, but at last forced himself to go there to obtain the information he needed. There. What could be more straightforward than that?
I must admit that it has only one drawback, Hopkins.
Well, some slight detail, maybe.
And that is that it's intrinsically impossible. Eh? Tell me, have you ever tried to drive a harpoon through a body?
Drive it? Of course I haven't.
My dear fellow, you must really pay attention to these details. My friend Watson will tell you that I spent a whole early morning in that exercise.
Eh? That's so.
Oh, the body was that of a dead pig. But I can assure you that although I'm stronger than most men, I couldn't achieve it. It requires an arm that is not only strong, but practiced. Now, do you imagine that this anemic youth was capable of it?
Well...
Is he the man who hobnobbed in rum and water with Black Peter in the dead of the night? No, Hopkins. It's another and more formidable person we must seek.
Now, see here, Mr. Holmes. You can't deny Nelligan was there that night. His notebook being found proves that.
To persuade a jury, Holmes?
Yes. And besides, I've laid hands on my man. But this one of yours, where is he?
I rather fancy I hear him on the stair now.
Eh?
I think, Watson, you'd do well to keep your revolver where you can reach it.
Yes, very well, Holmes. Here we are.
Put it in your pocket. Now, Watson, you'll find 3 men outside asking for Captain Basil.
Captain Basil?
Kindly show them in, one by one.
All right, Holmes. Captain Basil? In here, my men. You others wait there.
Name, please.
Lancaster, sir. James Lancaster.
Ah, I'm sorry, Lancaster. The berth has been filled. Here's half a sovereign for your trouble.
Oh, much obliged, sir.
Just step into this inside room and wait a few minutes, will you?
Right. Right you are, sir.
Next, Watson.
Next.
Captain Basil, is it?
The same. And you?
Bellins, Captain. You Bellins, at your honour's service.
Oh, I fear not, Battins. Here's half a sovereign instead.
Here, what the...
Watson, get Lancaster and show the 2 of them out. They're not to speak to the 3rd man on any account, do you follow?
Of course, Holmes.
Then show him in.
Very well. Lancaster, come on now.
Aye, sir.
You too.
What the blazes?
Would you tell me what all this is, Mr. Holmes?
I'll show you instead. Ah.
This way.
I'm a Kearns. Patrick Kearns. Which is a captain.
Cairns, harpooner?
Aye, 26 voyages.
And ready to start with an exploring ship?
Ready enough.
Wages?
I quit a month.
Very well. Your papers, please. Thank you. Yes. Yes, you're just the man I want, Cairns.
Good.
Now, here's the agreement. Now, if you'll just sign with this pen.
Why, here?
That will do. And
there. Right, Fitz. Now, where do you think you're at?
The revolver.
Stay still, I shoot.
Stinks of a bull.
I thought he'd be too much for us, even with the handcuffs on. Cairns, sit down on that settee.
You get a hand.
You'll do as I say, or my friend here will not hesitate to put a bullet in you for resisting arrest for the murder of Captain Peter Carey.
Arrest? I wouldn't say no.
That's better. Now, sit still.
I see here, mister. No, I won't give no trouble. Well, listen, you say I murdered Black Peter, we're all right. But I say I killed him. And that's all the difference in the world.
Going to sling us some yarn, are you?
It's no yarn. When he pulled his knife on me, I whipped a harpoon through him sharp. You call that murder if you like.
We'd better hear your story from the beginning before we judge that.
It was in 83. Black Peter Carey was master of the Sea Unicorn. I was spare harpooner. We'd just come out on the ice pack, homeward bound, when we picks up a little craft near to foundering. Only one man on her, so he takes him aboard with his tin box.
What was his name?
I never did hear. He was shut up with his skipper in his cabin for near 2 days, talking and talking, the ship's boy said. Then on the second night, the skipper tells us all the chap's disappeared. Fell overboard, he reckons. We never sees him no more.
Well, it could have been true, Holmes.
Yeah, it could. But it wasn't. Just one man sees Black Peter tip up that poor chap by his heels over the rail in the dark.
And that man was yourself?
Yeah, right.
But this was in 83, 12 years ago. Why didn't you report it?
I kept the knowledge to myself and waited to see what would come of it. I reckon there was something in that tin box that'd make it well worth his while to pay me well for keeping me mouth shut. But he left the sea after that voyage, and it was long years before I could track him down. When I called on him, he was reasonable. Oh, we had a rum or two together, but I didn't like the look in his eye. I spotted that harpoon hanging in the wall, and it's as well as I did, but he went for his knife, but before he could use it, well, I had the harpoon right through him.
What did you do after you killed him?
Well, I looked around for that tin box, didn't I? It was on a shelf. I took it down and left it out. But just as I got outside, I heard someone coming, so I hid it and watched. I saw a man go slinking into the hut. Next minute, he gave a great yell and came out and ran off as fast as his legs would go.
Young Milligan.
Whoa?
Never you mind. What then?
Well, I walked 10 miles to Tunbridge Wells and got a train to London. Yeah. When I opened the box, there was nothing in it but papers, so I wouldn't have dared to sell. I'd lost my hold on Black Peter, and I was stranded without a shilling. And I saw these advertisements by Captain Bezel for harpooners at high wages. Well, here I am.
A very clear statement.
Mr. Holmes, I owe you an apology. You were right all along. Well, I'm blessed if I know how you did it.
Simply by having the good fortune to get the right clue from the beginning. All I heard pointed in the one direction. The amazing strength and skill needed to pin a man to a wall with a harpoon. The sealskin tobacco pouch with the coarse tobacco and the initials PC.
Here, that must be mine. Where is it?
The inspector has it. It was found in the hut.
And I've been wondering where I'd lost it.
Now, the coarse tobacco pointed to a seaman, the sealskin to a whaler. The initials were those of Peter Carey, too, but he seldom smoked and no pipe was found in his cabin. I adjudged that to be a coincidence. Finally, Hopkins, you remember that I asked whether whiskey and brandy were in the cabin?
Yes.
You said they were. How many landsmen are there who would drink rum when they could get these other spirits? Yes, I was certain Carey's visitor had been a seaman. I ascertained the names of the crew of Sea Unicorn in 1883. When I found one Patrick Cairns amongst the harpooners, I proceeded to spend several days in the East End devising an Arctic expedition and putting forward tempting terms for harpooners who would serve under Captain Basil. Behold, the result.
Wonderful, Mr. Holmes. Wonderful.
Remarkable. The Case of Black Peter was one of the stories about Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. In real life, my name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this production by the British Broadcasting Corporation from London. Of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And I hope that will be soon.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Pet-Free Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective Sherlock Holmes. I suppose your dinner is well over by now, so now's the perfect time to get out a bottle of that swell Petrie California port. You know, Petrie port was just made for a time like this, after dinner when you're just taking things easy. If you've ever tasted Petrie port, you know what I mean. It's a hearty, full-bodied wine with a deep red color and a flavor that's just about out of this world. I think that if you had only one wine to choose and the whole world to choose from, chances are you'd pick port. Petrie port. That's how good I think it is. That's saying plenty, I know, but I think Petrie port will easily live up to all I say about it. Try it and see. And share it with your friends. You can serve Petrie port proudly because the name Petrie is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's visit our old friend, Dr. Watson.
I'm up here on the patio, Mr. Foreman. Come on out and join me.
Admiring the sunset, eh, Doctor?
Yes, my boy. It's a particularly beautiful one.
Where are the puppies this evening?
Asleep on a favorite tweed coat of mine that's just come back from the cleaner.
And you hadn't the heart to move them, I suppose.
No, I hadn't. The little fellows looked so comfortable. In fact, I sometimes wonder if that you haven't come here to listen to a dissertation on the behavior of dogs.
Well, it is getting near story time, Doctor.
Yes, of course it is. Well, just let me get my pipe properly lighted. That's it. The story I'm going to tell you tonight began in 1909. I received a telegram from my old friend telling me that he was leaving his Sussex bee farm and coming to London for a few days. I hadn't seen the great man for several months, so naturally I went to Victoria Station to meet him. As the train drew to a stop, the door of a first-class carriage swung open and Sherlock Holmes, hand outstretched, jumped down onto the platform to greet me.
Watson, my dear fellow, how are you?
Oh, Holmes, my dear fellow, it's good to see you again. I've missed you.
And are you, old chap?
Carry your bag, sir?
Yes, Porter, and get us a hansom cab, will you?
Right, Chalk, Governor.
I wish I'd got a spare room for you.
Don't worry, Watson. I shall be very comfortable at the Diogenes Club. By the way, I trust you're free this evening.
Yes, naturally. What are your plans?
I thought we'd go to the theatre.
The theatre? Oh, what play do you want to see?
Oh, I thought we'd go to the Savoy Theatre and see the Sherlock Holmes play. I hear it's enormously successful.
Yes, I know it is, but I've avoided it. I'm told that Sir Claude Horton takes great liberties with your character, and as for the actor portraying me, my friends tell me it's a travesty. He makes me nothing but a bumbling old fool.
Therefore, a visit to the play might be a salutary experience for both of us. In any case, my trip to London is a response to an urgent telegram from Sir Claude himself. Seems to need my help rather badly.
Oh, what's his trouble?
Well, he wasn't specific in his telegram. He suggested, however, that we attend tonight's performance and discuss the matter with him afterwards.
I see. Well, I suppose if you can sit through it, I can.
Of course you can, old fellow. In any case, you yourself are partly responsible for the play's existence.
How do you mean, Holmes?
Those sensational stories you wrote of my modest problems, I should have seen where they would eventually lead to. In time, no doubt, we shall be portrayed on the cinematograph as well.
Nonsense, Holmes. That newfangled thing's only a toy.
I think not, Watson. We're on the edge of a strange new mechanical world. In fact, I begin to feel a certain concern about the rumored developments in wireless telegraphy. But enough of these predictions. Here comes our porter with a cab. We'll tell the driver to take us straight to the Savoy Theatre.
Just look at that line of people at the box office, Holmes.
Very flattering, old chap.
Possibly, but I hope it doesn't mean that we've got to wait our turn and...
Excuse me, gentlemen. You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, aren't you?
Yes.
I thought I couldn't be mistaken. My name is Frank Ferris.
I do know, Mr. Ferris.
I'm glad to meet you, sir.
Sir Claude has a box reserved for you. He asked me to see that you are quite comfortable.
Very considerate of him.
Will you follow me, please?
Thank you.
Neither of you has seen the play before, I understand.
No, Mr. Ferris, we haven't.
I imagine it'll be a strange experience seeing yourselves portrayed on the stage. By the way, I'm playing the part of an old friend of yours, Professor Moriarty.
Oh, indeed. I'm looking forward to a very entertaining evening. I presume that you escape our clutches, as usual?
Yes, I do, Mr. Holmes. And I've done it nightly now for 137 performances.
Oh, a record that I'm sure Professor Moriarty himself would envy. Had it not been for his memorable demise at the Rackenback Falls.
Ah, here we are, gentlemen. This is the box reserved for you. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go back to my dressing room. Oh, I nearly forgot, Mr. Holmes. Sir Claude asked me to give you this note.
Thank you.
No, not at all. Well, I'll see you later.
Very nice fellow for an actor.
Don't be a snob, Watson.
Well, what does the Claude note say?
I'll read it to you. Dear Holmes, since I telegraphed you yesterday, there have been strange developments. In fact, I've been doing some detective work off stage as well as on. Watch the performance tonight and watch the audience, too, particularly the occupant of the box opposite yours. Please come to my dressing room as soon as the last curtain has fallen.
He's being very mysterious, and the box opposite ours is empty.
No. Look, Watson, look. Someone has just entered. Confound it, the house lights are going out.
The first act's beginning, Holmes.
The first act, yes. Well, sit back and relax, old fellow. Let's see what they've done to us.
Well, what did you think of the first act, Holmes?
Huh? Oh, the first act, yes. I was, examining the occupant of the box opposite ours. An attractive young lady, alone and unusually preoccupied in her program. In fact, one might assume that she was trying to hide her face.
Yes, but the play, don't you think it's ridiculous? Just imagine a crown jewel being stolen from the Tower of London.
Why not? It's been attempted many times.
Anyhow, you must admit that the actor who's portraying me behaves like a blithering idiot. And Sir Claude's interpretation of you is pretty far-fetched.
Far-fetched, but flattering, Watson. What poise, what suavity, what a voice. I find myself thoroughly entertained.
You're a strange chap, Holmes. No accounting for your tastes.
Look, Watson, look. The back of the box over there.
Good Lord, I could have sworn a man dodged behind the curtains. I don't think the girl saw him, though.
Looked like a foreigner. I think as the young lady's alone, we'll take the liberty of joining her.
Oh, dash it, there go the lights again. The second act's starting now.
And sit down, old fellow. We don't want to attract attention. We'll join her during the next intermission.
Who are you? What do you want with me?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, young lady?
I hope you'll forgive this intrusion, but Sir Claude requested that I keep an eye on you during the play tonight.
Please come in and sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Oh, this is very kind of you.
You must forgive my abruptness just now. But I've just been watching Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson being impersonated on the stage. It's rather startling to have the real couple walk into my bar.
Yes, I quite understand. By the way, just before the curtain went up on the second act, I thought I noticed a man come into the back of this box and then disappear again. Were you aware of his presence?
No, I didn't see him. But I know who it is. He's been following me for weeks now.
Perhaps you'd like to tell us about it, Miss...
Henshaw. Alicia Henshaw. Yes, I would. As a matter of fact, that's why I'm here tonight. Sir Claude Horton's an old friend of my father's. I went to ask his advice. He did some investigating himself for a few days, and then he found himself a little out of his depth, so he decided to telegraph for you, Mr. Holmes. We were going to meet in his dressing room after the performance tonight.
Splendid. And now, Miss Henshaw, what is your story?
It's a strange one, Mr. Holmes, though I didn't realize just how strange until I first saw this play a few nights ago. You see, my story concerns a stolen ruby.
Good Lord, and tonight's play revolves around the same thing.
Exactly. I might as well tell you how it all started. My brother's an officer in the British Army stationed in Egypt. Early this year, he saved the life of a very important native personage in some uprising in Cairo and was rewarded with a magnificent ruby. This jewel he sent to my Uncle Timothy and me. We're the last of the Henshaws, you see.
Did your brother tell you the name of this personage?
He didn't know it, Mr. Holmes. Apparently, the whole affair was hushed up.
I see. Please continue.
Well, the trouble began shortly after Uncle Timothy and I received the ruby. A description of it was published in the papers, and a few days later a message came to us from an Egyptian, Muhammad Ali, laying claim to the stone as one stolen from his family years ago. He sent an expert to our house who examined the ruby under a lens, Mr. Holmes, and then capped it with a hammer. It fell to pieces. It was a fraud.
Gracious me, an amazing thing.
I'm sure that's not the end of the story, Miss Henshaw.
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. I wrote and told my brother what had happened. He became very suspicious and suggested that I investigate the credentials of the expert that examined the stone.
I think I can finish the story for you. The supposed expert was a jewel thief who substituted a paste ruby for the real one, destroyed the imitation, and walked off with the treasure. It's an old trick. Of course, you haven't been able to find any trace of the supposed expert.
Well, that's the funny part of it, Mr. Holmes. Uncle Timothy and I gave a description to the police, but it was a very vague one, I'm afraid. All the time, Uncle said the man reminded him of a colleague of his many years ago at the university, a professor of mathematics. He couldn't think of his name, but when we first saw the play a few nights ago, he was reminded of it. The name was Moriarty.
Moriarty?
But Moriarty's dead.
Miss Henshaw, you say you have been shadowed for some weeks.
Yes, by an Egyptian. They've stolen the ruby, Mr. Holmes. Why don't they leave me alone?
That, Miss Henshaw, represents a very fascinating problem, and one that I shall be most happy to help you solve.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr.
Oh,
Holmes.
there go the lights again. The last act.
Yes, the last act of this little play, but not, I fear, of Miss Henshaw's problems. Let's meet after the act in Sir Claude's dressing room, shall we?
Well, Holmes, how did you enjoy the play?
Very much, Sir Claude. May I introduce my old friend, Dr. Watson?
How do you do, Sir Claude?
How are you, Doctor? I see you've already made the acquaintance of Miss Henshaw, and she, no doubt, has told you her troubles, eh?
Yes, Sir Claude. And Mr. Holmes has promised to help me.
Splendid. Tell me, Watson, how did you like the play?
It was very interesting, Sir Claude. Not quite accurate, of course.
Well, you have to allow us a little dramatic license, you know. What did you think of Rodney, the man who was portraying you, Doctor?
Well, since you mention it, I think the fellow needs to study diction. He mumbles so much I couldn't understand a word he said.
Oh, come now, old fellow. I think there are times when you're a little hard to understand yourself.
Oh, rubbish.
Sir Claude, I hope you'll meet us at the Diogenes Club, and then we can go out and have some supper.
Excellent idea. I'll join you there after I've taken off my makeup.
Splendid.
I think I should be going home now, Sir Claude. I gave my address to Mr. Holmes, so he knows where to get in touch with me.
Very well, Miss Henshaw, and don't worry. I shall give your problem my undivided attention.
I'll take you to your cab, my dear.
Oh, there's no need to, Sir Claude.
Nonsense, I insist.
Goodbye.
I'll be back in a moment, gentlemen.
Right, Miss Henshaw.
Good night, good night. Strange business, Holmes. What do you make of it all?
Very little as yet, but it's a fascinating problem.
Sir Claude really seems to have identified himself with the character of Sherlock Holmes. He gave me the impression that he feels quite capable of solving the case by himself.
Hello. Claude hasn't left, has he?
Oh, no, Mr. Ferris. He's coming back in a moment.
How'd you like to play, gentlemen?
Very much. Your own performance as Moriarty was most convincing.
Yes, indeed, sir. Congratulations. A couple of times there, I had a strange feeling that you really were Moriarty.
Well, that's very flattering, Doctor. Oh, hello. Well, it sounds as if there's some trouble at the stage door. Excuse me.
Come on, Watson, let's follow him.
Right. Hello, it's Sir Claude. He seems upset about something.
Yes. What's happened, Sir Claude?
Oh, there you are, Holmes. I'd just seen Miss Henshaw off in her cab when a foreign-looking fellow came out of a doorway and got into another cab. I heard him tell the driver to follow her. I tried to stop him, but he got away.
Must be the same man that we saw in her box during the play.
Sir Claude, we have her address. I think we'll drive there at once and see that she's arrived safely. We'll join you later at the Diogenes Club.
Well, Holmes, here we go. Off on another adventure.
Yes, and one they may give us an opportunity of crossing swords with Moriarty once more.
Oh, Moriarty's dead. He was killed when you and he fell over the precipice in 91.
He was supposed to have been killed, just as I was, but his body was never found. It's impossible, or rather possible, that he returned to pour into the ears of Colonel Moran a story as unlikely and as true as the one I related to you on that April evening in 1894. One can never be sure of death, old chap, until one has touched the cold skin of a corpse. Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds. Hardly time for me to tell you about a really great Petri wine. Petri California Muscatel. Did you ever walk through a vineyard early in the morning and pick a big, juicy muscat grape right off the vine? If you've ever done that, then you know what to expect when you taste Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel is the color of golden sunshine with a flavor to match. Serve Petri Muscatel after dinner some evening, or serve it any time friends drop in. It's a wonderful way to express your hospitality with a wonderful wine, a Petri wine. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The famous pair have become involved in a strange mystery concerning a stolen ruby, a frightened girl, and an Egyptian who appears to be shadowing her. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are standing in a darkened alleyway adjoining the girl's house.
Holmes, look. That Egyptian fellow. He's pacing up and down in front of our house.
Yes, therefore we may assume she's safely inside. Seems to be giving up.
He's coming this way.
Flatten yourself against the wall. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Who are you, please?
We are friends of Miss Hanshaw, and we're very curious to know why you've been following her.
I'm sorry that I cannot answer your question, sir.
Now, look here, my man. You're talking to Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
You are a Mr. Sherlock Holmes? I'm greatly honored to meet you, sir. All my life I have known of you. All my life I have admired you.
Then in that case, perhaps you'll answer my questions. Why have you been following Miss Hanshaw?
Because it is my duty.
What do you mean, your duty?
Perhaps I should have said my destiny, Mr. Holmes. For 2 generations now, the family of Arabi, of which I am a humble member, have dedicated their lives to finding the stolen treasure of Asyut.
What on earth's all that got to do with Miss Hanshaw?
The treasure of Asyut is a giant ruby. It was stolen many years ago from the family of Muhammad Ali. A few months ago, Miss Hanshaw received a mysterious ruby. I have found out many things, Mr. Holmes. I have many sources of information.
Then I must regard you in the light of a rival detective in this case.
I heartily call myself a detective, Mr. Holmes. My life is dedicated to only one problem. Miss Hanshaw now says the jewel was stolen from her. I do not believe it. That is why I watch her. If I am wrong this time, and I do not think I am wrong, then my quest must go on. Always it will go on.
Permit me to wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, good night.
Sure we shall meet again.
Oh, why did you let him go, Holmes?
Why not?
He's frightening Miss Hanshaw.
But not molesting her, old chap. In fact, it might be a good thing if someone is keeping an eye on her. And meanwhile, Watson, let's see if we can find a cab and get back to the Diogenes Club. I don't want to keep Sir Claude waiting. Has Sir Claude Horton arrived yet?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He and another gentleman came in about 5 minutes ago. They went up to the library. The other gentleman has just left.
I see. Thank you. This way, Watson. I'm sorry, Sir Claude, to have kept you waiting. We took a little longer, but... Sir Claude!
Great heavens. What's the matter with him?
Holmes. I found the answer. Too late. It's...
No, sir. Don't try and stand up. You're ill.
What are you trying to tell me?
The ruby. The ruby. Moriarty. The answer. The answer's in the book. In the book.
Sir Claude! Holmes! He's been stabbed. He's dead.
Just as he was trying to give me a message.
He was muttering something about the ruby and Moriarty. And twice he said, it's in the book.
Yes, there's a book still in his hand.
It's a copy of the Tales of Edgar Allan Poe.
His thumb's marking a page. It's the story of the Purloined letter. Thank you, Sir Claude. You delivered your message. Come on, Watson. If we want to catch a murderer and a thief, we must go back to the Savoy Theatre as quickly as we can.
Why do you suppose Sir Claude was murdered?
Because I was too curious. Been investigating the problem of the stolen ruby and had found out something. Something he promised to tell me at supper, you remember? And so he was killed by a man who came with him to the club tonight. Fortunately, he gave me a clue.
by indicating Poe's story of the Purloined letter.
But I still don't see how that helps you.
Well, it leads us to the ruby. The premise of Poe's story is that the most obvious hiding place is the safest. Now, what physical object was most prominent on the stage in tonight's play?
By Jove. A ruby.
Exactly. How better can you hide a stolen ruby than by exhibiting it night after night as a stolen ruby before the eyes of thousands?
Well, you mean you expect to find it in the property room backstage?
Precisely. That and a murderer. Wait for us, cabby. Come on, Watson. You have your revolver, old chap?
Yes, I do.
Well, keep it handy. Our visit may not be unexpected. Unlocked. That's good. Come on.
Look, Holmes, look. The doorkeeper. He's slumped over his desk.
He's been given chloroform. We'll take the liberty of borrowing his lantern.
It's an eerie atmosphere about a dark and empty theatre, isn't there?
Now, where would the stage properties be kept, I wonder? Hold the lantern a little higher, will you, old fellow?
Yeah.
That's it. Look over there.
A large cabinet. It's marked Property Department.
And it's unlocked. Oh, this is frighteningly easy. Let's look out for a trap. Now, let's see.
Look. There's a ruby lying on that tray.
Hold it up under the lantern, Watson. Exactly. It's as I thought. This is no paste stage property. It's a genuine ruby. In the light of this lantern, it's very hard to... Down, Watson, quick!
He nearly got us. Smashed our lantern.
Yes, he's got an air rifle. A powerful one, too, confound it. There's no flash to indicate where he's firing from. Of course, he's baited his trap so neatly that he knows exactly where we are.
I'm going to take a shot at him. I can't see anything, but at least it'll let him know we're armed.
Now, move your position quickly, Watson.
Just missed me, Holmes. This is hopeless shooting in the dark.
Yes. I've got to switch the stage lights on. Keep him occupied, old fellow, will you? While I try to find the light switches.
I've got him. But he can still shoot, confound it.
Yes, well, I found the light switch. Keep your eyes skinned, Watson. I'm turning it on.
There he is, Holmes. Up in that box.
Getting away. After him, Watson. You can jump over the footlights into the box. Afraid the bird has flown, Watson. I should have remembered that theatre exit doors always open from the inside.
No, he didn't get away, Holmes. Look on the floor there. It's that Egyptian fellow.
I hope you haven't wounded him too badly, old
I don't
chap.
care if I have. He was trying to kill us. No, it's only a shoulder wound. He's fainted, infernal scoundrel.
No, he's a very gallant man. Undoubtedly, he was trying to save us as you shot him just now.
Holmes, what on earth are you talking about? Obviously, he's Moriarty.
No, Watson. Moriarty just escaped through the door you heard clang a few moments ago.
And what's this man doing here?
As a fellow detective, undoubtedly he followed us. Perhaps he preceded us. When Moriarty started shooting, this man tried to capture him and got wounded by you for his pains.
Then who is Moriarty? He must be someone connected with this theatre.
It's obvious. Moriarty is Moriarty.
What? You mean Frank Ferrers, the fellow that played the part on the stage?
Again, remember Poe's story of a purloined letter.
But why didn't you recognize him?
Oh, remember, I haven't seen him for 20 years, and you haven't forgotten his genius for disguise, have you?
What incredible audacity.
How better could Moriarty conceal himself than by announcing nightly to the theatre-going public that he was Professor Moriarty?
Then he killed Sir Claude.
Of course he did. Sir Claude must have persuaded Moriarty to go to the club with him. Probably he hoped to expose him in front of me, but Moriarty found out that Sir Claude knew too much. Yes. So he stabbed him. Rushed back here to bait his trap for us.
Yes. But how did he know that we'd walk into it?
Well, he knew that if Sir Claude had guessed his secret, then I certainly would, and so he was waiting for us.
Hello. He's coming too. How are you feeling, my man?
The ruby. The ruby. Did you find the ruby?
Yes. Here it is, sir. Tell me, is it the ruby of Muhammad Ali?
No. It is a fine stone, but it is not the one for which I have searched all my life. And so my endless quest must go on and on.
He's fainted again.
Poor devil. fine mess I made of this case, Watson.
I don't know. You've recovered the ruby?
Yes, look at it, old fellow. Before I turn it over to Miss Hanshaw, look at it well. Probably its every facet stands for a bloody deed.
It's a beautiful stone.
And yet this lovely bauble has cost Sir Claude his life.
And that devil Moriarty still goes free.
But one day, Watson, and may the day come soon, I shall meet Moriarty again. And when that happens and I finally bring him to justice, then and only then can you write fini to the character of Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Doctor, that was kind of an exciting story. Tell me, did the Egyptian recover from his bullet wound?
Yes, indeed he did, and rather quickly, too, Mr. Foreman. I felt very badly about shooting him, but of course I couldn't help it.
Of course not.
But, you know, if I had to shoot someone accidentally, I wish it had been the actor who portrayed me on the stage. Wretched fellow mumbled all over the place.
Oh, don't worry about that. After all, you did recover the ruby.
Yes, and a beautiful stone it was. The color of, the color of a fine glass of port when the light shines through it.
By a fine port, I take it you're talking about a Petri port?
Is there any other kind?
Well, all kidding aside, Doctor, Petri port, like all Petri wines, is good wine. And I can tell you why very simply. Petri took time to bring you good wine. You see, the Petri family has been making wine for a good many generations, since way back in the 1800s. And because the Petri business has always been family-owned, everything the family has ever learned about the art of making wine, they've been able to hand down from father to son. From father to son. That adds up to a lot of skill and a lot of experience when it comes to turning plump, juice-filled California grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. So when you want a wine for any occasion, obviously you can't go wrong with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what story do you have lined up for us next week?
Now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Foreman, I'm going to tell you a most unusual adventure that occurred to Sherlock Holmes and me early in the last World War. It took place in Flanders and concerned a famous British general, an actress, and a German firing squad.
Boy, that sounds like a real thriller. Well, see you here next week.
No. Not here, Mr. Foreman, remember?
Oh, of course. Next week, we're going to be at the Paramount Theater in Hollywood for the 7th War Loan Drive.
That's quite right. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't invite you all to my home for one of our broadcasts, but we can get together next week at the Paramount Theater in Hollywood. You can get a free ticket for our broadcast by buying a war bond. And I sincerely hope that you will do this, so that we can see you next week at this time.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Second Stain. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri
Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Represents Welcome. Mystery fans have often speculated on how the world's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes, would have fared against 20th century criminals. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle has told us that Holmes lived up to and possibly through World War I and then retired. And now, for the listening delight of our Mystery Theatre audience, we present a story which brings Holmes out of retirement to attempt the solution of a baffling and perilous crime.
Hello?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes?
Go back to your bees and your roses in Sussex, old man.
I intend to. After I bring this case to a successful conclusion.
You're in over your head, Holmes. This is a different world. And if you want to smell your roses again, you'll quit right now.
Our mystery drama, The Naval Treaty, was written especially for the Mystery Theatre by Murray Burnett and stars Gordon Gould. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Wednesday on CBS television. For Annie Potts, it's in security. When her boss picks her to replace him, the rest of the security staff rallies around her.
I'll kill if he picks you.
So she throws a party to show her appreciation. But things don't work out quite as she planned.
Wally said he was sorry he couldn't make it. He's at home converting our den into a garage.
It's a guaranteed good time when you tune in to the rollicking comedy In Security. Wednesday at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
For over 3/4 of a century, Buick has enjoyed a reputation for having fine, luxurious cars. We're very proud of that. It's a reputation that grows every year. 1982 was no exception. There was the introduction of the new century and the small Buick Skyhawk. And while each Buick lives up to the name, there are refinements and improvements on everything from the full-size Electra down the line. You see, the Buick reputation isn't just something we ride on. It's something we build on.
They say their product is the highest quality.
But how can I be sure?
Well, they say it's a great value.
Well, how will I know until I try it, and then it'll be too late?
Well, there is another way. A way to stop buying blind and start buying smart. Read Consumer Reports. Consumer Reports tests and rates thousands of things you shop for. Foods, home care products, appliances, automobiles, and much more. Millions of Americans read Consumer Reports magazine every month for reliable brand name ratings.
Oh, Consumer Reports, of course. My neighbor's been subscribing for years.
Now you can, too. Just phone toll-free 1-800-528-6600 for 11 issues of Consumer Reports, plus the big 1982 buying guide, plus the 1983 buying guide when published, plus the 383-page Health and Drugs Guidebook. All that usually costs $29, but now it's only $14. Call right away.
Was that 1-800-528-6600?
Right. 1-800-528-6600. Don't get taken. Get Consumer Reports.
Retirement is a much discussed topic today. At what age should a person retire? Opinions vary, but facts don't lie. Winston Churchill was in his 70s when he led England through World War II. Thomas Edison was advisor and consultant to the United States Navy during World War I when he was 75 years old. And Casey Stengel led the New York Yankees to 4 straight World Series triumphs when he was in his 70s. It seems that the answer to the question depends on the individual, and Dr. Watson would agree with me.
Holmes! Watson, my dear old friend. It's a delight to see you after so many years. Come in, come in.
Thank you, thank you.
Did you enjoy your nap on the train?
Holmes, how in the world did you know I napped?
Simplicity itself, my dear chap. Tell me, was the cushion you used as a headrest comfortable?
No, Holmes, this is too much. You must have spoken to someone who travelled with me.
Watson, we've been separated far too long. Now, you're a man who is always meticulously groomed. Yet I perceive that the hair on the right side of your head is disarranged and indented. There are also a few red threads which are certainly not your hair. Now, since I know you came down on the Brighton Belle first class, you leaned your head against the window. Probably finding that uncomfortable, you took one of the red velvet cushions and use that as a headrest. Right?
Amazing.
Elementary, Watson.
You know, Holmes, I'm very glad to see that you're the old Holmes, as brilliant and as alert as ever.
You expected to find a doddering old man? Come now, Watson. All you had to do was look in the mirror. You're hale and hearty enough. Now, why the haste?
You remember Sanford Phelps?
Your old schoolmate, Sandy? Of course. Is he in some kind of trouble?
No, not he. But his son is in a frightful mess. His whole career at the Foreign Office is going down the drain. Sandy is desperate. Scotland Yard and even MI5 are completely baffled. Sandy asked me to see you and ask you to give him a hand.
I'm enjoying my retirement, Watson. But if you'd like me to undertake this task, I'm your man. Now, Watson, you said something about a letter which you were going to show me.
There may be no need for it now, Holmes. It was to be my last resort in the event that you refused to help me.
Nevertheless, I'd like to look at it.
Well, it's very pathetic, Holmes. You'll read how the young man asks over and over for your help.
It's only a brief note from your old school chum, but a whole long epistle from young Percy Phelps. It doesn't tell us very much, does it?
Hardly anything.
As I give it back to you, you might note the handwriting. It holds some interest.
The writing isn't his.
Excellent, Watson. It is a woman's.
No, Holmes, this hand is surely that of a man.
No, a woman's. And a woman of rare character. Watson, my interest is already sharpened in the case. I'm looking forward to seeing this young diplomat who is in such devilish straits, and the lady to whom he dictates his letters.
Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson, I'm so glad you've come. Percy has been asking for you all morning. The poor chap clings to any straw. His father and mother asked me to see you, for the mere mention of the subject is very painful to them.
We've had no details yet, but I see that you yourself are not a member of the family.
What? Oh. Yes, you saw the J.H. monogram on my shirt. Of course. For a moment, I thought you'd done something extremely clever. Joseph Harrison is my name. And as Percy is to marry my sister Anne, I shall at least be a relation by marriage.
I see.
You'll find my sister in his room. She has nursed him day and night these past 3 weeks. Perhaps we'd better go in at once. I know how impatient he is. Step this way.
Oh, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson. I should recognize you two anywhere. I do hope you can help me.
We shall try.
I'll leave then.
Shall I go also, Percy?
Oh, no, Anne. I want you to stay if you can bear to hear the whole thing over again.
Oh, I can bear anything. Anything that will help.
I suppose I'd better start at the beginning, Mr. Holmes.
It would save time in the long run.
Well, Watson may have told you I'm in the Foreign Office. Through the influence of my uncle, Lord Holdhurst, I rose rapidly. When my uncle became Foreign Minister, prospects looked even brighter. I became engaged to my lovely Anne here, and 3 weeks ago, I'll never forget the date, the 23rd of May, my uncle called me into his office. I can recall every word of that conversation, every detail.
Percy, my boy, you've handled every matter I've entrusted to you with the utmost discretion, but this is by far the most important matter you've yet to deal with. This is an agreement between our country, and you will see the name of the other country when you copy the document. The agreement would never leave my office if it weren't absolutely necessary to be copied. I regret to say that some rumors have already leaked to the press. You have a safe in your office?
Oh, yes, sir.
Then take the agreement and lock it up inside there. You may have to work late tonight. I want no one in the office while you're doing the copying. Understood?
I do.
I cannot risk anyone catching a glimpse of it.
I understand.
And when you have finished copying, replace both the original and the copy in the safe and hand them both over to me personally. Tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Then you may lock them in your safe now. I shan't rest easy until the original and your copy are back in my possession.
So, Mr. Holmes, I took the document. I did exactly as my uncle instructed. When the others had all gone, I took the document from the safe and began work. Without going into details, I saw at once that it was of such importance that at least 3 of the large powers would have paid fortunes to get their hands on it. I worked as quickly as I could, but it contained 26 separate articles, and by 9 o'clock I was feeling tired. A cup of coffee would help, so I rang the bell for the night watchman, who has a little room at the foot of the stairs and makes coffee for any of us who work overtime.
Is that the only bell in your office?
Well, no, there are a number of them to different offices, but I rang the night watchman's bell. To my surprise, it was a woman who came to my office.
You rang, sir.
Oh, well, where's the night watchman?
He's not too well, sir, so I climbed the stairs for him.
And who are you?
Well, I'm his wife, sir, and I'm also one of the cleaning women. Is there anything you want?
Well, yes, I'd like some coffee, please.
Well, I'll see to it that my Sam gets it for you, sir.
And that was the last I saw of her, Mr. Holmes, until much later.
You had never seen this woman before?
Oh, never.
Interesting. Proceed. What happened with the coffee?
Well, nothing. I continued to work until, feeling more tired than ever, I decided to go down myself and see what was keeping the night watchman. So I descended the stairs, passing the landing where another set of stairs runs at right angles to the main curving staircase.
Leading to where?
A side door opening on Charles Street.
Ah?
This door is kept locked, and only a few of us have a key.
You have one?
Yes, but I rarely use it. Oh, Mr. Holmes, if only I hadn't gone down for that stupid coffee. I should have stayed in my office. I should have stayed and finished. I should have stayed, or I should have taken more care.
Go on. You were on the stairs on your way to the office of the night watchman.
Wake up, man. Wake up. The coffee's boiling over.
No. What? Oh, Mr. Phelps, sir, I'm sorry. I was boiling the kettle and I must have dozed off.
Dozed? You were dead to the world.
If you are here, sir, then who's ringing the bell?
The bell? What bell is it?
The bell in the room you were working in. Your room, sir.
Mr. Holmes, a cold hand seemed to close around my heart. I ran like a madman up the stairs, the watchman following me. Well, there was no one in the corridor. No one in the room. Everything was exactly as I left it, except that only the copy I was writing remained. The original trade agreement had vanished.
A most intriguing problem. What did you do then?
Well, I think I literally went berserk. I was convinced, because such a short time had elapsed, that energetic action on my part would recover the document. I raced downstairs and out the side door to Charles Street. I knew the thief must have used the side stairs, else I surely would have seen him.
You said that door was always kept locked.
Well, it was open.
I presume you told that to Scotland Yard?
Oh, I don't know. I think so. I must have.
And what did they make of it?
Nothing.
Go on.
It was a warm spring rain falling, and Charles Street was deserted. But when I rounded the corner into Whitehall Street, there was plenty of bustle. I saw a constable standing on the corner, and I asked him if anyone had passed that way. He replied that he'd been standing there for 15 minutes and that only one woman had passed, tall and elderly, wearing a paisley shawl. As we stood there, I heard the nearby church tower strike 3 times. I'd forgotten the watchman had followed me, but had been unable to keep up with me.
Mr. Phelps, we must go the other way. The woman who the constable saw pass this way was my wife.
The constable said she seemed to be in a great hurry.
She wants to get home, out of the rain.
Oh, I suppose that could be.
You're only wasting your time, sir. Every minute counts. Take my word, my old woman has nothing to do with it. Let's move down to the other end of the street.
No, wait, I must think.
If you won't, I will.
Hold on there. Where do you live?
16 Ivy Lane, Brixton. But don't let yourself be drawn away on a false scent. Come with me to the other end of the street.
I was obsessed with the thought of retrieving the document, but I allowed him to persuade me. We found nothing. We returned to my office, searched together. Again, nothing.
But you did visit the watchman's home.
Well, after our search proved fruitless, we took a cab and reached his home in Brixton. Imagine my surprise to find his wife was not there yet. Well, he had no explanation. Then when we heard a key turning the lock and the front door opening, that's when I think I made my mistake. I let him go to the door.
Sarah, there's a gentleman waiting to see you.
If it isn't Mr. Phelps, what you doing here?
I think you stole a paper from my office, and I'm calling Scotland Yard.
And did you stay with her and her husband until the men came from the yard?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She was under my eye all the time until they took her to the yard and searched her.
And found nothing?
Had nothing on her husband, or anywhere in the kitchen either. Oh, that's when the full extent of the nightmare hit, and that was when I collapsed.
If it's any help to you, Mr. Holmes, Percy was brought here directly in an ambulance. I was so concerned that I wouldn't allow them to take Percy to his bedroom, but insisted that Joseph vacate this room at once. And my poor brother has been in an upstairs sitting room ever since.
Oh, tell me, please, Mr. Holmes, do you see any hope?
Darling, you must remember that Mr. Holmes has been inactive for some years now, and times have changed. The best minds at Scotland Yard and military intelligence have been baffled.
Yes, but that's just the kind of case where Holmes succeeds, Miss Harrison. That's why Percy's father asked me to get in touch with him.
Thank you, Watson, for the vote of confidence. But there are a few dark corners here that will have to be illuminated before I can answer Percy's question.
Do you believe that time has passed our old hero by? That the powers of Sherlock Holmes, the pure deductive reasoning, the microscope, and the encyclopedic knowledge are no match for the more modern criminals? Whichever side you choose, and I caution you, it's not a sure thing. You'll find the answers coming up shortly in Act 2.
Right now, independently owned True Value hardware stores are celebrating American independence by offering special values on True Test paints during True Test Anniversary Paint Days. Hi, Pat Summerall to say, until July 11th, Weatherall latex flat house paint in 26 colors, black and white, is just $11.98 a gallon, with custom colors slightly higher. And give siding, shutters, and trim all-season protection with new Weatherall satin or gloss finish, both value-priced, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Hotel coupon and discount offers are confusing and limited. That's why the world's largest lodging chain invites you to call Best Western before you call anyone else. Chances are you'll find the Best Western just where you need it most at a price you'll want to pay. No strings attached.
Call 1-800-528-1234. Best Western. 1-800-528-1234. Best Western.
When you turn on the 11 o'clock news tonight, you'd like to think that what you're watching is the best newscast in Detroit, especially if it's the only newscast you've had a chance to watch all day. You want reporters who'll give you the best possible coverage of news, weather, and sports, reports that are up-to-date, exacting, uncompromising. News 4 Tonight at 11 gives you just that, but not only just that. It gives you special features and reports that gives it an edge over other newscasts, information that could translate into an added edge for you, a consumer tip that might alter your shopping list, a warning about that latest Hollywood blockbuster destined to bomb at the box office. It's this kind of complete reporting that qualifies News 4 at 11 as the best late-night newscast you can watch in Detroit. And it's this kind of reporting that won it this year's Emmy Award for Excellence. So tonight, don't settle for anything less than the award winner. News 4 Tonight at 11. Thousands have already switched. Now the one we want is you.
It's exciting to have our old friends Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson with us once again, with Holmes faced with solving a puzzle that appears to be insoluble. Does Holmes retain his old skills? Certainly Watson believes he's as keen as ever. But there are doubters. Time takes its toll of all of us. Let us rejoin Holmes and Watson as they stroll back to Percy Phelps' sick room in the lovely Phelps house.
You do have some ideas, Holmes. You see some way to clear Percy Phelps.
I'd say, Watson, that at the moment we're equidistant between failure and success. But let's go in now and see if a little refreshment has strengthened Percy Phelps. Well, Miss Harrison, I must say the patient's colour is much better.
Beef tea works wonders.
And so does Sherlock Holmes.
There is one question of utmost importance that remains to be answered. Did you tell anyone that you had this special task to perform?
Oh, no one.
And I'm sure the yard went into the night watchman's background.
Oh, yes. He's an old soldier. I believe he was in the Coldstream Guards.
Mr. Phelps, I've been noticing your roses are lovely. The moss rose in particular.
We know that roses are your speciality, Mr. Holmes, but Percy was hoping for something on the mystery, which will ruin him. Do you see any clue?
You furnished me with several, but of course I must test them before I can evaluate them.
You suspect someone?
I suspect myself.
What?
Of coming to conclusions too rapidly.
Then go to London and test your conclusions.
Excellent advice. Watson, come along. And Miss Harrison, I see what excellent nursing care you've given Mr. Phelps. May I urge that you continue it?
I need no urging, Mr. Holmes.
Since I'm not offering you hope, I thought at least I'd give you advice.
For the life of me, Holmes, I can't see where you found several clues in Phelps' recital. I couldn't find one.
Watson, it's delightful that you haven't changed. Come now, there's one fact in particular that literally cries out for attention. Think, Watson. Think of the most singular incident about this crime.
If no one knew about the document, how could it have been stolen?
Capital, Watson. Excellent. But that's still not what bothers me. It doesn't ring the bell, so to speak.
Bell? You mean the bell that rang in the watchman's office?
Exactly. What kind of a thief is it who rings a bell to give the alarm to announce his presence in Phelps's office?
Yes, but couldn't the bell have been rung by accident?
About as likely as to say that it was rung by ghosts. No, Watson. Give me the answer to the question of the bell, and I'll give you the solution.
Could the bell possibly have been out of order? What are you writing?
An advertisement which will appear in every evening paper in London. Here, read it.
See now, £10 reward. The number of the cab which dropped the fare at the door of the Foreign Office on Charles Street at 9:45 in the evening of May 23rd. Apply Dr. John Watson, 25 Harley Street.
I hope you won't mind my using your office for this purpose.
I'm delighted. But what makes you confident that the thief came in a cab?
If we believe, Phelps, that there's no hiding place in either the room or the corridor, the person must have come from outside and yet left no trace of damp boots anywhere, we may safely deduce a cab.
We barely arrived at my quarters above my office on Harley Street and settled ourselves when the telephone jangled. Hello?
May I speak with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, if you please?
It's for you, Holmes.
Holmes here.
I have a piece of advice for you, old man.
Oh?
Go back to your bees and roses in Sussex and forget about this investigation. You are out of place here with your old-fashioned craziness with the microscope and that silly hat.
Perhaps you'd care to refer me to a good haberdasher.
This is no joking matter. A few bee stings may give you a moment of pain. But if you persist in this nonsense, you may very well receive a permanent injury. You take my meaning.
I'm listening.
You have been warned.
What was that all about?
A warning, Watson. And an error. Because the warning could only have come from someone who knows I'm on the case.
Could you recognize the voice?
Aside from the fact that it was obviously disguised, no.
Surely you could tell whether it was a man or a woman.
Watson, we have a large and curious cast of characters in this little puzzle.
Since the caller was obviously attempting to alter the voice quality, it could be a man or woman trying to convince me of the wrong sex.
Holmes, using your methods, we can eliminate some people as above suspicion.
Why don't you try it, Watson?
Of course, Anne Harrison and her brother cannot have had anything to do with it, eh?
For argument's sake, let's say that she and her brother are accomplices. Don't forget, her brother was in London on the night of the theft. Now she exhibits this overpowering display of affection to make sure that Percy doesn't say or do or remember anything that could be damaging to their plans.
But I've
made some inquiries. The Harrison family isn't too well off, so the motive could be money.
Very well. My next name is Lord Holdhurst.
The most difficult crime to track is the one which is purposeless. But this is no purposeless crime. We know that there are at least 2 foreign powers whose governments would pay a considerable sum to see that trade agreement, and Lord Holdhurst might profit by it.
Inconceivable, Holmes.
Do you find it inconceivable that a statesman might find himself in a position where he would not be sorry to have such a document accidentally destroyed?
But not a statesman with the honourable record of Lord Holdhurst.
We cannot afford to disregard any possibility. We shall see the noble lord today and find out if he can tell us anything. It is very kind of you to receive us, Lord Holdhurst.
Your reputation is very well known, Mr. Holmes, and I wouldn't offend your intelligence to pretend to be ignorant of the object of your visit.
Then you also know that I'm acting on behalf of Mr. Percy Phelps,
my unfortunate nephew. Despite the fact that my kinship makes it the more impossible to screen him in any way, I have made diligent inquiries.
May I ask as to what or whom?
Certainly. The night watchman's background has been exhaustively looked into. We find that he left the service with a good character. His wife is a different matter.
Did she explain why she answered the bell when your nephew rang for his coffee?
She said her husband was tired.
And her haste to get away that night?
She was later than usual. Wanted to get home.
And how was it that her husband and your nephew arrived at her home before her, although they left some 20 minutes after?
Well, the difference between a bus and a cab.
Have you done anything else?
Everyone in this office has been shadowed night and day since the theft, and nothing untoward has been discovered.
In effect, then, you're saying that you see no alternative but your nephew.
I'd rather not comment on that. Isn't that your territory?
But suppose the document were found.
At this point, that seems most unlikely. But if the document were found, it would make a great difference. And now, Mr. Holmes, unless you have some further...
Just a few minutes more, Your Lordship. Did you ever mention to anyone that you were having the document copied?
Never.
You're certain of that?
Absolutely.
Then it follows that since neither you nor your nephew ever mentioned the matter, the thief's presence in the room was purely accidental. He saw his chance, and he took it.
Once again, that is your province, Mr. Holmes, not mine.
Have you looked into the matter of the bell ringing at all?
I wouldn't know what to make of it. Seems very strange, indeed.
One more point, if you please. I understand that you feared very grave results might follow if the details of this document became known.
Very grave, indeed.
Have any such events occurred?
Not yet.
Since nearly 3 weeks have elapsed, would it be fair to assume that the document has not reached them?
We can hardly assume that the thief took the document in order to frame and hang it.
But then why has he not sold it? Do you have any explanation for that?
None. Unless you suppose that the culprit had suddenly been taken ill.
With a nervous breakdown, perhaps?
I didn't say that. Now, really, Mr. Holmes, I have pressing matters waiting. I wish you every success in your investigation, no matter who the criminal may be.
Well, Holmes, isn't Lord Holdhurst a fine fellow?
Oh, yes. But he has to struggle to keep up his position. He's far from rich.
Why don't you say that?
Didn't you notice that his boots had been resold?
No. But, surely, Holmes, it's unthinkable.
Watson, I have a line of inquiry I must pursue on my own. But I'd appreciate it if you'd meet me tomorrow on the same train we took to Woking yesterday. Because, unless I'm badly mistaken, that is where the next action will occur.
We are much taken today with nostalgia. Perhaps because time has thrown a rosy glow over what we refer to as the good old days. But there's no doubt whatsoever in the minds of the millions of Holmes fans that the London of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson was much more romantic and much preferable to the London of today. We'll be back to that London and the English countryside shortly.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000. 5,000.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it? Well, I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it. $12. Sold. Ooh. Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it? Well, advertise. Well, I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines. I'll probably go radio. Radio? Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazines. How did you know? What's more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency. Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you. Well, at a fair profit. Okay. How much do you $156,000. That's a pretty fair profit. Take it or leave it. I'll take it. Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
One line of a famous poem reads, "Oh, to be in England, now that spring is here." I'd like to paraphrase that to read, "Oh, to be in England, whenever Holmes is there." Stay with me and you can be transported to England and be with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson as Holmes comes out of his retirement to match wits with a criminal whose crime threatens to destroy a promising career.
Holmes, why are we traveling to Woking again?
Because, Watson, if my deductions are correct, that is where the next happening must occur. Young Percy has gotten himself into some very deep waters, and it may be difficult to get him safely ashore.
You think that somehow Percy has gotten himself involved with international spies?
International spies do not announce their presence by ringing a bell just moments before they get their hands on a document.
Is it possible that young Percy was the target of some plot by a jealous colleague?
I do not think it likely.
How do you explain what happened?
From all the facts that I've been able to gather, I think that Percy Phelps was a young man in the wrong place at the right time.
When we arrived at Woking, it was a glorious afternoon. Holmes suggested we walk to the Phelps residence. Accordingly, we set out along a winding path which led to the grounds. What do you think is going to happen here at Woking?
I haven't the slightest idea, Watson.
Well, what makes you think something will?
If nothing happens, I would have to rethink my deductions and entertain serious doubts about my ability to help Percy Phelps. Down, Watson. Flat on the ground.
Yes.
Watson, crawl for the shelter of that large tree over there.
Yes, I see it.
As quickly as you can.
Is this the event you were expecting, Holmes?
Frankly, no.
But I do take comfort from one thing.
What's that?
The fact that our adversary is a poor shot.
Come in, Mr. Holmes. Percy's been asking for you every 5 minutes.
I've made a perfect nuisance of myself, Mr. Holmes. Have you any news for us?
I have a report. The best I can say is that it isn't completely negative.
Well, that is better than I expected. Could we hear the positive aspects right away?
You may not view it in the same light as I, but I have been warned to get off the case. Once over the telephone, and...
And somebody took some pot shots at us on our way here.
That's terrible.
On the contrary, someone is worried, and that should give us heart.
Mr. Holmes, I'm beginning to believe that my life, as well as my honor, is threatened.
What makes you say that?
What happened last night? The very first night I slept alone, without my dear Anne nearby. About 2 a.m, I was awakened. I knew someone was opening the window. For a moment, I was frozen. Then I leaped out of bed, rushed to the window, flung back the shutters. You there. What are you doing? Joseph! Anne, there's someone trying to get in my room! And that's about all there was to it. Except that in the moonlight, I distinctly saw the flash of the blade of a knife.
What about the intruder? Any description?
Oh, it was a man, I think. He was wrapped in some sort of cloak which covered the lower part of his face. He was gone in an instant. I should have tried to chase him down, but I was too weak.
Fortunately, it might very well have been dangerous. Do you think you're strong enough to walk around the house with me? We might be able to pick up something that's been overlooked.
I hardly think you'll discover anything new. My brother Joseph and the groom went over the grounds thoroughly earlier.
That's true. They did find some marks in the flower bed outside the window, but the weather's been so dry lately that it was hopeless to follow the trail across the grass.
Nevertheless, I'll ask you to humor me. Watson, you'll come along, of course, to keep an eye on our young patient here.
And I'll join you.
I'm afraid not. I must ask you to remain exactly where you are.
Can Joseph come?
Of course. He might be of some help.
I confess I don't understand you, Mr. Holmes. Why are you so anxious to separate Percy and me?
The separation will be short, and I hope the results will make it extremely worthwhile. You were right, Joseph. No one could make much of these marks in the flower bed. But why don't you and I go ahead while Watson and Percy take it more slowly?
Suit yourself, Mr. Holmes. Where are we heading?
Around the house, to see if we can discover why that room and Percy should have been the particular target if it was a burglar. I should have thought that the larger windows of the drawing room and dining room would have been more attractive.
Those windows are more visible from the road, but the room where the entry was attempted looks more promising from the ground.
Of course. By the way, Percy said you found some place where the intruder scaled the fence.
Right over there.
Let's have a look at it.
Here it is. Right here. Well, you can see where a fragment of wood is hanging down.
Do you think this was done last night? Doesn't it look rather old for that?
Well, possibly so.
And there are no marks on either side of anyone jumping down. I don't think there's anything to be gained here. Why don't you rejoin your brother-in-law and Dr. Watson while I go back to the bedroom and talk the matter over?
With my sister?
I believe she's the only person there.
What do you want with Anne?
Miss Harrison, what I have to say is of the utmost importance.
Well, you discovered something after all.
You must stay here in this room all day.
Why? What do you...
Trust me, it's vital. You mustn't move from this room. Have your meals brought here.
I don't understand, but I'll do it.
And when you go to bed tonight, lock the door of this room on the inside and keep the key.
But Percy, what about Percy?
He'll come to London with me.
And I'm to remain here?
It's for his sake. You can help him. Your promise. Do I have it?
Well, yes, but...
Good. Now let me break the news to Percy. I'll see that he and the others are approaching.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I quite enjoyed the walk in the sunshine. What do you propose now?
It would be a very great help to me if you would come up to London with us.
Oh, immediately?
As soon as you conveniently can. Say, in an hour?
Well, I feel strong enough if you feel I can really be of help.
The greatest possible.
Perhaps you'd like me to stay in London tonight.
I was just going to propose it.
I think I see what's behind your plan, Mr. Holmes.
You do?
Yes. If my friend of last night should make another visit, he'll find the bird has flown. Perhaps you'd like Joseph to come to look after me.
Not necessary. My friend Dr. Watson is a medical man, and he'll look after you. If you'll be so kind as to give us lunch here, we three shall all set off for town together. Well, Watson and Mr. Phelps, I shall see you to your compartment and wish you a good journey.
See here, Holmes, you said that
you were going to accompany us to London.
There are one or two small points which I need to clear up. Your absence, Mr. Phelps, will in some ways rather assist me.
What about our investigation in London?
We can do that tomorrow. I think that just at present, I can be more of use here.
But I say, Holmes, what about...
Accommodations for our young friend? Exactly. You have a spare bedroom, I believe?
Of course. But when will we see you?
I expect to breakfast with you tomorrow. There's a train which will bring me into Waterloo at 8.
I should apologize, Doctor. I'm afraid I kept you up rather late last night.
Nonsense, young man. I just felt that you should have had more sleep.
I didn't sleep a wink. And where is Holmes?
It's not much past 8. He'll be here.
You have implicit faith in Holmes.
I've seen him do remarkable things.
Do you think he expects success?
You can ask him yourself. If you will come to the window, you'll see he's getting out of a cab now.
What's the matter with his hand? Why is it bandaged like that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, he looks like a beaten man. And I had hoped for so much upon his return.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Holmes, you're not wounded.
Tut, it's only a scratch through my own clumsiness. This case of yours, Mr. Phelps, it's been a remarkable experience.
That bandage, Holmes, tells of adventures. What's happened?
After breakfast, Watson. Remember, I've breathed 30 miles of Surrey air this morning, and I'm ravenous. I see you've done well with the sideboard. What's under here?
Ham and eggs.
Good. Mr. Phelps, please join me and help yourself. Will you have curried fowl or eggs?
Oh, nothing, thank you. I cannot eat.
Well, then, I suppose you'd have no objection to raising the lid and helping me.
Not at all. I don't believe my eyes. It can't be. I cannot be.
Catch him, Watson. And I think after we get him in a chair, a little brandy.
Oh, is it... It really is the trade agreement.
It is. I owe you an apology for bringing you the news in this fashion. But Watson here will tell you I never could resist a touch of the dramatic.
Apologize? Oh, Mr. Holmes, you've saved my career, my whole life. Oh, I owe everything to you. There's no need for an apology. But I'm dying of curiosity. How did you get it? Where was it?
I've already confessed my fondness for the dramatic, so allow me to reconstruct my activities of last night. It was exactly 9 o'clock when I climbed the fence and jumped into the grounds. I placed myself carefully behind a rhododendron bush. The night was fine, but it was still a long, weary vigil. A little after 2, the peaceful country sounds were broken by the sound of a boat being thrown back. And a moment later, a door creaked open, and Mr. Joseph Harrison stepped out into the moonlight.
Joseph? My brother-in-law?
Joseph, you're about to be brother-in-law, and also a merciless scoundrel who took advantage of you and your hospitality and very nearly ruined you.
But why? What had he to gain?
Money. A great deal of money, which my inquiries show he badly needed. Joseph was a gambler.
Oh, never anything large, Mr. Holmes.
That's what he told you and Anne. But he was and is so deeply in debt that he faced criminal charges. He was desperate.
I still find it hard to believe that Joseph is a villain and a thief.
Holmes, you haven't finished. Why is your hand bandaged?
He must have sustained that injury when he accosted Joseph on the lawn.
Not quite, Mr. Phelps. I wanted him to lead me to where he'd hidden the document. And once again, you'll have to put up with my theatrics. I stole to the window and peered in. He was lifting up some baseboards. As soon as I saw the document in his hand, I slipped through the open door and said, "I'll take that, Mr. Harrison."
You meddling fool, I warned you to stay out of this. Now you'll pay for it.
Drop the knife. Drop it, or I'll break your arm. Now, Mr. Harrison, if you're as clever as you are vicious, you won't make me use this revolver. The document, please. Thank you.
What are you going to do with me?
Nothing. Now that I have the document, you're free to go. But I doubt that Scotland Yard will let you off so easily.
You let him go?
I wired full particulars to the Yard this morning. I expect they'll find Harrison has fled, and rather suspect that you, Mr. Phelps, and Lord Holdhurst would be just as happy if this matter never came to court.
Oh, the newspapers would have a Roman holiday.
Exactly.
But Holmes, what made you suspect Joseph in the first place?
The science of deduction and the bell, Watson. The answer to what kind of a thief rings a bell is no thief. If not a thief, then who? A friend who'd come to visit and decided to steal. In short, Joseph Harrison was in London. He was to meet at the train with Phelps. It seemed logical that Harrison might be early, and so he drops in on Percy. No one is in the office. Not knowing where Percy might be, he rings all the bells, including the one in the watchman's office. While doing this, he sees the document, realizes its value, and in a flash is down the stairs and away. Once back at Woking, he secretes the trade agreement in his room, and is stunned when you evict him that same night. All this was deductive theory, which was proved when he made the attempt to enter your room the very first night you were alone.
Well, you don't think he had any murderous intentions? The knife was to be used only as a tool.
Perhaps. I can only say that Joseph Harrison is a gentleman to whose mercy I should be extremely unwilling to trust.
And so, once again, the greatest detective of them all, Sherlock Holmes, comes out of retirement to solve a case that baffles Scotland Yard and MI5 and proves that it's not necessary to teach an old dog new tricks. The old ones are more than good enough. I'll be back shortly to discuss the question of the actual age of Sherlock Holmes.
When you get it,
Itchy red skin.
get Kool-Aid when you get it.
Darned bug.
Get Kool-Aid when you get it.
Oh, touch of poison ivy.
Get Kool-Aid.
Cordate gently works with your body's natural defenses. It's all you need for the relief of dermatitis and other minor itches and rashes.
When you get it,
Itchy eczema.
get Kool-Aid.
Read and follow label directions.
Hi, this is Bob Newhart. Your public library has asked me to give you the answers to a few of the questions that are most frequently asked. 1847, Jane Austen. The Philadelphia Phillies, pork bellies, King Kong, not in Texas. Now that you have the answers, please don't call us with those questions anymore. But if you have other questions...
If you have any questions at all, you can call.
Give them a jingle.
I'm the library.
A public service message of the American Library Association.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peace and quiet have descended.
The Mercury Theater on the air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure in bringing you the 12th in its series of weekly broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. Tonight, Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company brings to life the best-loved character in detective fiction, the immortal Sherlock Holmes. The play is Orson Welles' own adaptation for radio of William Gillette's enduring melodrama based on the famous stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Before the performance begins, here is the director of the Mercury Theater, the star and producer of these unique broadcasts, Orson Welles.
Good evening.
Well, tonight it's back to Baker Street. Back to that unlikely London of the 19th century where high adventure awaits all who would seek it, in a hansom cab or under a gas lamp in an Inverness cape. For tonight we pay tribute to the most wonderful member of that most wonderful world, a gentleman who never lived and who will never die. There are only a few of them, these permanent profiles, everlasting silhouettes on the edge of the world. There is first the little hunchback with a slapstick whose hooked nose is shaped like his cap. There is now and always will be the penguin-footed hobo in the derby and the baggy pants, and the small boy with a wooden head, and the long, rusty knight on horseback, and the fat knight who could only procure a charge on foot. There is also the tall gentleman with a hawk's face, and the underslung pipe, and the fore and aft cap. We'd know them anywhere and call them easily by name. Punch and the Charlies, Chaplin and McCarthy, Quixote, Sir John, and Sherlock Holmes. Now, irrelevant as this may seem, we of the Mercury Theater are very much occupied these days with rehearsals for a revival of a fine old American farce. A lot of you will remember, if only for its lovely title, which is Too Much Johnson. Its author was William Gillette, which reminded us, as it reminds you, of Sherlock Holmes. As everybody knows, that celebrated American inventor of underacting lent his considerable gifts as a playwright to the indestructible legend of the Conan Doyle detective, and produced the play which is as much a part of the Holmes literature as any of Sir Arthur's own romances, and as nobody will ever forget. He gave his face to him. For William Gillette was the aquiline and actual embodiment of Holmes himself. It is too little to say that William Gillette resembled Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes looks exactly like William Gillette. Sounds like him, too, we're afraid, and hope devoutly that the Mercury Theater and the radio will take none of the glamour from the beloved fable of Baker Street, from the pipe and the violin and the hideous purple dressing gown, from the needle and the cigar on the window ledge, and the dry, final, famous lines. Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary, the mere child's play of deduction.
My name is Watson. I am a doctor. It was in the year 1880 that Holmes and I were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At the time, we were both looking for a lodging that would suit our moderate means. This we found on the second floor of a house at 221B Baker Street. And it was during the years that we occupied these chambers together that Holmes established his unique international reputation as a consulting detective. During that time, I was privileged to be his daily companion, and I have done my modest share in giving to the world an account of some of his most famous cases. Most famous of these are the ones of which I have written under the names of the Speckled Band, Sign of Thor, Hound of the Baskervilles, and A Study in Scarlet. They represent, however, only a minute fraction of the 643 cases Holmes successfully solved during the years that we shared the lodgings in Baker Street. Other cases I hope one day to give to the world include the Tarleton murders, the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, the adventure of Ricoletti, of the clubfoot and his abominable wife, the case of Mrs. Farintosh, the circus belle, and the case of the royal family of Scandinavia. Each illustrate in their own way the remarkable genius of my friend Sherlock Holmes. Since my marriage 3 years ago, Holmes has continued to occupy the Baker Street lodgings by himself. And here almost every afternoon when my work in the office is finished, I am in the habit of calling on him. The sitting room as you go in is exactly as it has been for the past 13 years. The worn bearskin rug, the huge sofa, covered with faded chintz, the mantelpiece cluttered with miscellaneous objects, unanswered letters, and piles of loose tobacco. On one side of the fireplace, in a deep armchair, his pipe curling forth slow wreaths of acrid tobacco, draped in his hideous purple dressing gown, sits Sherlock Holmes with his violin under his chin.
Come in. Oh, Watson, my dear fellow.
How are you, Holmes?
I'm delighted to see you. Perfectly delighted. Upon my word, I am. But I'm sorry to observe that your wife has left you.
She has gone on a little visit. But how did you know?
How did I? Well, I like that. How do I know anything? How do I know you've been getting yourself very wet lately, that you're an extremely careless servant girl, that you've moved your dressing table to the other side of the room?
Holmes, if you had lived a few centuries ago, they'd have burned you alive.
Such a conflagration would have saved me a great deal of trouble and expense.
Tell me now, how did you know all that?
Too simple to talk about. Scratches and clumsy cuts, my dear fellow, on the inner side of your shoe there, just where the firelight strikes it. Scratches, cuts. Somebody scraped away crusted mud and did it badly. Scraped the shoe along with it. There's your wet foot, my dear Watson, and your careless servant girl all on one shoe. Face badly shaved on the right side, always used to be on the left. Light must come from the other side. Couldn't very well move your window. Must move the dressing table.
Of course. But how the deuce did you know my wife was away?
Well, what the deuce is your second waistcoat button, Watson? And what the deuce is yesterday's buttonniere doing in today's lapel? And why the deuce do you wear the expression of a...
Oh, marvelous.
Elementary, my dear fellow, elementary. The child's play of deduction. I'm only doing it for your amusement before we pass on to more serious matters.
Oh, what is it now, Holmes?
Watson, my dear fellow, the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish my little adventures, you've occasionally seen fit to introduce a certain element of romance which struck me as being just a trifle out of place. Something like working an elopement into the fifth proposition of Euclid. I merely refer to this in case you should see fit at some future time to chronicle the case on which I am about to embark. The strange case of Professor Robert Moriarty.
Moriarty? I don't remember ever having heard of the fellow.
No, Watson, you haven't. It is precisely this quality of invisibility that makes of Professor Moriarty the Napoleon of crime. Sitting motionless like an ugly, venomous spider in the center of his web. But that web having 1,000 radiations and the spider knowing every quiver of every one of them. And within 48 hours, I'll have the lines drawn so tightly around him that he can't move. I'll arrest him and his entire gang.
Why, Holmes, this is a very dangerous...
My dear fellow, it's perfectly delightful. My whole life is spent in a series of frantic endeavors to escape from the dreary commonplaces of existence. For a brief period, I escape. You should congratulate me. The day before yesterday, I received in this room the visit of a certain foreign nobleman who has recently inherited a very considerable title and who is about to be married. Seems that this titled gentleman was so indiscreet as to fall in love with a young English lady by the name of Faulkner, socially his inferior, and to make her a promise of marriage. Later, at his family's insistence, the thing was broken off, and the young lady died shortly after of a broken heart, leaving behind a sister. Also, considerable evidence in the form of letters, photographs, and jewelry with inscriptions. These the sister kept. These, together with the sister, are now being held in a house in St. John's Wood by a pair of blackmailers who go by the name of Chetwood. So far as you see, my dear Watson, a fairly ordinary case of blackmail, hardly worth my attention. Last night, on my inspection, a certain element revealed itself which renders the case far more important than I had expected.
And that element was?
Professor Moriarty. Come in.
Beg pardon, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy, what is it?
Gentleman to see you by the name of Foreman.
Show him in, Billy. Show him in.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Come in, Mr. Foreman.
Good evening, Foreman.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, this is Inspector Foreman. Since the day before yesterday, he occupies the position of butler under the name of Judson in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Chetwood, blackmailers of St. John's Wood.
Well, Foreman, any news?
Yes, sir.
This morning, a little after 9, Chetwood and his wife drove away in a four-wheeler. They returned about 11. Bassett was with them. You know him, though?
Yes. When I last had the occasion to meet Mr. Bassett, he got 2 years for safecracking. You go on, Foreman.
Well, they took this man Bassett into the library. I got a look at him from the outside. And there he was opening up the safe where they'd been keeping the letters.
Go on.
In the end, when they got the safe open, it was empty. The letters were gone. It seems like the Faulkner girl got them back somehow. That got them pretty excited. Bassett went out to send a telegram.
Have you got a copy of it?
Yes. Here it is, sir. It's in code.
Moriarty. I thought so, Watson. This case is taking a most promising turn. Foreman, you return at once to the house at St. John's Wood. Within 10 minutes, I shall be there myself. If I remember correctly, the kitchen is immediately below the drawing room. Yes. When I knock over a chair in the drawing room, you'll overturn a lamp in the kitchen, scatter smoke balls, and give an alarm of fire. All other instructions remain unchanged.
Very good, sir.
Hurry, Foreman.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, my dear Watson, begins to look like a most interesting evening. Good evening. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Whom did you wish to see, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chetwood. I had myself announced by the butler on my way up.
Butler? I didn't. Oh, very well. Oh, here he is. Yes, Judson.
Miss Faulkner begs Mr. Holmes to excuse her. She is not well enough to see anyone this evening.
Will you please hand this card to Miss Faulkner and say that
I beg your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but it's quite useless, really.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear it.
Yes, Miss Faulkner is, I regret to say, quite an invalid. She is unable to see anyone. Her health is so poor.
Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Chetwood, that she might be confined to the house too much?
How does that concern you?
It doesn't. I simply make the suggestion. Might like to think it over. What's your butler's name?
Judson, sir.
Very well, Judson. Go on, take my card up.
Very good, sir.
Well, this is really too good. Why, of course, he can take up your card or your note or whatever it is if you wish it so much. I was only trying to save you the trouble.
Thanks. It's hardly any trouble at all to send up a card.
You know, Mr. Holmes, you interest me very much.
Oh, really?
Upon my word, yes. We've all heard of your wonderful methods, the astonishing manner in which you gain information from the most trifling details. Now, I dare say in this brief moment or two, you've discovered any number of things about me.
Nothing of consequence, Mr. Chetwood. I hardly more than asked myself why you were so distressed to see me at this particular moment and what there can possibly be about the safe in the lower part of that desk to cause you such painful anxiety.
Yes, very good. Very good indeed. If those things were only true now, I'd be wonderfully impressed. It would be absolutely remarkable.
Excuse me, sir.
Judson.
A message for you, Mr. Chetwood.
You'll excuse me, I trust. It's from, Miss Faulkner. Well, really. She begs to be allowed to see you, Mr. Holmes. She absolutely implores it. Well, I suppose I shall have to give way. Judson, ask Miss Faulkner to come down to the drawing room. Say that Mr. Holmes is waiting to see her.
Very good, sir.
Quite remarkable, upon my soul. May I ask, if it's not an impertinent question, what message you sent up that could so have aroused Miss Faulkner's desire to come down?
Merely if that she wasn't down here in 5 minutes, I'd go up.
Oh, that was it.
Yes, quite so. And unless I'm greatly mistaken, I hear the young lady on the stairs. In which case she has a minute and a half to spare.
Alice, that is Miss Faulkner. Let me introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Miss Faulkner.
I'm really most charmed to meet you. Although it does look as if you'd made me come down in spite of myself, doesn't it?
I thank you very much indeed for consenting to see me, Miss Faulkner, but regret to observe that you were put to the trouble of making such a very rapid change of dress.
Oh, yes. I did hurry a trifle, I confess. Mr. Holmes is quite living up to his reputation, isn't he, Freddie? Come in.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing here, Judson?
I beg pardon, ma'am. I was answering the bell.
What bell?
The drawing room bell, sir.
What do you mean, you blockhead? No one rang the bell.
I'm quite sure it was rung, sir.
Well, I tell you it did not ring.
Your butler is right, Mr. Chetwood. The bell did ring.
How do you know?
I rang it.
What do you want?
I want to send my card to the real Miss Faulkner.
The real?
I said the real Miss Faulkner. Judson.
Yes, sir?
Holmes, what right have you to ring for servants and give orders in my house?
What right have you to prevent my cards from reaching their destination? How does it happen that you and this woman are resorting to trickery and deceit to prevent me from seeing Alice Faulkner? Through some trifling oversight, Judson, neither of the cards I handed to him has been delivered. Kindly see that this error does not occur again.
My orders, sir?
Ah, you have orders.
I can't say, sir.
You were told not to deliver my card.
What business is it of yours, I'd like to know?
I shall satisfy your curiosity on that point in a very short time, Mr. Chetwood.
Yes, and you'll find out in a very short time that it isn't safe to meddle with me. It wouldn't be any trouble at all for me to throw you out into the street.
Possibly not, but trouble would swiftly follow such an experiment on your part.
It's a cursed lucky thing for you I'm not armed.
Yes, well, Miss Faulkner comes down, you go and arm yourself.
Arm myself? I'll call the police. What's more, I'll do it now.
Oh, no, you will not do it now. You will remain where you are until the lady I came here to see has entered this room.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because you will prefer to avoid an investigation of your suspicious conduct, Mr. James Larrabee.
Larrabee?
That is the name under which you are known to Scotland Yard, I believe, Mr. Chetwood. This lady here is your wife. As to you, Judson, you will either deliver that card to Miss Faulkner at once or sleep in the police station tonight. That is of small consequence to me, which you do.
Shall I go, sir?
Go on. Take up the card. It makes no difference to me.
A short time since, Larrabee, you displayed an acute anxiety to leave the room. Pray do not let me detain you or your wife any longer. Take it you prefer to remain while I talk to Miss Faulkner?
We do, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, at last, Miss Faulkner.
This is Mr. Holmes.
Yes,
You wish to see me?
very much indeed, Miss Faulkner, but I'm sorry to see that you are far from well.
Oh, no,
No? Beg your pardon. What does this mark mean?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing?
No.
And the mark here on your neck, plainly showing the clutch of a man's fingers, does that mean nothing also? Occurs to me that I should like to have an explanation of this. Possibly you can furnish one, Mr. Larrabee.
How should I know?
It seems to have occurred in your own house.
What if it did? You'd better understand that it isn't healthy for you or anyone else to interfere with my business.
Ah, that is your business. We have that much at least. Pray be seated, Miss Faulkner.
I don't know who you are, Mr. Holmes, or why you are here.
I shall be very glad indeed to explain. My business is this. I've been consulted as to the possibility of obtaining from you certain letters addressed to your sister, which are supposed to be in your possession.
I cannot give up my sister's letters, Mr. Holmes. There are other things besides revenge. There is punishment.
Believe me, Miss Faulkner.
There is nothing more to say. Good night, Mr. Holmes.
But my dear Miss Faulkner... Oh, I'm so sorry. How clumsy of me to turn over this chair.
Fire! Fire! Oh, help, sir.
Oh, what's
Help,
that?
help,
What's that?
What's
going on in your house here?
Fire, fire! The lamp, sir. Lamp? The lamp in the kitchen, sir. It fell off the table and everything down there is blazing, sir. Quick, sir, come down. Come.
Don't alarm yourself, Miss Faulkner. There is no fire.
No fire?
The smoke was all arranged for.
Arranged for? What does it mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means this, Miss Faulkner. It means that I wanted a package of letters, Miss Faulkner, and that by following your eyes just now, when you thought there was a fire, I discovered that you'd hidden them in the upholstery of this chair. Yes. Quite elementary, as you see. And now that they're in my possession, there seems to be no reason for me to remain any longer in this house. Good night, Miss Faulkner. Miss Faulkner.
Yes?
I can't take them, Miss Faulkner. These letters belong to you. I find that I cannot keep them unless you can possibly change your mind and let me have them of your own free will. I suppose you could. I will therefore return them to you, and, here's our friend Mr. Larrabee returning from the fire.
So, you've got the letters, have you? Now I suppose we're going to see you walk out of the house with them.
On the contrary, you're going to see me return them to their rightful owner. Miss Faulkner, here are your letters. Should you ever change your mind and be so generous, so forgiving as to wish to return these letters to the one who wrote them, you have my address. In any event, rest assured there will be no more cruelty, no more persecution in this house.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You are perfectly safe with your property, Miss Faulkner, for I shall so arrange it that your faintest cry of distress will be heard. And if that cry is heard, it will be very unfortunate for those who are responsible. As for you, Mr. Larrabee, and you, Madame, I beg you to understand that you continue your persecution of that young lady at your peril. Good night.
Miss Faulkner. Come here, Miss Faulkner. Now. Are you going to give me those letters?
No, never.
Are you going to give me those letters? Now then.
Be careful, Jim.
Now then, Miss Faulkner. Do you give me those letters, or do I break your arm? What's that?
Someone knocked on the door.
No, it was on that side.
Did you call, madam?
I think someone knocked, Judson.
I'll see, madam. I beg pardon, madam, but there's no one at the door.
Very well, you may go. He's got us watched.
What we want to do is to leave it alone. Let the Emperor have it.
Do You mean Professor Moriarty?
That's who I mean. Once let him get at it, he'll settle it with Holmes pretty quick. Don't you worry a minute. I tell you, Professor Moriarty will get at him before noon tomorrow night. He won't wait long either. And when he strikes, it means death.
Number?
82. V. 71.
Moriarty speaking. I'm in, Bessie. Your report. Come in with Manning.
The whole thing was a trap, set and baited by an expert.
And Manning?
Manning has disappeared.
Disappeared. Sherlock Holmes again. And now this Latterby job. He's in on that, too. And that's where he's made his mistake. Mr. Holmes is playing rather a dangerous game, Bassett. Inspector Wilson tried it 7 years ago. Wilson is dead. 2 years later, Henderson took it up. We haven't heard anything of Henderson lately, eh?
Not a thing, sir.
You'll see about that. This Holmes is rather a talented man. He doesn't realize there isn't a street in London that'll be safe for him if I whisper his name to Cragen. I might even make him a little call myself, just for the satisfaction of it. Just for the satisfaction of it. Baker Street, isn't it, his place? Baker Street, eh?
Baker Street, sir.
We could make it safe. We could make it absolutely safe for 3 streets in every direction.
Yes, sir, but
we could. We've done it over and over again elsewhere. Police deployed, men in every doorway. Do this tonight in Baker Street. At 9 o'clock, call his attendants out on one pretext or another and keep them out. You understand? I'll see this Sherlock Holmes myself. I'll give him a chance for his life. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Notify the Lascar that I may require the gas chamber at Stepney tomorrow night. And have Craig in there at 10:15 with his crew. Tell Larrabee I shall want him to write a letter to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, which I shall dictate. Meet me here at 7. And Bassett, place your men at 9 tonight for Sherlock Holmes's house in Baker Street.
You still go there yourself, sir?
I will still go there myself.
At this meeting tomorrow night, sir, to get him in the gas chamber.
If I fail to kill him in Baker Street, you'll have him in Swandam Lane. Either way, I have him, Bassett. 2 strings to our bow. 2 strings, eh, Bassett?
Yes.
That evening, Holmes and I dined together at Scott's in Piccadilly Circus. After dinner, we went to a concert at Queen's Hall. I can still see him on this particular night of the Moriarty case, well knowing that his life was in peril, sitting beside me in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, listening to Sarasate play the violin, gently waving his long, thin fingers in time to the music. When it was over, he rose, put on his long coat, and started with long steps in the direction of the street.
Come, my dear Watson. Let's go on to Baker Street. I have an idea that very soon we shall be receiving a most interesting visit.
In front of Queen's Hall, we hailed a hansom, and as we came down Baker Street, we could see that the light was burning on the second floor of 221B. We went up the dark, narrow stairs.
Mr. Holmes.
The boy Billy was waiting for us.
Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
Mrs. Hudson's compliments, sir, and she wants to know if she can see you.
Now, where is Mrs. Hudson?
Downstairs in the kitchen, sir.
My compliments, and I don't think she can. Where she is.
She'll be very sorry, sir.
Our regret will be mutual.
It was most terribly important, sir, being as she wants to know what you'll have for breakfast in the morning.
The same.
Same as when, sir?
This morning.
But you didn't have nothing, sir. You wasn't here.
I won't be here tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Was that all, sir?
Quite so.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Holmes, here's a letter for you, sir, on the table. Delivered 10 minutes ago.
Well, read it, Watson. There's a good fellow. I put on my dressing gown.
Yes. Dear sir.
Thus addresses me.
Why, James Larrabee.
And what has James to say this evening?
Dear sir.
I hope he won't say that again.
I have the honor to inform you that Miss Faulkner has changed her mind regarding the letters, etc., which you wish to obtain, and has decided to dispose of them for a monetary consideration. If you wish to negotiate, will you be at 9 o'clock at the Guards' Monument at the foot of Waterloo Place? You will see a four-wheeler with wooden shutters to the windows. If you have the cab followed or try any other underhand trick, you won't get what you want. Let me know your decisions. Yours truly, James Larrabee.
Mine truly. Well, later, perhaps.
What does the fellow mean?
The fellow means to sell me a base imitation for a large sum of money of certain letters that he does not possess. I shall probably buy them from him. Now, see if I have the points. Tonight, 11 o'clock, Guards Monument, cab with wooden shutters, no one to come with me, no one to follow. Or I don't get what I want.
Quite right. But this cab with the wooden shutters?
Merely a little device to keep me from seeing where they're taking me. Billy.
Yes, sir.
Give this to the man.
It was a woman, sir.
Oh, young or old?
Looked quite young, sir.
Handsome?
Four-wheeler, sir.
Seen the driver before?
Yes, sir, but I can't think where.
Hand this to the lady, apologize for the delay, and look at the driver again.
Yes, sir.
But, my dear Holmes, you didn't say you would go.
But I certainly did.
But this fellow means mischief.
This fellow means the same.
I beg pardon, sir. A message come over from the chemist on the corner to say a man has been hit by a bus. Looks like his legs broke. And would Dr. Watson kindly step over and help till the ambulance
Oh, yes,
comes?
certainly. I'll go at once. I'll be back in a minute, Holmes.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Who brought that message?
Boy from the chemist, sir.
Yes, of course. But which boy?
Must have been a new one, sir. I ain't seen him before.
Billy. Get downstairs quickly. Look after the doctor. If the boy's gone, there's a man with him. It means mischief. Let me know. Don't stop to come up. Ring the doorbell. I'll hear it. Ring it loud.
Yes, sir. Look out, sir. Look out. Look out.
Dangerous habit, Mr. Holmes, to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown.
I give you my word, Professor Moriarty. You'll be taken from here to the hospital if you keep your hand behind you like that. That's better. In that case, please put your revolver on the table.
Evidently don't know me.
I think it's quite evident that I do. Pray have a chair, Professor. I can spare you 5 minutes. If you have anything to say. Careful. What are you about to do, Professor Moriarty?
Look at my watch.
I'll tell you when your 5 minutes is up.
It is your intention to pursue this case against me?
That is my intention. To the very end.
I regret this. Not so much on my own account, but on yours.
I share your regret, Professor, but solely because of the rather uncomfortable position it will cause you to occupy.
May I inquire to what position you're pleased to allude, Mr. Holmes?
I refer to the position you will occupy at the end of a rope, Professor Moriarty.
Have you the faintest idea that you'll be permitted to live to see that day?
As to that, I do not particularly care, so that I bring you to see it.
You'll never bring me to see it. You think that I would be here if I hadn't made the streets quite safe in every respect?
I could never so grossly overestimate your courage as that, Professor Moriarty.
You imagine that your friend the doctor and your boy Billy will soon return?
What?
So, it leaves us quite alone, doesn't it, sir? Quite alone. So that we can talk the matter over quietly, Mr. Holmes, and not be disturbed. In the first place, I wish to call your attention to a few memoranda which I've jotted down, and which you will find Here they are.
Look out! Don't do that. Hands down, quickly! You'll farther away from that memorandum book you're talking about.
I was merely about to take out a small notebook.
Well, merely don't do it. I don't want it. I've got one of my own. If you want it, we'll have someone get it for you. I always like to save my guests unnecessary trouble.
I observe that your boy doesn't answer the bell.
No, but I have an idea that he will before long.
It may possibly be longer than you think, Mr. Holmes.
What? That boy?
Yes, that boy.
At least we'll try the bell once more, Professor.
Doesn't it occur to you that he may possibly have been detained, Mr. Holmes?
It does, Professor. But it also occurs to me that you're in very much the same predicament, Professor Moriarty.
I beg pardon, sir. Someone tried to hold me, sir.
It's quite evident, however, that he failed to do so.
Yes, sir. He's got my coat, sir, but he ain't got me.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Billy, the gentleman I'm carefully pointing out to you with this 45 desires to have us gather something of his left hand inside coat pocket. As he's not feeling quite himself today, and the consequence of his trying to do it himself might prove fatal, I suggest you attend to it for him.
Yes, sir. Is this it, sir? This gun?
Quite so. So I'll put it on the table. Not there, Billy. On this table, where I can reach it. More like it. That's all, Billy.
Shall I see if he's got another, sir?
Why, Billy, you surprise me. Perhaps the gentleman's taken the trouble to inform us that he hasn't.
When, sir?
When he made a snatch for this one. And now, Professor, now that we have your little memorandum book, do you think of anything else you'd like before Billy goes? Any little thing you've got that you don't want? So sorry. That's all, Billy.
Thank you, sir.
Listen, Holmes, to me. On the 4th of January, you crossed my path. On the 23rd, you incommoded me. And now, at the close of April, I find myself placed in such a position through your continual interference that I'm in positive danger of losing my liberty.
Have you any suggestions to make?
No, I have no suggestions to make. I have a fact to state. If you don't drop it at once, your life's not worth that.
I'm afraid, Professor, that in the pleasure of this conversation, I'm neglecting more important business. If you'll excuse me a moment while I get my pipe off the mantelpiece here.
I came here this evening, Mr. Holmes, to see if peace could not be arranged between us.
Quite so, quite so.
You've seen fit not only to reject my proposals, but to make insulting references coupled with threats of arrest. You've been warned of your danger. You don't heed that warning. Perhaps you'll heed this. Up with your hands, Mr. Holmes. Up with them hands.
Didn't imagine I'd leave that gun loaded, did you, Professor Moriarty? Here are your cartridges. I didn't suppose you'd want to use that gun again, so I took them out while you were talking and put them in my pocket. You'll find them all there, Professor. Billy.
Yes, sir?
Will you please show Professor Moriarty the door?
Yes, sir. This way, sir.
Don't ever say I didn't warn you, Mr. Holmes.
No, Professor Moriarty. No. I never will. Billy, come here.
Yes, sir.
Billy? Billy, you're a good boy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Sherlock Holmes, with Orson Welles in the title role and Ray Collins as Dr. Watson. We pause a moment for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with this CBS presentation of Sherlock Holmes, played by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
exactly 9 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes left the house in Baker Street. He had given the strictest instructions that no one was to follow him. If there had been no word from him by noon of the following day, we must notify Scotland Yard. I went to the window and looked after him as he went down Baker Street. A tall, thin figure in a grey ulster, walking with long, smooth steps in the direction of Langham Place. There he entered a cab.
What are you doing, lighting matches here?
That's what I'm doing.
Chuck it.
Why should I chuck it?
There might be gas, you fool.
There ain't no gas. It's been 4 days since we had gas in the room.
And I still say there might be gas.
Did you check it?
I will. Here goes. Ready?
Give it a turn. That'll do. Turn it off.
5 minutes of that. All your troubles are in.
Here. What's that?
Bassick?
That's right, Cragen. Did you hear it?
Yes, sir.
McCabe?
Yes, sir.
Be careful now, you boys. You've got a tough one tonight.
We ain't said who, as I've heard.
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh. You mean that, sir?
God's truth.
You're going to count him out.
Well, if you don't and he gets away, I'm sorry for you, that's all. Take it. The governor's here.
Not the governor himself. Professor Moriarty.
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Got your full crew?
All here, sir.
No mistakes tonight, Cragen.
I'll be careful of that, sir.
This is Larrabee.
Hello.
He's in on this job.
Hello, Larrabee.
Oh. What's that door, Bassick?
A small cupboard, sir.
No outlet?
None whatever, sir.
That window?
Nailed down, sir.
Man might break the glass.
If he did, he'd come up against the heavy iron bars outside.
Huh. We'll have him tied down before he can break any glass, sir.
You've used it before, eh? Of course, you know it's airtight.
Every crevice is sealed, sir.
When the men have turned the gas on him, they leave by this door.
Yes, sir.
We made quite secure.
Heavy bolts on the outside, sir. Solid oak bars overall.
You see how quick you can operate them.
They tie a man down, sir. There's no need to hurry.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
Leary. Yes, sir.
That's good. Open it up. Now, Cragen, and the rest of you, one thing remember. Whatever happens, no shooting tonight. Not a single shot. Will be heard in the alley below. First thing is to get his revolver away before he has a chance to use it. 2 of you attract his attention in front. The other come up on him from behind and snatch it out of his pocket. Then you have him. Arrange that, Cragen.
I'll attend to it, sir.
Mr. Larrabee, you understand? We wait for you.
I understand, sir.
They give you this opportunity to sell him the packet of letters you forged and get what you can for your trouble. A few £100 doesn't interest me, Mr. Larrabee. What I am after is Holmes.
I understand, sir.
When you've finished and got your money, you whistle, and these gentlemen come in. Let's hear it. You hear that, Cragen? That's right. And Cragen, the proper moment, present my compliments to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and say that I wish him a pleasant journey to the other side. Come on, Bassick. Good night, gentlemen. Good night. Good night. Good night, sir.
All right, boys. Clear. When you hear the whistle, in you come.
Right you are, sir.
Leary.
Yes, sir.
You get down on the corner below. Let me know when he comes.
I will let you know.
Well, when you see him driving up, come down the alley and whistle 3 times.
Very good, sir. Here. What's this? How did you get in? What are you doing there in the back? Hey!
What is it, Larry?
A woman here in the back.
Bring her in.
Come on, you. Come on.
Oh, it's you, Miss Faulkner.
It's true, then.
How did you get to this place?
I followed you in a cab.
What have you been doing since I came up here? Informing the police, perhaps?
No. I was afraid he'd come, so I waited.
To warn him, I suppose.
No. To warn him, yes. You're going to swindle and deceive him, sell him a packet of false letters. I know that. What else are you going to do to him?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Where are those men who came up here?
What men?
3 terrible-looking men. I saw them go in at the street door.
You don't mean these men, do you, Miss Faulkner?
Tie her up, boys. Can't make a noise. Here we go. Tie her up.
Listen. That's him. There he is now. What? Holmes. That's him. That's the signal. You don't have time to get her out. Shut her in there in the cupboard. Yeah, that'll do. In with her. Into the cupboard. Hey, hurry, lock this here cupboard door. Lock it. Drive something in there. Here, this knife. This'll do it. That'll hold her. Now, quick, quick! Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, Mr. Larrabee. Oh, really? I certainly thought after all this driving about in a closed cab, you'd show me something new.
Seen it before, have you, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, well, a time or two. Now to come to think of it, I nabbed a friend of yours in this place while he was trying to drop himself out of the window. Ed Colvin, the cracksman.
Colvin, never heard of him before.
Well, you certainly never heard of him after. Sure of that. A race of counterfeiters used these luxurious chambers in the spring of '89. One of them hid in that cupboard. We pulled him out with the heels.
Quite interesting. But times have changed since then.
So they have, Mr. Larrabee, so they have. But then it was only cracksmen, counterfeiters, pickpockets, and petty swindlers of various kinds. But now...
Well, what now?
Well, between you and me, Mr. Larrabee, we've heard some not altogether agreeable rumors. Rumors of some pretty shady work not far from here. Murder to a very peculiar kind. I've always had a suspicion... That's it. My surmise was correct. It is.
It is what?
This room is corked, sealed.
What does that signify to us?
Nothing to us, Mr. Larrabee, nothing to us. But it might signify a good deal to some poor devil who's been caught and gassed in this trap.
Well, if it's nothing to us, suppose we leave it alone and get to business. My time is limited.
Yeah, of course. I should have realized that these reflections could not possibly appeal to you.
Well, have a cigar, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thanks. Oh, good cigar, this, Mr. Larrabee. A genuine Havana.
Glad you like it. Now, here is the little packet of letters which is the object of this meeting. I haven't opened it yet, but Miss Faulkner tells me everything is there.
I suppose, Mr. Larrabee, that as Miss Faulkner knows nothing about this affair, we omit her name from the discussion.
What do you mean? Who told you she doesn't know?
You did. Every look, tone, gesture, everything you've said and done since I've been in this room has informed me that Miss Faulkner has never consented to this transaction. It is a little speculation of your own.
Oh, I suppose you think you can read me like a book.
Oh, no, like a trimmer.
Well, let it pass. How much will you give?
£1,000.
I couldn't take it.
What do you ask?
5,000.
I couldn't give it.
Why, I've been offered 4,000 for this little packet.
Why didn't you take it?
Because I intended to get more.
Oh, that's too bad.
They offered 4,000. They'll give 5.
They won't give anything.
Why not?
They've turned the case over to me.
Will you give 3,000?
Mr. Larrabee, strange as it may appear, my time is limited as well as yours. I have brought with me the sum of £1,000, which is all that I wish to pay. If it is your desire to sell at this figure, kindly appraise me of the fact at once. If not, permit me to wish you a very good evening. Well?
You can have it. It's too small a matter to haggle over. Give me the money.
Certainly.
I thought you said you'd only brought just 1,000.
I did. This is it.
You brought a trifle more, I see.
Quite so. I didn't say I hadn't brought any more.
You can do your little tricks when it comes to it, can't you?
It depends on who I'm dealing with.
Yeah. You give me that money. Come on, quick. Hand it over. Get over.
Now, I've got you where I want you, James Larrabee. You've been so cunning and so cautious and so wise, we couldn't find a thing to hold you for, but this little slip will get you in for robbery.
You'll have me in, will you? What are your views about being able to get away from here yourself?
I do not anticipate any particular difficulty.
Robbery, eh? Why, even if you got away from here, you haven't got a witness. You haven't got a witness to your name.
I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Larrabee. Not so sure of that. You usually fasten this cupboard door with a knife?
Come away from that door!
Faulkner! Stand back. Contemptible scoundrel, what does this mean?
I'll show you what it means, pass it quick.
I'm afraid you're badly hurt, Miss Faulkner.
Mr. Holmes, look behind you!
Here, what is there, boy?
I'll have to ask you gentlemen to wait just one moment, please.
Here there. What's the idea of sitting down and writing? What are you writing? Writing your will, I suppose?
No, only a brief description of one or two of your gentlemen. The police. I'm ready now.
Wait a bit. You better listen to me, Mr. Holmes. We're going to tie you down nice and tight to the top of that table.
Why, you surprise me, gentlemen. Thinking you're so sure of anybody in this room. And 3 bars going out of that window.
Bars or no bars, you're not going to get out of here as easy as you expect.
There are so many ways, Mr. Larrabee, that I hardly know which one to choose.
Well, you better choose quick, I can tell you that.
I'll choose at once, Mr. Cregan. And my choice falls on this chair.
My God! The light! You get away in the dark! Look out! There he goes! Look at his cigar! Strike him by the cigar! Look at the cigar! Look out! He's gone to the window! He's up on the ledge! He's climbed out! Look at his cigar! Get him quick! After him! There he goes! He's out! By the window!
No, gentlemen, no, not by the window. I'm leaving by the door. By the way, I left my cigar for you on the windowsill. Good evening, gentlemen.
There was no news of Holmes that night, and Billy reported next morning that he had not breakfasted at home. I had a busy morning at my office in Harley Street. It was after 11 before the last of my appointments was over, and still no news of Holmes.
Did you ring Dr. Watson?
Oh, Parsons. Is there anyone waiting? I have to be in Baker Street at noon.
There's one person in the waiting room, Doctor. A lady, sir, and she wants to see you most particular.
Hey, what about?
She didn't say, sir, only she said it was of the utmost importance to her if you'll see her, sir.
Oh, very well, I'll see her and call a cab for me at the same time and have it wait. Show the lady in.
Yes, sir. This way, ma'am. This way.
Ah, Doctor, it's awfully good of you to see me. I'm Mrs. H. DeWitt Seaton. Dear me, I didn't bring my card case. Or if I did, I've lost it.
Don't trouble about a card, Mrs. Seaton.
They said you were Mr. Holmes's friend. Several people told me that. Several. They advised me to ask you where I could find him today, this morning. And everything depends on it, Doctor. Everything.
I'd go to Mr. Holmes at once.
But I've been, and he wasn't there.
You went to Mr. Holmes' house?
Yes, in Baker Street. That's why I came to you. They said he might be here.
No, he isn't here.
But don't you expect him this morning?
No, there's no possibility of Mr. Holmes coming, as far as I know.
But couldn't you get him to come? It would be such a great favor to me. I'm almost worn out with going about and with this dreadful anxiety. If you could get word to Mr. Holmes to come...
I could not get him to come, madam, and I beg you to excuse me. I'm going out myself on urgent business. I have no idea where Mr. Holmes could be. What's that, Parsons?
Sounded like an accident, sir.
Probably nothing more than a broken-down hansom. See what it is, Parsons.
That's the bell, sir. Somebody's hurt, sir, and they're wanting you.
Well, don't allow anybody to come in. I have no more time.
Very well, sir.
But they're coming in, Doctor.
Let the young man come in, can't you? Yes, to bring him in. There ain't nowhere else for him to go. Can't the doctor's off his business and he can't come in when he's there.
The doctors can't see anybody.
He's got to come in. We can't leave him out in the street, can we?
All right, help him in, Parsons.
Oh, Doctor, isn't it frightful? Can I be of some use?
None
Doctor?
whatever, none whatever.
But, Doctor, I must see the poor fellow.
Oh, my leg, my leg.
Right this way, sir. Be careful of the sill, sir. That's it.
It's a accident. You can't help a accident. Oh, you can't. That's plain enough. He was on the wrong side of the street, he was.
Now, over to this chair.
No, I'll sit here.
No, this is the chair, sir.
Don't you suppose I know where I want to sit down? You'll sit down here. That isn't the doctor. The doctor will have a look at you. Here's the doctor. That isn't the doctor. Yes, it is a doctor. Here, doctor. You just come and have a look at this old bloke, will you? He's hurt himself a little, then. Are you a cabman? Yes, I'm the cabman. Well, I'll have you arrested for this. Arrested? Arrested! You can't arrest me. No, I can't, but somebody else can. Where's my hat? Where's my hat? My hat! My hat! Never mind your hat. I will mind my hat, and I'll hold you responsible. There's your hat in your hand. Go on, sit down. That isn't my hat. Here, you're responsible. I'll have you arrested. Here, come back. I'll go and stick around here. You know, I got to go and attend to my meeting. Bring your horse in here. I want to speak to him. Conspiracy. I won't stay in this place. If I ever get out of here alive. What are you staring at me for, lady?
Parsons, tell that cab to wait for me. I must see if he's badly hurt.
Yes, sir.
Now, my friend, if you'll sit quiet for one moment, I'll have a look at you. Well, stay still, will you? Well, how can I...
Remarkable weather we're having, eh, Doctor?
Holmes! What on earth?
How about having me remove some of this ridiculous disguise, Watson?
Holmes! Is that you?
Quite so, my dear fellow, quite so.
Holmes!
Watson, only get out that window. Look out, the blind!
What do you want me to do?
Nothing. It's already been done by Mrs. Larrabee here.
Look out, Holmes. You can get out that way.
I don't think so, Watson. Foreman!
I've got it, sir.
Good work, Foreman. I'll take this lady in charge.
Yes, sir.
Very good, Foreman. Wait for me outside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Watson, my dear fellow, I regret to say that up to the present time, Professor Moriarty himself has not risen to the bait.
Where do you think he is?
In the open streets, under some clever disguise. Watching for a chance to get at me.
And was this woman sent in here?
Quite so. A spy. to let them know by some signal. If she found me in the house now, they know. Pull down that blind, Watson. I don't care to be shot at from the street. I imagine we shall hear from Professor Moriarty very soon now.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
What did I tell you?
He's come, sir.
From where?
The house across the street. He was in there watching these windows. He must have seen something, for he's just come out. There was a cab waiting in front of this house, sir, and he's climbed up and changed places with the driver.
Get out again quick, Billy, and keep your eye on him.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Watson, if you let me have a rather heavy portmanteau for a few moments, I won't do it any harm.
Parsons, my large Gladstone over there in the corner. Bring it here, please.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. Here's the portmanteau.
Thank you, Parsons. Put it down there. Thank you so much. Parsons, you ordered a cab for the doctor a short time ago. It's been waiting, I believe.
Yes, sir. I think it has, sir.
Be so good as to tell the driver to come in here and get a valise. When he comes, tell him that's the one.
Very good, sir.
My dear Watson, times like these you should tell your man never to take the first cab that comes on call, nor yet the second. The third may be safe.
But Holmes,
All right, I'm cabby.
Yes, he's cabby. Here, right in this way.
This bag. I want taken down,
Right, you are,
street.
Governor. Right.
All right. Goodbye, Watson. Bye, Watson, old fellow. Wait a minute, driver. Pretty heavy, I'm afraid. Let me help you. Watson, I'll write to you from Budapest.
Yes, but Holmes...
Here, driver. Let me tighten up these straps a bit. There we are, that's right. I'll hold it, driver. You pull the strap. A few little things in this bag that I wouldn't like to lose.
Right, you will, sir.
And it's just as well to make quite sure. Is it not, Professor Moriarty? By means of a simple pair of handcuffs.
Blast you, Holmes. Do you imagine, Sherlock Holmes, that this is the end?
I ventured to dream that it might be.
Are you quite sure the police will be able to hold me?
Professor Moriarty, I'm quite sure of nothing. Take him away, Foreman. And so, my dear Watson, ends the strange case of Miss Alice Faulkner.
Well, what about the letters?
Oh, the letters. They were returned to their rightful owner over an hour ago. I suspected from the start that Miss Faulkner was really a nice girl at heart. Ah, dear.
What is it, Holmes?
I was just reflecting, my dear Watson. With Moriarty out of the way, London, from the point of view of the criminal expert, is likely to become a singularly uninteresting city. One's morning paper, a veritable wilderness of boredom.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
Yes, Billy?
There's a lady, sir. Been waiting for an hour. Says she's got to see you, sir. Case of murder, she says. She's got her face veiled.
From which I deduce that she is a lady of over 41 and less than 45, of a strange, dark beauty and considerable social eminence. And that she has lived for some years in the Near East. And that she is now wearing a large blood ruby on the second finger of her left hand.
Holmes, how do you know these things? It's amazing.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. The child's play of deduction.
Again tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its affiliated stations coast to coast, has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air, the 12th production in this unique series featuring Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company. This evening, the play was Orson Welles' own adaptation of William Gillette's Sherlock Holmes. In the cast, Dr. Watson, played by Ray Collins, Alice Faulkner by Mary Taylor, Madge Larrabee by Brenda Forbes, James Larrabee by Edgar Barrier, Inspector Foreman by Morgan Farley, Cragen by Richard Wilson, Brassic by Alfred Shirley, Leary by William Allen, Billy by Arthur Anderson, Professor Moriarty by Eustace Wyatt, and Sherlock Holmes by Orson Welles. The orchestra was conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the production was supervised for CBS by Davidson Taylor. Your announcer is Frank Gallup. Next Sunday evening at the same time, another classic narrative dramatized by Orson Welles. Join us then for Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, brought to life by the Mercury Theater on the air.
From New York, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Once again, we find ourselves in front of Dr. Watson's crackling fire.
Just a moment, Mr. Harris, just a moment till I put on a fresh pine knot so our listeners can really hear it. Yeah, that's the ticket. Now, go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Outside, a cold white autumn mist shrouds the black tree skeletons. But inside, we sit warm and cozy and ready for another of Dr. Watson's fabulous Sherlock Holmes adventures. What's it to be tonight, sir?
Your conversation of white shrouds and skeletons brings to mind one of the most bizarre problems we ever undertook to solve. It came dash close to being our final problem, as a matter of fact.
It sounds promising, Doctor. Nothing I like better than hearing about Holmes in a tight spot.
And whenever our adversary proved to be the notorious Professor Moriarty, it was generally a very tight spot.
Professor Moriarty, wasn't he the man Holmes referred to as the Napoleon of crime?
The same. Actually, this case began when Sir George Westbrook discovered a corpse dressed in a Roman senator's toga, tunic, and sandals. Holmes always maintained he could deduce a man's entire history from his wardrobe. But this time he...
Doctor, speaking of judging people by their clothes, I thought
bless my soul. Yes, of course. I almost forgot. Let's have a few words from our sponsor, who is also an authority on the subject of gentlemen's apparel.
May I say, Dr. Watson, that most people, like Mr. Holmes, do judge people by their appearance. That's mighty important in connection with Clippercraft clothes. Because you'd never guess Clippercraft costs so little. Such low prices for such truly fine quality are rare, to say the least. Clippercraft suits are yours for only $35 and $40, with a few special numbers at $43.75. Top coats and overcoats are only $30 to $40, and sport jackets $24. These are planned values, the result of the Clippercraft plan concentrating the buying power of 924 leading stores across the country, resulting in tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. Remember, all this is yours in your own local independent store, where friendly attention is traditionally yours. Want to convince yourself? It's as easy as a visit to your Clippercraft dealers. Just compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, to get back to the gentleman in the Roman toga.
All right, Mr. Harrison. It all began on a freezing winter morning. My first view of Baker Street presented a dispiriting glimpse of icy sleet falling between the dun-colored houses. I donned my carpet slippers, my oldest trousers, and a well-worn bathrobe with the firm intent of enjoying a placid breakfast and settling myself in front of the fire for the rest of the day. I had no sooner opened our sitting-room door, however, when I caught sight of Holmes tramping about, swearing to himself and tossing a shiny golden coin into the air.
Confounded if I could only lay hands on the villain.
Morning, Holmes. What seems to be the difficulty today?
Difficulty? Moriarty is back in business. Only this morning, Mrs. Hudson received this coin. Here, have a look at it.
A handsome gold sovereign.
Flooding the town with them.
Great Scott, don't tell me Professor Moriarty, the greatest criminal in Europe, has turned philanthropist.
No such luck. That coin, Watson, is counterfeit. A brilliant job, more to pity. Only an expert can spot it. No wonder Moriarty has been so quiet these last 2 months. It takes time to develop a coin as perfect as this.
Well, at least he hasn't had time for murder, arson, or any more of his serious crimes.
Serious?
You think flooding the country with counterfeit coins isn't serious, Watson? Do you realize what this will do to the value of the pound?
By Jove, of course. Holmes, that's our doorbell.
Tell Mrs. Hudson I'm not at home.
But Holmes...
I'm not accepting any twopenny halfpenny cases. Not while Moriarty is threatening the credit of the Empire with his fraudulent gold pieces.
Come in.
Which of you gentlemen is Sherlock Holmes?
My friend over there has the honor.
Whatever it is, I'm busy.
Oh, but this is terribly, terribly important, sir. I don't know what to do. He's dead, you see.
Dead men do not interest me.
Couldn't you inform his relatives?
Well, that's just it. I don't know who they are. I don't even know who he is. I don't even know when he died. Albert, he's my assistant, says it must have been over 1,000 years ago, but that seems quite impossible. There's not the slightest sign of decomposition.
Oh?
On the other hand, until Albert and I broke through this morning, no one had been in that room for centuries.
What room?
The Roman baths. I discovered them, you know. The bricks are undoubtedly ancient Roman. Even the cadaver was clad in a senator's toga. And genuine, I assure you. We found him there in one corner.
Now, let's get this straight. You found a fresh corpse dressed in a Roman toga in some Roman ruins that have been buried for centuries.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, what are you waiting for? Bring the gentleman a chair.
But you said you were busy.
Don't be irrelevant. This sounds interesting.
Oh, very well. Well, won't you sit here, Mr.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I forgot to introduce myself. Here. Here's my card.
Read it for me, Watson.
Sir George Westbrook, President L&WA Association.
That means London and Wessex Archaeological Association.
Of course. I remember hearing the Corporation of London had engaged you to investigate some ancient Roman remains which you discovered in the Billingsgate section.
That's right, Mr. Holmes. They're under the basement of the coal exchange in Lower Thames Street. Albert and I have been burrowing away down there for over a month. This morning we broke through the final bit of brickwork and emerged into a large subterranean chamber. All right, Albert. I think the opening's big enough. Here, give me the lantern. I'll go through first.
Yes, sir. Why, Sir George, your hand is shaking.
Is it any wonder? I'm excited, Albert. Unless I'm very much mistaken, we've unearthed some baths that were built by the early Romans. Yes, well, come along. Careful. Don't tear your clothing.
I say, sir, it is a biggish room, isn't it?
Splendid, Albert, splendid. Look at that ceiling, will you? In almost perfect condition.
No, what's that in the corner over there? Looks like a heap of white cloth.
No, there's a leg sticking out of it. Good Lord, it's a body.
We'd best have a look at it, sir.
Yes, but be careful. Don't touch it. Don't touch anything.
What's that white thing he's got on?
Why, it's a toga, Albert. A Roman toga.
It's sopping wet, sir. If you ask me, he's been drowned.
Drowned? Did you say drowned, Sir George?
That's right, Mr. Holmes.
No, but that's impossible. There hasn't been any water in those baths for over 1,000 years.
Interesting. Very interesting. Tell me, Sir George, what was the condition of the air in that chamber when you broke in? Stale, vitiated?
No, Mr. Holmes, it was quite fresh. That's curious now that I think of it, because there was no other entrance to the room except the one we'd come through. The doorway to the rest of the baths was filled by a great heap of bricks and rubble.
You were unable to identify the corpse?
As a matter of fact, we didn't do any further investigating. Albert was quite overcome by the sight of the body. I'm afraid he's never been very strong about such things since the time that mummy disintegrated in his arms while we were working on those pre-Hellenic excavations in Crete. I sent him home and came straight here to consult you.
You mean you left no one behind to guard the body?
No, Mr. Holmes.
What? Where's my hat? Where's my coat? Watson, don't just stand there. There's no time to lose.
I suppose I should have informed the authorities, Mr. Holmes, but the thought of all those stupid Scotland Yard inspectors trampling around in my beautiful ruins like a herd of elephants. I left a couple of dark lanterns burning. Oh, yes, here they are, in this packing case.
All right, now, follow me, gentlemen.
Why do basements have to be so damp and depressing?
Careful there, careful. This is where we started to dig. It's a rather rough tunnel slanting downward. We'll have to bend over, I'm afraid.
You're sure that this earth won't cave in on us?
No, I don't think so, unless, of course, someone should give it a tremendous push of some sort. It is where we broke through the wall. Well, you'll be interested in this, Mr. Holmes. Notice the masonry.
Yes. Yes, the bricks are undoubtedly Roman. Let's see, they measure 9.5 inches long by 4.5 inches broad and only 1 3/4 inches thick.
Not unlike those of the Roman bars at Rochester.
Except that there the tiles are a mere 1.5 inches thick and measure 16 inches by 12.
Oh, really, Holmes? Did we come here to discuss bricks or inspect a body?
Never neglect an opportunity to increase your store of knowledge, Watson.
And stuff my brain with a lot of useless tittle-tattle? Not me.
Here's the hole we made in the wall, Mr. Holmes. It's not very large, I'm afraid. Well, I'll go through first and light the way. Now, gentlemen, if you'll follow me.
I'll go next, and you can bring up the rear, Watson, with the other lantern. Now then, Watson, alley up.
Don't be in such a rush. Here, take the lantern. It's a tight squeeze, you know. Hello, I think I'm stuck.
If you'll pull his other arm, Sir George.
Right.
Oh, there. Phew, glad to get out of that.
I told you should go on a diet, Watson.
Oh, just because you're satisfied to look like a walking skeleton, you're... Hello, this is a gloomy-looking spot. More like a tomb than the sort of place one thinks of as an elegant Roman bathing establishment.
Yes, it certainly is more like a tomb at present, complete with the remains of the deceased. Although how he was able to insinuate himself into this chamber...
Yes, quite. A superficial survey of the walls and ceiling certainly shows no signs of any recent entry, except by way of the hole through which we just dragged Watson. Interesting, very interesting. Yes, suppose we view the body we came to investigate.
Yes, he's over here, Mr. Holmes, against the south wall. Oh, watch your step. The flooring here is a bit uneven. Here he is, exactly as we found him, lying on his face with one arm stretched over his head.
Say, skinny old boy, wasn't he? I say, these robes or whatever it is he's wearing, they are sopping wet.
Yes, the poor fellow was undoubtedly drowned. Lungs still full of water.
Extremities icy, rigor well advanced. Well, he's been dead 6 to 8 hours, I should say. Holmes, how about it?
Not necessarily. The floor he's lying on is extremely cold, also the air.
Of course, the really fantastic part of the whole picture is the man's raiment. The tunic and the toga with the wide purple stripe. Even the thong sandals are the authentic garments of an early Roman senator.
So I see. Whoever this person was, he was thoroughly at home among Roman customs and manners. That ring of office on his outstretched hand is undoubtedly authentic.
Oh, look here, Holmes. You don't actually believe this is a genuine Roman senator who got himself drowned in this room and managed somehow to stay in this state of preservation?
No, Watson. There are several obvious flaws to that theory. In the first place, although the costume is authentic in line, cut, and drape, the woolen fabric of this toga was woven not on an ancient hand loom, but by a modern machine. Second, the liquid in which the gentleman was drowned would have evaporated in a short time, even in very stale air. And third, this room is neither the frigidarium, which was the cold plunge, nor the caldarium, which was the warm. No, judging by the recessed benches built into the walls, this room was the sudatorium, or what the Romans called the vapor bath.
But of course, Mr. Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? But, good Lord, then how was he drowned? And why?
Suppose we turn the victim over, Sir George. His identity may give us the answer to those questions.
Righto. Easy.
By Jove, he looks even more Roman from this side. That nose, those hawk-like features, like some rapacious old Caesar on a Roman coin.
Rather accurate and appropriate description, my dear Watson. Yes, this, unless I'm very much mistaken, is Brutus Octavius Bainbridge, the world's greatest numismatologist.
You mean the coin expert?
But of course. I thought the old fellow looked familiar. Well, I've heard he often wore Roman dress when he was lounging about at home. Oh, so that part of our mystery is a perfectly normal explanation.
Don't be too disappointed, Sir George. There are several other little questions to be cleared up, the answers to which may be rather more exciting than you anticipate.
What do you mean, Holmes?
Well, for one thing, Mr. Bainbridge disappeared very suddenly from his home one night a little over 2 months ago. About a fortnight later, the British Isles began to be flooded by an extraordinarily clever counterfeit sovereign.
By Jove.
I pointed out to Scotland Yard that there might possibly be a connection between the two events.
You mean Mr. Bainbridge was a counterfeit?
I mean, as the greatest living authority on coins and coinage, He was undoubtedly kidnapped by a band of unusually daring counterfeiters and forced to assist them in their work.
I thought you might possibly come to that conclusion, Mr. Holmes.
What? Great Scott. That voice. Where does it come from?
Over a hidden speaking tube of some sort, I imagine.
But who is it?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, that voice belongs to my arch adversary. Greetings, Professor Moriarty. So now you've taken up counterfeiting. Have I destroyed so many of your activities that you're running short of funds?
I've warned you repeatedly, Holmes, that you are getting to be a nuisance. Surely you must have realized how dangerous that can be.
But, my dear Professor, surely you must realize that danger is the breath of life to me.
This time, Holmes, you've overreached yourself.
On the contrary, Moriarty, it's you who have gone too far. Watson, get Sir George out of here. I'll keep talking to give you a chance to escape. Was it necessary to kill Bainbridge after you'd finished picking his brains?
Not necessary, my dear Holmes, but expedient. We drowned him. I wonder if Dr. Watson can guess why.
Well, dashed it, I can. Why not shot or strangle? I say, what's all this about, Holmes?
Get out of here, you idiot.
But leave you in danger, I should say not.
You see, Dr. Watson, drowning would serve two purposes. It would eliminate Mr. Bainbridge, and it would provide a tastier for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
What do you mean?
I knew he'd never turn down an invitation involving a corpse in a toga, ostensibly drowned in an ancient Roman bath.
Watson, if you have no regard for your own safety, at least have the intelligence to get Sir George out of here.
I'm dashed if I understand what's going on here.
You will, Sir George, you will. Sorry to have to execute you, too, but I'm afraid you signed your own death warrant when you sent for Mr. Sherlock Holmes instead of Scotland Yard. I rather thought you would, you know. Ah, well, this is what comes of associating with anyone who is foolish enough to think he can outwit Professor Moriarty.
Look here, you old blunderbuss. You needn't think you can bullyrag Sherlock Holmes or me either.
No.
Great Scott, what's that? I rather imagine one of the good professor's hirelings has blown up the entrance to Sir George's tunnel.
What do you mean we're buried alive in this sepulchre?
Just like Aida and her young man. Isn't it romantic? You might try singing yourself to death as they did. Such a waste of time, I always thought. What a pity Mr. Bainbridge won't be able to join you. You'd have made such a jolly quartet.
That's torn, eh, Holmes? Looks as though we're entombed in this blasted place until Sir George's assistant turns up tomorrow morning and finds the tunnel caved in.
Tomorrow, my dear Watson, is Sunday, and the day after a bank holiday. Better blow out one of the lanterns and save it for later.
But this is terrible, Mr. Holmes. Well, we'll be asphyxiated by the time Albert arrives on Tuesday.
I doubt it, Sir George. There's a very definite movement of air. Fresh air. Icy fresh air. If you'll wet a finger and hold it up, you'll notice what amounts to a slight breeze. No, I doubt that we shall die from any lack of oxygen. We may very well perish, however, from cold and exposure. It doesn't take long to freeze to death in this temperature.
Oh, you needn't be so confounded cheerful about it, Holmes.
Don't interrupt, Watson. As I was saying, we may very well expire unless we can discover how Mr. Bainbridge's body was brought into this room.
What good will that do?
Any passageway large enough to permit the entrance of this corpse will also serve as an exit for Sir George and myself. You, Watson, may have a bit of trouble.
Oh, you go to blazes.
But, Mr. Holmes, what passageway could there be? As you know, the architecture of the ancient Roman baths was fairly identical. There was obviously only one doorway into this bath, and that's blocked by a great fall of earth and bricks.
Quite. But aren't you forgetting, Sir George, the small, unseen, tube-like passage that invariably ran under all the rooms except the coal plunge?
Of course. The hypocaust.
Now, what in thunder is a hypocaust?
A smallish tunnel lined with red paving squares, which ran from a furnace outside the buildings under all the principal rooms of a Roman bath. If we can discover some loose tiling in this wall, we may thank the ancient Romans for inventing what our poor, retarded civilization considers a modern improvement, namely central heating.
Oh, it's discouraging. I've dug up 24 spots.
Cheer up, Watson. At least the activities kept you from freezing to death.
Yes, it's ruined my trousers. Good thing I was wearing my old suit. I say, the light's getting dimmer. Holmes, the second lantern is about burnt out.
Keep digging, Watson. It's our only chance.
I say, Mr. Holmes, could you come over here a minute? I think I've found a sort of grating under this last patch of bricks.
Good Lord, let's see.
Yes. Yes, we found it. Watson, help me with these bricks. There. Watson, bring the lantern.
Right-o. There they are.
Now then, let's see.
There's black down there, isn't it?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Sir George. We are now in the vapor room. The blocked-up entrance over there leads to the hot bath. That will put the cold plunge on our left. No good going in that direction. When we go down into the tunnel, we should turn right to get out.
Quite correct, Mr. Holmes.
I'll go first. Give me the lantern, Watson.
It's flickering, Holmes. It's gone out.
Very well, then. We'll have to crawl our way out in the dark.
As if I'd been crawling like a snake for hours.
Stop complaining, Watson. At least we're not sealed up in that vault.
Maybe not, but I can't say this is any great improvement. Oh, I don't ask to stand upright. If I could only get to my hands and knees for a moment.
There's a shallow pool of water here.
How jolly. I could use a bath, only I'd just as soon not have ice water, you know.
Save your breath. How are you getting along, Sir George?
I'll manage.
Oh, what?
Now what?
Something went over my hand.
Probably a sewer rat.
Delightful. Maybe we could take it home for a pet.
Quiet, Watson. I think we've reached the end of the tunnel. Yes. It opens out.
You mean I can finally get up off my stomach?
Yes, give me your hand.
Oh. I think my back is permanently bent.
Hello? There's some steps here. Steps going up.
And the door at the top. It's open a slit. Yeah. There's a light. Well, there must be another entrance at ground level.
Yes. Follow me and be very quiet. Better have your revolver handy, Watson. This may well be the most dangerous part of the entire adventure. Easy now. Let's have a look through the crack before we open the door.
It's a large, bare-looking place. Now, what's all that machinery?
Those are melting furnaces, presses, weighing apparatus, rolling machines. And on the far side are the acid and water baths in which Bainbridge was undoubtedly drowned. In short, you see before you a very complete mint for the coining of counterfeit money.
Mr. Holmes, who's that sinister-looking man stepping out of the shadows? There. Look, he's adjusting a jeweler's magnifying glass in one eye. Now he's hunched over a pile of golden coins. Good Lord. His head oscillates from side to side like a snake.
Enjoying the fruits of your labor, Moriarty?
You! Holmes!
You didn't expect us to return your call quite so promptly, eh, Professor? Don't bother to reach for that acid. Watson has you covered. Better put your hands up. That's right. Now, you'll come around that table. Slowly. That's right. I have a little present for you. A pair of bracelets that...
He's going through the window!
Shoot, Watson, shoot, confound it.
I can't.
Why not?
Well, blast it all, you asked me out of the house in such a dither this morning I forgot to slip my revolver into my overcoat pocket.
Don't look so crestfallen, Watson. I'm rather relieved we didn't get the handcuffs on the professor. Once he's safely behind bars, I'll have no opponent worthy of my talents. I should probably die of sheer boredom.
You mean sheer conceit?
That was quite a story, Dr. Watson. There's always plenty of action when Professor Moriarty's around.
How true, Mr. Harris, how true. This particular adventure had a rather pleasant epilogue.
What was that, Doctor?
Oh, well, suppose I tell you about it after we pay our respects to the gentlemen who so graciously make this program possible.
What could be fairer? You know, the thing you remember about Clippercraft clothes is not their low prices. Not until you're ready to buy again, that is. What you really live with is Clippercraft's superb styling, the perfect fit, fine tailoring, and long-wearing fabrics. No one would dream your Clippercraft suit had cost only $35 or $40, or $43.75 for a few special numbers. Or that your top coat or overcoat had cost only $30 to $40, or your sport jacket $24. No, these exceptional values are made possible by the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 924 leading stores across America, bringing these fine clothes to you in a pleasant atmosphere where you get friendly personal attention. Selling beautifully tailored, expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
The leading stores in the metropolitan area that bring you Clippercraft clothes are Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th Street, Manhattan, Abraham and Straus, Brooklyn, the Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark, Newark, New Jersey, and the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue, Jamaica. These great, courteous, and friendly stores are proud to add their names to that of Clippercraft in the label of your suit, top coat, sports jacket, and overcoat.
Now, Dr. Watson, about the epilogue to the adventure of the corpse in the Roman toga.
The officers of the Royal Mint tendered Holmes and myself a dinner in recognition of our invaluable services in breaking up a counterfeiting outfit which had threatened the value of British currency. Holmes received a large illuminated scroll and a sizable check.
Always acceptable, eh, Dr. Watson?
Yes, quite so. I was presented with a priceless Roman ring of office, which we had found on the dead man's finger, and a magnificent copy of Vitruvius de Architectura. On the flyleaf in Holmes' handwriting was the inscription, "One never knows what bit of useless tittle-tattle may save a man's life." The chapter on the Hypocaust was underlined.
Got you that time. And now, Dr. Watson, I wonder if you'd like to give us a hint about next week's story.
Well, next week, I think I'll tell you how Holmes and I found a man shot under a smashed streetlight. All the evidence pointed in one direction, but the victim had been shot at point-blank range, and there was only one wound, but we heard two shots. Holmes always referred to it as the case of the well-staged murder.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Hunger and starvation are the enemies of civilization and democracy. It's up to every American, man, woman, and child, to save a little food every day. In that way, the people of Western Europe can be helped in their fight for decency and freedom. Listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the case of the well-staged murder. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. Speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting
system. In the 1940s, during the height of dramatic radio, I was a busy young actress.
I performed on many shows, including various roles opposite Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce on the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. This is Peggy Webber. I'd like to tell you a little about those golden days of radio. One of the first things that I feel I should say is that I owe my being a member of AFRA, which is now AFTRA, to Edna Best, who heard an audition that I did at CBS when I was 16 years old, and about 2 weeks later I had a call from Edna Best, and she said she had heard this audition, and she asked me to come and do the Sherlock Holmes show. So I rushed over to AFRA, which it was in those days, and got my membership to the Network Actors Guild. And I was absolutely in seventh heaven because I was going to be locked up all day long with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in a room, and I could not believe it, that I was really going to work with these wonderful people. So that was the beginning of my radio career, my network radio career. From the minute I went into the studio with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, and we were cooped up from 10 o'clock until about 6 o'clock. We had a break for lunch, but sometimes people didn't even leave. I noticed that Nigel Bruce and Basil Rathbone would often eat right there in the studio. And then, of course, we had broadcasts to New York and to the West Coast. But from the minute I got in the studio, they were constantly teasing each other, and they both had tremendous senses of humor. And on the air, Nigel Bruce would add all kinds of extraneous noises while Sherlock Holmes would be revealing the denouement of the story. And he would just be having the greatest fun making all these little noises, these gurgles and burbles and things. And at the end, when the broadcast was over to the east, Basil Rathbone would look daggers at him and say, "Are you satisfied?" Because he was doing everything he could to throw the scene, And they had this great sense of humor about it. They just loved to see how they could trip each other up.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, and say, I'd like to tell you about something myself. I'd like to tell you about the wine that more Americans prefer than any other wine. That wine is port. And if you want to know why port is such a favorite, just pour yourself a glass of wonderful Petri California port. Look at that Petri port. Look at its glowing deep red color. And sample that aroma. It'll remind you of a walk through a dew-covered vineyard. And now taste that Petri port. Boy, you've got something. Petri port is one of the most delicious wines ever poured from a bottle. Right then and there, Petri port will become your favorite wine. I'm confident of that. And I'm sure you'll want to serve Petri port to your friends, too, after dinner or any time they drop in for a visit. And remember, you can serve Petri port proudly, because those letters, P-E-T-R-I, spell the proudest name in the history of American wines. Petri. Petri wine. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's ready for us. Let's go in and join him.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening. Excuse me, Dr. Watson. I didn't know that you had company.
Shut the door, my boy, and come in and join us. Let me introduce you, Mr. Bartell. This is my friend, Mrs. Campbell.
How do you do, Mrs. Campbell?
How do you do, Mr. Bartell?
Mrs. Campbell is a very old friend of mine from England, and when she called on me today, I persuaded her to stay and have dinner and then join us in this little session of storytelling. You see, Mr. Bartell, she's really what you might call the star of the Sherlock Holmes adventure that I'm going to tell you tonight.
Oh, come now, Dr. Watson. I actually played a very small part of the story.
In any case, I was much too young at the time to know what was really going on.
Say, this is a great idea, Doctor. One of the characters out of your fabulous past here in California in 1946 and helps tell her own story.
Oh, no, Mr. Bartell. I'm no storyteller. That's the doctor's department. I'll just listen.
No, my dear. I'll set the scene, but you must ring up the curtain, as it were. In any case, my memory isn't too clear on some of the early points in connection with the case. You will have to help me out.
Oh, but you're talking to millions of listeners on the radio. I'd be terrified to speak over the air.
We're on the air now, Mrs. Campbell.
Oh, we're not, are we? Oh, dear.
No. Don't worry, Cynthia. If they're kind enough to listen to me week after week, I'm sure they'll be delighted to hear you. And now to get on with the story. The title, The Adventure of the Living Doll. The setting, the Sussex Downs near the bee farm to which Sherlock Holmes retired. The period, 1910. And now, Cynthia, my dear, the curtain's going up, and the first scene belongs to you. Supposing you set it for us.
Well, I'll try. We were living on the Sussex Downs also, Mr. Bartell, at that time. My name was then Cynthia Browning. My father, Arthur Browning, had been dead for some years, but my mother kept up the estate with a manager, a Mr. Hugh Tanner. I was away at school most of the year, of course, but the happiest times of my childhood were spent during those long summer months in Sussex. I lived in a small world, knowing only a few people and loving all of them, or almost all. First of all, there was Mother herself. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, and the sweetest. I remember she gave me a puppy on my 12th birthday. His name was Dusty, and he was so sweet. I talked to Mother about him one day. I must have sounded terribly young.
Mommy, darling, I do love Dusty. Very, very much. He's a lovely puppy, and you gave him to me.
You love him, Cynthia. I know that. But I've been feeding him. That's your job, darling. It's good for grown-up people to have responsibility.
Oh, Mommy, I'll feed him. Of course I will. I'll feed him so full, he'll burst.
Then there was the estate manager, Hugh Tanner, such a pleasant man, and so willing to tell a 12-year-old all the things that a 12-year-old has to know or die.
But, Mr. Tanner, why did you have to shoot the horse? He'd only broken his leg.
Cynthia, horses aren't like human beings. Their legs won't mend. Now think of a horse that couldn't frisk and run and gallop across the downs. We're actually being kind to him. Honestly, we are, Cynthia.
And then there was Frank King, the painter who lived on the downs. He taught me to open my eyes and really see things.
No, Cynthia. That sunset isn't red. It's gold and rust. And the water, child, look at it. It's almost rose in this light. Rose flecked with cobwebs of eggshell blue. Cynthia, darling, a sunset's never just one color. Do try and remember that, won't you?
And then there was Mr. Pound from the city. I gathered that he was terribly rich, and he wanted to marry Mother. But he certainly didn't understand little girls.
Cynthia, I'm going to give you £50 for being a very good little girl. Now, tell me, what will you do with it?
I'll buy something for Mommy.
Oh, no, my dear. This is your own money. You put it in the savings account at the post office, and it'll make more money for you. Always remember, my dear, take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves.
Then there was the wonderful wise woman who knew all the things that aren't in books.
Always remember, my bunny, that it's good luck to touch the hump of a hunchback. But the curse of Beelzebub himself will be upon ye if ye look at a sliver of silver moon through the glass.
And then, the strangest and most wonderful of them all was the lean, middle-aged man with a sharp face and the bee-net whom I met one day on the downs.
Good afternoon, young lady.
Good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Browning.
My name is Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
Why are you carrying that net? You looking for butterflies?
Oh, no, Cynthia. I'm a bee farmer.
Bee farmer? Oh, that sounds funny. How do you farm bees?
Well, come over to my place one day and I'll show you. I say, that beautiful doll you're carrying.
It isn't a doll. It's my mascot. It was given to me by Frank King, the painter. He made it for me. He made it to look as much like me as possible. I call her Me.
It's a remarkable likeness.
See the hair? That's clippings off my hair. And the nails? Those are clippings from my own nails. She's really me, and I love her.
Your own nails and hair, and the doll is an exact replica of you? I don't like that, Cynthia. Remember, my dear, my name, will you, it's Sherlock Holmes, and I live at the bee farm, and if anything unusual happens, come to me at once.
Of course, Dr. Watson. I'll confess that first meeting with Sherlock Holmes rather frightened me.
You didn't understand why he was so worried about the doll, eh?
No, but I remembered what he said about coming to him if anything unusual happened.
And I'm sure that unusual something did happen.
Yes, Mr. Bartell, and within a very few days. But at this point, I think Dr. Watson should take over the story. It's where he and Mr. Holmes really entered into it.
Oh, very well. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Bartell, I was staying with Holmes. Late in the afternoon, as I remember, that you ran over to the bee farm where I first met you, Cynthia. A few moments before you arrived, Holmes and I, each of us with a cup of tea in our hands, were seated on the veranda, gazing out across the downs and discussing the mutability of human affairs.
It's strange, Watson, that after a lifetime devoted to the more flamboyant aspects of everyday life, that now, in what is the fast approaching twilight of my days, I find such peace and companionship in the exact and predictable behavior of bees. I wonder what Moriarty would have thought.
Oh, you talking as if you're an old dodder of 90. You say what you like, but I don't think that you'll ever really be happy in retirement. You miss the danger, the excitement of the chase, the public acclaim.
What are you talking about? My work was never for the public. What did the public, the great unobservant public, who could hardly tell a weaver by his tooth or a typesetter by his left thumb, care about the finer shades of analysis or deduction? In any case, Watson, I chose a happy time to sink into oblivion. In comparatively recent years, the criminal seems to have lost all his originality and enterprise. My own little practice, when I gave it up, seemed to be in danger of developing into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils or giving advice to young ladies from boarding schools.
Oh, talking of young ladies, who's this little girl running up your driveway?
Oh, great Scott, it's little Cynthia Browning.
Oh, and who's she?
Oh, a charming young neighbor of mine. Hello, Cynthia.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
You've come to see how I farm bees, haven't you?
No, Mr. Holmes. You told me to come to you if something unusual happened. It has. Something that's frightened me.
Well, now, sit down, my dear. This is my old friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, Cynthia?
How do you do?
Now, Cynthia, dear, what has frightened you?
It's my mascot. My me. Look. Somebody stabbed her through the heart.
Great Scott, a doll that's an exact replica of her, with a penknife thrust into it. Good gracious me.
When did you find your mascot like this?
Just after tea. Mummy had some gentlemen calling on her. And afterwards I went up to my room and found poor me on the bed. I remembered what you told me about anything unusual. And so I came over here as fast as I could.
Yes, I'm glad that you did, Cynthia.
But did you tell your mother where you'd gone with her?
No, I didn't. She was still talking to the gentleman.
Well, she'll worry about you when she discovers your disappearance.
No, don't worry, Watson. I shall go over and talk to her at once. Cynthia, my dear.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Who were the gentlemen calling on your mother?
Well, there was Mr. Tanner.
Yes.
He's the man who looks after the estate for Mummy.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. King, the painter.
Mr. King is the man who made this doll, eh? Now, who else was there?
Mr. Pound. He's a businessman from London that's staying with Mummy.
And they were all present in your house when you found the mascot lying on the bed.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, old chap.
Yes, sir?
I'm going over to see Cynthia's mother at once. I want Cynthia to stay here with you. Guard her, old chap, as you would your life. Mrs. Browning, I know I must seem like an intrusive neighbor, but possibly you've heard of me. My name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes.
Well, who hasn't heard of the famous Sherlock Holmes? Please sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Your guests have left?
Yes. But how did you know I had guests? I know you're a great detective. But...
Your charming little daughter, Cynthia, came over to see me half an hour ago. She told me.
So that's where she went. Did she come back with you?
No, Mrs. Browning. I felt it safer that she remain at my place for a while. My friend, Dr. Watson, will look after her. I'm afraid she may be in danger.
In danger? Mr. Holmes, what makes you say that?
You know your daughter's doll, the one fashioned in her own likeness and with her own hair and nails?
Of course. Frank King made it for her.
While you were at tea this afternoon, your daughter found the doll lying on her bed with a penknife stuck through its heart.
That's very peculiar. But I don't see that she should be in any danger because of it, Mr. Holmes.
Mrs. Browning, certain practitioners of magic believe that if a doll-like effigy is made of a human being and the effigy is then mutilated, that a similar fate will befall the living original.
But, Mr. Holmes, that's black magic. You can't possibly believe in it.
Not in the results of stabbing a doll, Mrs. Browning, but well, it's possible that someone is trying to kill your daughter.
To kill Cynthia? Oh, no.
It may be more than a possibility, I'm afraid. And when these magical means fail, they will turn to more direct methods.
But who could possibly want her death?
You have not remarried, Mrs. Browning?
No, I feel it my duty to devote my life to Arthur's child, Cynthia.
Yes, then anyone wishing to marry you might feel that Cynthia stood in the way.
But that's absurd.
But logical, Mrs. Browning. Do you mind if I ask you a very personal question?
With Cynthia's safety at stake, you may ask any question.
Are any of the 3 men who were present at tea this afternoon desirous of marrying you?
Well, I...
Please be completely honest, Mrs. Browning.
At different times, they've all asked me to marry them, yes.
And you won't contemplate marriage because of your dead husband's child, Tell me, Mrs. Browning, have you seen this penknife before? It was the one found stuck through the doll's heart.
I don't think I've ever seen it before.
One final question. Would anyone among Cynthia's acquaintances have a knowledge of the practice of magic?
Well, the old woman that Cynthia called the wise woman might.
Oh, who might she be?
A strange creature that lives in some hovel on the downs near here. She brews weird concoctions with herbs, love philters, and all that sort of thing.
I'd be a suitable companion for your daughter, Mrs. Browning.
I know it, Mr. Holmes. I've told Cynthia over and over again that she mustn't stray off and see the old woman. But you know how disobedient children are at her age. I'm sure she's been over there recently.
I'd like to talk to this woman. Where does she live?
I don't know exactly, but Frank can take you there. He used her as a model.
Frank King, the painter?
Yes, he lives in the village.
Then I shall call on him at once and persuade him to accompany me. We must find that wise woman and I hope save your child from magic. Magic and possible murder. Much further, Mr. King?
It's only a few more yards, Mr. Holmes. A little cottage is just behind the trees there. It's a pretty broken-down place. Poor old girl has only a few pennies to her name, I imagine.
Mrs. Browning was telling me that you used this old woman as a model.
Yes, she was a fascinating subject. I painted her as she was mixing up some devil's concoction of herbs and spices. I had her standing over a smoking cauldron with the firelight playing on her. It was quite effective.
Yes, it must have been. The subject of witchcraft appeals to you, Mr. King?
Well, I don't know anything about it. It was just that she was such a wonderful subject for a painter. Here we are.
I'll knock on the door. I think we'll take the liberty of going in, shall we?
I don't see why not.
Shh. What is it? Listen. It came from that room. Someone is here. Come on.
Look at her. Look at her head. Poor devil.
Yes, she's still alive. She isn't long for this world. Can you hear me? Here, let me lift you up a little. Can you understand what I'm saying? Tell me, who was it that did this to you?
She's too far gone to speak.
Got a piece of paper and a pencil?
Yes. Wait a minute. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, can you write the name of the man who did this to you?
She's pushing the pencil away. I don't suppose she knows how to write. She's trying to show you something, Mr. Holmes. She's trying to crawl over to the wall.
Yes. Here, let me help you. Must be a hiding place of some kind.
Look. She's taking a brick out of the wall.
What is it? Great Scott! Money. A veritable jackdaw's nest of pennies. And small silver. And at least a dozen golden sovereigns. That must be the money.
Look! She's picking out one of the silver coins. She's trying to give it to you.
A sixpence, but what? Oh, poor woman, she's dead. Just as she was trying to tell me something.
I can't understand it. Golden sovereigns in this hovel, and she was showing you a silver sixpence as she died. Mr. Holmes, what are you going to do?
First, check on the young girl's safety. Meanwhile, I should like you to go back to my mother's. Assemble the other 2 men who were present at tea time this afternoon and keep them there until I arrive. I shan't be long.
But the police?
I shall summon them, Mr. King, when I have the murderer to offer them. And I'm convinced that will be before the sun sets tonight.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. Time enough for me to mention another wonderful Petri wine. Petri California Muscatel. If you like that subtle muscat flavor, and who doesn't, you really like Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel is a clear golden wine It is just as much a hit with the ladies as Petri Port is with the men. But I don't mean by that only the ladies like Petri Muscatel. In fact, if you want to be sure to please everybody, get both Petri Port and Petri Muscatel. In other words, don't buy one, buy two. But do be sure you always buy Petri. Now back to Dr. Watson and his guest tonight, Mrs. Campbell, who played a most important part in the story herself.
Oh, not nearly as important a part as that played by Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Well, Dr. Watson, what happened when Sherlock Holmes rejoined you at the bee farm?
Well, first of all, he made sure that the little girl was safe. And then he told me of finding the dead woman and of his theories as to the killing. I can almost hear him now, Mr. Bartell, as he said...
Watson, someone wanted the little girl out of the way because they knew the mother would never marry while the child was alive.
And that someone persuaded the old woman to do the job for him, I suppose.
Undoubtedly. And she, believing in the powers of black magic, mutilated the doll, firmly convinced that in so doing she was destroying the young girl it was fashioned after.
And then, I suppose, when the potential murderer discovered the woman was merely indulging in stupid folklore, he killed her, realizing she was only a hindrance to him, and with her knowledge of the plan... a dangerous hindrance.
Exactly, my dear fellow. But how do you suppose we account for the hoard of money? Golden sovereigns, don't forget, that we found in the hovel.
Well, no doubt it was a sum that she was already being paid for the murder that she was going to commit.
As she died, she tried to give me the clue to her murderer by selecting certain coin. Now, in her possession, she had gold, silver, and copper. She chose a silver coin. And yet I can't see its significance, I must confess.
Well, at the moment, possibly not. And yet, before the evening's over... I bet you that...
What did you say, Watson?
I said before the evening's over, I bet you...
Thank you, old fellow. That's the clue. You bet me.
What on earth are you talking about, Holmes? I was just saying...
You've just given me the answer to the whole problem, Watson.
What?
I'm much obliged to you. Stay here, will you, old chap? And look after Cynthia a little while longer. Within a very short time, I shall have her intended destroyer under lock and key.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad you've come. I've had the greatest difficulty in persuading these three gentlemen that their presence was necessary.
Within a few minutes, Mrs. Browning, two of them will be entirely free to leave if they want to.
Mr. Holmes, I think it'd be a good idea to tell everyone what happened.
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Pound,
Holmes,
I don't
think it'd be a good idea to tell
Indeed.
everyone what happened.
Yes, how do you do, Mr. Pound?
How do you do, Mr. Holmes? Look here. If there's some scandal down here...
Oh, there is, Mr. Pound.
Then I want my name kept out of it. You hear? I have a seat on the London Stock Exchange.
Oh, very comfortable for you.
Yes.
And the other gentleman, by the process of elimination, must be Mr. Hugh Tanner, the manager of your estate, Mrs. Browning.
Yes, I'm Hugh Tanner. And now, Mr. Holmes, supposing you tell us what this is all about. I'm a straightforward man, and all this mystery is rather aggravating. Something has happened. Something that concerns us all. What is it?
Murder.
Murder? What? Murder? Good Lord, who's been murdered?
An old woman who lived in the village. Your daughter, Mrs. Browning, referred to her as the wise woman. Mr. King and I found her tonight in her cottage on the Downs, beaten to death. Murdered.
Well, that's shocking, but what's it got to do with us?
I'll explain, Mr. Pound. Each one of you, I believe, would like to marry Mrs. Browning. Her daughter, Cynthia, is an obstacle to such a marriage. One of you decided to remove that obstacle and engaged the wise woman to carry out the plan. Finding the woman clumsy and ineffective, you decided that she was a dangerous witness, and so you murdered her. Fortunately, the poor woman, as she was dying, gave me the clue to her murderer.
But how did she do that, Mr. Holmes? I thought you said that she died without speaking.
She did, Mrs. Browning, but she gave me the clue nonetheless, though I was shockingly slow in spotting it.
Well, what was the clue?
Yes, let's stop being mysterious and come out into the open.
You were with me, Mr. King. As she died, I shall let you tell them.
Well, she was dying, unable to speak when Mr. Holmes asked who had attacked her. She couldn't write, but she showed him a hoard of copper and silver coins and a dozen golden sovereigns.
Sovereigns in a hovel like that? Oh, I see. She meant her murderer was the man who had paid her.
And with all that ill-gotten wealth, she died clutching a silver sixpence.
And you still don't see who the murderer is? Come along, gentlemen. You should know it as well as you know your own names. Now, Mr. King mentioned that there were a dozen sovereigns. Whose name does a sovereign suggest?
Sovereign? King. You, Frank King, were the murderer.
Oh, that's ridiculous. The old woman wasn't exactly a mastermind. Why should she be so indirect? And how much is a sovereign worth? £1. And your name, my friend, with a seat on the London Stock Exchange is Pound, isn't it?
This is absolutely absurd. I can prove that I've never even met the woman.
Well, what is the answer, Mr. Holmes? I'm sure that you know it.
The answer is obvious, Mrs. Browning, though I'm ashamed to say that a chance remark of Dr. Watson's gave me the clue.
Oh, now look here. Stop beating about the bush, Holmes. What is the answer?
A very simple one, Mr. Pound. With 12 golden sovereigns at hand, sovereigns that would suggest either the name of King or Pound, what coin did the dying woman select?
A sixpence.
Exactly. A humble silver sixpence. And what is the common slang word for a sixpence?
A tanner.
Precisely. Which tells us that you, Mr. Hugh Tanner, killed the wise lady.
Try and prove it. That's all. Just try and prove it.
Holmes, what happened?
I found the murderer, old chap, thanks to you.
What do you mean, thanks to me?
Well, I was thinking of a sixpence, the coin the dead woman clutched in her hand, as a sixpence. When you said, I bet you, I thought of the much-used expression, bet you Tanner. That gave me the clue to the whole business. The dying woman was obviously trying to indicate that Hugh Tanner was her murderer.
He confessed, you say, before the police arrived.
Yes, after Frank King, the artist, had started to give him something of the thrashing he deserved. Oh, I take no particular pride in the case, Watson. Without your chance remark, I might easily have overlooked this obvious clue that the dying woman gave me. As I've said before, old chap, I should not attempt to emerge from my retirement. Yes. It's obvious that my reflexes are shockingly slow.
Rubbish. The police would never have solved it.
Oh, my dear Watson, when you compare me with the police, I realize that my retirement should be permanent. By the way, where is Cynthia?
Well, I arranged with your housekeeper for her to have an early supper. Some kippers, a poached egg or two, a piece of that treacle tart we had last night, and a pot of tea.
Oh, for a 12-year-old girl, my dear Watson, this is an occasion when I might accuse you of being a potential murderer.
Oh, come now, Holmes, you know perfectly well.
What? Here she comes now. Hello, Cynthia. Did you enjoy your supper?
It was lovely. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Is everything all right? Can I go home now?
Yes, Cynthia. Everything's all right.
Tell me, my dear, did you ask Mr. King to make that mascot for you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. The wise woman told me it would bring me luck.
Oh, yes, I thought so.
Mr. Holmes, will everything be just like before?
No, not quite, Cynthia. Mr. Tanner and the wise woman have gone away. You won't see them again.
Oh, dear.
But you have new friends here, haven't you?
Yes, and nice ones.
Remember that, Cynthia. We'll always be your friend.
I will, Dr. Watson. I like you both so much.
I'm glad. And tell me, Cynthia, do you like Mr. King, the artist?
Oh, yes. Almost as much as I used to like my daddy.
Oh.
He's like my daddy, a little.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, Cynthia. Tell your mother the same thing, will you? I think it might change a peculiarly foolish notion of hers.
Well, Dr. Watson and Mrs. Campbell, that was a really different kind of story. I'm sure glad you were here tonight, Mrs. Campbell. Tell me, has Dr. Watson changed much since you last saw him?
Well, yes. I think he's grown handsomer.
No.
And what about Mrs. Campbell, Doctor? Has she changed?
Well, she is more grown up than the last time I saw her, but she hasn't changed much in one respect.
What's that, Doctor?
Your appetite, my dear. Oh. I remember how Holmes was amazed at the amount you ate when you were a child, but you certainly had just as hearty a dinner this evening.
Well, that was your fault, Doctor. Your dinner was too good.
Oh, Cynthia, don't talk about the wine.
Well, why shouldn't I talk about the wine? It was wonderful.
Sure it was. It was Petri wine, that's why.
You see? Now you got him started.
And Mrs. Campbell, Petri wine is always good wine. That's because the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Ever since long ago when they started the Petri business, winemaking has been an art with the Petri family. It's a tradition, a heritage that they've handed on down from father to son, from father to son. Believe me, when it comes to turning luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into fragrant, delicious wine, well, you can bet your last dollar that the Petri family really knows how. No matter what type wine you prefer, for any occasion, you just can't miss with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, as next week, as St. Patrick's Day is only about 6 days away, Mr. Bartell, I thought next week that I'd tell you a rather unusual story that took place in Ireland at the turn of the century. It concerns the famous ceremony of kissing the Blarney Stone, St. Patrick's Night Revel, and an old Irish ballad that led directly to one of the most devilish murders that Sherlock Holmes and I ever encountered.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Copper Beeches. Music is by Dean Fosler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. You can read about the stars of our broadcast in the April issue of Everybody's Digest. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios.
The unopened casebook of Sherlock Holmes. 6 extraordinary adventures written by John Taylor, with Simon Callow as Sherlock Holmes and Nicky Hansen as Dr. John Watson. The second adventure, The Horror in Hanging Wood.
I think I've never been launched so unexpectedly into a bleak and baffling mystery as on that bitterly cold February morning when, with the city still in darkness, Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard got Sherlock Holmes and myself out of bed at our Baker Street lodgings and asked us to accompany him on a journey to assist in police business. A 4-wheeled carriage hurried us out of London to the village of Charlton and into nearby Hanging Wood, where the white fires of police lanterns winked at us through the trees. When we stopped, it was beside a frozen ditch where a tarpaulin had been drawn over a man-shaped heap.
This is what you brought us to see?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. This fellow was killed sometime during the night. A robbery, I'm sure. There he is. What do you think, Doctor?
Well, without closer examination, I can only state the obvious. Most ferocious attack.